The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1697 The golden turtle becomes a green-haired turtle. Are you kidding me? The female devil is about to explode. Are you going to be blown into pieces if you don't run? As a result, Fangxi put the turtle shell away again. She didn't mean to explode. If she blew up the square, wouldn't that make her an enemy? It's just a bluff. Well, scare the beast by the way. Those monsters were scared to death. Some even covered their ears with their paws. Fangxi used the same trick again, immediately exerting the power of time, and then began to pupa. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1698 It's fun, really fun. The monsters watched helplessly as Fangxi transformed into a cricket pupa and entered the barrier little by little. Although I had seen her emerge from a cricket pupa in another barrier before, I was still shocked. The evil lady is good at framing others with her literary skills, blowing up turtle shells with her martial arts skills, and she can even turn crickets into pupae. It's so comprehensive. Fangxi didn't know that she had won the hearts of monster fans by just pupating a few times. As soon as she pupated into the barrier, she was surprised to find that this place was very similar to the Star Dome. There was a vast starry sky floating above his head, and from time to time there were streams of light, hitting Jun Wen and others below. Don't even mention how embarrassed Jun Wen and the others were. Everyone had disheveled hair and some even lost their shoes. But no matter how they ran, they would be hit by the stream of light and then make ghostly howling sounds. In the distance, a fat old man was laughing so hard that his body was shaking. Two fat hands can't even clap together. It's fun, it's fun, it's fun. You little losers have brought shame to the sect, and you still have the nerve to enter the dojo. Look at you, your cultivation is useless, and your turtle evolution technique and star calculation technique are even worse. I'll just smash you to death. Ellipsis. The fat old man was cursing when he suddenly saw Fangxi coming in like a cricket pupa. He was stunned. How did this yellow-haired girl get in? Could it really have been blasted in with a turtle shell? No matter how she got in, let's just play with her first. The old man quickly made a hand gesture, and immediately a stream of light shot towards Fangxi. Fangxi saw the stream of light coming towards her and tried to dodge, but no matter how fast she dodged, the stream of light followed her. The fat old man was quite wicked. He let Leguang chase Fangxi all the time but didn't hit her. He enjoyed the fun of cat and mouse. Fangxi thought it was no big deal, just treat it as a way to stretch her arms and legs, life lies in exercise. But what the fat old man said next, stepped on her cat's tail. That little girl, yes, I'm talking about you, you are the most useless one among this group of disciples. How dare you, a little Liangsu, to be our Tianyan Dao sect's direct disciple. I don't know which blind person accepted you and your brother as his apprentices. I heard you can also blast turtle shells. You are a Tianyan master, but you don't learn the art of Giyan properly and you actually explode the turtle shell. You really don't know what you are talking about. Ellipsis. Fangxi's temper suddenly flared up. I've already killed 2 old ghosts, so 1 more won't make a difference. Commander Lu thought she was going to blow up the turtle shell, and hurriedly advised, don't be impulsive, there is a formation here, if you blow up the turtle shell, Jun Wen and the others will be in trouble. Fangxi ignored him and started to imitate the old man's hand gestures. When she was dodging the flowing light just now, she had been observing the old man's hand gestures. Although it looked very complicated, it was not a big problem for her at all. Of course, she had no idea whether she could succeed. Therefore, she added 10% of the power of time when she was making the gestures, because she vaguely felt that this formation should have some connection with the power of time. When the fat old man saw Fangxi making hand gestures, he laughed even harder. Little girl, are you trying to copy me? Do you think you can learn the 1000 instant meteor art just by looking at it? You are so naive. TSK, no wonder, you little idiot, of course you are not that smart. While he was beeping, the light that was originally hitting Fangxi suddenly changed direction and hit him. Fat old man. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He must be dazzled. The next moment, the stream of light that was originally aimed at Jun Wen and others gave up their original targets and hit the fat old man. The fat old man should have been able to dodge, but he was so shocked that his reaction was a little slow. Although it was only half a beat, it was too late. Several streaks of light hit him, especially his face. His face was already fat, and now it looks even more like a steamed bun. The fat old man didn't know whether he was in pain or angry, he choked and fainted. Fangxi. Are you dizzy now? She stopped making hand gestures, and the streams of light flew to the starry sky and disappeared among the stars. Jun Wen staggered to Fangxi and said, Junior sister, are you okay? Fangxi. Let's just say, you've been beaten up like this, shouldn't you be the one in trouble? As for the fact that Jun Wen didn't call her, little sister, but little junior sister, instead, it doesn't matter now. Anyway, she is indeed his junior sister. As long as she doesn't call him fifth brother. Li Zhe and others also gathered around and asked Fangxi about her well-being. Fangxi waved his hand and walked to the fat old man. Senior, I'm so sorry. I'm not very talented. I wanted to learn your magic formula, but I let the light flow out of control. Thanks to you for risking your life to collect the light flow, otherwise we would not have survived. Senior, please accept our greetings. After Fangxi finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. Jun Wen hurried to catch up. Although the others were still confused, they followed suit. The fat old man's eyelids trembled, then he opened his eyes and stood up with a somersault. Humph, it's good that you know it. Don't be so reckless next time. Not everyone is as kind as me. Fangxi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. You are right. I will pay attention to it next time. The fat old man pinched his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and it immediately returned to normal. Then he looked up and down at Fangxi dozens of times. He is full of frustration now. He really couldn't understand how a yellow-haired girl at the first level of refining void could learn the 1000 instant meteor art so quickly. However, this damn girl was sensible and knew how to give him a way out. But this matter is not over yet. He must get his place back. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1699, using his spear to attack his shield. The fat old man looked at her for a long time before asking Fangxi, "Where's old Wu?" "Are you talking about the senior with golden hair?" "Well, that's him." Fangxi had a complicated look on his face. He insisted that I show him the fried turtle shell. No matter how I tried to dissuade him, it was useless, and in the end I had no choice but to do it. Then, the old man disappeared. Maybe he felt that my frying was not very effective, so he left without saying goodbye, disappointed. Fat old man. Why do I feel like you are lying with your eyes open? Forget it, let's ignore him for now. Let me be frank. Originally, we sent the Starkey out to help the younger generation, but ended up sending in a bunch of mountain cat beasts like you, each one more useless than the other. There's no need to waste our energy on you useless pieces of mud. But, now that you are here, if we don't give you a chance, people will think we are not trustworthy. So, if you can pass our test, we'll give you some sweet treats. If you can't, get out of here and don't get in the way. Fangxi asked sincerely, "Senior, the test you are talking about is a round or a wheel?" Fat old man. You understand the yin and yang. Who cares how many rounds it is? If you don't want to participate, get out. Fangxi nodded obediently. "Oh, then I'll listen to you." The fat old man glared at her fiercely. The little girl looks well behaved on the surface, but she is actually very bad. The first test is to use your own abilities to enter the inner area of the dojo. Remember, no explosion of turtle shells. Anyone who dares to explode a turtle shell will be kicked out. As soon as the fat old man finished speaking, he disappeared, the stars in the sky also disappeared, and the inside of the barrier was pitch black. Just when everyone was at a loss, countless arrows made of spiritual power were shot out from somewhere. Fangxi shouted, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Everyone. After all, they were the sect's direct disciples. Although they were a little panicked, they managed to steady themselves at the first opportunity. They gathered together and took turns shooting at the arrows with their swords. Fangxi shamelessly hid in the crowd and put a turtle shell on his body, perfectly demonstrating his cowardice. She thought to herself that if she wanted to enter the inner area of the dojo, the most urgent thing was to get out of this barrier first. It's easy for her to talk to the cricket pupa, so the cricket pupa went out, but what about the others? I don't know if she can lead them out if they're tied together. The chances of success are estimated to be low. If you are not careful, people may get stuck and lose their lives. How to do it? As she thought about it, her eyes fell on those spiritual arrows. How about using one's own spear to attack another's shield? She did what she said. She commanded everyone to retreat to the edge of the barrier, and told them to focus on dodging. In this way, the spiritual arrows would hit the barrier if they were shot in the air. Her idea was good, but dodging consumed too much physical and spiritual energy, and everyone soon couldn't hold on. Fangxi thought, no wonder the fat old man looks down on you, you are indeed trash. Commander Lu. If you have the guts, come out of your turtle shell and say this again. As Fangxi was thinking about it, something in her heart moved. This barrier is obviously the fat old man's territory. The formations he set up should be of the same method. So will the spell she used to command the flowing light be useful for these arrows? She immediately emerged from her tortoise shell and began to make hand gestures. Suddenly, the number of arrows increased tenfold compared to before, and all shot towards her. Fang Kui and the others were almost scared to death. However, they were quite considerate and did not abandon Fangxi. While they were trying their best to shoot back the arrows, they all activated their spiritual defenses and also activated all the defensive spiritual weapons on their bodies. Fangxi was very moved, but did not dare to move. She was very upset. She fell into the fat old man's trap. The fat old man probably guessed that she might use the magic spell just now, so he set a trap for her. While she was feeling upset, she had a very bold plan in her mind. She immediately said to Fang Kui and the others, "Don't worry about me. I will solve the mess I caused myself." Fang Kui panted and said, "Junior Sister Lu, you are scolding us by saying this. Since we have formed an alliance, there is no reason for me to abandon you." Su Chao also panted and said, "That's right. Don't mention that you saved us before, even if this didn't happen, we will never abandon our fellow disciples." Others also agreed. Fangxi was a little confused. "Master, the people who invaded our Juyu continent before were also from Tiank continent, and each one is worse than the other. Although Fang Kui and his friends have their own flaws, they still show loyalty at critical moments. Why is that?" "Shaoxi, human nature is complex, and even the same person will make different choices under different circumstances. In addition, the composition of the Tiank army is quite complex. In addition to the people from the Tiank alliance, there are also many independent cultivators and people who have defected from other sects. You can imagine their moral character. Don't blame me for saying something unpleasant. In fact, there are people like this in Juyu continent, but you are too good, so all the people you meet are good people." Fangxi said with some pride, "Thank you for the compliment, Master." "Commander Lu. Did you miss the point? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1700 brother, do the math." While discussing life with Commander Lu, Fangxi said to Fang Kui and the others, "Well, in that case, let's advance and retreat together. Hold on for a while longer. When I ask you to move out of the way, you must move out of the way as quickly as possible, understand?" While Fang Kui and the others were still hesitating, Zhang Wen shouted, "It's right to listen to my junior sister." When everyone saw what he said, they agreed. Fangxi immediately released the power of time, and then struggled to get out of the barrier. In the end, only the head and right arm were left inside the barrier. Well, the right arm is still holding the turtle shell. "Get out of the way." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stepped aside. Countless arrows were shot towards Fengshi. Fengshi quickly used the turtle shell to protect his little head. The arrow hit the turtle shell, and all the moss on the shell was cleaned away. But more arrows were shot at the barrier. Finally, a crack appeared in the barrier. Fang Kui and others were overjoyed. As long as there is a crack, they will have a way out. The leader is so awesome. With the combined attack, the crack was big enough for one person to enter and exit. Everyone quickly squeezed out from the crack. Fengshi saw that everyone had gone out, so he also went out. Fang Kui and others collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. But their faces were full of joy, the joy of surviving a disaster. Seeing that the crack in the barrier had not closed, Fengshi grasped the edge of the crack and made a simple periscope to observe the situation inside the barrier. Fang Kui and others were all speechless when they saw this sneaky scene. Never mind. The leader has a low level of cultivation, so it's normal for him to cherish his life. Fengshi discovered that the arrow inside the barrier had disappeared, but it was still pitch black inside. An idea flashed through Fengshi's mind, but then he suppressed it. She waved to the monsters not far away. The monsters hurried over. How much do you know about the inner circle? Tell me. The monsters were thinking about Feng Zai's elixir, and they said one after another. The inner area is incredible. It's full of natural treasures, and the spiritual energy is several times richer than outside. I heard there are treasures in there, otherwise those old seniors wouldn't still be alive. It's a pity that we have only heard about the inner circle but have never been inside. We only heard what they said about it, so we are not very clear about what is going on. Ellipsis. Fengshi asked them, do you know how to enter the inner circle? The monsters all shook their heads. Fengshi looked at Li Zhe, brother, please calculate. Li Zhe. He knew that it was useless to refuse, and besides, the previous calculation of the direction gave him a lot of confidence, so he took out the tortoise shell and prepared to deduce. Fengshi stopped him, wait a minute. Then she shouted. Senior, let's make a deal. My brother wants to use the turtle evolution technique to figure out how to enter the inner circle. If the turtle shell explodes during this process, you can't count us as violating the rules. No movement. Senior. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Ellipsis. I don't know if the fat old man was annoyed by Fengshi's shouting, but he appeared. Appearing out of thin air. He said angrily, I heard you, if you want to calculate, do it quickly. This rubbish can't calculate anything. Li Zhe's face suddenly turned red. Fengshi smiled and said, brother, you do the math. I believe you. Li Zhe knew that Fengshi was giving him a way out, so he nodded and began to deduce. Soon his forehead was covered with cold sweat and he felt so useless. Because it's impossible to calculate. He has let down the trust of his junior sister. He is indeed a waste. At this moment, he heard his junior sister say clearly. Brother, you said this is the inner area of the dojo. It turns out that it is dark under the lamp. Li Zhe. What he didn't see was that the fat old man's face was wrinkled into a bun. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1701. You are really cunning. Li Zhe really wanted to say that he hadn't figured out anything, but he had grown up now. I know that my junior brothers and sisters are very cunning, so whatever they say is what it is, so it's best not to say anything. So, I just agreed to it. As for how Fengshi knew what he calculated, it was probably through secret communication. But, why did junior sister say that this is the inner area of the dojo? Fengshi laughed when she saw the fat old man's wrinkled face. It seems she guessed right. First, there is a barrier between here and the outside world, which obviously separates it from the outside world. Second, the square is a very important location in any sect or place. It is almost the core location, and there is no reason to place it on the periphery. Thirdly, she was also inspired by the words of the monster. The fat old man and the golden-haired anonymous were both solid, unlike the one she met outside the cave before who was just a phantom. So this should be the inner area. Fourth, who would have the time to create these areas separated by barriers? The reason is probably that these old ghosts isolated them and regarded them as their own territory. Fifth, from the way the fat old man calculated her magic formula, we can tell that he really likes to make people fall into the trap of being too clever for their own good, so the difficult questions he poses are likely to be hidden beneath the lamp. Sixth, she deliberately called the fat old man out just to observe how he appeared. If this place was not the periphery, the spiritual power fluctuation caused by his coming out should be relatively large. On the contrary, the fluctuation of spiritual power will not be too large. Ellipsis. Of course, the above are just guesses. The most important thing is to trick the fat old man in person. I didn't expect he was so smart. It showed right away. The fat old man reacted quickly, but he knew it was too late. The fat old man tried to hold back but couldn't help asking, how did you guess that? He would never think that it was Li Zhe who figured it out. The silly boy's thoughts were all shown on his face, and it was obvious at first glance that he hadn't figured out anything. Fengshi only mentioned the first 4 reasons, but not the last 2 because she was afraid that the fat old man would get angry. He glared at Fengshi fiercely. Humph. Apart from being clever, what else can you do? Fengshi smiled and said nothing. It's understandable that he gets angry out of shame. The fat old man pointed at the monsters. Since you have passed the first round of tests, just pick one and kill it to eat. The meat of a Mahayana demon beast is a bargain for you little losers. Monsters. We watched the show for a long time, but why were we the ones who got hurt in the end? Why? When the monsters were panicking, Fengshi said. Senior, these monsters are your pets, how can we have the nerve to take away the beloved ones? As for this round of rewards, why don't you tell us about it? The fat old man didn't even pretend and agreed immediately. He was still keeping those monsters for fun, and if they were really killed by these little trash, he would really be reluctant. Commander Lu was a little puzzled. She didn't understand what others were saying, so why did she want this reward? Fang Shi explained, this fat old man is very stingy at first glance. It's too difficult to get money from him, so why not try something spiritual? Although my fifth brother and I couldn't understand it, Fang Kui and the others could. It can be considered as a reward for them. In addition, Fang Kui and his men were exhausted, so they could use this opportunity to delay some time and recover their physical and spiritual strength. Otherwise, if the fat old man takes it and starts the second round of tests, we will be in a passive position. Commander Lu, you are really cunning. Open black lens bracket, please take a leave. See you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Dog. Chapter 1702, The Bad Student Brother and Sister. The fat old man immediately sat upright on the high platform and began to preach. He was completely different from the way he was when he was teasing Fang Kui and the others. If people had not seen his wicked and evil behavior before, they would have really thought that he was a respected elder. Fang Kui and the others were fascinated by the story, but Fang Shi was drowsy. She was very tired after tossing and turning for a long time, and the fat old man's preaching sounded like a lullaby to her. I fell asleep while listening. After the fat old man saw this, he thought, no wonder this little girl only has the cultivation level of Liangsu level 1, it turns out she just likes to be lazy, she is really a hopeless case. He was too lazy to pay attention to Fang Shi. It would be her loss if she didn't listen. As he was thinking, he saw that Zhang Wen had also fallen asleep. They're indeed brother and sister, they're of the same character. After the fat old man finished speaking, Fang Kui and the others began to sit cross-legged and meditate to comprehend the Tao. On the other hand, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were still sleeping. I slept soundly. The fat old man couldn't bear it any longer, so he made a magic seal and threw Fang Shi and Zhang Wen into the previous barrier. The original crack in the barrier disappeared in an instant. Fang Kui and the others were shocked and stood up one after another. The fat old man glanced at them and said, this is their brother and sister's opportunity. You can comprehend your own things. This has nothing to do with you. Fang Kui and others. Are you sure it's an opportunity and not a disaster? Li Zhe made up his mind and said, Senior, I am willing to stand together with my junior brothers and sisters. Please lock me up in the barrier too. Upon seeing this, Fang Kui and others expressed their willingness to follow them into the barrier. The fat old man thought to himself, I didn't realize that those two losers are so popular. It was precisely because of the performance of Li Zhe and others that he had a better impression of them. His qualifications are indeed a bit lacking, but his character is okay. Don't worry, it's just a minor punishment. I won't do anything to them. I'll release them after you finish your contemplation. Although Li Zhe is a bit straightforward, he is not a brainless person. Although this fat old man has a bad temper, he would not harm their lives. Otherwise, with his methods, they would have died long ago. After figuring it out, he bowed to the fat old man, and then said to Fang Kui and the others. Since the senior has said so, let's hurry up and comprehend the Tao. Seeing that their own senior brother had said so, Fang Kui and others didn't know what to say. What's more, even if they wanted to do something, they were no match for the fat old man and were just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Inside the barrier, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were being forced to attend classes. A thunderous sound resounded throughout the barrier. The way of heaven is clear, hidden in the order of the 4 seasons, the mystery is vast, hidden in all things in the world. Even though Fang Shi and Zhang Wen blocked their hearing, the sound still penetrated into their heads. Only the two poor students can understand each other's pain at this moment. They wish they could hug each other and cry. I can't avoid it, so I can only listen. You have to listen even if you don't understand. No one knew how much time had passed, but the two men, who had been living a miserable life, were finally released. Seeing that the two looked like they couldn't survive, Li Zhe and the others immediately felt that they must have suffered a great deal in the barrier. However, due to the fat old man, they could only express their concern with their eyes. The fat old man snorted coldly, it's really a rotten tree that can't be carved. The reason why he said this was because Fang Shi and Zhang Wen did not gain anything at all after being forced to listen to the lecture. What a pair of useless pieces. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen remained silent, because what they were talking about in the dreams now. The way of heaven is clear, but the mystery is vast. The fat old man glared at them fiercely and said, the most important thing in cultivation is understanding. Now I will test your understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient mirror appeared in front of everyone. This mirror is more than 1 person tall, and the surface is completely white. This is the Tongshuan Enlightenment Mirror. As long as you stand in front of this mirror to comprehend your own Tao, the mirror surface will show countless colors, namely red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. Among them, red is the weakest and purple is the strongest. Now line up and take a photo. If you can't reach blue or above, there is no need to stay here. I will send you out of the inner circle. Picking up some scraps on the outskirts won't be a wasted trip. Fang Kui and others were very nervous. Even though there are some rare treasures in the outer area, they are insignificant compared to the inheritance in the inner area. But, can their understanding reach the standard? They were all unsure. Even though they were all disciples directly taught by the sect, both the Tianyan Dao sect and the Xingyao sect were low-ranking sects in the Tiang continent. Their qualifications could not be compared with those directly taught by the big sects. Fang Shi saw that no one dared to be the first to take the test, so he raised his little paw and said, Senior, can I go first? Fat old man, no. Fang Shi. You are so direct. It's like who would want to look into your broken rainbow fart mirror. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, isn't that rainbow fart? The fat old man glanced at everyone and said, just test them in the order in which you came out of the cracks in the barrier before. Everyone immediately lined up in order, and Zhang Ping was the first. He stood nervously in front of the Tongshuan Enlightenment Mirror, and then began to comprehend his own Tao. As he gained insights, the originally white mirror surface turned red, then orange, yellow, and finally green, and then stopped moving. Zhang Ping was anxious and tried hard to comprehend his own path. He did not stop even though his consciousness felt a slight pain. Just a little bit, if he just works harder. Unfortunately, the mirror surface has not changed and remains green. The fat old man waved his hand impatiently. Next. Zhang Ping stepped aside in frustration. The second person to be tested was Wu Qing. He went through the same mental journey as Zhang Ping, and the mirror also froze in green. Ellipsis. In the end, only 5 people were left. Fang Kui, Su Chao, Li Zhe and the 4 school siblings. Fang Kui and Su Chao still held on to a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, their cultivation was among the best among the disciples. However, the final result for the 2 was also green, just greener than others, banana green. Next it was Li Zhe's turn. Li Zhe didn't have any hope at all. If his comprehension was really that good, he wouldn't have only advanced to the 5th level of fusion. He walked to the Tongxuan Enlightenment mirror and began to comprehend his own Tao. Soon, the mirror turned green. Li Zexan said, "See, people still need to know themselves." Then, he saw the green suddenly turn into cyan. Li Zhe. Others. Even the fat old man narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that this fool was actually a good material. However, he is just the tallest among the short ones. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1703, if quality doesn't work, win with quantity. Li Zhe walked to the side in a daze. He couldn't believe that he had measured blue. Is there something wrong with this mirror? At this time, it was Junwen's turn. Junwen didn't have any psychological burden at all. He was so embarrassed that even the mirror couldn't change color, let alone blue. If you have no desires, you have no demands. His mentality is very good. But the process still had to be done. He stood in front of the mirror and began to recall the process of walking on the flower path, selectively ignoring the step of falling into the puddle. As Junwen, enlightened, the mirror flickered violently for a few times, but in the end it remained wide. Everyone present was stunned. Is this Lu Qi so stupid in understanding? Didn't even detect red. The fat old man looked down on Junwen even more. At this moment, Fang Shi said weakly, "Senior, let's just say, is it possible that your mirror is broken?" The fat old man sneered, "I think you have a bad heart. Stop talking nonsense, it's your turn." Fang Shi immediately went in front of the mirror, twisted herself left and right, and the more she looked, the more beautiful she felt. "Commander Lu, the mirror is all white, there is no shadow of a person at all, how do you know you are good looking? Watch carefully." "Commander Lu." The fat old man saw that the mirror was still white and thought, they're indeed a pair of useless brother and sister. Just when he was about to tell Fang Shi to get out of the way, he vaguely heard a snapping sound. When he thought he had misheard, he was horrified to find a crack on the mirror. Before he could react, the mirror was instantly covered with cracks, and then turned into fragments all over the ground, even the frame was broken. Fang Shi was very angry. Touch porcelain. It's definitely a scam. She just felt that something was wrong with the mirror, otherwise why did it flash several times when fifth brother was testing it? Commander Lu was speechless. Who would touch a stone with a jade artifact? Fang Shi, Master, what do you mean by this? Between me and the broken mirror, who is the jade and who is the stone? Commander Lu was silent for a moment. You are gold. Gold that shines. What a perfect answer. When people are anxious, their potential will indeed burst out. Just as he was applauding himself for his quick thinking, he heard someone scream. Fang Shi fainted, and blood was coming out of all 7 orifices. Junwen cried out, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Li Zhe and the others also gathered around, some checking the pulse, some calling out, who cared about the fat old man and the debris on the ground. The fat old man snorted coldly, asked everyone to move aside, and then personally examined Fang Shi's pulse. He thought to himself, "You little girl, you must be pretending. You think you can hide this little trick from me." As a result, he discovered that Fang Shi was not acting and was indeed seriously injured. Now, he felt a little uneasy. After Lu Qi finished the test, Lu Yi said that there might be something wrong with the mirror, but he just thought she was farting. Now it seems that there might really be a problem. He was also careless. Even if Lu Qi was a loser, he wouldn't remain calm. He should have checked him out. Now, not only is the mirror broken, but Lu Yi is also injured. And it seems that it is the spiritual consciousness that is injured. He took out a pill and fed it to Fang Shi. After a while, Fang Shi opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of confusion. After seeing the fat old man, she asked in surprise, "Senior, you are dead too?" Fat old man. Junwen came over and said, "Little sister, you are not dead. It was the senior who saved you." Fang Shi suddenly realized what was going on, and her already pale face turned even paler. "Senior, I haven't even started to realize the truth yet, but the mirror broke. You won't put the blame on me, right? The key is that I am poor, and I cannot afford to pay you back even if you ask me to. If nothing else, I can only sell myself to you as your apprentice." Fat old man, do you think you are worth it? Fang Shi sighed, "If you think I'm not worth it, I can sell my brother, my senior brother, and senior brother Fang Kui to you as your apprentices. If we can't win with quality, then we can win with quantity." Fat old man. He snorted coldly, "The shattered mirror has nothing to do with you. Even if you have the heart and guts to steal, you don't have the ability to do it. As for your injury, I have to take some responsibility. Here, this bottle of medicine is for you." The fat old man said this and gave Fang Shi a small porcelain bottle. Fang Shi took it, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, let me tell you the truth. My bleeding from all 7 orifices is an old problem. Just now, I saw the mirror was broken, and I was afraid that you would blame me, so I got excited and had an attack. Therefore, I cannot accept this medicine, please take it back." The fat old man raised his eyebrows. "Old problem. Fang Shi nodded. Yes, the root of the disease I got in the secret realm of the universe before. By the way, you should not know the secret realm of the universe, right? I don't know the specific details, but it is a secret place of our Tianyan Taoist sect. When we went in for training before, Fang Shi immediately recounted what had happened in the secret realm of the heavens. The fat old man was extremely shocked and asked, You said you are the all-seeing eye? Fang Shi nodded. My master and the old senior in the underground palace both said so. Who is your master? Gu Liangchuan, the 697th generation disciple of Tianyan Dao sect, was originally facing the extinction of the Guiyan technique of the sect. He took on tremendous pressure, read through the incomplete classics, and pieced together the Guiyan technique bit by bit. Because the inheritance of the turtle evolution technique is incomplete, my master has had his tortoise shell exploded many times over the years, and even his hair was blown off. He must be lucky, otherwise he would have gone to see my master long ago. The fat old man showed a rare look of solemn admiration and said, Gu Liangchuan is truly the glory of our sect. Li Zhe on the side. I finally know where the previous backbone of the sect came from. All of these are caused by Junior Sister's half-truthful words. However, how could Junior Sister say these things in front of these people from Xing Yao sect? These are all sect secrets. But it's not Junior Sister's fault. She just woke up from a coma and her mind is probably still confused. How could he know that in Fang Shi's heart, he already regarded Xing Yao sect as a branch of Tianyan Dao sect? Since he is one of us, there is naturally no need to hide it. The fat old man sighed and then said, I don't have much impression of the secret realm of the heavens you mentioned. When I meet Lao Wu and the others, I will ask them for you. As for the all-seeing heavenly eye, don't think it's so amazing. With your qualifications and understanding, it's difficult for you to become an excellent Tianyan master. It's not that I'm being harsh, but it's a waste for this all-seeing eye to be on you. It'd be better if it was on your brother. Fang Shi sighed softly. Yes, my brother has tested green, much better than me, a mediocre junior sister. Li Zhe. He finally confirmed that the reason why the junior sister asked him to tell her fortune was to retaliate against him for saying that her qualifications were not as good as her brother's. He was extremely panicked, fearing that Fang Shi would hold a grudge against him because of what the fat old man said. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. Finally, he said, Junior sister, I am even more mediocre than you. Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1704 Others spread honey, you spread bees. When Fang Shi was speechless, the fat old man curled his lips. There's no need for you two losers to compete for first and second place, you're all the same. Fang Shi. This old man really knows how to talk. Others spread honey, you spread bees. The fat old man looked at Fang Kui and the others again. You are the same, each one is worse than the other. All the results are green. Even if I bring a dog here, it will be better than you. It would be fine if they were just trash, but they actually forgot their roots and created the Xing Yao sect. What a bunch of unfilial dogs. Fang Kui and others' faces turned green. It is the same color as what they reflected in the Tongshuan Wudao mirror. The fat old man cursed for a while, and then cursed at Su Chao and others. In the final analysis, it is because you, the descendants of Tianyan Dao sect, are not up to the task and have ruined the foundation of our ancestors. Su Chao and others' faces also turned green. The fat old man cursed indiscriminately and felt relieved. It turns out that his happiness is built on the suffering of others. In the past I could only torture the monsters, but now I can torture these little bastards. It's so much fun. However, he did not forget the main thing. He pointed at Li Zhe. Since only this idiot detected the blue color, you useless people can get out of here. I will send you out of the inner circle right now. Although Li Zhe was somewhat flattered that he was chosen, he was more at a loss. It doesn't matter about the others, but at least we have to let our junior brothers and sisters stay. Before he could think of what to say, Fang Shi said weakly. Senior, there's obviously something wrong with the Tongshuan Enlightenment mirror. Maybe the result is too low. In my opinion, my senior brother's result should be at least blue, while the others should be cyan. My brother and I estimated it to be purple, dark purple. Fat old man, purple. I think you can detect black. However, when he thought about it, it seemed that what the little girl said made some sense. Maybe there really is something wrong with the mirror. Furthermore, seeing Fang Shi's unable to live, although Fang Shi repeatedly said that it was an old illness, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, so he might as well do her a favor. He was playful and thought it was meaningless to leave Li Zhe as the only wooden stake left, so he might as well let the others stay as there would be tests to come anyway. What you said does make some sense. Then stay for now, but don't be too happy too soon. You might be eliminated again soon. Fang Shi hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude, and Fang Kui and others also quickly followed suit. At this moment, in their hearts, the value of Fang Shi as the leader of the alliance skyrocketed. At this time, the fat old man took out 2 paper balls. The questions on these 2 pieces of paper are, one is about the art of turtle evolution, and the other is about the art of astrology. Choose one. Everyone looked at Fang Shi, obviously wanting her to choose. The fat old man looked down on Fang Shi and pointed at Li Zhe. You choose. Li Zhe was extremely panicked. He was about to ask Fang Shi which one to choose, but the fat old man sneered. You choose, or I'll throw you all out. Li Zhe had no choice but to take out the tortoise shell and try to calculate, but he was kicked to the ground by the fat old man. I don't have time to wait for you, choose now. Li Zhe had no choice but to grit his teeth and said, well, then choose the one on the left. The fat old man opened the paper ball and showed it to everyone. Here, it says the art of astrology. This round, I will test you on the art of astrology. Fang Shi said in a timid tone, Senior, please let me see what is written on the remaining paper ball. The fat old man glared at her, then ate the paper ball. Fang Shi. Just as she thought, the 2 pieces of paper were filled with information about astrology. After all, it can be seen from the previous formation of the barrier that this person must be more proficient in astrology. You said you should just take the test, but you still have to demonstrate fairness. Redundant or not. Fang Kui and others didn't care about this, they were quite happy. They were all disciples of the sect, and they were proud and arrogant. Since they entered the barrier, they were almost always crushed by the 3 people from Tianyan Dao sect, and they were very dissatisfied. Now it's finally time for them to show their talents. Well, I'd like to ask for leave from everyone. This book has been written for more than 2 years, and I have entered a period of fatigue both physically and mentally, which has caused the recent updates to be often delayed until very late. I had thought about finishing it within a month and then taking a good rest for a while. But I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. Unless some main plot lines are cut out and the story is quickly concluded in an outline-like rhythm, this would be too irresponsible both to the work itself and to the readers. After some struggle, I decided to slow down the pace and update once a day from today to next Sunday, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 words. When the status is good in the future, I will still update it with 4,000, and occasionally, I will update it with less. Please understand, thank you very much. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1705. You are really good at taking advantage of loopholes. Fang Kui and others were waiting confidently for the fat old man to tell them the questions to deduce. This time they must clear the names. The fat old man was frowning and thinking, as if he had not prepared the questions in advance, but was thinking about them now. Fang Shi said in a sly voice, Senior, if you haven't thought of a topic for the star calculation technique, you can change it to the turtle evolution technique. We have no objection. The fat old man glared at her fiercely, and without caring about the performance, he said to Fang Kui and others. Just count how many people like me there are in this dojo. Fang Shi thought that this fat old man was quite rigorous. He did not say whether he was a human or a ghost, but used the word, existence. At this time, it was night again, and the sky was full of stars, which was perfect for astrology. Fang Kui and others began to deduce with confidence. Fang Shi yawned, Senior, since there is nothing for me to do now, can I take a nap? The fat old man snorted. No, tell me something about what happened outside to cheer me up. Fang Shi pressed his temple with his hand. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that my head hurts so badly. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. The more I talk, the more it hurts. The fat old man sneered at Fang Shi who was groaning. It seems like you want to attend the class. Senior, don't you think it's strange? My head suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Not only does it not hurt anymore, but I'm even more awake than before. What did you just say? Let me tell you what's going on out there. I couldn't ask for more. Let me start with the entrance examination for me and my brother. Speaking of which, my brother and I are so pitiful. We have been wandering since we were young. Fang Shi's story was so vivid and colorful that not only the fat old man, but even Su Chao and others were attracted by her. The conversation here was in full swing, and Fang Kui and others were scratching their heads. It's not that they can't calculate it, but the results they calculate are all varied. Some calculated 5, some 8, some 10, and what's even more outrageous is that someone even calculated 108. What's outrageous is that the results of their own calculations are always different. My original confidence turned into self-doubt. It seems that the fat old man was right, they're just trash. While Fang Shi was talking, she was paying attention to the situation on Fang Kui's side. When she saw their bitter faces, she knew that they hadn't figured it out. She thought to herself, it seems that the art of astrology is not as good as the art of tortoise-shell calculation. At least her cheap master could figure something out occasionally. What should I do if I can't figure this out? Now that I'm here, I'm just going to be thrown out in such disgrace. This is not the style of her as the master of 2 worlds. When she was thinking of a solution, the fat old man waved his hand. Okay, let's stop here for now. Time is up and I have to ask them about their calculation results. Fang Kui and others were even more panicked now. Some almost cried in anxiety. The fat old man didn't care about that and said to them, tell me, what are your answers? Fang Kui and others hesitated. Almost everyone had a different answer. How could they reach a consensus? Fang Shi came over. Senior, you didn't say before that I must give only one result. Therefore, their answers should all count. Fat old man. I am unreasonable enough, but you are even more unreasonable than me. He sneered, you want to play dirty tricks on me, huh? Fine, then write down all your answers and I'll see if any of them are correct. Fang Kui and others were overjoyed. There are so many of them, we can guess even if we guess wrong, right? So they all wrote down their answers. Even the 108 were written out truthfully, just in case I guessed it right. The fat old man glanced around and laughed so hard that he was shaking. I told you guys you're trash and you refused to admit it. 70 of your answers actually managed to avoid the correct answer. If you're not trash, what are you? They all look good on the outside but are rotten inside. It seems that the Tongshan Enlightenment Mirror was not wrong. Your comprehension is extremely poor. You are the most useless group of disciples I have ever seen. Fang Kui and the others were already very depressed, and now they had lost all confidence. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Fang Shi asked Commander Lu, Master, how many ghosts do you think are here? Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. I don't have the ability to calculate, how would I know? Anyway, it won't be less than 4, after all, there are already 4. The 4 that Commander Lu mentioned are the jailer, the old man outside the cave, the golden-haired old man, and the fat old man. Fang Shi said slowly. Master, you said you're a shrewd person, why do you always look at things from the surface? This guy has the ability to change his appearance, so it is even easier for this old ghost to change his appearance. Although there have been 4 old ghosts, these 4 people have never appeared at the same time. Do you think they are the same person? Commander Lu was stunned for a moment, then said, although what you said makes some sense, how do you explain the fact that they don't share the same information? Fang Shi sighed, I also don't understand this. If it's the same person, this shouldn't happen, and it doesn't look like they are pretending. But if it's not the same person, why does only one person appear each time? Forget it, whether I can figure it out or not, I'll just give it a try. If I guess correctly, that would be the best. If not, let my brother and the others continue to guess. Anyway, the fat old man didn't say that we, the Tianyan Dao sect, are not allowed to answer the questions. Commander Lu. You are really good at taking advantage of loopholes. Today's condition is okay, so I'll update twice. The next chapter will be around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1706, if you are not good at your studies, you can only make up for it with social skills. When the fat old man was cursing, Fangxi raised her little hand and said weakly, Senior, you only said before that this question is about the art of astrology, but you didn't say that only disciples of Xingyao sect are allowed to answer it, so theoretically, people from our Tianyan Dao sect can also answer it. Fat old man, you don't know the art of astrology, so why bother answering? Fangxi raised an eyebrow. Yes, how could he not? My master is knowledgeable and talented. Although he specializes in the art of tortoise shells, he also has some knowledge of astrology. I'm not bragging, I can even draw a map of the starry sky by heart. As Fangxi spoke, he took out his brush and ink and started painting very quickly. It was obviously memorized and not painted according to the starry sky. Fangxi drew for a while before stopping. Senior, do you think this proves that what I said is true? The fat old man nodded and said with emotion, it seems that Gu Liangchen is really a man of character, worthy of the title of the glory of the sect. Li Zhe. Although he didn't know why Fangxi could draw a star map, he knew clearly that his unreliable master was only half-baked in the art of tortoise shelling, so how could he have the time to delve into the art of star calculation? The little junior sister can really give the master a compliment. The fat old man said to Fangxi, just because you can do it doesn't mean that other people in Tianyan Dao sect can do it too. If they can't prove it, then we can only give you one chance, but not others. Although Fangxi still wanted to struggle, she had to nod when she saw the impatience between the fat old man's brows. Li Zhe and the others certainly didn't know any astrology skills, so they could only place their hopes on Fangxi. Fangxi imitated Fang Kui and the others, making gestures and muttering to himself. Fang Kui and the others were all stunned. Because they felt that Fangxi really knew the art of astrology, and seemed to be more professional than them. Oh my god. They used to think that Elder Gu Liang was nothing, but now it seems that they were just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. After Fangxi finished performing the charlatan routine, he said to the fat old man. Senior, I figured it out. The fat old man curled his lips and said, did you really figure it out or did you just pretend to figure it out? Tell me, how many are there? Fangxi said slowly, 1. As soon as he said this, he saw a glimmer of pride in the fat old man's eyes. She changed it to singing, 1 is not the 1, 2 is not the 2, 3 is not the 3. The fat old man said angrily, stop talking nonsense here, how many are there? Fangxi is really in trouble now. Looking at the fat old man's expression, 1, 2, 3 were all wrong. It seemed that her previous guess was wrong. The numbers Fang Kui and the others said are not right either. What are they exactly? Seeing that she didn't say anything, the fat old man began to count, I'll count to 3. If you still don't say anything, you'll give up. 1, 2. Fangxi was really at a loss, so he could only point his finger at the starry sky. There are as many seniors like you as there are stars in the sky. You are like the stars in the sky, always protecting our Tianyan Dao sect and lighting our way forward. She was also forced into a corner, so she decided to use the flattery strategy. Although it is impossible to answer correctly, the fat old man might give you a break if he is happy. If you are not skilled enough, you can only make up for it with social skills. When she was just thinking about it, she saw the fat old man's mouth opened wide and his eyes were wide open. You really figured it out. Fangxi. What happened? Got it right. Are there really as many ghosts in this Taoist temple as the stars in the sky? Can. Even if the people of Tianyan Dao sect died and were buried one after another, there would never be as many of them as the stars in the sky. Regardless of whether it is possible or not, it doesn't stop her from being fashionable. Senior, the reason why my master dabbled in the art of astrology is because he believed that the art of tortoise shell divination and the art of astrology complement each other. Once you have mastered both, your art of deduction will be even more advanced. Although I have only learned the basics, it seems to be okay. I am sorry to make you laugh. The fat old man nodded continuously. Gu Liangchen is truly a remarkable man. Li Zhe. If the junior sister keeps bragging, his master will most likely ascend to heaven. Fang Kui and others looked at Fangxi with admiration. The leader's deduction skills are amazing. It is a crime to disobey the master. Commander Lu poured cold water on Fangxi. Although you guessed correctly, don't get too complacent, lest your flaws be discovered. Fangxi then suppressed her cocktail and said to the fat old man. Senior, to be honest, my calculations were somewhat influenced by luck, and I only calculated the surface. Can you tell us what happened? The fat old man was silent for a while, then he sighed and said. Well, now there's nothing to hide. The Tianyan Dao sect was so glorious in the past, do you know why it declined? Fangxi thought, it's already this late and you're still asking and answering your own questions. Just give us the answers right away. I thought so in my heart, but asked curiously, why? Emotional value still needs to be given. The fat old man smiled bitterly, I don't know either. Fangxi. Play. You don't know what you're talking about. The fat old man sighed again, I should have known this before, but I don't know why I forgot it all. In fact, the me you see is not me. There is no such person as me in Tianyan Dao sect. Not only does it not exist for me, but there is also no Lao Wu and the others. Fangxi was confused, and so were Fang Kui and the others. The fat old man explained, you know the Dojo Stele, right? We are all divine thoughts derived from the Dojo Stele. It may be the residual thoughts of Master Tianyan, or it may be the divine thoughts that Master Tianyan deliberately sealed in the Dojo Stele. Over the years, we have become a mess, unable to tell each other apart, and our memories are very confused. Today there may be a Lao Wang, tomorrow there may be a Lao Zhang, and the day after tomorrow there may be a Lao Li. They will only exist for a short time and then disappear. This situation continued until about half a year ago, when we developed independent consciousness and it did not disappear. However, most of them can only stay inside the dojo monument, and only a few can come out. Of course, those who can come out are all pretty good, like me, ha ha ha. Although Feng Shi complained in his heart that the fat old man still boasted at this time, he still boasted a lot and then asked, "Senior, then these people of yours cannot communicate with each other in time?" The fat old man shook his head. "Maybe there is a ban in this dojo. We can't communicate with each other outside, and we almost never meet. We can only meet inside the dojo monument." Feng Shi instantly had a guess. In fact, the jailer, the old man outside the cave, the golden-haired anonymous and the fat old man are likely to be the same person, but in their eyes, they exist independently. Just like what the fat old man said, they are all mixed together in the dojo monument. How can we tell you, me and him apart? To put it bluntly, he has a split personality. This would explain why after she killed one, another one would appear. Moreover, the information between them was not smooth, so even if they knew, there would be a lag. Feng Shi did not point it out, and asked the fat old man, "Senior, you found a way to let us in, is it so that we can receive the inheritance or do you have other plans?" The fat old man glanced at her. "I can teach you something, but there is one more thing I want you to do." I had given up at first. After all, each of you is worse than the other. But I heard the Gu Liangchuan you mentioned is quite capable. How about this, you take the stele out, and I will discuss this matter with Gu Liangchuan in person. Feng Shi, okay. Take the dojo monument out first. At least in this competition, the Tianyin Dao Sect won. Senior, where is the dojo monument? Can you take us there to have a look? The fat old man nodded, then led Feng Shi and the others through different barriers. After turning around for a long time, we finally arrived at an open place. The fat old man screamed. "Who the hell blew so many holes in the ground? Where's the dojo monument? Where's such a big dojo monument?" Chapter 1707. She is just a little girl who likes to blast turtle shells. Feng Shi felt a little guilty. Because she's the damn one. How could it be such a coincidence? This is a damn bad fate. But she didn't see any temple monument when she was bombing. What to do now? Should he admit it voluntarily or refuse to admit it? Before she could figure out what to do, the fat old man suddenly looked at her and said, "Did you do it? Tell me." Feng Shi said weakly, "If I say it has nothing to do with me, would you believe it?" "I don't trust you, my father. You little bastard, tell me, where is the temple stele? Take it out for me right now, or I'll strangle you to death." Feng Shi pointed his finger to the sky and said, "I swear, although I did blow up these pits, I really didn't see the dojo stele, let alone hide the dojo stele. If I lie, let me be struck by lightning, my soul will be shattered, and I will never be reborn. Besides, you came from the dojo monument, so you should know better than anyone whether that thing is on me or not." The fat old man finally reacted after hearing what she said. Yes, he can sense and see where the temple monument is. He quickly sensed the location of the dojo stele, but it was empty. Could it be buried underground? He quickly directed everyone. "Here, right here, dig quickly." It had to be Feng Shi. As soon as the fat old man finished speaking, she picked up the mattock and started digging. There is no other way, she has to make amends. These big holes on the ground are all evidence of her crimes. As soon as she dug down with the hoe, she realized she had hit something hard. She was immediately delighted, thinking that she had dug up a Taoist stele. Finally I can clear my name. She was afraid of damaging the temple stele, so she used a small shovel to carefully clean up the remaining soil. Then, I was stunned. Not only was she stunned, but Fang Kui and others were also stunned. The fat old man choked and fainted. Feng Shi looked at the cracked stone tablet and felt like crying. Was it her who blew it up, or was it the pickaxe that just chiseled it out? No matter which possibility it is, she will definitely take the blame. This temple might be in conflict with her, no matter it is the rainbow mirror or this broken stone tablet, they're trying to cause trouble for her. What did she do to offend anyone? She was just a little girl who liked to blast turtle shells. At this time, the fat old man woke up. He grabbed Feng Shi by the collar and shook her hard. "You damned little bastard, you blew a crack on the dojo monument. You have destroyed the foundation laid by our ancestors. You are a scum of the sect, a loser, a beast." Zheng Wen and the others wanted to step forward to separate the fight, but unfortunately the fat old man waved his sleeves, and Zheng Wen and the others were unable to get close. Feng Shi felt that he was weak, pitiful and helpless, just like a small fallen leaf in the strong wind, swaying and shaking until his eyes were dazzled. If I wasn't dazzled, why did I see a flash of gold on the cracked dojo monument? Could it be that she was dazzled and seeing stars? "Monument, monument," the fat old man said angrily. "You little bastard, you actually dared to call me despicable, you are despicable and shameless. Feng Shi, look at the stele, look at the stele." The fat old man then shifted his gaze towards the stele and was surprised to find that golden color was visible from under the cracks on the stele. He immediately carried Feng Shi to the front of the stele. He said to Feng Shi, "Pull it over and see what's going on." "Feng Shi, you have hands, why do you want me to pull it?" But now she had fate by the throat and could only do as she was told. She reached out her hand and gently pulled it, and the cracked part of the Taoist stele fell off like wall paint, revealing the golden stele inside. There are 3 big characters engraved on it, Monument of the Way of Heaven. The fat old man shuddered and loosened his grip on Feng Shi's collar. This is incredible, how could there be such a monument? It's all over, it's all over. No wonder the sect is declining day by day, and they actually hid such a life-threatening stone tablet. Fang Shi was a little puzzled by the fat old man's behavior and felt that he was making a big deal out of nothing. Isn't it just a stone tablet? Is it really necessary? Commander Lu said, making a fuss out of nothing. Think about it, those treasures can only be called Tongshan Enlightenment Mirror and Tianyan Enlightenment Map at most. Is there anyone who dares to call them Tiandao Mirror or Tiandao Map? To name it directly after the Way of Heaven is disrespectful to the Way of Heaven and is like prying into the secrets of heaven. I think this Heavenly Dao monument is most likely the root cause of the decline of the Tianyan Dao sect. Fang Shi disagreed. Master, you are a treacherous hero after all, but your vision is too narrow. To put it simply, the Way of Heaven is the result of the convergence of countless rules. Aren't these rules set by humans? So no matter how noble the Way of Heaven is, can it be nobler than humans? Besides, how can building a monument to the Heavenly Dao be disrespectful to it? Isn't it a good thing to erect a monument and commemorate it? If the Tianyan Dao sect really declined because of this incident, then the Heavenly Dao is too petty. No wonder it sent thunder to strike me for no reason. What a piece of shit. By the way, Master, do you think the Heavenly Dao of the Tiang continent and the Heavenly Dao of the Juyu continent are the same thing? It should be one, otherwise the two continents would not be connected. So the question is, why didn't Wuyunjua come over and chop me down? I still miss it. Commander Lu. We were talking about the monument of Heavenly Dao, how did it get to the point of Wuyunjua? You've gone too far off track. Besides, what is a traitor? At least he should be considered a hero. At this time, the fat old man was shivering like a sieve, and Fang Kui and others were not much better off. Only Zheng Wen was acting as usual, and even reached out and touched the Heavenly Dao monument twice. He thought to himself, this Heavenly Dao monument is golden, and my junior sister will definitely like it. Fang Shi comforted the fat old man. Senior, if you think this Heavenly Dao monument is unlucky, I'll add something to it. What do you think? The fat old man was obviously not in the right state now, and asked her, add one more. What do you mean? Fang Shi took out the mountains and rivers pen, dipped it in talisman ink, and wrote a small vertical line on the word, Tian. Tian immediately turned into, Fu. The monument of Heaven's Way became the monument of Husband's Way. Senior, what do you think? Is it better to look at? Fat old man. He was both afraid and angry. Are you tired of living? How dare you be so disrespectful to the Way of Heaven? Be careful of the punishment from heaven. Upon hearing this, Fang Shi took out a rag and wiped off the vertical character he had added, and then wrote a small Yan character between Tian and Dao. Our ancestors of Tianyan Dao sect were too stubborn. What's the point of wrapping it in an outer shell? We still have to solve the problem from the root. Isn't it enough to just turn this Heavenly Dao monument into the Heavenly Evolution Dao monument? It's such a simple thing. Fat old man. It seems a bit perverse. Seeing that he had no objection, Fang Shi took out a bunch of forgery tools and carved the word Yan on it. Except for being slightly smaller, the font is exactly the same as the original 3 words. That's not all, she also made it look old. If everyone hadn't seen her carve it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was originally like this. After finishing, Fang Shi admired his work and said to the fat old man. Senior, if anyone asks you, you can just say that our Tianyan Dao sect reveres the Way of Heaven, so we deliberately carved the word Yan smaller, and no one will be able to find fault with it. Fat old man. No wonder Gu Liangchuan, who is so outstanding, is willing to accept you as his personal disciple. You are such a cunning guy. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1708, the leader is truly a role model of Tianyan Dao sect. Fang Shi asked the fat old man. Senior, you asked me to take the Tian, dojo monument out, how do I take it? I can't carry such a big stone tablet even if I wanted to. Do I have to put it in the storage ring? Do I collect it directly or do I need to bleed or something? The fat old man had not yet recovered from the shock of the Heavenly Dao monument. Hearing Fang Zai's words, he did not think much and said casually. No one has ever tried it, it would probably result in blood dripping. Fang Shi quickly dripped blood on the Heavenly Dao monument. By the time the fat old man reacted, the food was already cold. Fang Shi has already signed the contract for the Heavenly Dao monument. The fat old man pointed at Fang Shi and said, You, this is a mean act. Fang Shi hesitated and lowered his head. Zheng Wen, who was standing by, said indignantly. Senior, my sister is embarrassed to say that I have to say a few words. If this was just an ordinary dojo monument, it would be wrong for my sister to sign the contract first. But, have you forgotten that this is a monument to the Heavenly Dao, and it is evidence of disrespect for the Heavenly Dao? It is very likely to be punished by the Heavenly Dao, who would be stupid enough to voluntarily contract it. But this stele is extremely important to Tianyan Dao sect and must be taken out. My sister didn't want other fellow disciples to take this risk, so she signed the contract first. It would be fine if you didn't praise her, but you actually blamed her. It's really disheartening. Fang Shi looked at Zheng Wen disapprovingly and said, Brother, stop talking. The senior knows what's going on. Zheng Wen was speechless after hearing this. He was very proud in his heart. Now he only needed a look from his junior sister and he would be able to perform. He is a gentleman with a sword known throughout the world. He is a man of both civil and military talents, unrivaled in the world. Zheng Wen's words not only shocked the fat old man, but also moved Fang Kui and others. They did not doubt Zheng Wen's words at all, because in their inherent cognition, anything involving the Heavenly Dao was a huge matter, and the contract with the Heavenly Dao monument was almost a disaster. The leader is really responsible. Looking at the big holes all over the ground, the leader is not only responsible but also capable. Although his cultivation is a little lacking, he can still explode his turtle shell. Not to mention those cultivators who have achieved the state of integration, even the Mahayana cultivators cannot escape the explosion. The fat old man felt a little embarrassed, so he forced himself to change the subject. Since you are here, we cannot let you come in vain. Old Wu and I will take turns to teach you something. First of all, it is the Tao of heaven is clear. Feng Shi. Again. Although what was said this time was different from the previous ones, it sounded no different from a lullaby to her. The same is true for Jun Wen. The brother and sister looked at each other, then quietly retreated behind the crowd, hoping to fill in the numbers. Unfortunately, the fat old man brought them right under his nose and gave them a warning look. There was nothing they could do but stare and listen. In order to prevent herself from falling asleep, Feng Shi chatted with Commander Lu. Master, how come the Tianyan Dao sect has the Heavenly Dao monument? Don't they know that this thing may anger the Heavenly Dao? Commander Lu was also puzzled. Before he could express his opinion, Feng Shi said, Master, do you think this Heavenly Dao monument could be a mustard seed-like space, a huge treasure house? It may also be related to some great opportunity. Maybe one day I will directly achieve the 9th level of Mahayana. Commander Lu. When it comes to optimism, you are 10,000 years ahead of me. He was somewhat speechless and said, Chance. That's more like a disaster. Maybe you'll be struck by lightning when you go out. Feng Shi said proudly, Master, you don't understand this. I was worried that the old villain Tiandao would send War and Jua or other dark clouds to strike me, so I made a contract with the Tiandao monument. In this way, if anyone doubts that I am Xiao Feng Shi, the master of the two worlds, there will be great scholars to argue for me. Now that bleeding from all 7 orifices and being struck by lightning have reasonable origins, I can now show my skills. As for winning people's hearts, that's just a byproduct and not worth mentioning. Although Commander Lu admired Feng Zai's wit, the little bit of competitiveness he had left made him say, Don't be too happy too soon. The big brick issue hasn't been resolved yet, and your kneeling trick is second to none in the world. His words actually served as a reminder to Feng Shi. Yes, the big brick of spiritual consciousness and the word, kneeling, are too eye-catching, we have to find a way to solve them. Feng Shi's eyes fell on the Heavenly Dao monument, and he immediately had a bad idea. Master, what do you think about me transforming the big brick into a Heavenly Dao monument? Let me tell you what I gained after visualizing the Heavenly Dao monument. This monument to the way of heaven is much more majestic than a big brick. When the time comes, I will smash whoever disobeys me with it. Bang, bang, bang. If it's not strong enough, I will draw a tortoise shell on the Heavenly Dao monument. Anyway, the tortoise shell matches our Tianyan Dao Sect very well. I also transformed the word, kneel, into 13 scales of a tortoise shell, forming a tortoise shell, which can still be used to attack the enemy separately. I am such a genius, ha ha ha. Commander Lu was at a loss for words. He really couldn't say against his will that Feng Shi was not a genius. If she wasn't a genius, everyone in this world would be trash. Feng Shi boasted for a while and then started to try to outline the Heavenly Dao monument in his sea of consciousness. There was nothing wrong with the shape, it was just a larger brick. But I encountered difficulties when outlining the text. Yan and Bei were okay, and they were successful after a few tries. But he could not write the two words, Tian and Dao, completely. Every time he tried, his sea of consciousness would shake. If it was someone else, they would have given up long ago. After all, it is too dangerous. But Feng Shi didn't care at all. The worst that could happen was that he would bleed from all 7 orifices. It was a good opportunity to win people's hearts. The fat old man was preaching when he suddenly saw Feng Shi bleeding from all 7 orifices. He choked and fainted. Fat old man. Is the Dharma I preach so unpleasant to the ear? Can it make you bleed from all 7 orifices? While he was secretly complaining, he fed Feng Shi some pills to repair her consciousness, and Feng Shi woke up quickly. Jun Wen choked up and said, Little sister, it must be because you contracted the Heavenly Dao monument that you got sick again. Why are you so stupid? Feng Zai's face was pale as she smiled and said, Brother, have you forgotten what we talked about before? Tianyan Dao Sect gave us 2 orphans a home to belong to. How can doing something for our family be considered foolish? This is my honor. If Fang Kui and the others knew the words green tea and white lotus, they wouldn't be so moved. But they don't know. And someone secretly added a 1,000-layer pancake filter to himself. With the blood on her face and body, who could doubt that she was acting? It's so touching. Some people even cried out loud. The leader is truly a role model of Tianyan Dao Sect. No, she is not only a role model of Tianyan Dao Sect, but also a close friend of their Xingyao Sect's direct disciples. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1709. You play multiple roles and have a good sense of boundaries. Not to mention Fang Kui and the others, even the fat old man slowed down his tone. You are quite sensible, little girl, but the root of your illness is a bit troublesome. I will ask Lao Wu and the others for you when I have time. Maybe they have a solution. Feng Shi. You know what, you play multiple roles and have a good sense of boundaries. You shouldn't know it, you really can't. Thank you, senior, I'm fine. Please continue your teaching. The fat old man said, I have almost finished what I have to say. I will go back to the dojo monument to replace other people. By the way, I will ask you about the root cause of your illness. After saying this, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the Heavenly Dao monument. Although everyone knew that the fat old man was not a human, they still felt a little strange when they saw this scene with their own eyes. I waited and waited, but no one came out after waiting for a long time. Feng Shi felt that it was not a good idea to keep waiting like this, so he shouted to the Heavenly Dao monument. Senior, senior. After shouting for a long time, there was still no response. Everyone looked at Feng Shi, obviously wanting her to make the decision. Feng Shi pondered for a moment and said, The dojo will be closed in 2 days. If we stay in the inner circle, we may not be able to be ejected, so we should hurry back to the outer circle. I will put the stele into my storage ring first, and then find a way to summon the senior after I get out. Everyone is now convinced and admires Feng Shi, and has no objection at all. Feng Shi led everyone back along the same route they came. I don't know if it was because she had contracted with the Heavenly Dao monument that she was able to enter the first barrier very smoothly. She went in, but Zheng Wen and the others were stopped outside. Fang Shi had no choice but to use his hands to create a gap in the barrier, allowing Zheng Wen and the others to enter the barrier. Following the same procedure, they returned to the square. Those great demon beasts were still waiting obediently where they were, not daring to leave. When the monsters saw Fang Shi and the others coming back but didn't see the fat old man, they immediately had a terrible guess. Could the fat old man have been killed in the explosion? The female devil is so scary. Because of this understanding, whatever Fang Shi said was what they did. If they were asked to lead the way out, they would do it obediently. Let them take them to find good things, and they will lead them to find good things obediently. On the way, the demon wolf introduced, "Sir, the whole mountain is covered with glittering stones. Although we don't know what they are, they must be very valuable." To be honest, Fang Shi didn't have much hope. After all, there were a lot of glittering minerals, but not many of them were valuable. But when she saw with her own eyes the stone that the demon wolf had mentioned, her eyes lit up. "Isn't this a star stone? Ha ha ha. Get rich. Now I can make a fortune." Getting rich is secondary. The key is that this thing is very helpful for her to cultivate the power of time. She wanted to dig out all these star stones. Leaving a single one behind would be a disrespect to her virtue of frugality. As for how to dig, this is easy, just blast the turtle shells a few more times. In ancient times, there was Yugong moving mountains, and now there is Fang Shi blasting mountains. When she was about to do so, Commander Lu said anxiously, "No, absolutely not. Your use of the turtle evolution technique will cause turbulence in the power of time, and this star stone is related to the power of time. If you explode it like this, it might directly blow you all to other time planes. Furthermore, the fact that this temple has been able to continue to this day may be related to these star stones. If you take away all the star stones, this temple may collapse. Although you have taken the heavenly Dao Stele, there may be other secrets in it, so you'd better not act rashly." Although Fang Shi was unwilling, she knew that Commander Lu was right, but it was not her style to not take anything. So, he took out the explosive talisman and blew up a corner of the mountain, and put the collapsed star stone into the storage ring. Although Fang Kui and others felt very painful, they knew that the leader would not harm them, so they just had to do whatever she said. After doing all this, Fang Shi began to divide the spoils. She divided the monster's divination resources and star stones into several equal portions according to the number of people, giving one portion to each person without any bias. Even she didn't get a single cent more. Fang Kui and the others were deeply moved. Even if Fang Shi used a sword to let their blood flow, they would think that Fang Shi was exercising evil spirits for them. After the division, Fang Shi seemed to remember something and asked Fang Kui and others, "Do you think the seniors in the Heavenly Dao Monument will rely on these star stones? Should I reserve some more for them?" Fang Kui said immediately, "It is indeed necessary. Anyway, we have only mined a small amount just now, so it should be no problem to mine more." Others echoed. Fang Shi then followed the public opinion and used the explosive talisman to blow up another corner of the mountain. It just so happened that the explosion accidentally spread over a larger area. Fang Shi put the scattered star stones into the storage ring while blaming himself. "Commander Lu, I thought you were so selfless that you were stupid, but it turns out you were planning a big move. The piece you fried is several times more than the pieces fried by others combined. But they still think you are a fair and selfless good leader. It's all a routine." Commander Lu asked Fang Shi, "Should we remind them to keep the matter of the Heavenly Dao Monument a secret after they get out?" Fang Shi was somewhat speechless. "Master, you were a bandit leader back then, but you didn't even think about it. If I concealed the matter of the Heavenly Dao Stele, would Xing'ao Sect let me take the Heavenly Dao Stele away? Only if they know that this thing is a scourge will they be willing to let me take it away. Besides, with a common secret, this offensive and defensive alliance will be solid. From now on, the Xing'ao Sect and the Tianyan Dao Sect will be in the same boat. If the old thief heaven sends dark clouds to strike me, I will have to let this thing take the blame. As for outsiders, don't worry. Needless to say, the top leaders of Xing'ao Sect and Tianyan Dao Sect will work together to conceal this news. They will only say that the Tianyan Dao tablet was taken out from the Dao Chang instead of the Tian Dao tablet. Commander Lu, this bandit leader is worse than a villain." Outside the forbidden area, everyone was looking forward to it. The forbidden area will soon be closed, and I don't know what the disciples will gain, and whether they can bring the dojo Stele out. Palace Master Cao's eyes have almost recovered, except that they're red. He stared at the exit with a pair of rabbit eyes, hoping for the good news that Fang Shi was in big trouble. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1710, full of vigor and high spirits. Elder Gu Liang was feeling very nervous, not knowing whether his 3 disciples were injured or bullied. Although he had previously deduced that this trip to the forbidden area would be a good omen, his self-confidence was intermittent and he was not confident again at this moment. Hall Master Teng and others were also worried. The disciples of Xing'ao Sect had the advantage both in cultivation and numbers, and would definitely bully Lu Yi and the others. In comparison, the atmosphere at Xing'ao Gate is much more relaxed. Because in their opinion, the disciples of Xing'ao Sect must have taken advantage of everything, and may have even robbed the disciples of Tianyan Dao Sect of everything. As for the dojo Stele, is there any need to ask? It must belong to their Xing'ao Sect. Finally, the barrier at the exit of the forbidden area was opened. Fang Kui was the first to come out. Full of vigor and high spirits. Sect Master Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was just as he had expected. Their Xing'ao Sect had the absolute upper hand. Just as he was thinking about it, the second person came out. It was Su Chao from Tianyan Dao Sect. He looks very happy and energetic. The next person to come out was Zhang Ping from Xing'ao Sect, and then Li Zhe from Tianyan Dao Sect. In short, both sides came out in a crosswise manner, and they all seemed to be in good condition. Now it's impossible for Sect leader Chu and the others to deal with it. It even felt like seeing a ghost. Because the direct disciples of both sides looked very harmonious, if they were not wearing different clothes, one would have thought they were disciples of the same sect. Elder Gu Liang didn't have time to look at these. When he saw Li Zhe coming out, he ran over and asked, "Where are your fellow apprentices?" Li Zhe was now unable to look directly at Elder Gu Liang, because he really couldn't connect the old charlatan in front of him with the glory of the sect mentioned by his junior sister. In fact, Elder Gu Liang's current appearance is very good. His white hair has grown back, and he looks like an immortal. But in terms of temperament, it's really not that good. Both my junior brothers and sisters are fine. My junior sister just had a few relapses of her old illness, but it's nothing serious now. Elder Gu Liang was immediately furious. What? Did you have a few relapses of your old illness? Was it caused by those bastards from Xing Yao sect? Tell me who did it, and I'll skin him alive. Li Zhe, Master, it has nothing to do with the people from Xing Yao sect. When junior sister comes out, she will tell you naturally. Elder Gu Liang was so angry. What are you waiting for your junior sister to do? Can't you just tell me? It's so hard to talk to you, you won't get anything out of it. Li Zhe was not angry at all, but rather a little amused. I wonder what that fat old man would think if he saw his master behaving like this. As they were talking, Junwen heard it. Originally he tied himself and Feng Shi together with a rope, but he couldn't get out, so he had to untie them. Junwen saw Elder Gu Liang here and hurried over to pay his respects. Elder Gu Liang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not injured. Why half a breath? Because there is another precious disciple. At this moment, the star key and star lock shone brightly, and the barrier was actually closed. Elder Gu Liang was stunned at first, then rushed to Sect Master Chu. Chu, are you blind? My apprentice hasn't come out yet. Why did you close the forbidden area? Master Chu was totally wronged. Elder Gu Liang, you saw it too. I was just standing here. I didn't make any moves. How could I possibly close the forbidden area? Hall Master Teng stopped Elder Gu Liang, who was about to lose his temper. Because everyone can see clearly that this matter has nothing to do with Sect Master Chu. It should be Xing Yao and Xing Suo who are taking revenge on Lu Yi. After all, Xing Yao and Xing Suo wanted to hit her before they went in. I don't know why they dislike her. When Elder Gu Liang was still insisting on his actions, he heard many people shouting. Alliance leader, alliance leader. The leader is still inside. What should we do? If I had known this would happen, I would have let the leader come out first. The leader is always so selfless. She said she would cover us, but ended up being trapped inside. Ellipsis. Elder Gu Liang was so shocked that he thought he was hallucinating. Not only him, but others as well. Especially the people from Xing Yao Gate. What the hell, who are Fang Kui and the others calling the leader? Could they be calling Lu Yi? Are they crazy or have they been possessed by someone? Otherwise, why would he recognize Lu Yi as the leader? The key is to shout with true feelings. It is no exaggeration to say that they are not so sincere when they usually call the master. They were halfway shocked when something even more shocking happened. Then I saw a crack appear in the barrier, and Lu Yi was pupating from inside. Star Key and Star Lock swooped down immediately, obviously heading towards Feng Shi. Junwen immediately stood in front of Feng Shi, holding the Jingxian sword, and a sword beam slashed towards the Xing Yu and Xing Suo. It has been a long time since Junwen last used his sword power. At this moment, his desire to protect Feng Shi was so strong that he used it naturally. Even though he was only at the second level of Refining Void, he was able to force back the Star Key and Star Lock. Li Zhe and the others also reacted at this time, and gathered around, forming a human wall to protect Feng Shi. Xing Yao and Xing Suo didn't know whether they were frightened by Junwen's sword intent or shocked by the behavior of Li Zhe and others, and they were suspended in midair. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Well, they were in shock. Elder Gu Liang rubbed his eyes. Was that Lu Qi's use of sword power just now? Although I knew that this kid was talented in kendo, I didn't expect him to be so talented. He is worthy of being Gu Liangchuan's apprentice. Little did he know that Junwen was frantically thinking of something to say in his mind. He was only concerned with protecting Feng Shi and had no time to consider this or that. Now he remembered that the sword intent seemed not to be able to be seen in the light. Although he did not show any sword skills when fighting with the Tiank Alliance, Shen Jilin knew about it. To be on the safe side, we still have to find a way to get through. Got it. Before, he and his junior sister were locked up in the barrier alone to attend classes, and Fang Kui and the others had no idea what was happening inside. He said he learned it there. Anyway, the fat old man probably won't be able to come out for a while. Even if he can come out, the Heavenly Dao Monument has been contracted by the junior sister, so he can't make any noise. Yes, just do it. He is so witty. While Junwen was pondering over an idea, Feng Shi had already emerged from the barrier like a cricket pupa. She glared fiercely at the Star Key and Star Lock in the air. The Heavenly Dao Monument is all mine, and you two watchdogs are actually disrespecting me. Just wait for me. The Star Key and Star Lock trembled, flew back to their original positions as if being chased by a dog, then hid in the barrier and disappeared. Feng Shi thought, you guys are really fast. But the monk can run away but the temple cannot. Sooner or later, I will settle the account with you. At this time, Fang Kui and others all gathered around and asked about his well-being. Alliance leader, are you okay? Are you not hurt? Alliance leader, I thought you couldn't come out. You scared me to death. Alliance leader, next time this happens, please don't be the last one to come after me. Please be a little more selfish. Ellipsis. Palace Master Cao rubbed his eyes, and his already red eyes became even redder. No matter who you are, get off our Xing Yao sect's direct disciple immediately. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1711, one blast is stronger than another. Palace Master Cao was so anxious that he wanted to copy the secular method of exorcising ghosts. He's not crazy. But the scene before us has no other explanation except that it is possessed by a ghost. They're all the geniuses of their Xing Yao sect. In the past, they never took the disciples of Tianyin Dao sect seriously, but now they are all surrounding the yellow-haired girl Lu Yi and trying to fawn on her. Is this normal? Palace Master Cao walked over in a hurry and said with a cold face. Fang Kui, you came out of the forbidden area and didn't pay your respects to the Sect Master. Instead, you are standing here making trouble. How can you be so disrespectful? Fang Kui and the others panicked and were about to explain when they heard Feng Shi say with a smile. Palace Master Cao, what's wrong with your eyes? Do you have conjunctivitis? Palace Master Cao. You little girl, are you playing a pun on me? You are so mean. He said with a gloomy face. Lu Yi, if it wasn't for measuring your safety, my eyes wouldn't have been injured. It would have been fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you actually mock me. You really repay kindness with hatred. Before Feng Shi could say anything, Elder Gu Liang rushed over. Mr. Cao, it's obviously because you are not good enough in your skills. What does this have to do with Yi? If you say so, I have to blame others for exploding my turtle shell. I originally thought that you were just not very good at astrology, but I didn't expect that you also have problems with your character. The gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. As he spoke, he pushed Palace Master Cao aside and asked Feng Shi happily. Yi, please tell Master how you became the leader of the alliance. He was very proud. You are still my apprentice, and you will shine wherever you go. How do you say something? By the way, wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles to eat that. My beloved disciple is a wolf. Those people from Xingyang are dogs. Feng Shi bowed respectfully to Elder Gu Liang. Master, after we greet the other elders, we will tell you in detail, okay? Elder Gu Liang naturally agreed readily. As long as his beloved disciple returned safely, it would be more important than anything else. Then Feng Shi coughed softly, line up. Fang Kui and others immediately began to line up in an orderly manner. Their speed was breathtaking. Not to mention Palace Master Cao, even Hall Master Teng and the others felt that Fang Kui and the others were most likely possessed by another spirit. Feng Shi led Fang Kui and others to approach Sect Master Chu and others, and after saluting, he said loudly. My report to all the elders of the sect, our trial in the dojo went very smoothly. It not only helped to temper our minds and improve our cultivation, but we also received guidance and instruction from the old predecessors of the dojo, and successfully brought out the dojo tablet. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he took out the Heavenly Dao Stele. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted to the Heavenly Dao monument. So this is the legendary dojo monument. It's really extraordinary. But how did this stele fall into Lu Yi's hands? Isn't her cultivation the weakest? Speaking of cultivation, Elder Gu Liang let out a roar. Yi, have you advanced the refining void stage? Lu Qi, you have already reached the second level of refining void. Oh my god. As expected of me, Gu Liangchun's disciple, he is truly a genius among geniuses. At such a young age, you have already achieved such a high level of cultivation. Everyone. If you don't know how to brag, don't brag. You are only at the first or second level of Liangsu, and you have the nerve to call yourself a genius among geniuses. If it was someone else, they would be called a fool. Hall Master Teng stopped Elder Gu Liang from jumping up and down, and said to Feng Shi. Yi, tell me in detail about the process of this training in the dojo. Feng Shi smiled and said, there are some things I'm not clear about, so let Brother Fang Kui talk about it first, and then I'll add to it. She is a modest person and is embarrassed to praise herself. Let others talk. Commander Lu thought, you are modest. Forget it. You feel that some words are more credible when they come from other people, especially when they praise you. Fang Kui immediately told him everything that had happened. When he got excited, his eyes turned red. There was dead silence. They all looked towards the Heavenly Dao monument. This is actually the Heavenly Dao monument. No wonder the Tianyin Taoist sect has fallen from being the largest sect in Tiang to this point. It turns out the root cause is here. Palace Master Cao blurted out in a hurry. Hey, since you know this is the Heavenly Dao Stele, why did you bring it out? You should have left it in the dojo. His words represent the thoughts of many people, but he was the first to say it. Speaking of which, Palace Master Cao is usually quite calm, but ever since he injured his eyes during the calculation of Fang's eyes safety last time, and not sure if his sea of consciousness was affected, his temper has become more and more irritable. Fang Kui was stunned by Palace Master Cao's questioning. Just when he didn't know what to say, Feng Shi stood up. Palace Master Cao, as a junior, there are things I shouldn't say, but I really can't help it. First, before we went in, Sect Master Chu clearly told us to bring the Taoist Stele out. We were just following his orders, so what was wrong with that? Second, regardless of whether this Heavenly Dao monument violates Heavenly Dao or not, it belongs to our Tianyin Dao sect, how can we ignore it? Third, Senior Brother Fang Kui said it very clearly, there are several predecessors of Tianyin Dao sect living in there. Whether out of respect or for the sake of inheritance, we should bring them out. Although the Xingyang sect has now separated from our Tianyin Taoist sect, if we trace our roots back to the past, we are all descendants of the Tianyin Taoist sect. It is really inappropriate for Palace Master Cao to say such treasonous words. You'd better bow and apologize to the Heavenly Dao monument, otherwise you will be an unfilial disciple of the sect. Palace Master Cao. You really know how to put on hats. When he was about to refute, Sect Master Chu said coldly, Yonglu, why don't you apologize and admit your guilt? Palace Master Cao had no choice but to grit his teeth and bow to the Heavenly Dao monument, saying that he had spoken without restraint and had said the wrong thing. Sect Master Chu looked at Feng Shi and said, besides what Fang Kui just said, do you have anything else to add? Feng Shi immediately said, yes, I was locked up in a cell by myself when I went in. After the tortoise shell exploded, I was on an open space. Then there was another explosion, and that's when I met my brother and Senior Brother Fang Kui and the others. Afterwards, after entering the inner area of the dojo, my brother and I were locked in a separate barrier because we were not paying attention in class. We were chased by the sword beams and had nowhere to hide. My brother comprehended the sword meaning in the desperate situation, but it sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, and it seemed that it was just like that. Also, I was worried that the seniors in the Heavenly Tao Monument would need starstones, so in addition to the share they received equally, I also reserved some for them. Apart from this, there is nothing else to add. Zheng Wen originally wanted to find an opportunity to expose the matter of sword intent, but he didn't expect Feng Shi to speak for him. I repeated it silently in my heart several times. Believe in Feng Shi and you will have eternal life. After listening to this, Master Chu fell into deep thought. Elder Gu Liang stroked his beard and laughed. Yi, from what you said, your tortoise shell blasting skills are even better than mine. It's true that one blast is stronger than another. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1712, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Elder Gu Liang is so happy that he is about to burst into tears. Not only did the old seniors in the underground palace praise him as the backbone of the sect, but even the seniors in the Heavenly Tao Monument praised him as the glory of the sect. He, Gu Liangchuan, was finally getting better. A true late bloomer. At this time, Master Chu asked Feng Shi. Lu Yi, can you invite the senior from the Tianyin Dao Monument to come out? Feng Shi thought, why don't you become the sect leader? Look how rigorous it is. Everyone else calls it the Heavenly Tao Monument, but Sect Master Chu is the only one who calls it the Heavenly Yan Dao Monument. Master Chu, we have called out to the seniors inside the monument in the dojo before, but there was no response. Let me try again. Feng Shi immediately shouted several times at the Heavenly Tao Monument, but unfortunately there was no response at all. Sect leader Chu refused to give up and came to try it himself, but unfortunately he also ended in failure. He is feeling very conflicted now. If you leave the Heavenly Tao Monument behind, you may be implicated and bring punishment from heaven. But if he allowed the people from Tianyin Dao sect to take the Heavenly Tao Monument away, he would be reluctant to give up the inheritance inside. Just because the fat old man hasn't come out now doesn't mean he won't come out in the future. At this time, Feng Shi said, Master Chu, this Tianyin Dao tablet was obtained in the Daoist temple, and this Daoist temple belongs to your Xingyao sect, so this Tianyin Dao tablet should stay in your Xingyao sect. Elder Gu Liang echoed. Yes, we won't take advantage of you, you should keep this stone tablet for yourselves. Yi, cancel the contract immediately and don't take advantage of others. Elder Gu Liang is speaking the truth. He didn't want his little disciple to anger heaven because of the contract with the Heavenly Tao Monument. It would be terrible if he incurred heaven's punishment. With my precious disciple's small body, he would probably be smashed into pieces by a bolt of lightning. Feng Shi agreed, and then said to Master Chu. Master Chu, you'd better choose someone to contract with the Tianyin Dao Monument in advance. Once I cancel the contract, you should sign the contract while it's hot, so as to avoid any more trouble. I think Palace Master Cao is quite suitable, why not let him sign the contract? Palace Master Cao's already red eyes became even redder. The look he gave Feng Shi was as if he wanted to eat her. Master, my consciousness has not recovered yet, and my eye disease has not healed yet. It is better to find someone else. Sect Master Chu frowned, ignored Palace Master Cao, and looked at the other Palace Masters and Elders. Those people looked away, and it was obvious that none of them wanted to sign the contract with the Heavenly Tao Monument. Fang Kui and others felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. Lu Yi, a little girl, was able to stand up for herself, but the whole Masters and Elders of their Xingyao sect were afraid of knives and swords. This is too irresponsible. At this moment, the value of the leader skyrocketed. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. I don't know who shouted. Thunder! It's thunder! Heaven has sent down a punishment. Everyone looked up at the sky, and suddenly a dark cloud covered the sky. Sect Master Chu suddenly didn't want any inheritance anymore. He immediately said to Feng Shi. Everything is based on fate. In a sense, this Tianyin Dao tablet was made by you. I'm afraid it will be difficult for others to contract it. The fat senior said he had something to tell Elder Gu Liang, which was obviously related to your Tianyin Dao sect. In addition, judging from the literal meaning, this Tianyin Dao tablet is obviously more suitable for your Tianyin Dao sect, so you should take it back to your Tianyin Dao sect. Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly. That sounds nice, but aren't you just afraid of being implicated? Yi, don't listen to him, cancel the contract quickly. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Feng Shi was about to terminate the contract when he suddenly stopped. Elder Gu Liang was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. Remove it. You should cancel the contract right away. Feng Shi said in embarrassment. Master, the fat senior is still inside the monument. If I cancel the contract, the monument might be hit by the thunder, and the fat senior will die. He entrusted me with this, and I cannot break my promise. Elder Gu Liang thought to himself, if my fellow Taoist dies, I would rather die than die, so I'll just die. No matter how reckless he is, he knows that he can't say this. Remove it first. If it doesn't work, send the stele back to the dojo. When the dark cloud is gone, take it back. This is obviously unrealistic, because as the star key and star lock disappeared into the barrier has disappeared. Feng Shi gritted his teeth and said, maybe this dark cloud is just passing by and is not here to strike me. How about we wait and see? Elder Gu Liang. Do you think this is possible? Feng Shi looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. He curled the corners of his mouth slightly. It is so heartwarming to meet old friends in a foreign land. This old thief Tiandao is so stingy, why don't you raise a few more dark clouds? Wuyunjua is busy with both Juyu continent and Tiang continent, and he is not afraid of being exhausted to death. Wuyunjua is in a very good mood now, one can even describe it as comfortable. Because it rises. Rising from Juyu continent to Tiang continent. The clouds go higher, if this isn't rising, what is it? When it thought about finally getting rid of the task of splitting Feng Shi, it felt like the whole cloud was floating away. It didn't even want to recover the lost cloud wings, because it vaguely felt that if it did so, it might lose more cloud wings. Forget it. When it becomes strong enough in the future, it won't be too late to settle the score with that little girl. By then, both that stinky girl Feng Shi and that useless guy Yun who looks like a cabbage will die. Each death was more miserable than the other. As for this mission, it didn't take it seriously at all. It was just a mission to kill a small disciple of a low-ranking sect. As long as it's not the little girl Pai Feng Shi, it won't worry at all. Just a few clicks and you're done. However, when its gaze met Feng Shi's, the whole cloud was in trouble. Not to mention Feng Shi's disguise, even if Feng Shi took over another body, it would be able to recognize it. This little girl's ghost is still lingering. He actually chased us all the way to Tiang continent. Nothing good can happen when she's around. When it saw Feng Shi smiling at it, it became panicked and angry. Especially when it thought of Yun Yi who was snatched away by Bai Kai Lei, it wished it could turn Feng Shi into ashes with a bolt of lightning. But seeing Feng Shi's fearless look, it felt a little scared. Is that little rascal planning something bad again and waiting to snatch its Yun Yi? Seeing that it did not move, Feng Shi quickly summoned Cabbage Thunder. Ever since arriving in Tiang continent, Bai Kai Lei has been cultivating in seclusion. Although Feng Shi was very suspicious that it was just sleeping, he did not disturb it. She asked Bai Kai Lei and Wu Yunjue to pass on the message. They, the dark clouds, have their own way of conveying messages. Bai Kai Lei only needs to come out a little bit from the auspicious cloud hairpin to be able to communicate. Wu Yunjue soon heard Bear Kaylee's voice. Feng Go asked me to discuss this with you. Just chop it twice symbolically. I owe you a favor this time. I'll give you a cloud wing as a reward when I have the chance in the future. Wu Yunjue snorted coldly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old boy? Would I believe your nonsense? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1713 Quick, chop the Feng Go. Bai Kai Lei said impatiently. Believe it or not, just go ahead and chop it down, and see who will be the unlucky one. Wu Yunjue, of course you are the unlucky ones. I am no longer the same as before, I am terribly strong. Bai Kai Lei was so jealous. Of course it can see that Wu Yunjue is much stronger than before. It must be that old bastard Tiandao who gave Wu Yunjue special treatment. Back to the time when it worked so hard for him, why didn't he treat it so well? Fortunately, it turned over a new leaf and followed Feng Go, otherwise it would still be kept in the dark. Although Bai Kai Lei was sour, he still said to Wu Yunjue according to the lines Feng Shi taught him. Feng Go asked me to remind you that the reason you can become stronger is because the Heavenly Tao expects you to kill her, right? If Feng Go dies, you're done for too. Therefore, you and Feng Gu have a harmonious symbiotic relationship. If you want sustainable development, you should cooperate with each other and have give and take. Wu Yunjue was so angry that he was shaking. You still have the nerve to say there's a give and take. My cloud wings never come back. Bai Kai Lei sneered. Don't forget, your cloud core is still mine. You cuckoo that has taken over the magpie's nest. Wu Yunjue was furious. Lightning crackled on the clouds, as if it would strike down at the next moment. Feng Shi scolded Bear Kai Lei. Did you change the words without my permission? Otherwise, based on my understanding of Wu Yunjue, it should agree. Bai Kai Lei felt a little guilty. He was glad that he can communicate with Feng Shi through words, otherwise he really didn't know how to explain it. It quickly copied Feng Shi's lines. Feng Go asked me to tell you that the Heavenly Tao's target this time is not her, but the Heavenly Tao Monument. And she contracted the Heavenly Tao Monument. Do you know what this means? It means that she is the Lord of Heaven. Do you really want to go against the Lord of Heaven? Bai Kai Lei thought, Feng Go is really bold. You are the Lord of Heaven. I think you are the dog of heaven. Bah, bah. No, even if it is a dog, it is Lord Thundergod's dog, and it has nothing to do with that old thief Tiandao. Just as it was complaining, it came back to life. Feng Go told me to tell you that both sides should take a step back. You can chop her a few times and she will pretend to be dead with blood coming out of her 7 orifices. Then both sides can get away with it. Next time you meet, if she doesn't give you cloud wings, you'll kill her with a chop. Wu Yunjue was feeling very confused. Although Bai Kai Lei thought that what Feng Shi said about the Lord of Heaven was nonsense, Wu Yunjue believed it 1%. The Heavenly Tao Monument has the words Heavenly Tao on it after all. How can an ordinary person possibly make a successful contract? But that naughty girl Feng Shi succeeded. Thinking about it again, it had hit her so many times but failed to kill her, so it felt that she must have something to say. Or just as she says. Okay, I'll trust you this time. If you break your promise, humph. Bai Kai Lei thought, this is all you are capable of. Sooner or later, Feng Gu will kill you. Feng Shi felt Bear Kai Lei's emotions and knew that Wu Yunjue agreed. So, he said righteously. Everyone, since I have already promised the Fatty Senior, I cannot break my promise. Moreover, this Heavenly Tao Monument is the inheritance of our Tinian Tao sect and must not be destroyed by the Heavenly Thunder. If I, Lu Yi, can protect the Heavenly Tao Monument with my life, it will be a worthy death. All of you should disperse, so as not to be affected. Let me bear the wrath of the thunder alone. Zheng Wen drew out the Jingxin sword and protected her behind him. Sister, I'm with you. Su Chao and others were so excited that they didn't care about gains and losses for a moment and rushed forward. Alliance leader, we will carry it with you. Elder Gu Liang was so angry that he kept humming. Carry your grandma's legs. What can you carry, you little bastards? Yi, you cancel the contract, and I will take the contract. I, Gu Liangchuan, will also be a hero. Feng Shi. Although she was very touched, the situation was a little out of control. Blame it. You can't blame Zheng Wen. It would be abnormal for him, as a brother, to do nothing. If you want to blame someone, blame her for being too good at character creation. Ugh. As I said, being too outstanding can also be a burden. She quickly came up with an idea and pointed to the sky. Look, what's over there? Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Feng Shi took this opportunity to put the Heavenly Tao Monument into his storage ring, then rushed out of the crowd and ran outside. Bai Kai Lei quickly ordered Wu Yunjue, quick, chop Feng Go. The opportunity is not to be missed, it will never come again. Wu Yunjue. Where are you from? However, it still chopped a few times. The force is very strong, but the angle is a bit crooked. It looks scary, but actually not much of it fell on Feng Shi. Feng Shi was somewhat dissatisfied. On the one hand, it's not realistic enough, and on the other hand, it may have been a long time since I was struck by lightning, so being struck by lightning feels strangely comfortable. So, let Bai Kai Lei pass the message, and let Wu Yunjue strike at the right time. Wu Yunjue. Well, then you get what you want. Cuckoo chopped it down. Feng Shi finally got his wish and fell to the ground with blood coming out of all his orifices, and there was no movement. Elder Gu Liang ran over crying with a bald head. Why is he bald? When the thunder was striking Feng Shi, Elder Gu Liang, as his master, naturally could not just ignore it, so he wanted to come over to help, but was struck unconscious by the thunder. Zheng Wen was grabbed by Hall Master Teng, otherwise it would have been the same. It's not that Master Teng didn't want to save Feng Shi, but the power of the thunder was beyond human control. Going up there would be suicide. What's more, looking at Liu Yi's appearance, it seems she is quite resistant to attacks. Could it be because of the contract with the Heavenly Tao Monument? Elder Gu Liang looked at his disciple whose face was covered in blood, and checked his breath with his hand, and found that he was dead. He choked and fainted again. Zheng Wen ran over, hugged Feng Shi and started howling. Li Zhe was also crying, Fang Kui and the others were also constantly calling for the leader. Even Palace Master Cao felt a little bitter. Even though he disliked Feng Shi very much, he felt a little bit of admiration for Feng Shi when he thought that Feng Shi was willing to sacrifice his life to protect the Heavenly Tao Monument. Forget it, when a person dies, all debts are settled, so he won't bother with her anymore. Jue, a dark cloud in the sky, saw the crying and howling scene below and thought to himself, you bunch of idiots have been fooled by that stinky girl Feng Shi. It wanted to make a few more hits and kill Feng Shi, but after weighing the chances of success and the consequences of failure, it gave up. It's not that it's cowardly, but the little girl promised to return it a cloud wing next time, and it can't lose the big picture for the small one. After Wu Yunjue coaxed himself into submission, he chopped down the open space a few more times and then flew away. When Bai Kai Lei saw Wu Yunjue flying away, he hurriedly called Feng Shi. Feng Go, Jue has flown away, stop pretending to be dead. Although Feng Shi couldn't understand what it said, he could feel its emotions, so he commanded the 5 dog spread roots to help him resurrect. Zheng Wen's crying stopped abruptly. My sister, okay, it seems she is not dead. Elder Gu Liang, who had just woken up, heard this and rolled and crawled to Feng Shi. He placed his trembling hand on Feng Zai's wrist, then took out the pills and stuffed them into Feng Zai's mouth. There is still hope, my apprentice can still be saved. Feng Shi. Even if I don't die, I will be choked to death by you. Real Dog, Chapter 1714, My Heart is Broken into 8 Pieces. Fortunately, Zheng Wen and Hall Master Teng stopped Elder Gu Liang's crazy behavior, otherwise Feng Shi would have to show what a medical miracle is. With everyone's treatment, Feng Shi finally opened her eyes. Then, I saw Elder Gu Liang's face, which was covered with tears. It was pitch black and had no hair at all. Feng Shi felt both amused and touched. Regardless of whether this cheap master is reliable or not, he is really nice to her. She said weakly, Master. Elder Gu Liang opened his mouth wide and howled. Yi, you are finally alive. My heart is broken into pieces. Master Teng couldn't stand his noise anymore, so he pushed him aside, checked Feng Shi's pulse, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was still very weak, at least his life was saved. Fang Kui and others were immediately overjoyed, and many of them had tears on their faces. Palace Master Cao snorted in his heart, is Liu Yi your father or your mother? Look at how stupid you are, not being able to tell friend from foe. Liu Yi is really lucky. She was not killed by so many thunders. It turns out that the evil will last for 1,000 years. 1,000 years is not enough. Looking at her condition, she can live for 10,000 years. After Feng Shi's situation stabilized, Sect Master Chu asked. Liu Yi, how can you withstand the power of the thunder? Elder Gu Liang said unhappily. Look at the way you ask this question. Are you hoping that my disciple will be struck to death by lightning? Sect Master Chu's face darkened. Gu Liangchuan, I haven't taken your previous rude words seriously. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. No matter in terms of status or seniority, Sect Master Chu is higher than Elder Gu Liang, but he is just too lazy to argue with him. Because he knew the character of Elder Gu Liang, who was shameless and did things without considering the consequences, so there was no need to get into trouble because of some verbal disputes. Feng Shi gently tugged at Elder Gu Liang's sleeve, then said weakly. Master Chu, to be honest, I thought I would definitely not survive this time. Unexpectedly, just when I was about to give up, the shadow of the Tianyan Dao stele appeared in my sea of consciousness, and I was lucky enough to save my life. From this point of view, this Tianyan Dao monument should be able to protect its master, so even if he suffers heavenly punishment, he should not lose his life. Once I have some time to relax, I will terminate the contract with Tianyan Daobei. If you really don't have a suitable candidate, you can sign the contract yourself. Sect Master Chu. I finally understand why Cao Yonglu hates you so much. I finally understand why you and Gu Liangchuan are master and apprentice. It's true the birds of a feather flock together. You, master and disciple, are of the same character. Ta King Hai Li Sheng, Shuo Dao. Liu Yi, since the Tianyan Dao monument can protect its master in times of crisis, it means that it has recognized you as its master. Even if you terminate the contract, it will be difficult for it to recognize a new owner. Besides, you risk your life to protect the Tianyan Dao monument, so I can't take away someone else's love. Therefore, you should continue to guard this Tianyan Dao monument. Elder Gu Liang curled his lips. It sounds better than singing, but in the end, it's just because he's afraid of heaven's punishment. Before he could finish his words, Hall Master Tang glared back at him. Hall Master Tang considered the issue more comprehensively. Although the Heavenly Dao Stele did have the risk of attracting heavenly punishment, it was after all a thing of the Tianyin Dao sect, so it would be better to take it back. What's more, there is a heritage contained in this monument. As for the heavenly punishment, he will find a way to solve it after returning, even if he comes to make a contract with the Heavenly Dao monument. So, he said, since Sect Master Chu is determined not to accept the Tianyin Dao Stele, then we will take it back to the Tianyin Dao sect. But let me be frank with you, the inheritance in this Tianyin Dao tablet has nothing to do with your Xing Yao sect anymore, so don't argue about this matter anymore. Sect Master Chu nodded, of course. Fang Shi said weakly, words are not enough, let's put it in writing. Sect Master Chu. Even the thunder from heaven couldn't make you stupid. Both parties signed the document and the matter is now over. Master Teng immediately offered to take his leave. Master Chu was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation, not even pretending to try to keep him. Because he was worried that Buyunjua would make a counterattack, and if he accidentally hit the wrong target, the people of their Xing Yao sect would be in trouble. Sect Master Chu symbolically walked him a short distance away and was about to say a few polite words before asking Hall Master Cao and the others to take Hall Master Teng and the others to the mountain gate when an old man came towards them. Junior brother, have those little bastards come out of the forbidden area? Let me take a look. Sect Master Chu's face looked a little unhappy, and he frowned and said, Brother, why are you coming here instead of practicing in the courtyard? Don't you see there are guests from Tianyin Dao sect here? You leave quickly, we can talk about it later if there is anything. What Master Chu said was quite impolite. Given his shrewd character, he shouldn't be so straightforward, especially in front of outsiders. The only explanation was that he extremely disliked the senior brother in front of him. Fang Shi and Junwen quickly lowered their heads. Because the person who spoke was the old blind man who had caught the puzzle before. I thought I had avoided this matter, but I didn't expect to encounter it just when I was about to leave. Before in the Taoist temple, Fang Shi had tried Fang Kui and others, but none of them knew this old blind man. Now, after hearing what they said, he found out that this old blind man was actually the senior brother of Sect Master Chu. Logically speaking, Fang Kui and the others should not be unaware of this person of such high status. How strange. The old blind man was not angry because of the unkindness in Master Chu's words, but released his spiritual sense to look at Fang Kui and others. He did not look at the direct disciples from Tianyin Dao sect, because he subconsciously thought that the two people he had captured before were from Xing Yao sect. After all, the people from Tianyin Dao sect did not know how to piece together the star map. These days, he has secretly checked all the young disciples of Xing Yao sect, but still couldn't find those two brats. Then it must be among these personal teachings. Fang Kui and others were very curious. They had never heard of or seen this person before. Where did he come from? Palace Master Cao and his men were obviously aware of this, and they all lowered their heads and kept silent, fearing that the gods would fight and the little ghosts would suffer. The old blind man used his spiritual sense to scan around but couldn't find anyone, so he said to Master Chu, Junior brother, are all of our Xing Yao sect's disciples here? Are there any left out? Sect Master Chu said unhappily, well, it's all here. You are an elder of Xing Yao sect, but you don't even know how many direct disciples the sect has. The old blind man looked puzzled, shook his head, and immediately planned to leave. Just as Fang Shi and Junwen were feeling relieved, Elder Guliang came over. He performed the ceremony of a junior in a proper manner, and then said, Are you the Mo Tianquo, Master Mo, who destroyed his own eyes in order to study the art of astrology to the highest level? I am Gu Liangchuan, the 697th generation disciple of Tianyin Dao sect. The old blind man used his spiritual sense to look at Elder Guliang and smiled. So it's you, kid. Your master complained to me a lot, saying that you were just a debt collector and caused him a lot of trouble. How come all the hair is mixed up? Looks quite lively. Elder Gu Liang. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1715, Grandpa God of Wealth. If someone else said this, Elder Guliang would definitely be furious. Even if Sect Master Chu said so, he would retort. But when faced with the old blind man's teasing, he didn't get angry at all. Because the person he admired most in his life was Mo Tianquo, whom he had only heard of but never met. Mo Tianquo and Sect Master Chu were both disciples of the previous Sect Master. Unlike Sect Master Chu, who was obsessed with power, Mo Tianquo devoted all his energy to studying the art of astrology. Later, because he wanted to cultivate to the highest level of astrology, to understand the mysteries of the mind and eyes, he destroyed his own eyes. It's a pity that his eyes were destroyed, but he didn't make any achievements in his research. He has been living in seclusion all the time, and the younger generation of Xing Yao Gate doesn't even know of his existence. Of course, this is mainly due to the deliberate suppression by sect leader Chu. The reason is very simple. The old sect leader originally chose Mo Tianquo as his successor. Although Mo Tianquo later took the initiative to give up his position to sect leader Chu still had some grudges in his heart. Mo Tianquo didn't care about it. He didn't want to waste his time on other things. It was nice to study the art of astrology quietly in the yard. If he had been unable to use his spiritual sense last time, he would not have suddenly decided to capture someone. Elder Guliang scratched his bald head and chuckled twice. Uncle Mo, you were joking. My hair was struck by lightning. I am also. He wanted to talk about the Heavenly Dao Monument, but swallowed it back. Because both parties have reached a consensus that the matter of the Heavenly Dao Monument must not be spread outside, and they should only say it is the Tianyin Dao Monument. As for the thunder from the sky, people told the outside world that it was because Elder Guliang used the turtle evolution technique to touch the heavenly secrets, so he was struck by lightning. Elder Guliang is quite willing to take the blame. On the one hand, it is to protect his apprentice, on the other hand it can also highlight his ability. The secrets of heaven are not something that ordinary people can touch. Only he, the divine fortune teller, can do it. So, He said to the old blind man Mo Tiankuo. Uncle Mo, to be honest, I have advanced my turtle evolution technique too far, so I attracted the thunderbolt. Please excuse my embarrassment, excuse my embarrassment. Mo Tiankuo grabbed Elder Gu Liang's shoulders and said, your turtle evolution technique has reached this level. Come on, let's learn from each other. Elder Gu Liang. Damn it, that was an overstatement. Forgot that this person is a martial arts fanatic who is good at the art of deduction. He quickly made an excuse. Uncle Mo, my little disciple is injured, and I'm in a hurry to return to the sect to treat her. I'll come back another day, another day. In order to prove what he said, he forcibly brought Fengxi, who was dressed as a quail, over. Fengxi was so angry. She had been trying to fool him, but ended up being sold out by her unreliable master. Now she can only hope that the old blind man cannot recognize her, but the possibility is too small. Sure enough, the old blind man was happy after seeing Fengxi. TSK, after searching everywhere for something, I finally found it without any effort. He glanced behind Elder Gu Liang and saw Zheng Wen again, hooking his finger. Come here. Zheng Wen had no choice but to come over. Fengxi thought that since the truth had been revealed, he should face it bravely. The worst that could happen is that she would have to compensate him with some star stones, which she had plenty of anyway. Besides, with so many people around, it's impossible for him to really do anything to her and Zheng Wen. So, she bared her white teeth and said, Senior, my brother and I didn't know you were looking for us, otherwise we would have shown up a long time ago. We brothers usually don't leave our names behind when we do good things, but it seems we'll have to leave our names behind in the future. The old blind man sneered, do good things. Are you sure you are doing good things? Fengxi nodded against her conscience. Well, how can helping others not be considered a good deed? The old blind man snorted coldly, using the star stone to replace the dead, is this what you call a good thing? Fengxi was about to explain that he didn't do it on purpose, that he was just too scared at the time, and that he was willing to compensate with an equal amount of star stones. As a result, the old blind man suddenly burst into laughter. Fengxi was shocked. This is crazy. Could it be that he was stimulated by her? Nee. The old blind man patted Zheng Wen's shoulder. I originally wanted to take a picture of Fengxi, but maybe when I saw her pale face, I was afraid that she couldn't bear it, so I took a picture of Zheng Wen. Zheng Wen frowned in pain. If he wasn't still a bit of an idol, he would have grimaced. You two have done a really good thing. Over the years, I have been researching a star map that I can carry with me at any time, so that I can use the art of star calculation anytime and anywhere. Unfortunately, it's always just a little bit short. I didn't expect that after you accidentally used star stone instead of star stone, it actually succeeded. Although we have only successfully created a star map so far, this is still a great achievement. I only gave you 10 million strud stones before, which is too little. I should at least give you 100 million strud stones. Fengxi. This is not an old blind man, this is the god of wealth. She chuckled twice. Senior, as the saying goes, a gift from an elder cannot be declined, so I won't be polite with you. We haven't gone to the miscellaneous affairs hall to withdraw the 10 million you gave us before. How about you take us there? I'm afraid the people in the miscellaneous affairs hall will bully us. The old blind man laughed. Okay, let's go. Sect Master Chu's face turned pale. Brother, you are too willful. Such a big thing, you didn't even inform me, the Sect Master. The old blind man smiled and said, then I will let you know now. Do you want to reward them with some extra strut stones? Sect Master Chu. I'll reward you with a gift. This is what he hates most about Mo Tiankuo, that he always pretends to be ignorant even though he knows the truth. He suppressed his anger and said, although the two of them have made some contributions, it was also accidental. 100 million strut stones is too much. I think 10 million is not a small amount. Elder Gu Liang was so angry that he almost exploded. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely jump up and curse, but in front of his idol, he was more or less reserved, so he only expressed his anger with his eyes. Mo Tiankuo was good-tempered. He nodded when he heard what Sect Master Chu said. Okay, since junior brother thinks 10 million is enough, then I'll listen to you. I just happen to have some small gadgets on hand, I'll give them to these two little guys later. Master Chu's face turned green. The little gadgets in Mo Tiankuo's mouth were all left by the old sect leader. They were good things that he, the current sect leader, could not get enough of. Now it is actually going to be given to two direct disciples of Tianyin Dao sect. Even if you give it to Fang Kui and the others, it's fine. Aren't you leaning forward? He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. No need, then 100 million strut stones. His heart is bleeding. A lot of strut stones had just been taken away by the four symbols, and now another 100 million strut stones were given to the Liu brothers and sisters. Even if the Xingya sect has a strong financial foundation, it cannot withstand such a waste. Cao Yonglu, this good for nothing, actually figured out that this forbidden area competition would be a good omen. How was it a good omen? He said this in anger. Not only did Fang Kui and his companions improve their cultivation this time, but they also gained a lot of natural treasures and star stones. Not to mention that the old blind man Mo Tiankuo developed a star map that can be carried around. This was indeed a good thing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1716, she, the lord of the second world, was actually used by the monster. Sect Master Chu was so angry that he was half dead, but Elder Gu Liang was so happy that he was about to do splits. This forbidden area competition was a great success. His turtle evolution technique is indeed becoming more and more sophisticated. Live up to the name of the divine fortune teller. Fengxi is so beautiful that it's about to burst into bubbles. Although she was so poor that she only had money left, who would complain about having too much money? Mo Tiankuo originally planned to take Fengxi and Zheng Wen to the miscellaneous affairs hall to collect the spirit stones, but Sect Master Chu thought he was an eyesore and said, I'll have someone send the spirit stones over, you go and do your thing. Mo Tiankuo smiled and said, what's there for an old blind man like me to do? Just wait here for a while. Sect Master Chu. He felt that Mo Tianquo was probably having a seizure. Because normally Mo Tianquo would hardly respond to his sarcasm, but today he acted out of character and seemed to want to choke him to death with just one sentence. Could it be that he felt he could compete with him because he had developed a star map that he could carry with him? Thinking of this, Sect Master Chu's expression became even uglier. Mo Tianquo, however, was chatting animatedly with teacher Gu Liangchang. To be precise, there are 3 masters and apprentices. Because Li Zhe couldn't get a word in at all. Fang Shi praised Mo Tianquo for a lot. She was a sweet talker, especially to people who were generous. Zhang Wen also fully played the role of the supporting actor, which seemed useless but irreplaceable. As for Elder Gu Liang, the admiring gazes already provide sufficient emotional value. Mo Tianquo was almost able to regain his sight by being coaxed by these 3 masters and apprentices. After a while, people from the miscellaneous affairs hall brought the straight stones. Fang Shi said to Elder Gu Liang, "Master, please keep it. Consider it a gift from me and my brother." Elder Gu Liang was so happy that he didn't know what to do. However, he still refused with a firm attitude. Although the apprentice may be filial, as a master, he cannot do anything shameless. Seeing that he refused to take it, Fang Shi put it into her own storage ring. Then, he expressed his gratitude to Mo Tianquo again. Mo Tianquo smiled and said, "You are quite good at talking, little girl. Okay, I have to go back to study the star map. If you come to Xingyamen again in the future, remember to come and see me, an old blind man." After Mo Tianquo finished speaking, he ignored Sect Leader Chu and left. Sect Master Chu was so angry that he originally wanted to leave halfway and let Palace Master Cao and the others continue to see the guests off. However, he got so angry that he forgot about the matter. "I only remembered it when I was almost at the pond area, but now that I'm here, I might as well send me to the mountain gate." When passing by the golden pond, Fang Shi saw many soul steeds stinging golden ponds floating on the surface of the water, so she smiled and said, "I'm leaving now. I'll come and play with you guys when I have time." She never expected that those soul-sucking stingers would collectively hook their tentacles towards her. Fang Shi asked doubtfully, "You guys need me for something? If so, just jump." Sect Master Chu. "These soul-sucking stingers are not your pets. Just because you tell them to, they will jump." I really don't know what to say. The next moment, not only the soul-sucking stingrays in the golden pond jumped up, but the soul-sucking stingrays in other ponds also jumped up. The splashing water droplets formed rainbows. Sect Master Chu. Crazy. All crazy. At this time, Fang Shi asked him with a smile, "Master Chu, Xiaozi and the others want to see me for something, can I jump down and take a look?" Sect Leader Chu originally wanted to say no, but he didn't know whether it was because Fang Shi was smiling too brightly or he was a little absent-minded because of Mo Tianquo's affairs, so he nodded. By the time he reacted, Fang Shi had already jumped into the golden pond. The soul-stirring stings surrounded her and dived into the water, leaving only ripples on the surface. Fang Shi was very happy. Last time she asked the soul-snatching stings to send her some gifts, but in the end they got nothing. Could it be that they had a change of heart and were preparing to give her a big gift? This Xingao Gate is indeed her blessed land. Just as I was thinking about it, the soul-catching fish stopped swimming and began to use its tentacles to dig at the sand at the bottom of the water. After rummaging around for a while, he motioned for Fang Shi to take a look. Fang Shi moved closer and found that it was just an ordinary bluestone slab. She had heard from Fang Kui and others that the ground beneath these ponds was paved with bluestone slabs. What was so good about that? Did he want her to open it? Fang Shi immediately asked about those soul-stealing stings and got a positive answer. Fang Shi immediately reached out to lift the bluestone slab, but failed. She tried harder, but still couldn't move it. At this time, Commander Lu said, "These soul-sucking stings are produced in the illusionary sea. I guess you will need the power of time to open them." Fang Shi thought it made sense and immediately used the power of time to lift the bluestone slab. You know what, it really opened. Just as she was about to see what treasures were down there, a strong stream of water spurted out from below. The next moment, all the bluestone slabs laid in other places were lifted up, and the water waves surged. The embankments between the ponds were also destroyed. Fang Shi. Finish the calf. The fat is in the fire. Just as she was confused, she saw the soul-stealing stingers dive into the water against the current and disappear. Fang Shi. Now she finally understood the purpose of the soul-stealing sting. Use her to open the exit of the underground river and then escape. Escaped. She was used. Totally exploited. She, the master of 2 worlds, was actually used by monsters. Commander Lu was gloating. If you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. You deserve it. You deserve it. Now, your 100 million spirit stones are not enough to compensate. Fang Shi also thought of this and asked Commander Lu, "Master, if I tell the people from Xingao Sect that this matter has nothing to do with me, can they believe it?" Commander Lu, "No." Fang Shi sighed, she also felt that it was impossible. "I don't know if I can write an IOU. She can go to the illusion sea and catch some soul-sucking stings to fill the hole in the future." She was daydreaming in the water, and chaos had already broken out on the shore. To be precise, the shore is not really the shore, it's all water. Sect Master Chu immediately put aside all the struggles for power and quickly directed everyone to divert the flood water and sent people to dive into the water to see what was happening. Hall Master Teng and Elder Gu Liang looked at each other. This scene looked very familiar. However, there was no time to talk about these things now. Both of them were worried about Fang Shi's safety, so they dived into the water. Fang Shi saw Elder Gu Liang and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, I'm in trouble." Elder Gu Liang didn't care. "It's okay, just go ahead and do it. We still have your uncle-in-law here. He's the best at cleaning up messes." Master Teng. The sect leader is so lucky to have a good junior brother like you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1717 Palace Master Cow is so angry that he is about to turn into a goldfish. Regardless of whether what Elder Gu Liang said was reliable or not, Fang Shi felt warm in his heart. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Palace Master Cow's roar. Lu Yi, look at what you have done. If we can't give Xingyaman a satisfactory answer today, this matter will not end. Elder Gu Liang protected Fang Shi and attacked Palace Master Cow. If there's a problem, just solve it. Why are you yelling at my apprentice? If you scare my apprentice, I'll poke your rabbit eyes out. The matter has not been concluded yet. How do you know it's my apprentice's fault? Maybe it's because your Xingya sect's fish pond has been in disrepair for a long time and something went wrong. I will also ask you to compensate my apprentice for the shock fee. Ellipsis. Palace Master Cow was so angry that he was about to turn into a goldfish. Master Teng said quickly. Palace Master Cow, you should quickly check the cause of the flooding. It won't be too late to discuss other matters later. Palace Master Cow snorted coldly, and then went to check the situation at the bottom of the pool. The three elders of Gu Liang swam for a while before reaching the shore. Because all the previous places were flooded, even though the Xingya sect had been using the transportation method to move the flood away, water continued to surge up from below, still flooding a large area. Fang Shi told Master Chu everything that had happened without waiting for him to ask. Of course, she didn't say that she used the power of time, she just said that she lifted the bluestone slab with just a push. Master Chu has no intention of settling accounts with Fang Shi right now, the most urgent task is to stop the flood. Fang Shi asked Elder Gu Liang in a low voice. Master, even if there is a hidden river underground, it shouldn't be surging upwards. After all, water should flow to the lowest place. Could someone have done something wrong down there? Elder Gu Liang suddenly became alert. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered something and glanced at Hall Master Teng. Seeing that Hall Master Teng nodded, he said, Master Chu, to be honest with you, our Tianyan Dao sect also experienced a flood before. During the entrance examination for new disciples, Yi accidentally triggered the hidden formation of Jiuxin Pond, which caused a flood. We discovered that someone had tampered with the underground river, and the purpose was obvious, which was to take advantage of the time when the disciples of our Tianyan Dao sect were practicing in the Jiuxin pool to attack. I think your situation is similar, you'd better send someone capable to take a look, Cao Yonglu's red-eyed rabbit is not very reliable. As soon as he finished speaking, Palace Master Cow emerged from the water not far away. Elder Gu Liang did not feel the embarrassment of being caught doing something behind someone's back at all, and he even grinned at Palace Master Cow. Palace Master Cow ignored him and said to Sect Master Chu. Master, the dark river has been tampered with, and it is very hidden. Fang Shi's anxious heart finally settled down. No wonder when there was a flood last time, Sect Leader Dai said she had done a great job. So this is what happened. It seems that the situation of Xingya sect is similar to that of Tianyan Dao sect, and they should be the same mastermind behind the scenes. It seems she doesn't have to pay compensation. Maybe you can even get a reward. She said, she is the master of two worlds after all, how could she be tricked by a bunch of jellyfish? She was just taking advantage of the situation. Commander Lu, you know how to flatter yourself. After some chaos, the flood finally receded. Master Chu felt a little scared. The mastermind behind this may not only want to make trouble while the sect disciples are tempering their minds in the pond, but may have a bigger plan. If the other party uses the underground river to transport personnel, they can sneak into Xingya Gate without anyone noticing. If there is a traitor inside, and they cooperate with the outside, Xingya Gate will be in danger. He had been concentrating on dealing with Tianyan Dao sect, but ended up catching the Oriole behind. He suppressed his troubled mood and said to Fang Shi, Lu Yi, although you let the soul-snatching sting escape, you also helped us discover that someone had tampered with the dark river, so your merits and demerits offset each other, and let's just let this matter go. Elder Gu Liang said indignantly, Master Chu, the safety of your Xingya sect is not worth a few soul-stealing stings. You should at least give Yi some reward. Sect Master Chu frowned and said, Gu Liangchun, I don't want to argue with you. Don't say anything more and leave quickly. Otherwise, I will not be polite. Elder Gu Liang saw that Patriarch Chu seemed to be really angry, so he shrank his neck and shut up. The first thing that shows that he can still be so lively despite being such a troublemaker is that he knows how to read people's faces. Sect Master Chu escorted the person out of the mountain gate. The two sides exchanged a few polite words and bowed to each other to say goodbye. Fang Shi said to Hall Master Teng, I want to talk to Brother Fang Kui and the others. Can you wait for me for a while? Master Teng nodded in agreement. Fang Shi waved to Fang Kui and the others. Fang Kui and the others immediately rushed over. Seeing this scene, Sect Master Chu felt even more upset. They had originally thought that the Forbidden Area competition would suppress the morale of the Tianyan Dao sect's direct disciples, so that they would not have the energy to compete with their Xingya sect in the future. As a result, all the disciples of their Xingya sect became followers of that damn girl Lu Yi. But it must be said that although Lu Yi's cultivation is a little lacking, she is indeed very responsible. Their Xingya sect lacks such a young generation. Fang Shi deliberately took the person a little further away, activated the isolation array, and then whispered. Although we have signed a written agreement before, saying that the inheritance in the Heavenly Dao Monument has nothing to do with your Xingya sect, we are from the same origin and are friends of life and death. We should share happiness and hardships. When the Fat Senior comes out, I will send you a message. You can come to Tianyan Dao sect as a guest, and we will study the inheritance together. Fang Kui and the others never dreamed that Fang Shi would say such words. They were so moved that they almost cried. What a good leader. It's a pity that Xingya sect and Tianyan Dao sect have always been at odds with each other, otherwise they would have been able to visit each other often. Fang Shi also reminded them to keep an eye on the people in the sect, as there might be spies, especially those who like to sow discord between their Xingya sect and Tianyan Dao sect. Finally, he said, if someone asks you about this later, you can just say the rest of the story. There's no need to talk about the inheritance, so as to avoid unnecessary complications. Fang Kui and others nodded in agreement. The leader will definitely not harm them, so let them say whatever they want. Fang Shi, Fang Kui and the others said goodbye to each other in tears before boarding the flying boat and heading back. After the people from Tianyan Dao Sect left, Palace Master Cao asked Fang Kui and the others what Fang Shi had said. Fang Kui and the others only talked about spies. Palace Master Cao curled his lips and said, that damn girl Lu Yi definitely has bad intentions. You all should be more careful. Don't let her sell you out and help her count the money. Fang Kui couldn't help but defend himself. The leader is not that kind of person. Although she is smart, she won't harm us. Zhang Ping also said, yes, Lord Cao, you are prejudiced against our leader, so you misunderstood her. She is a really good person. Others also chimed in, with only one central idea. The leader is good, Palace Master Cao is bad. Palace Master Cao. You should be thrown into the pond to cleanse your brains. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1718. Zhang Wen is walking on a golden road at this time. On the flying boat, Elder Gu Liang was bragging with saliva flying everywhere. I wish I could carve the 3 words, Divine Fortune Teller, directly on my forehead. At first Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were trying their best to show their support, but after an hour, Elder Gu Liang was still bragging. Fang Shi found a corner and sat cross-legged in meditation on the pretext of recuperating. Elder Gu Liang was afraid of disturbing his disciples' rest, so he ran to Hall Master Teng's cabin to continue playing the flute. Fang Shi adjusted his breathing for a moment and continued to conjure up the Tianyan Dao stele in his sea of consciousness. After trying several times, I still couldn't complete the 2 words, Jian, and Dao. She was already unhappy because she was being used by the soul-sucking sting, and now she couldn't write the 2 words, Heaven's Way, for a long time, so she got a little angry. The old villain Tian Dao strikes me with thunder whenever he wants, but I can't even write the 2 words, Heavenly Dao, in my own sea of consciousness. What a coward. I am my own heaven, my own way, and it is not the place for that old turtle of heaven to interfere in my sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness began to shake wildly, and even the black and white jade slips were tossed all over the place. Fang Shi's 7 orifices began to bleed again, but she was completely unaware of it. She pulled out a wisp of her spiritual consciousness, turned it into a carving knife, and carved the words, Heaven, and Dao, on the stele stroke by stroke. A Tianyan Dao stele stood in the sea of consciousness. Glitter. At this moment Fang Shi thought of gold bricks. The stone tablet she transformed looks more valuable than the original one. The next moment, he choked and fainted. Although Zhang Wen had become numb to the tragic sight of his junior sister bleeding from all 7 orifices, he was still a little nervous this time. Because the bleeding can't be stopped. He quickly stuffed the pill Fang Shi gave him into Fang Shi's mouth, not caring whether it would be exposed or not. However, no one is paying attention to these things now, as they are all worried about Fang Shi's safety. Elder Gu Liang, who got the news, ran over quickly and almost fainted when he saw the miserable condition of his little disciple. It must be the after effect of being struck by lightning. He is such an asshole, he was so busy bragging that he forgot about this matter. When the little disciple wakes up, he will let her cancel the contract and he will sign the contract himself. At this moment, Fang Shi suddenly sat up, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body, enveloping him. Although Elder Gu Liang was very shocked, he also knew that it must be a good thing, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then I saw Zhang Wen fall to the ground with a thud. Elder Gu Liang was almost frightened to death. The youngest disciple was finally fine, so why did the second disciple faint again? After taking the patient's pulse, he was so angry that he kept groaning. Because Zhang Wen didn't faint at all, but fell asleep. Your sister is like that, how can you still sleep? How big is your heart? Even though he cursed, he was reluctant to wake Zhang Wen up. He guessed that the boy was too tired in the dojo and decided to just take a nap. How could he know that Zhang Wen was walking on a golden avenue at this moment? He sighed as he walked, saying that it was worthy of being the path of his junior sister, it looked valuable. He felt that he couldn't leave in vain and had to provide some emotional value, so he kept repeating, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life, as he walked. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but every time he recited a sentence, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. He now muttered even more excitedly. The continuously appearing golden light is almost catching up with the meteor shower. Fang Shi entered a mysterious state at this time, as if she was the only one left in the world. She is the world, and the world is her. My heart is extremely calm, yet a little lonely. Until a glimmer of golden light suddenly appeared, as if the world had come to life. Fang Shi opened her eyes and felt more relaxed than ever before, as if an invisible shackle had been removed. The next moment, she closed her eyes again because she felt that she was about to advance. At the same time, Zhang Wen jumped up, looked around blankly, and then began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Elder Gu Liang and others also felt something and began to meditate. The only exception is Hall Master Teng. On such a huge flying boat, someone has to stay awake. As the team leader, he has an obligation to do so. In the blink of an hour passed and everyone ended their meditation, all with smiles on their faces. Su Chao and others had already gained a lot in the dojo before. With the accumulation, they have now reached a small level compared to when they first came. For example, Su Chao was originally at the 6th level of fusion, but now he is at the 7th level. When Li Zhe first arrived at Xingyo Gate, he had already reached the 5th level of fusion, and now he has reached the 6th level of fusion, rising 2 levels in a short period of time. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. The variables calculated by the charlatan master are indeed extraordinary. It seems that his master is quite capable. He had been too prejudiced against him before. Just then, he heard Elder Gu Liang squealing like a pig. Ha ha ha, I have advanced from the middle 3rd level of Mahayana to the late 3rd level of Mahayana. In just half a year, I have advanced from the 2nd level of Mahayana to the late 3rd level of Mahayana. I estimate that in 10 days or half a month, I will be a 4th level Mahayana practitioner. If that's the case, it won't be long before I become the top expert in our Tianyin Dao sect. Li Zhe, take back your previous thought, right now, immediately. Elder Gu Liang naturally had no idea what his eldest disciple was thinking. He was so happy that he was about to burst into bubbles. If the flying bird wasn't limited in height, he would have wanted to show everyone what it means to jump 3 feet high. It seems that what Dai Chanfang said was right. He is indeed a genius, but he fell behind a little because he had focused all his attention on the turtle evolution technique. In fact, the reason why he was able to advance so quickly, besides borrowing Feng Shi's help, was mainly due to the change in his state of mind. He had been causing trouble all the time before, not to mention his reputation within the sect. Ever since I accepted Feng Shi as my apprentice, I have been able to correctly calculate what is true and what is false many times, and my mentality has changed. In addition, since the previous foundation was relatively solid, it is reasonable to upgrade. Elder Gu Liang boasted for a while, then realized that his 2 beloved disciples were still meditating, so he quickly shut his mouth and signaled to everyone else to keep quiet. Everyone who didn't say anything at all. Do you think we are all as unreliable as you? After waiting for a long time, Zhang Wen finally finished his meditation. His cultivation level also soared from the 2nd level of refining void to the 6th level of refining void. Everyone almost thought they were dazzled. This was too exaggerated. How can one level up so quickly? Hall Master Teng whispered, Lu Qi has comprehended the sword intent, which is of great benefit to his cultivation. In addition, his foundation is solid, so his cultivation will be greatly improved. In addition, he and Lu Yi are siblings, so naturally he got more benefits than others this time. Zhang Wen originally wanted to explain it, but he didn't expect that there was no need at all, as there were great scholars who would argue for him. He looked at Feng Shi who was still meditating beside him, and wondered, I wonder what level of refining emptiness my junior sister will advance to this time. If she is still lower than him, her eyes would probably be redder than Palace Master Cow's. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1719, whatever the dear disciple says is true. Half an hour later, Feng Shi ended his meditation. Everyone noticed that there was a faint golden halo around her, but when they looked closely, it disappeared. But no one cared about this, because their attention was now on Feng Shi's cultivation. Elder Gu Liang's eyes almost popped out of his head. Because he found that Feng Shi's cultivation seemed to be higher than his, and because he could not see through the other party's cultivation. Could it be that my beloved disciple has been promoted directly to the 4th level of Mahayana? That's too outrageous. When he was about to ask Hall Master Teng how he could tell what level of cultivation Feng Shi had, he suddenly realized that he could. The 6th level of Liangsu. He breathed a sigh of relief. This is right. He was not worried that his disciple's cultivation was higher than his own. The main thing was that there must be something wrong when things were abnormal, and a sudden surge in cultivation might not be a good thing. Is it normal to soar from the 1st level of refining void to the 6th level of refining void? He was also drifting. Zhang Wen also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the same height. Junior sister shouldn't get conjunctivitis this time. However, normally speaking, shouldn't he, who is just a freeloader, be ranked lower than the junior sister? Is it because he is too good? Yes, his sword is famous all over the world and he is extraordinary. While he was feeling elated, he did not forget to ask Feng Shi about her well-being. After all, Feng Shi's face and clothes were all covered in blood. Although the bleeding has stopped, it still looks creepy. Elder Gu Liang also hurried over to express his master's love, and Li Zhe also wanted to express the deep affection of his senior brother, but in the end he didn't know what to say except smiling foolishly. Su Chao and others all gathered around, asking Feng Shi all kinds of questions like the moon surrounded by stars. After Elder Gu Liang confirmed that Feng Shi was not seriously injured, he asked in a loud voice. Yi, tell me quickly, how did you advance suddenly, and did you let us benefit from it as well? Feng Shi smiled and said, Master, I'll show you something fun, but you have to release your spiritual consciousness to see it. Elder Gu Liang did as he was told, and the next moment his eyes almost popped out of his head. You received the heavenly Dao Stele into your sea of consciousness. No, even if it can be received into the sea of consciousness, it should be a real object, how could it be fake? This is what you created with your spiritual consciousness. Feng Shi gave a thumbs up. Master, you are so wise that you guessed it right away. Wasn't I struck by lightning? I thought that if the heavens didn't kill me this time, they would definitely strike me again, so I had to find a way to save my life. I thought about it and thought that since this heavenly Dao monument could attract heavenly thunder, it must be a very powerful thing. Then I thought of the method of visualizing the tortoise shell that you taught me before. So, I began to visualize the heavenly Dao monument, and accidentally, I used my spiritual consciousness to visualize an identical heavenly Dao monument. Regardless of its power, it looks very valuable. The more I look at it, the more I like it. What do you think? Elder Gu Liang was stunned. Can you visualize the heavenly Dao monument using the method of visualizing a tortoise shell? The key is to visualize successfully. He could also attack with his spiritual sense, and so could others. Most of them transformed into sharp swords, but when they were called sharp swords, they were only slightly similar in shape. Nothing like my precious disciple, who is not only lifelike, but also shining with golden light. Hall Master Teng and others were also extremely shocked. What Su Chao and others were thinking was, he is worthy of being our leader, he is so awesome. What Hall Master Teng and several other elders were thinking was that it was indeed a variable, and it was indeed abnormal. I just don't know how powerful this heavenly Dao monument transformed by divine consciousness is. Elder Gu Liang said in a sly voice, Yi, come here, try hitting me with this heavenly Dao stele. Feng Shi corrected him, Master, this is the Tianyin Dao monument, not the Tian Dao monument. Elder Gu Liang, yes, the Tianyin Dao monument. Didn't you just mention the heavenly Dao monument? Now you are being serious. However, whatever my beloved disciple says is what it comes down to. Fang Shi said again, Master, I haven't tried this before, and I don't know the severity. It would be bad if I hurt you, so let it go. Elder Gu Liang laughed loudly. I am now a divine fortune teller at the 3rd level of the Mahayana stage. Can your little stone tablet really hurt me? Go ahead and smash it. If I even frown, it will be considered a skill of yours. Fang Shi advised, Master, although you have a high level of cultivation, this thing is after all from the visualization of the Tianyan Dao tablet. It might be a bit weird. Why don't you try it after I become proficient in controlling it? At least I can control the strength. Fang Shi tried to persuade her again and again, but Elder Gu Liang insisted that she smash it, and he was even a little angry. Yi, do you look down on your master? Just smash it when I tell you to, don't hesitate. Fang Shi had no choice but to nod, then I will smash it. She originally wanted to use only 10% of her strength, but because she had just appeared, she couldn't control herself well and used about 30% of her strength. The golden Tianyan Dao stele smashed towards Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang was too arrogant and did not do anything to defend himself with his spiritual sense. After all, in his opinion, Fang Shi was just a little girl at the 6th level of the refining void realm. How powerful could her spiritual attack methods be? Moreover, it had just been conjured up, so I guess it could only tickle his spiritual consciousness. The next moment, he choked and was knocked unconscious. Fang Shi was so scared that her legs were numb. She won't kill her master, right? The others were also frightened and rushed to rescue Elder Gu Liang. Soon, Elder Gu Liang woke up. He was a little confused at first, then his face turned red with shame. Ah. He was a Mahayana cultivator who was knocked unconscious by a small Liangsu cultivator. If this were to get out, people would definitely laugh their heads off. Although he was knocked unconscious because he did not do any spiritual defense and his spiritual consciousness was a little unstable as he had just advanced, being knocked unconscious by his disciple was embarrassing enough. Especially since he had said those big words before. Next time he will never do such stupid thing of being the first to stick his head out. A brave person may enjoy life first, or he may end up embarrassing himself. Fang Shi felt a little guilty when he saw Elder Gu Liang looking for a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was all her fault for not controlling her strength. She should have used only 10% of her strength. If Elder Gu Liang knew that Fang Shi only used 30% of his strength, he would probably take a rope and commit suicide. As Fang Shi was thinking about it, she choked and fainted. This successfully diverted everyone's attention, and they all abandoned Elder Gu Liang and went to treat Fang Shi. Elder Gu Liang. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be glad to have escaped everyone's gaze, or angry about his poor popularity. However, he was more concerned about what happened to his beloved disciple, so he hurried over. After a while, Fang Shi woke up. She covered her head with her hands, her face pale. Master, I just accidentally poured most of my consciousness into the stone tablet. Not only did the stone tablet lose control, but my sea of consciousness also experienced a violent shock. It was really scary. Elder Gu Liang suddenly realized. He said that even if he didn't make any spiritual defense, even if his spiritual consciousness was unstable, he couldn't be hurt by a small Liangsu. The self-confidence that had just been shattered was suddenly revived. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1720. Even Dai Fang praised me as the backbone of the sect. Elder Gu Liang comforted Fang Shi and told her not to use the stone tablet to attack other people's consciousness easily before she had good control of the strength, so as to avoid damage to their consciousness. Then, he conducted a deep self-examination, saying that he shouldn't have forced Fang Shi to hit him. Everyone was tactful enough not to mention what had just happened. On the one hand, it was out of kindness, and on the other hand, they were afraid of retaliation from Elder Gu Liang. After all, with his character, he is definitely capable of doing such a thing. After this little episode, the atmosphere inside the flying boat became lively again. This forbidden area competition can be said to be fruitful and well worth the trip. Elder Gu Liang once again began to brag about the good fortune he had calculated earlier, saying that his turtle evolution technique had reached perfection. Finally, it was Hall Master Teng who said, Elder Gu Liang, you have just advanced, shouldn't you stabilize your realm? Elder Gu Liang then returned to his cabin to practice. Everyone expressed their respect to Master Teng with grateful eyes. What a good person. Save us from the fire and water. The next morning, everyone arrived at Tianyan Dao Sect. Sect leader Dai led a group of elders to personally greet them outside the mountain gate. Hall Master Teng had already informed Sect Master Dai of what had happened in advance. Elder Gu Liang also secretly sent a message to Sect leader Dai. Although there was a lot of bragging about one's own personal opinions mixed in, everything that needed to be reported was reported. Are you kidding? If he didn't even have the foresight to tip off someone, Dai Chanfang would have banished him to guard his master's grave long ago. Although Sect leader Dai was a little worried that the Heavenly Dao monument might bring about divine punishment, he was more delighted. He had been prepared for the possibility of losing a few of his disciples, but he did not expect that not only would they be unharmed, but they would also gain a lot. Especially after hearing from Elder Gu Liang that Lu Yi had actually subdued all of Xingya Sect's disciples, this was a big surprise. Logically speaking, he didn't need to come out to greet them in person, but on the one hand it showed courtesy to Hall Master Teng and others, and on the other hand the Heavenly Dao monument was a thing passed down from the ancestors of the sect, so he should come out to welcome them respectfully. When Elder Gu Liang saw Sect leader Dai smiling like an old camellia, he was so proud. Before anyone else could say anything, he boasted. Brother, how is it? I calculated that day that this Forbidden Land competition would be auspicious, and now it has come true, right? Sect Master Dai patted him on the shoulder and said, Junior brother, I was right about you. You are worthy of being the backbone of the sect. Keep up the good work. I believe you will be even better in the future. Elder Gu Liang was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It's not easy. Dai Chanfang finally spoke to him in a human way. He would go to burn incense to his master and tell him that he had not brought shame to him. Sect leader Dai exchanged a few polite words with Hall leader Teng and several of the accompanying elders, then looked at Feng Shi. Yi, please bring out the Tianyin Dao stele. I will lead everyone to pay respects and apologize to the senior inside. Feng Shi thought, look at how polite Sect leader Dai is, he is much better than Sect leader Chu in this respect. But it is also true that the Tianyin Taoist sect is the orthodox one, and the Xingya sect, to put it bluntly, is a traitor. How much courtesy can you expect from a traitor? Feng Shi took out the Tianyin Dao stele while thinking about it. Sect leader Dai immediately led everyone to kowtow 3 times respectfully, and then said with a choked voice. I am an incompetent junior. I have only welcomed all the seniors back to the sect today. I really deserve to die. Please rest assured, seniors, I will do my best to lead my disciples to restore the former glory of the sect and live up to your earnest expectations. As soon as Sect leader Dai finished speaking, the fat old man half poked his body out from the Heavenly Dao monument. Wow, there are so many people. Wow, there are so many people. The next moment, it shrank back into the Heavenly Dao monument. If everyone hadn't seen it, I would have thought I was seeing things. Even though Sect leader Dai called out again, and Feng Shi and the others followed suit, the fat old man did not appear again. Seeing this, Sect leader Dai had no choice but to give up. Taking into account that everyone was tired from the journey, he let them go back and rest first, and would reward them in 2 days. Feng Shi thought, is the stingy master uncle trying to make empty promises again? Fortunately, she gained a lot from Xing Yaman this time, so it doesn't matter even if he really makes empty promises. So, people still have to rely on themselves and don't pin their hopes on others. After leaving the meeting hall, Master Teng said that he had something to discuss with Master Gu Liangchang and his disciples, and asked them to go to his residence for a visit. When they arrived at the place, Master Teng said to Feng Shi, Yi, your cultivation is low. If the Heavenly Dao Monument attracts the thunder again, you will definitely not be able to bear it. You should cancel the contract with the Heavenly Dao Monument now and let me take the contract instead. Elder Gu Liang was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips and said, Old Teng, what you did is not fair. I am still your master, how can it be your turn? Go away. I come. Li Zhe made up his mind and said to Elder Gu Liang, Master, let me do it. Elder Gu Liang was very pleased. Although his eldest disciple was a little stupid, he had a kind heart and it was worth it that he snatched him from Bai Lin, the ungrateful old man. Before he could refuse, Feng Shi said with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Hall Master Teng, thank you, Master, and thank you, Senior Brother. However, I have already visualized the Tianyin Dao Monument, and in a sense, I have already been bound. Terminating the contract at this time may backfire on me. Besides, the fat senior is still inside the stone tablet, and frequent changes of owners might be disadvantageous to him, so let me continue to contract the Tianyin Dao tablet. If I can't handle it in the future, I will ask you for help again. Since Feng Shi said so, Master Teng and the others had no choice but to give up. After coming out of Hall Master Teng's courtyard, Elder Gu Liang did not return to his own courtyard, but took Li Zhe, Junwen and Feng Shi to the back mountain. Lu Qi, Yi, you have never been to your master's tomb to pay homage since you became disciples. This time, it's a good opportunity for you to go with me to pay homage. Let your master recognize you, and if he is happy, he might give you some good dreams. Feng Shi and Junwen. Elder Gu Liang said to Li Zhe. You've made great progress recently. Go over and kowtow to your master. It will be a token of his love for you. Li Zhe. I have never met the master, okay. How does he love me? Elder Gu Liang also found that what he said was unreliable, and added. The things I rewarded you were all given to me by your master. Isn't this the master's indirect love for you? Li Zhe, oh. As long as you are happy. Elder Gu Liang led Feng Shi and the other two through many twists and turns, and finally arrived at a small earthen slope. An ordinary little dirt slope. Elder Gu Liang knelt down and began to howl. Master, I have brought your 3 disciples to visit your grave. At the beginning, I was the one you least thought of, but I was also the one you loved the most. Now, I have finally made it happen and finally brought honor to you. Even Dai Chanfang praised me as the backbone of the sect. Feng Shi. That's very appropriate. If someone pokes you, isn't it the same as poking the spine of Tianyin Dao sect? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1721 Elder Gu Liang said half of the idiom book. Elder Gu Liang was crying with tears and snot running down his face, and it was obvious that he was really moved. But Feng Shi was a little puzzled. After all, the master was the previous leader of the sect, and this cemetery was too shabby. There was not even a tombstone. After crying for a long time, Elder Gu Liang took out the spiritual wine, spiritual fruits and cakes and set them out. Master, now not only I have become successful, but my 3 other disciples are also very successful. Your eldest disciple, Li Zhe, although a little silly, has very good character. His cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds and he has advanced to the 6th level of fusion. This is your second disciple, Lu Qi. Although he started late and his cultivation is a bit low for now, he was an orphan before and had no one to teach him. It is very good that he can cultivate to such a level. He also comprehended the meaning of sword, and his future is limitless. This is your granddaughter Lu Yi. She is Lu Qi's biological sister. The little girl is not only good-looking, but also smart, considerate, sensible, knowledgeable and talented. Li Zhe and Zhang Wen. Let's just say, can you be a little less biased? Elder Gu Liang spoke half of the idiom book before continuing. Yi is also the all-seeing sky eye. Although she is like me now and her tortoise shell explodes from time to time, she will definitely achieve great success in the art of tortoise evolution in the future. The only trouble is that she has contracted the Heavenly Dao Monument. Speaking of the Heavenly Dao Monument, Elder Gu Liang talked about the Heavenly Dao Monument in great detail, and then said, Master, if you are still alive in heaven, you must protect Yi and keep her safe. I kowtow to you. After Elder Gu Liang finished speaking, he began to kowtow. What a knock. And there is no need for spiritual power to protect the body. My forehead is bleeding. Fang Shi felt a lump in her throat and kowtowed with red eyes. The same is true for Li Zhe and Zheng Wen. Finally, Elder Gu Liang stopped. Alright, stop kowtow. If you kowtow too much, your master will feel psychologically burdened. Fang Shi 3 people. Fang Shi choked up and said. Master, my master's tomb is too simple. Do you want to renovate it? Elder Gu Liang wiped the blood from his forehead with his sleeve and waved his hand. This isn't your master's real tomb, why are you repairing it? Fang Shi. It's not a real tomb, why are you crying and wailing? And you're asking us to kowtow. Elder Gu Liang gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of that damned Dai Chanfang. He was afraid that I would really dig up your master's grave, so he hid it with a barrier. Although I calculated the approximate location, I still couldn't find the exact location, so I could only use this small mound instead. Don't worry, I buried one of your master's boots in the small mound, which can be regarded as a cenotaph. Fang Shi 3 people. I knew this charlatan master was unreliable, but I didn't expect him to be so unreliable. Elder Gu Liang comforted them. Your master's grave must be nearby. He can hear what I just said. He will definitely bless us with good luck. What can Fang Shi and the others say? Silence is golden. The 4 masters and apprentices rested for a while and then returned to their residences. As soon as Fang Shi entered the house, he began to use the green soil to cultivate the medicinal herbs obtained from the Taoist temple. It is said to be cultivation, but in fact it is just throwing it away, and leaving the rest to the dead branches. It can now also serve as a gardener. The dead branches are quite happy. Not only can they absorb nutrients from the green soil, but they can also come out and play. How wonderful. The key is that it can now transform into a blue dragon, and can finally see the light. Fang Shi adjusted her breathing for a moment and then began to use her spiritual sense to transform the Tianyin Dao stele. She was not yet very proficient in controlling it, otherwise she would not have knocked Elder Gu Liang unconscious. As she was practicing, she remembered that she had not yet practiced the tortoise shell version of the kneeling move, so she went to the yard. Because the isolation array has been activated, there is no need to worry about being seen. Fang Shi summoned the wooden sword and confidently began to use his ultimate move according to his plan. It's a pity that the idea was good, but it didn't work out that way when put into practice. In her imagination, the 13 strokes of the word, kneel, were transformed into 13 tortoise shells, forming a tortoise shell, and then dispersed. But when it was actually used, the thing that was transformed from the 13 strokes didn't resemble a tortoise shell at all, but rather looked like 13 bastards. She felt that it was not her problem, but that the wooden sword was just not up to the mark. Wooden sword. As a spiritual sword, I am just a carrier of spiritual power. What I transform into has nothing to do with me having half a spiritual stone. I thought so in my heart, but said, Master, you are right, it is all my fault. I will definitely learn from my mistakes, sum up my experience and lessons, and strive to turn the bastard into a bastard as soon as possible. Fang Shi thought, this bastard Niu Jian didn't have much ability, but he had a good mouth, which was nothing like her, his master. She speaks entirely based on her strength and never relies on her words. She continued to practice while complaining in her heart, and after her persistent efforts, she finally turned the bastard into a big bastard. Fang Shi looked at the bastard no. XXXL and fell into deep thought. What was the problem? Niu Jian advised her, Master, how about this? A bastard is also good. If anyone disobeys you can use the bastard to smash him to death. If 1 doesn't kill it, use 2. If 2 still don't kill it, use 3. They're our own, so we won't feel bad about using them. Fang Shi. I, the master of 2 worlds, throw bastards all over the field when I'm facing my enemy. This is too shameless. She thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out a solution, so she asked Commander Lu. Master, where do you think the problem lies? Commander Lu couldn't explain it either. Fang Shi decided to use his ultimate move. Lying on the wall, he called Zheng Wen, brother, are you there? Are you there? Zheng Wen, who was being called by ghosts in the middle of the night, said. However, he did not sleep either, he was also practicing. Although he felt great about leveling up by freeloading, he also felt pressured. He vaguely felt that if his cultivation was too low, he might hold Fang Shi back. On the contrary, if his cultivation level improves, it should be helpful to Fang Shi. Therefore, he has to work harder and practice diligently. If you can't kill me, keep practicing. As soon as Zheng Wen walked out of the house, he saw a big grey rat jumping over from the corner of the wall. The mutated burrowing thorn beast had long wanted to go to Fang Shi's house to practice, because there was green soil there, but Zheng Wen didn't want to disturb Fang Shi's rest, so he didn't let it go. Now that Fang Shi had taken the initiative to summon it, the mutated burrowing thorn beast was naturally overjoyed. Zheng Wen brought the mutated burrowing thorn beast to Fang Zai's yard. After Fang Shi reopened the isolation array, he told Zheng Wen what happened and then looked at Zheng Wen with anticipation. Zheng Wen didn't want to disappoint his junior sister, so he racked his brains to think of a solution. But my head hurts so much, but I can't think of any solution. He couldn't help but sigh. Little junior sister, it's a pity that your tortoise shell explodes when you tell fortunes, otherwise you might be able to figure it out if you tell fortunes. Fang Shi also sighed. Brother, why is it so easy to explode a turtle shell, but so difficult to transform it? The mutant digging thorn beast, who wanted to sneak into the house but didn't dare, muttered. Who told you to conjure up 13 pieces of tortoise shells before forming a tortoise shell? Why don't you just conjure up a whole tortoise shell? Fang Shi. Is a real dog. Chapter 1722. What are you looking at? I want to see it too. Fang Shi suddenly had an epiphany. Yes. Why did she insist on sticking to the original 13 strokes of the word, kneel? Wouldn't it be better to just transform it into a turtle shell? Who cares how many tortoise shells it is made of? It's going to explode in the end anyway. She couldn't help but look at the mutated burrowing thorn beast with approval, thinking, this thing is worthy of being the contracted beast of the 5th senior brother, it is also intermittently smart. Fang Shi rewarded the mutant burrowing thorn beast with a purple beast core and allowed it to enter the house to practice. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was so happy that it didn't know what to do. Although the female devil is a little perverted and scary, she is really generous. Much better than its stupid master. The idea of changing the owner is stirring again. However, when it entered the house and saw the dead branches acting as gardeners, it gave up the idea of changing its owner. The female devil has too many pets. Anything is worthless if you have too much of it. Even the demonic plants were turned into spinning tops by her. If it fell into her hands, wouldn't she turn it over every day? Fang Devilish she was now concentrating on her turtle shell ultimate move, and had no idea that a certain monster was performing a big drama in its heart. She kept swinging the wooden sword to release her ultimate move, and the bastards jumped out one after another, without any sign of a turtle shell. Zhang Wen was encouraging Fang Shi at first, but later he said almost the same things as Niu Jian. Junior sister, forget it, I think this bastard is pretty good. Fang Shi raised his eyebrows. Brother, I think actual combat might help me. Come, let's fight. Zhang Wen. He suddenly remembered the fear he felt when he was defeated 10 times in a row. However, in a flash, he became eager to fight. He, a gentleman with a sword known all over the world, how could he be afraid of fighting? He and his junior sister are both at the 6th level of refining void. He has also comprehended the sword intent. Although it is sometimes effective and sometimes not, he is definitely better than his junior sister in the way of the sword. Besides, junior sister's bastard should be far less powerful than the kneeling skill, so why should he be afraid? So, he summoned the heaven-shaking sword and got into position. Junior sister, please. Fang Shi didn't hesitate, swung the wooden sword, and rushed towards Zhang Wen like a bastard. Zhang Wen activated the Jingxian sword and a beam of sword light slashed towards the bastard. The bastard was cut in half and disappeared in an instant. Fang Shi hit several bastards in succession, but they were all easily resolved by Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen's little tail immediately stood up. Junior sister, even though you have a lot of eggs, they don't have much killing power. Although it is difficult to comprehend the sword's meaning, you can try to comprehend the sword's momentum again. If we really can't comprehend the sword's power, we can work on our sword moves. It's better than smashing eggs here, what do you think? Ellipsis. Fang Shi was so angry. Although she knew Zhang Wen's original intention was to help her improve her kendo skills, she was so angry. As the master of the two worlds, she cannot bear such grievance. In a fit of rage, she released a bunch of bastards at the same time. Zhang Wen was forced into a panic and had to roll and crawl to resolve the attack. This was the case when Fang Shi did not continue to attack, otherwise he would definitely be injured. Zhang Wen couldn't laugh anymore. However, the smile did not disappear, but instead shifted to Fang Shi's face. Brother, why aren't you smiling? Is it because you don't like to smile? Zhang Wen. He felt the need to save his precarious self-esteem. Junior sister, although your move just now was pretty good, it's still not a tortoise shell. The smile on Fang Zai's face became even brighter. Brother, I just suddenly realized that no one stipulates that the things that are transformed must be lifelike. As long as they're similar in shape, it's fine. So, I can use the illusory turtle to form the shape of a tortoise shell. I said it was a turtle shell, and it is a turtle shell. It is and it is, and it has to be so even if it is not. Fang Shi said this and released several turtle eggs at the same time again, which formed the shape of a turtle shell in midair. With a thought, the tortoise shell turned into several turtle eggs and smashed in all directions. She was still mumbling. The egg gave birth to the turtle gave birth to the egg, and the egg gave birth to the turtle, and the egg gave birth. When we gather together, we are like a big turtle shell, when we disperse, we are like bastards. The turtle flies and the eggs hid, the power is boundless. Ellipsis. Zhang Wen. Crazy. Junior sister is possessed by a demon. However, he soon ran out of time to think about it, because Fang Shi kept making mistakes, so he could only run into the house and look out through the crack in the door. He was watching intently when a big grey mouse came over and said, "What are you looking at?" "Let me see too." Zhang Wen finally had someone to vent his anger on. Attack the mutated burrowing thorn beast. Why are you joining in the fun if you don't want to practice properly? Look at my junior sister's pets, each one is smarter than the other. And then look at you, you look like an idiot. When you came out of the secret realm of the universe, you were at the 6th level of fusion. After such a long time, you are still at the 6th level of fusion. Don't you feel ashamed? Ellipsis. Mutated digging thorn beast. You idiot, how dare you call me stupid? Besides, why hasn't my cultivation level improved? Isn't it because of the contract with you that I have been restricted by you? If you keep talking, I will make a contract with the devil. I'll make you lose me forever. Unfortunately, it could only think about these words in its heart and dared not say them out loud. Because it knew that once it said it, Zhang Wen would most likely put it in solitary confinement. Forget it, let him say whatever he wants, just treat it as his fart. While their main pet was making a fuss here, Fang Shi's situation was gradually getting better. At first, she had to release a bunch of turtles and arrange them in different ways, which took some time to form a turtle shell. Now, she can release the turtle shell directly. It's just that this turtle shell is made up of several bastards. As long as she thinks about it, the tortoise shell will turn into several bastards and explode. Zhang Wen came out of the house only after he saw that her operation had stabilized. Fang Shi said proudly, "Brother, what do you think of my turtle shell technique? Come, let's fight." Zhang Wen groaned in his heart. He knew Fang Shi must be taking revenge for what he had said before. Oh, who made him talk so mean? The senior and junior brothers fought again. Zhang Wen was very alert. Although he was scared, he was a strong and competitive genius after all. What's more, the two sides ended up in a draw. Of course, Fang Shi added some water. On the one hand, she did not use the turtle shell technique that frequently, and on the other hand, she did not incorporate the power of time. As the fight went on, Fang Shi had an idea in his mind. Stop hitting me. Brother, what do you think if I just use the defensive function of the tortoise shell as a shield for the time being? This way, others won't know that my tortoise shell can explode, and when I encounter a strong enemy, I can surprise him and blow him up all over. Zhang Wen's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. The brother and sister immediately burst into strange laughter. The mutated burrowing thorn beast that was peeking through the crack in the door was startled. Close the door quickly. Too scary. Two perverts for sure. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1723. When it comes to being thick-skinned, you absolutely follow your master. When the mutant digging thorn beast closed the door and was about to practice, the dead branch said to it, "You should pick those ripe herbs first before practicing." The mutant digging thorn beast stiffened its neck and said, "Why?" The dead branch said faintly, "No reason, just because you are not my relative." Mutated digging thorn beast. Discrimination. Blatant discrimination. It didn't want to do it, but was afraid that the dead branches would tell on it, so it had to pick herbs while cursing in its heart. The workload of dealing with dry branches was instantly reduced by half, and I felt so happy. Sure enough, you still need to use your brain. In the yard, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen started to have a midnight snack together after a burst of sinister laughter. In fact, this can't be considered a midnight snack, as it's already dawn. The two of them ate and chatted. Fang Shi whispered to Zhang Wen, "Brother, there is no such thing as ultimate moves in Tiang continent. It's easier for me because I can use ultimate moves without restrictions. Your original ultimate moves and swordsmanship will definitely be useless. You have to work harder on sword power and sword intent." Zhang Wen slapped his forehead and said, "Junior sister, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that I have improved Tianyan sword technique, but I'm still unsure about some of the moves. Let's study it later. It's a pity that Grandpa hasn't woken up yet, otherwise you wouldn't be needed." Fang Shi. Although you are telling the truth, it is very heartbreaking. However, she has been in Tiang continent for such a long time, and has successfully advanced to the Liangsu realm, so why haven't Zhu Xuan, Jiting and Lin Xiangchuan woken up yet? Jiting and Lin Xiangchuan might pretend not to wake up because they had other thoughts in their minds, but if her cheap grandfather woke up, she would not be able to hold back. Fang Shi really missed the days when Zhu Xuan argued with her. She called him with her spiritual sense for a while, but there was no response, so she had to give up. She was quite disappointed. Commander Lu was also very disappointed. Because every time Fang Shi was showing off, he wished someone could share the pain with him. After dinner, Zhang Wen indeed began to discuss swordsmanship with Fang Shi. Fang Shi is weak in swordsmanship, but that is only relative to Zhang Wen. What's more, there is also Commander Lu. After some discussion, Zhang Wen gained a lot. However, it is not easy to develop a set of sword techniques, and it will take some time to complete. When Zhang Wen was feeling very happy, Fang Shi said, "Let's go find the Sect master." Seeing Zhang Wen's doubtful look, Fang Shi curled her lips. "I'm afraid he'll make false promises to us, so I have to help him mix the dough first." Zhang Wen was stunned for a moment, and said quickly, "Then I will help him set up the oil pan." Then the two of them burst into strange laughter again. "Commander Lu, you two are a perfect match." When Sect Master Dai heard that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen wanted to see him, he was a little surprised, but he still let them in. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen bowed respectfully, "Greetings to the Sect Master." Sect Leader Dai smiled and said, "We are all family, no need to be polite, just sit down and talk." After Fang Shi and Zhang Wen sat down, Sect Master Dai asked about their well-being and then asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Fang Shi said a little embarrassedly, "Uncle Master, you promised me that if I won first place in the disciple competition, you would allow me to enter the treasury and choose 3 treasures. I can't keep things in my heart, so I kept thinking about them and couldn't sleep every night. You said you would reward us in 2 days, I was afraid you forgot, so I came to remind you." Sect Leader Dai. "When it comes to being thick-skinned, you absolutely follow your master." At this time, Zhang Wen said, "Uncle Master, I tried to stop my sister. You are the leader of a sect, how could you not keep your word? But she is impatient and insisted on coming over. I spoiled her." Sect Leader Dai. "You are also Gu Liangchuan's biological child." "No, a direct disciple." Sect Leader Dai coughed twice. "Yi, my words are of course trustworthy. It's just that what I mentioned before was the competition among the disciples of the sect, which is different from the competition in the forbidden area." Fang Shi cursed inwardly, "See, I told you this old miser is just making empty promises again." The next moment, Sect Leader Dai changed the subject. "However, you have made great contributions this time, and you and your sister have also made many contributions to the sect before, so you deserve a generous reward. However, Li Zhe's merits were not enough to qualify him to enter the treasury and choose treasures. How about this, I will nominally reward you with 2 treasures and your brother with 1 treasure. As for whether you want to give one to Li Zhe, it's up to you." Fang Shi retracted the invisible 40-meter machete. It seems that the old stingy man is still reasonable. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen immediately stood up, expressed their gratitude to Sect Master Dai, and praised him a lot. Sect Leader Dai was both angry and amused, and waved his hand. "That's fine, as long as you don't call me stingy behind my back." Fang Shi laughed dryly twice. "Uncle Master, look at what you said, no matter who you say is stingy, you can't say you are stingy. Apart from anything else, you even put up your own private vault to help my master clean up the mess. You are the most generous." Fang Zai's words touched Sect Master Dai's heart. He really did a lot of things for that troublesome junior brother. After chatting for a while, Fang Shi asked, "Master, how is the investigation of the spy going?" Sect Leader Dai shook his head. "I still have no clue. Although 2 spies who took over the bodies of the personal disciples were caught last time, the clues obtained were very limited and no other spies were dug out." Fang Shi smiled slyly. "Uncle Master, we can put out some bait and let him take the bait himself." Sect leader Dai asked in confusion, what do you mean? The mission of those two spies is to obtain some treasure in the treasury. I believe the spies hiding in the sect also have the same goal. Therefore, as long as you spread the word that if you want a reward I can go into the treasury and pick out 3 treasures, including my brothers, and the other party will definitely come to me. Either they would induce me to choose their target treasure, and then find a way to take it away after I took it out, or they would take over my body before that. I think they would most likely choose to possess someone else's body. After all, my cultivation is so weak that it wouldn't be difficult to do so. If I create some favorable opportunities for them, such as me going to the back mountain alone to practice the turtle evolution technique, it will be easier for them to attack me. Sect leader Dai shook his head like a rattle. Not right, this is too dangerous. Although I don't know the identity of the spy, you must have great cultivation. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Fang Shi stood up and said seriously. Uncle Master, this is certainly dangerous, but if you want to catch a spy, this is the best way. As for my own safety, I have even signed a contract with the Heavenly Tao Monument, so how can this spy be in danger from the Heavenly Thunder? You don't have to worry about me. Even if I really lose my life because of this, I will have no regrets. As I said before, the sect has brought warmth to my brother and me, and we must protect our home even if it means our lives are shattered. Zhang Wen also said passionately, Sect Master, my sister is right, as long as it is for the sect, we brothers and sisters will go through fire and water without hesitation. Please agree to our request. Sect leader Dai was both moved and ashamed. He originally thought that the brother and sister were here to get treasure, but it turned out that they were here to catch spies. Risk your life to catch the spy. He really deserves to die. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1724, the master does not work hard, the disciple will be sad. After careful consideration, Sect leader Dai agreed to Fang Shi's proposal. After discussing the details, Sect leader Dai started to make plans again. Lu Qi, Yi, regardless of whether this plan succeeds or not, I will give you a great credit. Do you have any reward you want? Fang Shi thought for a moment and said, Uncle Master, you know that I just made a small fortune from Xing our sect, so I am not short of money for the time being. Although I really want to pick a few more treasures from the treasury, I can't bear to make things difficult for you. How about this, do you have a golden medal of immunity from death or something? Give me and my brother one each. If our master leads us astray and we get into trouble, we can come to you with the golden medal of immunity from death. Sect leader Dai was amused. We are not in the secular world, where is the golden medal of immunity from death? However, I can make you a promise. As long as you don't betray your sect, I will protect you even if you cause a disaster. Fang Shi took out the photo stone and said, Uncle Master, please say it again. Sect leader Dai. Although I was a little speechless, I still said it solemnly. Fang Shi put the photo stone away, and the smile on her face was brighter than before. A day later, Sect leader Dai convened a sect meeting. The atmosphere was warm and the scene was grand. The central idea is to commend the relevant personnel who participated in the Forbidden Area competition, especially the 4 disciples of Master Gu Liangchang. Elder Gu Liang thought about all the sad things in his life, so he didn't let himself squeal like a pig in public. Ha ha ha. He, Gu Liangchuan, is no longer the scourge of the sect that everyone hates. He is now the backbone of the sect. Li Zhe's eyes were moist. He thought that this was how his life would be. Who made him end up with such an unreliable master? Unexpectedly, after all the hard work, his life finally got better. Although Fang Shi and Zheng Wen were not as excited as Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe, they were also very happy. Fang Shi boasted to Commander Lu. Master, how long have I been in Tianyin Dao sect? I have already become a model of the sect. I still can't adapt to it. Do you think I'm too high profile now? Too eye-catching? This is definitely not my original intention. Blame it on me being too outstanding. Excellence has become a burden to me, strength has become a burden to me, it's so hard for me. Ellipsis. Commander Lu, my situation is even harder than yours. He couldn't help but pour cold water on Fang Shi. Don't be too arrogant, you are only at the 6th level of refining void, you are not as good as the average inner disciples, let alone those direct disciples. The Tianyin Taoist sect is now just a low-ranking sect in the Tiank continent. With your current level of cultivation, you are not even qualified to be a handyman in the Tiank Alliance. In addition to your cultivation, you have also learned a little about the art of turtle evolution, and until now you have not figured out a way to solve the problem of exploding turtle shells. You should practice hard with your feet on the ground instead of being complacent. Fang Shi's raised little tail suddenly drooped. Yes, she has only taken a small step now, and there is still a long way to go. She should take time to calm down. Commander Lu was relieved and a little proud to see that she had stopped showing off. No matter how smart the little girl is, her age and experience are there, and she still has to rely on him to beat her at critical moments. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Fang Shi say, Master, don't just blame me, shouldn't you also reflect on yourself? You said that you were a treacherous hero after all, but now you have no other skills except chatting with me. Don't you feel ashamed? Look at the fat senior in the Heavenly Tao Monument. He is so pitiful, he can make me fall with just a wave of his sleeves, not to mention that he can also set up a formation. So, you have to work hard. If the master doesn't work hard, the disciple will be sad. Commander Lu. The fat old man is a pity, but I am a weapon spirit, and a weapon spirit that has just been transformed not long ago. How can it be the same? But he still felt a little unwilling. He used to be the commander of an army, but now he has become an incompetent spirit. Maybe the dead girl was right, and he just wasn't working hard enough. Fang Shi was secretly happy in her heart. If they wanted to roll up, they would all roll up together, no one could escape. At this time, Sect leader Dai began to announce the rewards, the most eye-catching of which was undoubtedly the reward for Fang Shi. In view of Lu Yi's outstanding contribution in this Forbidden Land competition, in addition to being awarded 1,000 Sect contribution points, she is also allowed to enter the treasury to select 3 treasures. There was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Rewarding 3 treasures at one time is unprecedented. However, Lu Yi is worth it. After the discussion among the crowd subsided, Sect leader Dai said. However, the treasury needs to be counted recently. Yi, please enter the treasury again in half a month to choose the prize. Fang Shi said yes obediently. She gave the spy a full half-month to act. She was so kind. Early the next morning, Fang Shi and Junwen went to the back mountain. He called it guarding the tomb for his master and practiced the art of turtle divination at the same time. When everyone heard that Fang Shi was going to practice the turtle evolution technique, they immediately became excited. In groups of 3 or 5, they all found excuses to run to the back mountain. Once the turtle shell explodes, you will get 10,000 taels of strode stones. You would be a fool not to go. Fang Shi was dumbfounded when she saw the huge crowd. She had never expected this to happen. Ugh. Her personality charm is so strong. Although Fang Shi repeatedly stated that she was only learning the theory and had no intention of putting it into practice, she still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the money-loving people. Although Fang Shi repeatedly stated that she was only learning the theory and had no intention of putting it into practice, she still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the money-loving people. Fang Shi had no choice but to secretly send a message to Sect leader Dai, asking him to save her from the dire straits where she was being treated like a star by everyone. Sect leader Dai felt very complicated when he received the message. He, the Sect leader, is not as popular as Lu Yi. Is he not qualified to be the Sect leader, or is it that this little girl Lu Yi is too good at winning people's hearts? Soon, Sect Master Dai issued a ban to Fang Shi. She had just advanced to the 6th level of refining void and her cultivation was not stable yet. It was not suitable for her to practice turtle evolution technique recently. It is fine to meditate in the back mountain, but if you secretly practice the turtle evolution technique, you will be severely punished. The disciples who were watching then dispersed. There are so many things to do, how can I have the time to watch her practice? Fang Shi said to Commander Lu. Master, did you see that? They were so attentive to me before, but now they are all leaving me. This person's heart is too fickle. Commander Lu was about to express his feelings when Fang Shi said. But this is all within my control. I can let them come back or leave at any time if I want. Although it is a bit inappropriate to say that someone can come when you call him and leave when you dismiss him, it is not much different. Commander Lu, I am practicing, please do not disturb me. Fang Shi and Commander Lu joked around for a while and then began to practice the chaos technique. After practicing for a few hours, Junwen said to Fang Shi. Little sister, I think practicing here is much more effective than practicing in the house. What do you think? Fang Shi nodded. Brother, I also think that the effect is better than practicing in the house. It must be the spirit of our master in heaven blessing us. Let's stay here for a few days. After saying that, she and Junwen kowtowed 3 times to the small mound in a very proper manner. Anyone who saw them would think that they were 2 filial children. Little did he know that Fang Shi was muttering to himself at this moment. Heaven and earth, please help me, master, please show your power. May the spy bite the fishhook. I, your disciple, will kowtow to you. I'm so happy to catch a spy. I'll do somersaults for you. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1725 Is it okay to outsource filial piety? For 3 consecutive days, Fang Shi and Junwen practiced in front of the small mound. Instead of catching the spy, we caught Elder Gu Liang. He looked so ashamed. How could his disciple feel when his grandson was so filial? So, he said to Fang Shi and Junwen. From today on, I, the master, will also stay here to practice. Fang Shi. What did you do this morning? Now is the time to be filial. She also didn't want to chase them away, for fear that the spies in the dark would discover the clues. Fortunately, Elder Gu Liang soon could not stay there any longer, because he felt uncomfortable if he did not study the turtle evolution technique for a day, but he did not dare to deduce it in front of his master's tomb. Because he was afraid that he would accidentally blow up his master's cenotaph. Elder Gu Liang only persisted for 2 days before letting Fang Shi and Junwen perform filial duties at their master's grave on his behalf and then slipped away. Fang Shi and Junwen, is it okay to outsource filial piety? In the blink of an eye, Fang Shi and Junwen had been practicing on the small mound for 7 days. It was calm and there were no suspicious people. Fang Shi was not in a hurry at all. The bait she put out was so rich that she didn't believe the spy wouldn't take the bait. He is probably still waiting and watching. After all, she has given him half a month. Fang Shi was tired from practicing that day and felt that his master's cenotaph was too shabby, so he decided to decorate it. After much thought, I decided to plant a tree. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. What a fitting meaning. Fang Shi quickly picked out a crooked tree in the woods not far away. She and Junwen dug it out with pickaxes and planted it in front of the cenotaph. The more Fang Shi looked at it, the more satisfied she became. This little crooked tree and this little mound of earth really matched each other. It also makes it convenient for her charlatan master to hang himself on her grave. Commander Lu, you are so filial. When Junwen saw the crooked tree, he suddenly remembered something. Immediately sent a message to Fang Shi through the secret passage. Junior sister, you said that our master would blow up the turtle shell every now and then, and the house has been blown up countless times, so why is the tree in his yard always intact? Fang Shi suddenly became energetic. Yup. Even if the turtle shell exploded inside the house and the affected area was not that wide, the tree should not have been completely undamaged. Either the tree itself is a powerful demonic plant, or there is a protective barrier around the tree. Why should we protect a tree if there is nothing to do? There is only one reason, that is, there are good things buried under the tree. Fang Shi was immediately excited. If she didn't have to wait for spies here, she would have wanted to grow wings and fly to Elder Gu Liang's courtyard to find out what was going on. She was immediately filled with resentment towards the spy whom she had never met before. How dare you block her path to wealth? You are really courting death. Fang Shi decided to add some drama, otherwise this dead spy would not take the bait for a while. So, in the middle of the night, Fang Shi suddenly covered his head and screamed. Zhang Wen hurriedly asked worriedly, "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" "Brother, I have a headache and my sea of consciousness is shaking. I think I'm sick again." He choked and fainted before he could finish his words. Zhang Wen was immediately at a loss. He called out and fed her pills, but it was of no use. Zhang Wen was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and simply ran towards the front mountain with Fang Shi on his back. Not long after running out, he met two people wearing elders' uniforms. One of them asked, "Lu Qi, why are you here so late? Oh, by the way, I heard that you and your sister are guarding the tomb of your master. You are a filial child." "Ha, that's your sister on your back. What happened to her?" Another person also hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with Lu Yi? Put it down quickly, let me take a look." Zhang Wen gently put Fang Shi down and said with tears in his eyes, "Elder Kui, Elder Yu, you've come just in time. Please help me check on my sister. She must be sick again. There's something wrong with her consciousness." Elder Kui immediately stepped forward to check on Fang Shi's condition. Elder Yu, who was standing next to Zhang Wen, put his hand on Zhang Wen's shoulder and said soothingly, "Let Elder Kui take a look first, don't worry." Before he finished saying the word, heart, he increased his strength and clamped Zhang Wen. At the same time, Elder Kui also imprisoned Fang Shi's spiritual power. In fact, given Fang Shi's current situation, it makes no difference whether she is imprisoned or not. Her face is pale, her breathing is weak, and she looks like a dead person. Zhang Wen was immediately shocked. "Elder Yu, what are you doing? Have I offended you in any way?" Elder Yu sneered, "You haven't offended me. If you want to blame someone, just blame your bad luck." Zhang Wen was so frightened that his face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. "Elder Yu, now you are the butcher and my sister and I are the meat. We definitely have no way to survive, but at least let me be clear about why you want to kill us." Elder Yu sneered, "I've said it before, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Who allowed you to get the qualification to enter the treasure house?" Elder Kui frowned. "Stop talking nonsense to him and take over his body quickly." As Elder Kui spoke, he urged his soul to leave his body, preparing to take over Fang Shi's body. As soon as his soul left his body, a golden stone tablet smashed down towards his soul. Fang Shi has invested a lot of money this time. In order to deliver a fatal blow, she drew hundreds of bastards on the monument. Not only that, at the same time as the stone tablet was smashed, she also summoned a wooden sword and directly used the tortoise shell skill. She had to act steadily, accurately and ruthlessly because she had to leave time to save Zhang Wen. Although the mutated burrowing thorn beasts and dead branches had been ambushed underground in advance, who knew whether these two things were reliable or not, so adequate preparations had to be made. Elder Kui never dreamed that Fang Shi would suddenly attack. After all, he had already imprisoned Fang Shi's spiritual power. How could he know that Fang Shi had a little black ball, a cheating artifact, and his so-called confinement was completely useless? On the one hand, he was unprepared, and on the other hand, his soul was at its weakest when it left the body, and he was smashed to pieces by Fang Shi's stone tablet. Fang Shi didn't even use his turtle shell ultimate move. She felt that it should not be wasted, so she gave it to Elder Yu next to her. Just as Elder Yu was trying to dodge, a vine emerged from the ground and entangled his left and right legs together. Although Elder Yu broke free quickly, Fang Shi's turtle shell also arrived. Elder Yu swung his sword towards the spiritual tortoise shell, but he never expected that the tortoise shell exploded as soon as the sword touched it. Several bastards came at him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to dodge it, but because he was delayed for a moment by the dead branch, he only avoided the vital parts and his shoulders and calves were injured. Although it was not fatal, the death of Elder Kui made him like a frightened bird, and he only wanted to save his life. He immediately wanted to take Zhang Wen hostage, but when he turned around, Zhang Wen was nowhere to be found. It turned out that when the dead branches were entangled around Elder Yu's feet, the mutated burrowing thorn beast hiding underground came out and ran away with Zhang Wen in its mouth. If you are not proactive in escaping, there is something wrong with your thinking. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1726 Brother, you are strong again. When Elder Yu saw that Zhang Wen had disappeared, he turned around and ran away. The death of Elder Kui made him a little confused about Fang Zai's background, and he thought that she had hidden her cultivation level before. More importantly, since the present is a trap, there must be a backup plan. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape later. Elder Yu and his companions were already several hundred feet away in a flash. Fang Shi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Although she ran very fast, she was not as fast as this magic that could shrink the distance to an inch. It seems that practicing well is the right way to go. It would be great if she could reach Mahayana level. Ha! She can be a Mahayana. She immediately used the blood-burning technique, which made all the veins in her body burn. Her cultivation level soared to the 6th level of Mahayana in an instant. She can't shrink the distance, but she can jump. With one jump, he jumped dozens of feet away. Elder Yu was stunned when he saw Fang Shi jumping over like a rabbit. What kind of magic is this? This Lu Yi really hid her cultivation level. The strength is unfathomable. Elder Yu was so frightened that his face turned pale and he ran forward desperately. Although shrinking the earth into an inch is fast, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so he didn't dare to use it again after using it a few times. But Fang Shi is not afraid. As for spiritual power, she can have as much as she wants. I jump as hard as I can. After 3 or 2 jumps, he jumped too far and landed directly in front of Elder Yu. Fang Shi. Elder Yu. He had no choice but to turn around and run back. Fang Shi also turned around and jumped back, shouting as he jumped. Hey, old spy, where are you escaping to? Stop right there. If you don't stop, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Ellipsis. Elder Yu would never listen to her and ran forward desperately. I ran all the way to the small slope. He panted and said to Fang Shi. Stop, if you take another step forward, I will destroy your master's grave. Fang Shi continued to jump forward, saying as he jumped, "Destroy it. The more severe the destruction, the better. It would be best if it explodes into pieces. My master likes excitement." Elder Yu. When he was shocked and unable to understand, Fang Shi stopped. "I'm just kidding. How can you, such a filial grandson, bear to see my master lose his integrity in his later years?" Elder Yu, what kind of words are these? However, he also felt relieved. As long as he has a chance to catch his breath, he will definitely be able to find a way to escape. So, he began to lobby Fang Shi. "Lu Yi, we don't really need to fight to the death. You haven't been here for long, so there's no need for you to risk your life for Tianyin Dao Sect. As long as you let me live today, I will agree to any conditions you put forward." Fang Shi was a little tempted. "You can agree to any conditions. Then use the money to buy your life. Give me 10 billion spirit stones and I will let you go." Elder Yu, #% and asterisk could add. "If I had 10 billion spirit stones, why would I come here to bullshit? Lu Yi, 10 billion is too much. How about this? I will give you all the valuables in the storage ring, and I can also make you a promise that when Tianyin Dao Sect is destroyed in the future, I will leave you and your brother a way out. How about that?" Fang Shi was happy. The kind of weird laugh. Elder Yu laughed so hard that he got goosebumps all over his body. Just as he was about to ask Fang Shi what he was laughing at, the ground he was standing on suddenly sank. At the same time, a golden stone tablet hit him. In a hurry, Elder Yu used the technique of shrinking the earth into an inch again and teleported to a place more than 10 feet away. Normally it should be several dozen feet, but a mutant burrowing thorn beast lying in ambush underground bit one of his boots and pulled it. Although I didn't catch him, I did slow down the opponent's speed. As for why the mutated burrowing thorn beast would ambush here, it was just a coincidence. After Zheng Wen was taken away by the mutated burrowing thorn beast, he was worried about Fang Shi, so he turned back. On the way, he did not forget to wave to people. The first person to shake the hand was not Elder Gu Liang, but Sect Leader Dai. There was no way. His charlatan master was too unreliable and his cultivation was not that good either. After shaking Sect Leader Dai and preparing to shake the others, he heard Fang Zai's shout. It was the middle of the night and the sound could be heard from far away. The mutant burrowing thorn beast hurriedly said, "Run. That old spy seems to be coming this way." Zheng Wen thought quickly and said, "Fugui, hide underground and surprise attack that old man." Mutated digging thorn beast, what about you? "I'm afraid of death. I'm going to hide in the woods over there." Mutated digging thorn beast. You are afraid of death, but I am not. You heartless person, I shouldn't have saved you just now. However, it still burrowed into the ground. Zheng Wen hid in the woods not far away. He knew his own strength. If he acted rashly, he might be captured by Elder Yu and taken hostage, which would hinder his junior sister. If Fang Shi is in danger, it won't be too late for him to take action. Although he didn't dare to burn all his meridians like Fang Shi, he could still hold on for a while by using the blood-burning technique. Although he knew that this was the most rational choice, he still felt bad. Every time it was the junior sister who protected him. He, as a senior brother, was such a waste. Although he doesn't have the same red-eye disease as his junior sister, who isn't a proud genius. Amid the turbulent emotions, a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling came over me. It's coming, it's coming. Coming with sword intent. Zheng Wen quickly activated the burning blood technique, which would maximize the effect of the sword intent. Just as he was getting ready and hadn't rushed forward, Elder Yu teleported over. It was exactly within the range of Zheng Wen's sword. Zheng Wen didn't hesitate at all and slashed at Elder Yu with his sword. Elder Yu really didn't expect that there was an ambush here, and he had just teleported here, his spiritual power was unstable, and he was hit hard by the sword. It was split directly into two halves. His soul immediately left his body and went towards Zheng Wen. The purpose is very clear, which is to take over Zheng Wen's body. Zheng Wen was also careless. He was still shocked at how powerful his swordsmanship was. He killed an elder in the Mahayana stage with just one sword. By the time I realized it, it was already too late. Elder Yu's soul has already entered his sea of consciousness. Elder Yu looked at Zheng Wen and smiled grimly. Guess what your sister would do if I took over your body? Would she sacrifice her own family for the greater good, or would she just listen to my orders? In order to delay time, Zheng Wen said in a trembling voice, "Senior, as long as you forgive me, I will listen to you in everything. I will persuade my sister to surrender, okay? It's too late, die." Elder Yu immediately pounced towards Zheng Wen. Zheng Wen was hiding while thinking in his mind. If it didn't work, he would self-destruct. Even if I die, I cannot become a tool for Elder Yu to hold junior sister hostage. At this moment, a person appeared in his sea of consciousness. It is Fang Shi. She was carrying a glittering golden stone tablet, and her whole body looked like it was covered with a layer of gold. "Brother, you are strong again." Junior sister, don't confuse friend with foe. Zheng Wen almost cried. Whenever he was in despair, the junior sister would appear by his side like a god. The value of the sentence, "Sin Fang Shi will gain eternal life," is still rising. Elder Yu was terrified. Isn't this Lu Qi's sea of consciousness? How come Lu Yi is here? This is not common sense. Fang Shi didn't care whether it was reasonable or not. She only had one thought in mind now, which was to kill Elder Yu. Totally dead. God knows how scared she was when she saw Elder Yu's soul invading Zheng Wen's sea of consciousness. She forced herself to calm down, and immediately separated a wisp of her spiritual consciousness and sent it into Jun Wen's sea of consciousness. It's not that she is stingy, but she is afraid that if too much spiritual consciousness is divided, Jun Wen's sea of consciousness will not be able to bear it. Even so, Jun Wen's sea of consciousness would probably be damaged. But she had no choice. Even if Jun Wen becomes stupid and crazy, he cannot be possessed by another body. Because stupidity and madness can still be cured, but being possessed by another's body is completely over. Fang Shi didn't waste any words. He swung the stone tablet and smashed it towards Elder Yu. You actually want to take over the body of my fifth senior brother, you are dead. Not only are you dead, but the forces behind you are also dead. Both the Tiank Alliance and that sneaky third-party force are doomed. Elder Yu subconsciously took a few steps back, but he quickly regained his footing. It seemed that Lu Yi had only separated a wisp of consciousness, and there was no way she could be his opponent. What was there for him to be afraid of? So, he decided to turn defense into offense and slap the stone tablet with his palm. How sad. The stone tablet was not damaged, but he was shaken so much that he almost disappeared. He wanted to run, but Fang Shi would never give him the chance. He picked up the stone tablet and smashed it. Because he used too much force, Jun Wen's sea of consciousness began to shake violently. Junior sister, please don't be so indistinguishable from foes. Fang Shi finally came to his senses and looked again. Elder Yu's soul had already turned to ashes, not even a trace was left. Fang Shi felt a little embarrassed when she saw Jun Wen's shaken sea of consciousness again. Up. I forgot that this is fifth senior brother's fragile sea of consciousness. She didn't have time to say anything and quickly retreated from Jun Wen's sea of consciousness. At this time, Jun Wen was in great pain. His face was pale and blood was coming out of all his orifices, just like a dead person. Fang Shi quickly fed him a handful of pills, thought for a moment, and then fed him a purple beast core. Finally, Jun Wen opened his eyes. Fang Shi helped him sit up, asked him to meditate and regulate his breathing, and activated the Spirit Gathering formation. Jun Wen was meditating when Sect Master Dai hurried over. Fang Shi. That's what it is, that's what it is. If we were counting on you, my fifth brother and I would have been here long ago. Sect leader Dai was also helpless. He did not dare to ambush anyone nearby for fear that the spies would become suspicious. If we alert the enemy, all our efforts will be wasted. When Sect leader Dai saw two bodies lying on the ground and that Fang Shi and Jun Wen were still alive, he felt relieved. When he got closer and saw the faces of the two people, his brows immediately twisted into a knot. It turned out to be Elder Kui and Elder Yu. It seems nothing unusual on weekdays, but it's hidden so deeply. If Lu Yi hadn't used herself as bait this time, it would have been impossible to discover their flaws. As he was thinking about it, he walked closer to Fang Shi and saw that the little girl's face was pale and her body was a little shaky. Looking at Jun Wen again, it's even worse. His face and body were all covered in blood, and it seemed as if he was only breathing his last breath. Sect leader Dai felt extremely guilty and quickly took out two pills. One was handed to Fang Shi, and the other was directly fed to Jun Wen. Yi, this is the Taisha rejuvenating pill. Although it cannot be said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, as long as the person is still alive, it can be saved. You have been seriously injured this time, and it will be of great benefit to you after taking it. Even if Sect Master Dai didn't say it, Fang Shi knew that this was a good thing. Because the 5 dog spread roots in her danshan were so hungry that they were crying out, hungry. You should know that these 5 dog spread roots cannot speak at ordinary times, and they will only utter a word when they're extremely greedy. Fang Shi couldn't bear to eat it. She had to keep it to analyze the recipe and then refine more. When Sect Master Dai saw her put the pills into her storage ring, he didn't say anything. After all, Fang's eyes condition seemed better than Jun Wen's. Just as Sect leader Dai was about to ask what was going on, Elder Gu Liang showed up. He saw that his 2 disciples had lost their manners, so he pointed at Sect leader Dai's nose and started scolding him. Dai Chanfang, you bastard. You don't have any disciples yourself, but you are harming my disciples. You are really not a human being. You let these 2 young masters trap the Mahayana spy. What were you thinking? Are you afraid that they won't die? If anything happens to them, I will die in front of you. Ellipsis. Fang Shi. If you use all your strength, will you die in front of your senior brother? You are really promising. Although she was speechless, she couldn't just ignore it, so she said weakly. Master, please don't blame my uncle. My brother and I volunteered. My uncle didn't agree at first, but I begged him to agree. Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly. Don't you dare speak for him. Don't I know what kind of person he is? He even had the heart to push his own junior fellow apprentice out to take the blame. What else could he not do? Yi, don't worry about it. Just sit down and meditate. Master will definitely seek justice for you. Fang Shi thought, seek justice. The best you can do is go to that crooked tree and hang yourself. Oh, right, tree. After 5th senior brother is okay, she will have to go check out the tree in the charlatan master's yard. Fang Shi ignored Elder Gu Liang and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. Elder Gu Liang was jumping up and down and cursing when Hall Master Teng and his companions arrived one after another. Elder Gu Liang shut up. He had to restrain himself in front of outsiders, otherwise Dai Chanfang would get angry and might kick him away. However, this matter is not over yet. He is determined to skin Dai Chanfang alive this time. Otherwise, he will have to cleverly order his 2 stupid apprentices around in the future. Hall Master Teng and others have already begun searching for the bodies of Elder Kui and Elder Yu. Although there were many valuable things in the storage ring, there were no valuable clues. But this time, Elder Gu Liang belatedly realized a very crucial issue. He asked Sect leader Dai, did you kill these 2 old bastards? Sect leader Dai shook his head. When I arrived, they were already dead. Elder Gu Liang's eyes widened. You mean, they were killed by Yi and the others? 2 young cultivators killed 2 Mahayana cultivators. Impossible. It's impossible. Sect leader Dai also found it unbelievable. When Feng Shi mentioned the trapping plan, he thought Feng Shi would use tricks to delay time and wait for rescue. I didn't expect that they would kill the person directly. How did they do that? Just as he was wondering, Elder Gu Liang slapped his thigh. I know, it must be our master appearing. It's worth it that I come to visit our master's grave every now and then. It turns out that people should be filial. Sect leader Dai. You do come here every now and then, but are you here to visit the graves? You are here to cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide in order to force me to surrender. It is such a blessing for the master to have a precious disciple like you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1728 Master gave me a dream. Although Sect Master Dai thought that Elder Gu Liang was talking nonsense, he also felt that it was impossible for Feng Shi and Zhang Wen, two young masters of the refinement realm, to kill two Mahayana cultivators. Even if these two Mahayana cultivators were possessed by someone else and their cultivation was compromised, they definitely could not be killed by two little refiners. At this time, Master Teng said, could it be the Heavenly Tao Monument? Last time when Yi was struck by lightning, it was the Heavenly Tao Monument that protected her at the critical moment. Maybe it will be the same this time. Sect leader Dai and others were immediately convinced by this reason. Even Elder Gu Liang felt that this explanation was more reliable than his master's apparition. Feng Shi, who was meditating and thinking about what to say. Master Teng is indeed the best man in Tianyan Dao sect. Speaking of which, the two spies also died at the hands of the Heavenly Tao Monument. After all, her spiritual tablet was transformed according to the Heavenly Tao Monument. She took a few more breaths, then stood up and saluted to Hall Master Teng and the others. Sect leader Dai couldn't help but nod his head. It was really rare that he could still be so polite even in such a situation. His unreliable junior brother actually accepted such a good disciple. He was so lucky. As he was thinking, he heard Elder Gu Liang shouting, Yi, forget about these empty formalities. Tell me what's going on. Feng Shi immediately recounted what had happened, but she concealed the fact that Zhang Wen was almost possessed by another spirit and that she had separated a wisp of her spiritual consciousness and entered Zhang Wen's sea of consciousness. It was only said that at the critical moment, the Heavenly Tao Monument displayed its power and smashed the souls of Elder Kui and Elder Yu into ashes. After listening to Feng Zai's words, Hall Master Teng couldn't help but sigh. Although Yi's contract with the Heavenly Tao Monument may lead to punishment from heaven, it also provides an extra layer of protection. This is what people often say, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Elder Gu Liang shook his head and said, Old Teng, what you said is correct. There is no absolute good or bad in the world. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster depends on fate. That's why there are variables, like the willow tree in front of my master's grave, maybe it's a variable. He originally wanted to say Lu Qi and Yi, but swallowed the words back. Although there was nothing shameful about being a variable, he always felt it was not a good idea to say it out loud. It might make his two disciples doubt their feelings for him as a master, and think that he was being nice to them because they were variables. Although, there was indeed this reason at the beginning. But now it's purely out of love. When Feng Shi was talking just now, he forgot to mention the crooked tree. After all, it was not an important matter. When Elder Gu Liang said this, she was immediately moved. Master, you may not believe this, but when I was meditating here a few days ago, my master appeared in my dream. Master Teng and others. Elder Gu Liang stared with his eyes wide open and cried out. What did you say? Did your master dream about you? What was the dream? He was in a state of confusion. Would the old man scold his unfilial disciple in front of his grandson? That would be so embarrassing. Feng Shi bowed in the direction of the small earthen slope before saying, Master didn't say anything, just let me plant a tree in front of his grave, preferably a crooked tree. Elder Gu Liang scratched his head and asked, what does this mean? Elder Bai sneered, is there any need to ask? You always said that you wanted to hang yourself in front of Master's grave. Master did this to help you. Elder Gu Liang, Bai Lin, you old ungrateful bastard, if you don't speak no one will think you are dumb. Although he cursed like this, he felt a little scared inside. Oh my god. Could this really be what the old man meant? I said I wanted to hang myself, but that was just to scare Dai Chanfang. I couldn't bear to die. He quickly ran to the small mound and kowtowed, muttering to himself. Master, I was just teasing Dai Chanfang before, please don't take it seriously. I, your disciple, still need to pass on the art of turtle evolution and bring glory to you. I cannot die yet. If you feel lonely over there, I will burn some old ladies for you someday. Ellipsis. Although Sect leader Dai and the others could not hear what Elder Gu Liang was thinking, they could guess roughly what he was thinking by looking at his actions. Everyone felt amused and confused. Is what Lu Yi said true or false? It should be true. After all, she can lie to her own master. But it may not be a dream. It is probably because she always heard her master talking about hanging herself that she had this strange dream. At this time, Zhang Wen opened his eyes. Although his face was still very pale, it was much better than before. After checking his pulse, Elder Zhao said, your meridians are somewhat damaged. It should be fine after a period of rest. Feng Shi finally put her mind at ease. However, she was a little puzzled. Fifth senior brother's sea of consciousness was obviously damaged, so why didn't Elder Zhao notice it? But she didn't feel comfortable asking, so she didn't mention it. Sect leader Dai asked Elder Gu Liang to escort Feng Shi and Zhang Wen back to their residence. He also had to deal with the follow-up matters of Elder Yu and Elder Kui with Hall leader Teng. On the way back, Elder Gu Liang and Feng Shi complained. To put it bluntly, Dai Chanfang just doesn't think highly of me and doesn't want me to get involved in these big things. If you push me too far, I'll go to your master's grave. Cough, bar, bar, bar. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously, no one should take it seriously. Feng Shi. It seems that the lies she told casually were quite effective. When they arrived at Zhang Wen's yard, Elder Gu Liang pointed at his and Feng's eyes noses and started to teach them a lesson. Are you too stupid? There are so many people in the sect, how can you two little ninjas be in charge of luring spies? This time, I was just lucky that you came back safe and sound. If anything else, you would have killed me, wouldn't you? Also, don't think that Dai Chanfang is a good person. He can do anything for the benefit of the sect. You two are just idiots. He sold you out and now you have to help him count the money. From now on, if he asks you to do something, you tell me right away, do you hear me? Although Fengxi and Zhongwen had their own plans in mind, they could also feel Elder Gu Liang's love for them, so they quickly agreed. Elder Gu Liang muttered a few words again before leaving. As soon as he left, Zhongwen said excitedly, "Junior sister, hee hee. Fengxi. No matter who you are, get off my fifth brother." Zhongwen chuckled for a long time before saying, "Junior sister, this time it was a blessing in disguise. After you destroyed Elder Yu's original spirit, I thought my sea of consciousness would be severely damaged, but unexpectedly it expanded nearly twice as much as before. My spiritual awareness is now terrifyingly strong." Fengxi was surprised and happy. She really didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Even Commander Lu couldn't help but sigh. "Zhongwen, this kid is so lucky. It's true that fools have good fortunes." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1729 A fool is unkind, but he cannot be unjust. Zhongwen was very proud. Fengxi was happy when she remembered something. "Fifth brother, I want you to separate a strand of your spiritual consciousness and give it to me for safekeeping. Just in case something unexpected happens to you, with the strand of spiritual consciousness, you can continue to live." Fengxi had prepared a long speech, wanting to give Zhongwen examples, such as Zhu Shihun and the old ghosts of Changsheng Sect, but before she could finish, Zhongwen couldn't wait to say, "Junior sister, you are right. Don't leave even one strand. You might as well leave more, like 8 or 10 strands. This way it will be safer." "Fengxi, too much is useless, just one strand is enough." Zhongwen had to persuade Fengxi to agree to let him leave behind 2 wisps of spiritual consciousness. Zhongwen also said, "Junior sister, I think it's best for you to leave a strand of it as well. We should be prepared for any eventuality. What do you think?" Fengxi thought it made sense, so he also separated a wisp of his spiritual consciousness and placed it inside the Chang'an banner together with Zhongwen's 2 wisps of spiritual consciousness. Fengxi told Zhongwen to have a good rest and then left. After Fengxi left, Zhongwen felt like he had forgotten something. What was it? "It's not important, just take a rest first." At this time, the mutated burrowing thorn beast that was still lying dead under the small slope was cursing loudly. Its stupid owner is so mean. How could they just leave it there like that? Before, after it bit Elder Yu's boots and pulled him, it was afraid that Elder Yu would make a surprise attack, so it quickly hid in the soil. It originally wanted to wait and see, and if there was a suitable opportunity, it would attack Elder Yu again. As a result, Fengxi hit Elder Yu inside Zhongwen's sea of consciousness, causing it to shake violently. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was affected, and it fainted gorgeously. Because it hides underground, no one notices its existence. Zhongwen was so happy about the enhancement of his sea of consciousness that he forgot about it. The main reason is that Zhongwen hasn't yet adapted to the fact that he is a man with a family. As long as his junior sister Fengxi is fine, everything will be fine for him. The mutant burrowing thorn beast cursed as it tried to sneak back to Zhongwen's yard. The idiot is unkind, but it cannot be unjust. As for why I wanted to sneak back, it was not for any other reason, it was mainly for safety reasons. A spy suddenly appeared in Tianyan Dao sect out of nowhere. Isn't that scary? Just as the mutant burrowing thorn beast was cursing in its heart, it saw the treetops in the woods in the distance shaking a few times. Normally, it wouldn't care, but it had just experienced a life and death battle and was so scared that it shrank back into the ground. Even so, it felt unsafe and subconsciously wanted to escape underground, but it accidentally went in the wrong direction and ended up in a cenotaph. The mutant digging thorn beast looked at the boots in front of it. The old charlatan was not lying, there was indeed only one boot in it. You know what, these boots are of pretty good quality and look quite new. However, after this delay, it calmed down. If it escapes now, it might reveal its aura, so it's better for it to stay here. Elder Kui and Elder Yu had not noticed its existence before, so even if there was a spy, he should not be able to find it. As it thought about it, it restrained its breath and allowed itself to blend into the surrounding soil. After waiting for a while, its damn curiosity came out. So, he carefully drilled a small hole on the grave mound and looked out. This sight frightened it so much that it shuddered. He saw a man wrapped in a black robe performing hand seals at the edge of the woods in the distance, and the scene suddenly appeared in front of him, which was the scene of Fengxi and Zhongwen being attacked before. However, the scene of Zhongwen being stopped while carrying Fengxi on his back was only played now. The mutant burrowing thorn beast instinctively knows that it should not let the other party see what is happening behind it, but what should it do? Reason told it that it should stay here quietly for now to avoid putting its life in danger. But it felt that it should do something, otherwise its idiot master and the female devil might be in danger. After hesitating for a moment, it made up its mind and carefully crawled to the other side of the small mound, then imitated the voice of Elder Gu Liang and howled. "Master, that damn Dai Chanfang is such a jerk. Sooner or later, I will be driven to death by him. Master, please send him a dream tonight and ask him to treat me well in the future, otherwise I will hang myself in front of your grave." Ellipsis. The voice of the mutated burrowing thorn beast is extremely penetrating and can be heard from far away. Because of the obstruction caused by the earth slope and the crooked tree, the black-robed man in the woods looked over here, hesitated for a moment, and disappeared. After the mutated burrowing thorn beast confirmed again and again that the other party had left, it ran back in a hurry. Of course, he ran from underground. It didn't go to find Zhongwen, but came to find Fengxi instead. Because it knows that its idiot master can't make up his mind and will have to come to the female devil then, it would be better for it to go directly to the female devil to avoid wasting time. After hearing this, Feng Shi quickly reported the matter to Sect Master Dai. At this time, Commander Lu said, "If I'm not mistaken, the man in black is using the light tracing technique, which can trace back what happened in a certain place within a certain period of time. The range that can be traced back depends on the user's cultivation level, and can be as short as a quarter of an hour, or as long as several hours, or even several days. However, there is a prerequisite for using this method, which is to be able to cultivate the power of time. In addition, certain media are also needed. The black-robed man that the thorny beast mentioned should have LBU or Elder Kui's belongings in his hand." Feng's eyes lit up. "Master, do you know this technique of tracing back the light? Please teach me." Commander Lu coughed lightly and said, "You know, I don't practice the power of time, so I don't know this technique." Feng Shi let out a long sigh. Although she didn't say anything, Commander Lu felt that she had said everything. In order to save his precarious reputation, he said, "Although I don't know this technique, I remember that if you want to prevent someone from using it to trace back past events, you can use the power of time to interfere in advance. In this way, even if someone traces back, they will not succeed." Feng Shi immediately said earnestly, "Master, you are the person I admire the most. You are so knowledgeable, you know everything about astronomy and geography. You know everything and can do everything." Commander Lu. Feng Shi gave a lot of praise and then asked, "Master, how do you use the power of time to interfere?" Commander Lu thought for a moment and said, "I vaguely remember that we just need to make the time force at the place where the incident occurred fluctuate, but to be on the safe side, you should try to make the fluctuation range as large as possible." Feng Shi was not in a hurry to go to the small slope, because Sect leader Dai must have sent someone there, and the man in black robe would not appear again in a short time. Where did this man in black robe come from? Are they from the Tiank Alliance or from a third-party force? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1730, I always feel uneasy when I am not kicked. Feng Shi thought about it in her mind and then came to find Junwen. Junwen was currently accepting the tearful accusation of the mutated burrowing thorn beast. "Do you know how pitiful it was for me to be alone after I woke up? I risked my life to save you, and this is how you repay me. Even if you were injured and didn't care about me at the time, it's been more than 2 hours and you still haven't remembered me. Aren't you too heartless? If I had known you were so heartless, I should have chosen a woman, your sister, to be my master." Ellipsis. After listening to this, Junwen said nothing, but silently took out 5 red beast cores and 3 purple beast cores. The mutated burrowing thorn beast took it quickly and immediately changed its expression. "Well, actually, I can understand you. After all, your sea of consciousness has been shaken, so it's normal that you can't remember me for a while. Just don't do this in the future." Junwen then asked it, "Why did you think of imitating my master's speech?" The mutant burrowing thorn beast said proudly, "That old charlatan always said that he would hang himself in front of his master's grave. I guess I was also moved by the scene at that time." Junwen. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them. In fact, the mutated burrowing thorn beast thought that Elder Guliang's throwing tantrums was very amusing, so it imitated it many times in private. Unexpectedly, it came in handy this time. It really is true that having many skills is always a blessing. When Junwen was speechless, Feng Shi came. She told Junwen about the light tracing technique, and then said, "Brother, your spripet dug a rat hole in the old master's tomb. Should we go and apologize to the master?" Junwen instantly understood Feng Zai's intention. The junior sister was looking for an excuse to destroy the crime scene. Yes, let's go now." So, not long after Sect leader Dai and the others arrived at the small slope, they saw Feng Shi and Junwen coming with pale faces. Junwen said with a look of trepidation, "Uncle Master, although my spripet was acting for the greater good, it is still very disrespectful to have destroyed my master's cenotaph. As its owner, I cannot escape the blame, so I come here to apologize to you, Master." Feng Shi also looked uneasy and said, "If I hadn't come up with this method of trapping the spy, Master's cenotaph wouldn't have suffered an unexpected disaster, so I have to apologize to Master." Sect leader Dai wanted to say that everything happened for a reason and it was not their fault, but before he could say anything, Feng Shi and Junwen had already knelt in front of the cenotaph and kowtowed to apologize. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. As an apprentice, he was not as filial as his 2 grandchildren. Not to mention his useless junior fellow apprentice. Just as I thought of this, Elder Guliang arrived. Seeing Feng Shi and Junwen kowtow and apologize, he said carelessly, "What is there to apologize for? It's just a boot, not your master's skeleton. Besides, there's nothing wrong with drilling a few holes, it'll provide ventilation and keep things cool." Sect leader Dai couldn't stand it any longer and kicked Elder Guliang away. Elder Guliang rolled over and got up. He felt at peace. "I always feel uneasy when I am not kicked." Alas, he must have been kicked out by Dai Chanfang. Sect leader Dai and his men searched the place but found no clues, so they could only send people to guard the place in case anything unexpected happened. Feng Shi and Junwen stayed and said they would guard the master's tomb for 3 days as an apology. When using the power of time, no outsiders can be present, so they have to find a reason to stay a little longer. Elder Guliang also stayed and said he wanted to trim the branches of the crooked tree. Sect leader Dai. After Sect Master Dai and the others left, Feng Shi and Junwen quickly repaired the hole in the cenotaph. As for Elder Guliang, he just pretended to pluck a few leaves and considered the pruning done. After a while, Elder Guliang slapped his forehead and said, "I am confused too. I can use the turtle evolution technique to calculate the origin of the man in black robe. You guys stay here, I'll go back to the yard to figure it out." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Elder Guliang did not return until the next night. Feng Shi and Junwen were used to this and probably blew up the house again. Sect leader Dai arranged for 2 elders to stay nearby, and Junwen, under Feng Zai's instructions, led them deep into the woods. The reasons Jun Wen used are also valid. The first thing the mutated burrowing thorn beast noticed was the movement of the treetops. Perhaps the man in black robe came from the other side of the woods. After Jun Wen and the two elders left, Feng Shi took out a time shuttle stone and activated it. Because this is much easier than using the power of time. And the fluctuation range is large enough. Feng Shi felt relieved this time. When the 3-day tomb guarding period was about to begin, Feng Shi and Jun Wen hurried over to find Elder Guliang. When we arrived at the place, we found Deacon Yi was directing people to build a house. Seeing Feng Shi, Deacon Yi immediately came towards her in small steps, smiling like a dog's tail grass. You are here to look for Elder Guliang, right? He went to look for Elder Zhao. Well, he was injured and burned, but he said it was not serious. Feng Shi was not surprised by this. After all, the house had exploded and it was normal for people to get injured. Deacon Yi added, Elder Guliang is worthy of being the backbone of our Tianyin Dao sect. He has been blown up 3 times in the past 2 days. He is really contributing to the sect with his life. Feng Shi. 3 bombings in 2 days. It seems that my chief master was seriously injured. As for the so-called not-so-serious situation, it must be because he cares about his reputation, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to find Elder Zhao. Just as I was thinking about it, Elder Zhao came back. Wrapped like a rice dumpling. Seeing Feng Shi and Jun Wen, he immediately said, it's all Lao Zhao's fault. He said the weather was cold and he was afraid I would catch a cold, so he wrapped me up like this. The little injury I suffered is nothing at all. Feng Shi looked at the big sun in the sky and said with a smile. Master, Elder Zhao has good intentions, so just listen to him. As Feng Shi spoke, he took out a soft couch from his storage ring and let Elder Guliang lie on it. Elder Guliang felt very happy, but he didn't dare to laugh because his face would hurt. Not only my face hurts, my whole body hurts. Lao Zhao's medical skills haven't improved much over the years and he can't even cure a burn. Feng Shi didn't have the courage to ask him whether he had figured out the clue about the man in black robe, seeing as he looked like he hadn't figured it out either. After a while, the house was built. Elder Guliang was too lazy to even look at it, because he had become numb from living in the new house every day. After Deacon Yi led his men away, Feng Shi looked at the ordinary-looking tree in the middle of the courtyard and asked Elder Guliang. Master, when I was meditating in front of my master's grave yesterday, I suddenly remembered something. You often blast turtle shells, and I don't know how many times houses have been destroyed. Why is this tree still intact? My master told me in my dream before that planting the crooked tree was probably just a cover. Could it be that he wanted us to pay attention to this tree? Elder Guliang's eyes lit up. He immediately jumped up from the couch. Then there was a piggy sound. The reason was simple, the wound on his body had burst. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, Chapter 1731, such an ugly person. Elder Guliang no longer cared about his face. He grimaced in pain and kept complaining that Elder Zhao's medical skills were getting worse and worse. Upon seeing this, Feng Shi took out a pain-relieving pill from her storage ring and handed it to Elder Guliang. She did not say that she had made it herself, but only said that it was given to her by the fat senior in the Heavenly Dao Monument. After Elder Guliang finished eating, the pain soon went away. I couldn't help but admire. It has to be Senior Fatty, this medicine is much better than old Zhao's. After that, he shamelessly asked Feng Shi. Yi, do you still have this medicine? Give me a few more, I'll keep them for emergencies. Feng Shi took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Elder Guliang. Master, this is all I have. I'll give it all to you. There is no way, there are only so many high-quality elixirs, and the rest are top-quality elixirs. For her, top-grade elixirs are extremely precious. Commander Lu, did anyone say that? Elder Guliang naturally didn't know about this. He was so moved that he felt that his little disciple was a caring and thoughtful person. The second apprentice's outfit is also okay and can be worn as a robe. As for the eldest disciple, he is a best piece of sack, full of holes. As he thought about it, he said to Feng Shi. Yi, please bring out the Tianyin Dao tablet. Maybe the fat senior will be able to come out. Although Feng Shi thought it was unlikely, he still took out the Heavenly Dao Monument. Elder Guliang bowed politely. Guliangchuan, the 697th generation disciple of Tianyin Dao sect, respectfully invites you, senior. There was no movement at all from the Heavenly Dao Monument. Elder Guliang did not give up and repeated it several times. When Feng Shi was about to persuade Elder Guliang to give up, the figure of the fat old man emerged from the Heavenly Dao Monument. When he saw Elder Guliang's appearance, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zongzi, what a big Zongzi. Also, your hair, ha ha ha, bald. What an ugly person. Ellipsis. Elder Guliang. He wanted to spit out the pill he had just taken. The backbone of his sect cannot bear this humiliation. When Feng Shi was trying to smooth things over, the fat old man went back into the Heavenly Dao Monument and disappeared. Feng Shi. She was afraid that Elder Guliang would get angry, so she quickly changed the subject. Master, has this tree always been here? Elder Guliang couldn't curse the sect's elders in front of his disciples, so he just followed Feng Xi's words and said. This tree was already here when I moved in. Actually, I stole this yard from that ungrateful old man Bai Lin. Feng Shi. It's either a fight for the disciple or for the courtyard. It's Elder Bai's blessing to meet you. Elder Guliang stroked the bark with his hand and said, I really didn't pay much attention to this tree before. After hearing what you said just now, this tree is indeed a bit weird. A few times, I even blew up the yard next door, but this tree remained intact. It's too strong. This tree is not a rare species. I guess there may be a formation underneath it. The formation cannot be just for protecting this tree, there must be treasures underneath. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Feng Shi and Jun Wen also showed the same greedy smile. Li Zhe who happened to come over at this time. Every time this happened, he felt like he didn't fit in. After he heard what happened, he immediately said, Master, it's such a big deal, why don't you report it to Sect Master first? Elder Guliang kicked him and knocked him to the ground. Why would I accept a fool like you? How can I give up such an opportunity to someone else? Dig it up first and talk about it later. Li Zhe muttered, what if this isn't an opportunity or a treasure, but a danger? Elder Guliang felt that what his idiot disciple said made sense, so he decided to do a fortune telling to see whether it was a good omen or a bad omen. When he announced his decision, all three disciples ran out. Elder Guliang. A bunch of disobedient things. I've been blown to pieces, but I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Elder Guliang took out the tortoise shell and immediately began to deduce. He didn't go into the house either. After all, it had just been repaired and it would be a shame if it exploded. The good news is that it didn't explode. The bad news is that he couldn't understand the results. After a while, Fangxi and the other two came back happily. Li Zhe asked, Master, have you figured it out? Is it good or bad? Elder Guliang raised his hands that were wrapped like pig's trotters and said, can you see if I can tell the fortune? You have also studied the art of turtle evolution for several years. Come and see the result. Li Zhe. He strongly doubted that his master had not figured it out. He didn't dare to say anything, so he looked at the turtle shell and calculated with his hands. I calculated it all and sweated all over my forehead, but I still couldn't figure it out. Fangxi watched from the side, feeling a little eager, and decided to give it a try. Anyway, as long as you skip the step of roasting the turtle shell, it shouldn't explode. So she also started to calculate, and just when she was getting excited, she heard a loud bang. When she stood up with the turtle shell on her back, the house had collapsed, the trees had fallen, and the people were gone. She suddenly felt a little bit confused. Elder brother. Master. Brother. Ellipsis. Zhang Wen's voice came from a distance, here, here. Fangxi ran over quickly. Although Zhang Wen and Li Zhe were covered in dust, they were not seriously injured. But Elder Guliang, who was lying on the ground, was in a miserable state. It was originally wrapped like a rice dumpling, but now it is completely untied. Well, it was blown up. It can be said to be horrible. It turned out that when the explosion occurred, Elder Guliang protected Zhang Wen and Li Zhe, but he himself was blown into this state. Fangxi quickly took out the pill and fed it to Elder Guliang. Li Zhe was very surprised when he saw the flash of golden light on the pill, but he said nothing. The trip to the forbidden area made him understand one thing: it is best not to ask about matters concerning his junior sister. Elder Guliang woke up quickly. He opened his eyes and grabbed Fangxi's hand, tears streaming down his face. Yi, next time you tell fortunes, please warn me in advance. My old bones can't stand it. He finally understood why everyone ran away when he was making the deduction. If you don't run away, you will really get bombed. However, my beloved disciple is really capable. The power of this exploding turtle shell is much greater than his. The disciple is better than the master. Fangxi felt guilty but also confused. She didn't roast the turtle shell herself, so how could it explode? Commander Lu said, although you didn't burn the turtle shell, the turtle evolution technique itself will cause fluctuations in the power of time, so your calculations may also detonate the turtle shell. Fangxi didn't know what to say except sighing. After Fangxi made a sincere self-examination, he helped Elder Guliang back to the yard. In fact, it can no longer be considered a yard, it has become a ruin. Zhang Wen was surprised and asked, why did the tree fall? Elder Guliang, who originally looked like he could not survive, suddenly jumped over like a rabbit. Don't worry about how it fell. Come on, check what good stuff is down there. Otherwise, when other people come, there won't be any for us. Fangxi and Zhang Wen followed closely behind. Only Li Zhe was still standing there, not reacting. Li Zhe. It's that damn feeling again. You two are both your biological children, only I am adopted. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1732, Willow Blast. By the time Li Zhe got over there, Elder Guliang had already started digging with his pickaxe. There is no trace of the half-dead look just now. Fangxi stopped Elder Guliang and said, Master, let Fugui do this. He is more professional at this. The mutated burrowing thorn beast thought there was nothing wrong with this statement, as it was good at doing underground work. It dug and kicked, and soon dug out a piece of broken formation plate. Elder Guliang took a look and had an idea in his mind. This array looks very old, there must be treasures underneath. Fangxi and Zhang Wen also had cunning eyes. Only Li Zhe's focus was different. He thought, Master had been blowing up the tortoise shell for so many years, and this formation plate was still safe and sound. But Junior Sister just blew it up this time and broke the formation plate. What does this mean? This shows that Junior Sister's power in exploding turtle shells is much stronger than Master's. The Master is called Guliang Jia, so the apprentice sister should be called Lu Jia Jia, Super Double. But this time, the mutant digging thorn beast dug up a large box. Elder Guliang screamed. Star Stone. It's Star Stone. They actually used Star Stone to make a box. The things inside must be extraordinary. We're going to make a fortune. We're going to make a fortune now. He had already started imagining the scene of hitting Dai Chanfang with the spirit stone. When he was feeling happy, Li Zhe muttered softly. Why does this box look like a coffin to me? Did we dig up some ancestor's tomb? Elder Guliang kicked Li Zhe away. Kicked out more than 10 feet away. It shows how angry he is. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Most coffins are big at one end and small at the other. Are there any that are wide at both ends? As he spoke, he tried to open the box but was stopped by Fangxi. Master, this box might be dangerous. I have a turtle shell as a shield, so I'll open it. Elder Guliang thought, even if he is biased, anyone would favor his little disciple. He hesitated a little, then agreed. Because practice has proved that Fangxi's turtle shell is indeed very strong. It's just a bit ugly. It's green and lush, definitely a green-haired turtle. After Elder Gu Liang and Zhang Wen walked away, Fang Shi took out the Heavenly Dao stele and placed it next to the box. Then, he bowed respectfully to the Heavenly Dao monument. I accidentally discovered this treasure trove. According to common sense, this box must have been left by a senior in the sect. I dare not open it without permission. Please give me some instructions, seniors. Fang Shi counted to 3 in his mind, and then said, it seems that the seniors have tacitly agreed, so I will open the box. After saying that, she used her tortoise shell to protect her vital parts and added dozens of layers of protective shields to herself before she pushed open the lid of the stone box at lightning speed. As soon as she finished pushing, she hid behind the Heavenly Dao monument. Elder Gu Liang who saw this scene. As expected of my apprentice, you were so smart. Fang Shi waited for a while and seeing nothing unusual, he carefully walked around the Heavenly Dao monument and looked inside the stone box. Then, he froze. The stone box was empty, there was nothing in it. Fang Shi thought she was dazzled, so she rubbed her eyes and looked carefully, but it was still empty. At this time, Elder Gu Liang, Zhang Wen and Li Zhe also jumped down. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Elder Gu Liang shook his head and said, empty, how could it be empty? Who would bury an empty box for no reason? He did not give up, and ran to the box and knocked and smelled it, but unfortunately he found nothing. Li Zhe said, well, actually this box is quite valuable. After all, it is made of star stone. We can't be too greedy. Elder Gu Liang covered his chest and said, you evil disciple, you want to piss me off to death. I beg you, stop talking from now on. Not finished yet, there is still a small chapter, probably around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1733, the waves behind push the waves ahead, one explosion is stronger than another. Li Zhe felt that he was wronged, what he said was the truth. His master was extremely poor, so what was the difference between a box of star stones this big and a windfall? What else is not satisfying? However, in order to avoid being kicked, he wisely shut up. When Elder Gu Liang was complaining in frustration, Sect Leader Dai arrived. When Sect Leader Dai saw the box, he was very surprised and immediately asked Elder Gu Liang. Junior brother, what's in this box? Take it out and let me see it. Elder Gu Liang sighed. There's nothing here, just an empty box. Sect Leader Dai was somewhat speechless. Junior brother, I'm just taking a look. I didn't say I wanted to snatch your master-disciple opportunity. Why are you hiding it? Elder Gu Liang said unhappily. It's really empty, there's nothing there. If you don't believe me, ask Yi and the others. Sect Leader Dai looked at Li Zhe and said, Li Zhe, you are an honest child. Tell me. Li Zhe was so moved that he almost cried. It seems that in the eyes of normal people, he is still very outstanding. Uncle Master, this box is indeed empty, otherwise my master wouldn't be crying so sadly. Elder Gu Liang. Thousands of words can be summed up in 2 words. Evil disciple. When Sect Leader Dai heard Li Zhe say this, he believed it. After asking what happened, he went closer to the stone box and examined it carefully. At this time, Hall Master Teng and several others also arrived one after another. Fang Shi saw them gathered around the stone box to study it, so he used his spiritual sense to ask Commander Lu, Master, what do you think? Commander Lu immediately said, Gu Liangchuan blew up the tree so many times but it didn't do anything to the tree, but you blew it down with just one blast. What does this mean? Fang Shi said proudly, the waves behind push the waves in front, and one explosion is stronger than the last. Commander Lu, the damaged array plate should be related to the power of time, which is why it was blown up by you. That stone box is made of star stone, so I speculate that this stone box should be related to the power of time. If you apply the power of time to it, you may find something. Fang Shi felt that what Commander Lu said made sense, but there were so many people around that it was difficult for her to try it out, so she could only wait for the opportunity. Sect Leader Dai and his colleagues studied it for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. Elder Gu Liang was afraid that Sect Leader Dai would confiscate the stone box, so he just lay down inside it. He kept humming and said that his whole body and head ached. Sect Leader Dai and his companions. Fang's eyes flickered slightly, and he said to Sect Master Dai. Uncle Master, I vaguely feel that the stone box is related to the turtle evolution technique, but I can't come to a specific conclusion for the time being. Can you temporarily lend this stone box to me and my master to study it? Once we have figured out something, we will present the stone box to the sect, okay? Elder Gu Liang, who had been humming and moaning, immediately sat up. Yes, Yi is right. This stone box is related to the turtle evolution technique. You won't be able to see anything even if you look at it for 10,000 years. It will take us, the master and the disciple, to study it out. Although Sect Leader Dai was skeptical about what their master and disciple said, people have their closeness and distance, and as long as conditions permit, he will naturally side with his junior brothers and nephews. So, he nodded and said, okay, then I'll leave it to you, master and disciple, to keep it temporarily. You must be careful and don't damage it carelessly. After Elder Gu Liang patted his chest to express his determination, he immediately planned to put the stone box into his storage ring. Because he was afraid that Sect Leader Dai would go back on his word. As a result, it was confiscated. He didn't give up and tried again, but still failed. When he was about to drip blood onto the stone box to refine it, Elder Bai sneered. Gu Liangchuan, the sect leader said that he would lend you this stone box for your reference, but he didn't ask you to take it for yourself. What if you refine it? Elder Bai was filled with anger. Because this yard originally belonged to him. As a result, he was deceived by Gu Liangchuan. This old charlatan, who was lacking in virtue for 8 lifetimes, said that he had told fortunes and that if he lived in this yard, he would suffer from bloody disasters and also romantic misfortunes. He was young at the time and thought Gu Liangchuan was really capable. In addition, he would rather believe it than not, so he exchanged courtyards with Gu Liangchuan. After the move, I found that Gu Liangchuan's original courtyard was not only small, but also in a very remote location. But since it has been changed, I can only accept it. Later, his apprentice was snatched away by this shameless guy. He was not in trouble with love affairs, he was in trouble with a villain. He was in trouble with the villain Gu Liangchuan. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1734. What about such a big box? Elder Gu Liang felt somewhat guilty when facing Elder Bai. Precisely because he is weak, he keeps calling people ungrateful and takes the high position in momentum. It's just bluffing. This time is no exception. He was not convinced and said indignantly, "What do you mean by taking it for yourself? If I don't put it in the storage ring, do I have to carry a stone box around with me every day? Don't always use your mind to guess at me. I am the most selfless person and will never take advantage of the sect." Elder Bai was so angry that he was speechless. He finally understood that he would never be able to win an argument with Gu Liangchuan in his entire life. It's not that he's not good at talking, but that you can never be better than a shameless person. Elder Gu Liang saw that he was silent, and just when he was feeling proud, the stone box disappeared. He is at a loss. Where's the box? What about a box that big? Fortunately, the next moment, the box appeared back at its original place. Fang Shi said a little embarrassedly, "Master, maybe because I have contracted the Tianyan Dao tablet, I can put this box into the storage ring without refining it." Elder Gu Liang grinned with his teeth bared. It doesn't matter whether he accepts the student or his apprentice, the meat is rotten in the pot. Others also breathed a sigh of relief. Because in everyone's eyes, Fang Shi is much more reliable than his master. It's better for her to keep it than for Gu Liangchuan to keep it. Everyone chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. Before leaving, Sect Master Dai said to Fang Shi, "Yi, in 3 days, you can enter the treasury to choose your rewards. You can think about what you want in advance to avoid wasting time." The reason why Sect Leader Dai said this is because there is a time limit for entering the treasury to make selections. If you do not get the item within the specified time, it will be deemed as a waiver. As soon as Sect Master Dai left, Fang Shi said to Li Zhe, "Brother, don't you want the Xuanyu pen? I'll get it back for you when I get into the treasury." Li Zhe was touched but quickly declined. "Junior sister, the opportunity to enter the treasure house is rare, you should pick out the things you can use. Besides, I don't really like the Xuanyu pen, so it doesn't matter whether I have it or not." Fang Shi's face sank. "Brother, don't you think of me as your own junior sister? Otherwise, why are you so distant?" Li Zhe hurried to explain, but the more he explained, the more confused he became. Elder Gu Liang couldn't listen any longer and said impatiently, "Okay, it's just a pen, isn't it? Your junior sister gave it to you, so you should take it. If you feel bad about it, just don't make me angry twice in the future." Li Zhe then stopped refusing. He felt very happy, it was still good to have a junior sister. Ever since his junior brother and sister came in, his life has improved at a visible pace. Although the master's heart was on his armpits, it was not important at all. Even if there were no junior brothers and sisters, the master would still be like this. Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen again, "Brother, what treasure do you want?" Zhang Wen immediately said, "It would be best if it was something related to kendo, a sword manual or something else would be fine." Fang Shi agreed with a smile. Li Zhe asked curiously, "Junior sister, what treasure do you want?" Fang Shi chuckled, "As for me, I'll just go with the flow. I'll pick whichever treasure I like when the time comes." At this time, Deacon Yi brought people to repair the house. Fang Shi asked him to transplant the tree that was blown down outside the yard to prevent it from being accidentally killed by Elder Gu Liang one day. She was anxious to get back to the house to study the stone box, so she found an excuse to hurry back to her yard. After entering the house, she took out the stone box and began to activate the power of time. But after all the trouble, there was no change on either the lid or the inside of the box. Fang Shi thought, it seems that the old thief Lu guessed wrong, this box has nothing to do with the power of time. After all this trouble, she was tired and sleepy, and for some unknown reason, she lay down in the box. Commander Lu was speechless. No wonder you and Gu Liangchuan can become master and disciple, you two are really of the same character. There were so many places to lie down, so he had to lie in the box. Maybe because the box was made of star stone, Fang Shi felt warm lying inside. After a short while, her eyelids began to droop and she felt drowsy. Suddenly, the lid that was originally placed aside flew up by itself and fastened on the box, tightly without a single gap. Fang Shi. She quickly pushed on the lid, but despite trying her best, it wouldn't budge. She took out her wooden sword and tried to pry the lid open, but to no avail. In a rage, she took out the green-haired turtle shell. "Little guy, no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand my explosion." At this moment, the star map in Fang Shi's sea of consciousness emerged. At the same time, bright stars suddenly appeared on the lid of the box. Fang Shi seemed to have sensed something, so he quickly lay down and looked at the stars on the lid of the box. Sure enough, the stars began to move. It seemed like a moment had passed, and it seemed like a long time had passed. The star pattern on the lid of the box disappeared, and the lid opened automatically. Fang Shi lay there, a little dazed at first, then jumped up. Baby. This is absolutely babe. Because she only lay there for a short while, her power of time increased significantly. It's a great thing that you can improve your cultivation just by sleeping. After the excitement, she lay down again, ready to continue. Lying down for repair. Sure enough, as soon as she lay down, the lid of the box closed automatically. As the star map in her sea of consciousness circulated, stars also appeared on the lid of the box. Fang Shi is so beautiful that it seems to be bubbling. He said to Commander Lu in a boastful tone, "Master, others risk their lives to cultivate, but I only need to lie down and take a nap. Only I, the master of the two worlds, can have such a face." Commander Lu couldn't help but pour cold water on her and said, "Although this box is made of star stone, the time power contained in it should be extremely limited. If you lie down a few times, it will have no effect." As a result, his words came true. As Fang Shi lay there, he noticed that the lid of the box gradually became darker until it became completely black. Not only that, she couldn't push open the lid of the box and was trapped inside. Fang Shi cursed Commander Lu for his bad mouth while thinking of a solution. I definitely don't want to fry it. It would be a shame to fry such a good treasure. But how to get out? As she thought about it, her eyes lit up. He immediately took out a star stone from the storage ring and put it into the box. Almost instantly, the star stone became dim, while the lid of the box glowed slightly. Fang Shi was suddenly delighted. It seems she guessed right. This box can be charged with star stones. Although she could also directly absorb the star stones to practice, her efficiency was far lower than practicing in the box. She hummed a little tune while putting star stones into the box. She brought a lot of these things from the dojo anyway. She was so happy that she accidentally let a time shuttle stone in. The next moment, the surrounding scene changed. Amidst the clouds and mist, a towering mountain gate stands. Fang Shi felt that this mountain gate looked familiar. Ha! Isn't this the outer mountain gate where she and fifth senior brother spotted and picked up debris during the entrance examination? I heard from my chief master that Elder Bai almost pulled out all his hair in order to cut them out of the video. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1735. Now we are really inseparable. Just when Fang Shi was wondering why he could see the outer mountain gate, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. When I looked again, I was still in the box. Only then did she notice that a time shuttle stone had sneaked in. She couldn't help but think that it seemed that this box could not only be charged with star stones, but also with time shuttle stones. I just don't know if what she saw just now was an illusion or a replay of the power of time. She felt that she had only seen a moment of the scene just now, which might be caused by insufficient power of time, so she simply took out a time shuttle stone the size of a wash basin. The next moment, the stars on the lid of the box began to move rapidly, and the power of time rushed into Fang Shi's body frantically. Fang Shi choked and fainted. Not only did he faint, but he was also bleeding from all his orifices. Some blood stained the stone box and suddenly disappeared. Fang Shi knew nothing about this. She saw the long, sparkling river again, and to her surprise, she found that in addition to her reflection in the river, there was also a very shallow shadow. Even though it was very faint, Fang Shi still recognized it. It was Zhang Wen's figure. It seems that this is the result of freeloading. She was really naughty. She picked up a small stone and threw it at Zhang Wen's reflection in the water. At the same time, Zhang Wen, who was meditating in the yard next door, screamed and hit his head directly on the beam. However, he couldn't care less about the big bump on his head now. He was very panicked. Because just now, he felt a strong sense of crisis, as if someone was strangling his throat and could take his life at any time and anywhere. Fortunately, it only lasted for a moment and the feeling disappeared. Even so, he was still frightened and decided to go find Fang Shi to ask. He simply climbed over the wall and knocked on the door. Junior sister. Junior sister. After shouting several times with no response, Zhang Wen became anxious. He was afraid that something might happen to Fang Shi, so he broke into the house. He searched the house and called out several times, but still couldn't find Fang Shi. Finally, he set his eyes on the stone box. I pushed the lid hard, but it didn't budge. When he was about to try to chop it with the Jingshan sword, the lid of the box inside was pushed open by Fang Shi. Zhang Wen was shocked when he saw her face covered in blood. Junior sister, you are bleeding from all 7 orifices again. Also, why are you lying here? As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off Fang Shi's face. His movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Fang Shi happily told Zhang Wen about her discovery, and then asked, "Brother, why are you here?" Zhang Wen then remembered the purpose of coming here, and said with lingering fear, "Don't mention it. I was just practicing when I suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis, as if someone could kill me at any time. I was unsure, so I came to ask you." Fang Shi suddenly felt guilty. However, he did not hide the matter from Zhang Wen. After hearing this, Zhang Wen was not angry, but excited. "Junior sister, now we can be said to be inseparable. We can always be together without the ropes." As for the fact that Fang Shi could kill him at any time, he didn't care at all. If one day Junior sister really wants his life, he will offer it with both hands. Hesitating for a moment would be a shame for Junior sister's kindness to him. The two talked for a while, and Zhang Wen wanted to try lying down to repair it. Fang Shi was worried about being alone in the box, so fortunately the box was big enough, so the two of them lay side by side in it. It would have been fine if they just lay there, but both of them also showed the same evil smile of a person who had succeeded in his conspiracy. "Commander Lu. How about you two try a blood test? I think you two are probably siblings. Otherwise, how could they be so similar?" Fang Shi learned from his previous lesson and put away the large time shuttle stone. He finally picked out a walnut-sized time shuttle stone from the storage ring. "There's no way, they're all big, the small ones are more precious." "Commander Lu. Forget it, I'm tired, whatever." As the star map circulated in Fang Shi's sea of consciousness, the scene in front of Fang Shi and Zhang Wen suddenly changed. Amidst the clouds and mist stands the outer mountain gate of Tianyin Taoist Sect. This is exactly the same scene Fang Shi saw before. Soon, the picture disappeared. Fang Shi thought, it seems that the length of the scene has nothing to do with the amount of time shuttle stones. Is it fixed? Boot screen. While she was daydreaming, Zhang Wen had already fallen into a deep sleep. Fang Shi. It seems that this box is only suitable for her to practice. However, Zhang Wen took advantage of her, and since her cultivation had improved, he should be able to benefit from it as well. Fang Shi did not wake Zhang Wen up either. His sea of consciousness was not stable yet, so it would be good for him to sleep in it. While Fang Shi was lying down to repair, Mu Jian was showing off in front of a group of spiritual pets. "See, our master is just like me. We both like to practice in the coffin. You could say I am the master's favorite. Even our interests and hobbies are exactly the same. By the way, I gave myself a nickname, Jian Shishi." Our master's name is Fangxi, and my name is Jianshishi. What a perfect match. Ellipsis. A group of pets. Jian Shishi. It's almost the same as being mean. The wooden sword didn't care whether it was cheap or not, as long as it pleased its master. There is no way. There are more and more things around the owner now, and it has to compete for favor. In the past, it was all living things competing for favor, but now even turtle shells and wooden boxes have joined in. By the way, in a couple of days I will have to go into the treasury again to select treasures, and there may be more competitors. It's so curly. Thinking of this, it began to urge the golden pigs to change their appearance, so that when their master needed them, none of them would be exposed to the public. Alas, it really worries about this family. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for Fangxi to enter the treasury to select treasures. Many people in the sect gathered at the entrance of the treasury to watch. Everyone has the desire to eat melons. Even if you can't get it, it's good to watch the fun. After a tedious process, the door to the treasure house was finally opened to Fangxi. Sect leader Dai reminded, Yi, you only have half an hour to choose. Remember, if you exceed the time limit, you will automatically give up your qualification. Do you understand? Fangxi nodded obediently. When she was about to go in, Elder Gu Liang warned her. If you don't have enough time, just grab something at random. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Don't be stupid enough to come out empty-handed. Sect leader Dai. Let's just say, can you have said these words to your apprentice in advance when there was no one around? He couldn't scold Elder Gu Liang in front of so many people, so he had to urge Fangxi. Yi, the timer will start when the treasure house is opened, so hurry in. Fangxi then quickly walked into the treasure house. As soon as she entered, the room full of goodies instantly lit up her greedy little face. She thought to herself, a lean camel is indeed bigger than a horse. The Tianyan Dao sect has fallen to the bottom of the list, yet it still has so many good things. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1736-5 Colorful Black. Fangxi had no idea for a moment. Because the treasures in the treasury were not arranged into categories, they seemed to be placed randomly and no pattern could be found. In fact, with her cleverness, she had already started doing her homework a long time ago. She originally wanted to ask Elder Gu Liang to draw a map for her so that she could follow the map after entering. As a result, Elder Gu Liang told her that there was a formation in the treasury, and the order in which things were placed could change at any time, which was also a means of preventing theft. When she was about to use the most stupid method to find Xuanyu pen, 2 chess pieces, 1 black and 1 white, flew out of her sleeve pocket. Fangxi almost forgot about these 2 things. After all, they had been lying dead in his sleeve pocket ever since they destroyed the Liangyi monument. That's right, returning to the treasure house also means they're returning home. Ha! Come back home. Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao He and Xiao Bai, quickly tell me where the Xuanyu pen is. The black and white chess pieces immediately flew towards the northwest corner. Fangxi ran over quickly. Sure enough, a pen was found on a shelf in the northwest corner, with the words, Xuanyu, engraved on the pen shaft. Fangxi quickly took it in his hand, and after confirming that it was correct, he hung it around his neck. As for why you don't put it in the storage ring, it's because there is a formation in the other person's treasure house, so you can't put it in even if you want to. This trick is also used to prevent someone from taking the opportunity to hide treasures. Fangxi said to the black and white chess pieces again, take me to find treasures related to the sword way. The black and white chess pieces were quite smart and acted separately this time. Fangxi followed the principle of proximity and went to the place marked by the black chess piece first. Seeing a sword on the shelf, Fangxi gave up immediately. The Jingxin and Dongdi swords in Zhang Wen's hands were already in very good condition after being transformed by the old ghosts and the 24 solar terms of the Changsheng sect. Besides, he was used to using them and there was no need to change them. Fangxi went to the position of the white chess piece again and found that it was also a sword. She had no choice but to say to the black and white chess pieces, no swords, choose something else. Next, Fangxi saw the sword case and scabbard, and was not very satisfied with any of them. By the way, I also saw 2 sword manuals in the middle. She was weak enough to just quickly flip through it, making full use of her photographic memory. Hehe, the 3 treasures we agreed on have become 3 plus 2. At this time, the black chess piece signaled Fangxi to go over. Fangxi walked over and saw that it was a separate shelf with a pile of stones placed on it. Fangxi was speechless. Can this thing be considered a treasure? However, when she saw the detailed description on the label, she immediately decided to get this one. Because this pile of stones is called sword intent stone, each piece contains the remaining sword intent. If one can comprehend the essence of them, one's attainments in swordsmanship will reach the pinnacle. Fangxi took out a piece of cloth from the storage ring, wrapped the pile of stones, made it into a big bag, and carried it on his back. My goodness, she felt like she was here to purchase goods. Now all that's left is the treasure she's looking for. So, he said to the black and white chess pieces, take me to find the most valuable treasure in the treasury. The black and white chess pieces paused for a moment, then both floated in front of her. Fangxi. You 2 are quite shameless. She had no choice but to change her words. Take me to find a treasure that is slightly inferior to yours, preferably one that is very valuable. Oh, I don't want the chessboard and the Tianyan Enlightenment map. It's not that she doesn't want it, but she knows that even if she chooses it, Sect Master Dai will never give it to her. That is the sect's treasure. The black and white chess pieces paused for a moment, probably thinking. After a while, he led Fangxi to the corner of the wall. Fangxi looked at the empty wall. While she was speechless, the black and white chess pieces spun rapidly, and a secret door appeared on the wall with 2 grooves on it. The black and white chess pieces stuck on it, neither too big nor too small, just right. The secret door creaked open. Fangxi looked at the mountains of top-grade spirit stones inside, and after the surprise came the pain. This is such a test of human nature. If she takes it, she feels a little greedy, but if she doesn't take it, her heart aches. But Mu Jian urged her, Master, no one else knows about it, so just take it. It would be a waste if you don't take it. Besides, this is also a treasure. All of its kind count as one. Fangxi, you know how to summarize. At this time, Commander Lu said, I think you should keep these secret stones. They will be more useful in your hands than here. If Tianyan Dao Sect needs it, it's not too late for you to donate it. This is not considered as usurpation, at most it is temporary custody. Fangxi. Old thief Lu, you have changed. But when she thought about it, it made sense. If she rashly let Sect Master Dai and others know about these top-grade secret stones, it might cause disputes. After all, this wealth was too astonishing. So, she said reluctantly, okay, then I'll just keep it for now. Commander Lu, you are really taking advantage of me. However, Fangxi soon felt like crying but had no tears left. Because there is no way to put it into the storage ring. I actually forgot about the formation. Just as she was complaining in frustration, the black and white chess pieces started spinning wildly. Fang's eyes heart moved, and he tried again to put those top-grade secret stones into the storage ring, and he actually succeeded. After she emptied the treasury of the finest secret stones, the black and white chess pieces hid the secret door again. Fangxi now believes that the black and white chess pieces are indeed the most valuable treasures in the treasure house. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she felt that the black and white chess pieces were so beautiful. Colorful black and rainbow white. High-end atmosphere and top-grade. Soft, cute and sparkly. Fangxi jumps when he walks. Although she was already very rich, this time there were just too many top-grade secret stones. Moreover, top-grade secret stones and low-grade secret stones are not at the same level at all. Just as I was thinking about it, the black and white chess pieces fell to the ground with a clatter. I guess they had run out of energy. Fangxi quickly picked it up and put it into his sleeve pocket. At this time, Mu Jian reminded Fangxi, Master, the spiritual stone you hold cannot be seen in public. You have to take a treasure to pretend that you have taken it, otherwise people will suspect you when you go out. Fangxi felt that Mu Jian's nonsense was reasonable, so she had to find an excuse. Because of limited time, she didn't have time to take a closer look, but she saw a glittering golden mirror on a shelf not far away, which looked very valuable. Fangxi felt a little regretful about leaving the Haoshan mirror in the Changsheng sect. After all, the thing was shining with golden light, which was exactly what she liked. Now this is a good alternative. You can enjoy your own beauty when you have nothing to do. So she picked up the mirror and walked quickly towards the exit of the treasure house. She was almost at the door when she realized she hadn't looked at the label on the shelf and didn't know what the mirror was called. Forget it, let's go out and ask Sect Master Dai. There is one more chapter, probably around 12 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1737. Could it be that these two things were originally a pair? To be used together. Outside the treasure house, everyone was looking forward to it. Especially the three disciples of Master Gu Liangchang. Elder Gu Liang was afraid that his beloved disciple would pick out 3 junk items, which would be a shame. Li Zhe was thinking that he didn't know whether his junior sister could get the Xuanyu pen. If she could, that would be the best. If not, he couldn't show disappointment, lest his junior sister be sad. Zhang Wen thought completely differently from the other two. He was a little worried that Fangxi had emptied the other person's treasure house. Finally, the door to the treasure house opened. Fangxi was seen with a pen hanging around his neck, a golden mirror in his hand, and a big bag on his back. It doesn't look like they're going to get treasure, but rather like they're fleeing. Li Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Xuanyu pen. The junior sister really kept her word and gave him the Xuanyu pen. How can this life be the same no matter who I live with? Life is more lively with my little junior sister around. Zhang Wen was a little confused. He asked his junior sister to help him find something related to kendo, but this mirror has nothing to do with it. You can't let him admire his heroic figure while practicing sword skills, right? Could it be that the bag behind her contains things related to kendo? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Elder Gu Liang roar. Yi, why did you choose this broken mirror? It's useless except for looking good. Hurry up, go in and change it. Sect leader Dai coughed and said, Junior brother, since the door to the treasure house has been closed, there is no reason to change it. Since Yi chose this nameless mirror, it means that you are destined to have it with her. Although he felt quite regretful in his heart, it was not appropriate for him to abuse his power for personal gain in front of so many people. Elder Gu Liang cursed Sect leader Dai harshly in his heart, and then his eyes fell on the bag that Fangxi was carrying. Yi, what's in here? Fangxi immediately took the bag and put it on the ground. When Elder Gu Liang saw that it was a pile of broken stones, he almost cried. Normally the little disciple is quite smart, why is he so stupid today? It's either a broken mirror or a broken stone. Could it be that he's possessed by an evil spirit? Sect leader Dai was even more surprised. He remembered that there was no such thing in the treasure house. Where did this come from? Did he remember it wrong? He quickly took out the treasury account book and looked through it, and finally found the corresponding record on the attached page. It says, Heart Hammering Stone, which has the effect of tempering one's character. He couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Qi's character was already very good, and he didn't need this heart hammer at all. Among the 3 treasures picked by Lu Yi, only the Xuanyu pen is pretty good. Elder Gu Liang even stamped his feet and beat his chest. Yi, why did you choose this heart hammering stone? With Master here, do you still need to specially train your character? Isn't the shock I gave you enough? Everyone. You have a clear understanding of yourself. Fangxi was a little puzzled. The label clearly said, Sword Stone, so why did the booklet record it as Hammer Heart Stone? Could it be that there are actually 2 labels? Others can only see the fake label, but she can see the real label because of the black and white chess pieces. She was not stupid, so she would not tell the truth. She explained, Master, my brother has been advancing too fast recently. I was afraid that you would become impatient, so I chose this hammerstone. Elder Gu Liang couldn't stop sighing, but since the choice had already been made, there was nothing more to say. Jun Wen didn't have any thoughts, because in his opinion, whatever the junior sister did was right. Not to mention giving him a hammerstone, even if he was given a hammer, he would gladly accept it. Fang Shi handed the Xuanyu pen to Li Zhe. Brother, here you go. Li Zhe took it with red eyes. No words can express his feelings at this moment, and he will express his gratitude with practical actions in the future. Sect leader Dai said a few polite words and everyone dispersed. After returning to her residence, Fang Shi told Jun Wen the truth. Jun Wen was so happy that he was about to burst into bubbles. You really get what you want. He was just worried about his sword intent, which was sometimes effective and sometimes not, and his junior sister found the sword intent stone for him. But how do I use this sword stone? You can't just sit and meditate in front of this pile of rubble, right? Fang Shi didn't know how to use it either, so she could only let Jun Wen figure it out on his own. She took out a pen and paper, wrote down the 2 sword manuals she was reading, and handed them to Jun Wen. Brother, read these 2 first. Next time I have a chance to go into the treasure house again, I will read a few more. Jun Wen immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, junior sister. You're so cunning. Cough. So clever. Jun Wen was studying the sword stone on the side, while Fang Shi picked up the nameless mirror and started looking at it. The more I take photos, the more I feel that I look good. Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. Have you forgotten that your current appearance is not your real appearance? Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, you don't understand this, right? Beauty lies in the bones, not in the skin. Even if I turn into a skeleton, I am still a stunning beauty. Commander Lu. No one else is as narcissistic as you. Fang Shi was boasting for a while, then remembered that he hadn't had his day off today, so he quickly took out the stone box. Jun Wen didn't go along because he was studying the sword intent stone. Fang Shi lay in the stone box and practiced for a while, then took out the nameless mirror again, wanting to see her beautiful face at this moment. But when I took it out, the mirror surface became foggy. When Fang Shi was surprised, a scene appeared on the mirror. Fang Shi's eyes almost popped out. Because the scene on the mirror was actually Elder Gu Liang running wildly in the sect. There's nothing wrong with running wildly, but he's bald. There was nothing wrong with his bald head, but he was only wearing a pair of tattered shorts and was completely naked elsewhere. How torn are those pants? Let's put it this way, except for the key parts, every other part can bask in the sun. Although Fang Shi felt it was a bit eye-catching, she was more curious. She remembered Li Zhe saying that when Elder Gu Liang was practicing in the Jushin Pool in the back mountain, he accidentally activated the heart-searching stone and then ran around the sect. But what Li Zhe said was that Elder Gu Liang was not wearing shoes. This is more than just not wearing shoes. No wonder the charlatan master gave Li Zhe a flying kick at that time. It turns out he has such a dark history. So the question is, why does this scene appear on the nameless mirror? It has been locked in the treasury all this time, so it shouldn't be able to see the scene. Could it be a journey back in time? Could it be related to this stone box? When Fang Shi thought of this, he immediately got out of the box, and the scene on the mirror suddenly disappeared. It seems that it is indeed related to the stone box. Could it be that these 2 things were originally a pair? They were meant to be used together. No wonder the stone box had to be buried. If these 2 things were put together, who would still have privacy? As she thought about it, she said to Jun Wen, Brother, come in, I'll show you something good. Jun Wen didn't understand what was going on, and happily went into the box. After reading it, he gave a soul-searching evaluation. Junior sister, this mirror doesn't seem very serious. The next moment, a handsome young man appeared on the mirror. She was wearing a white dress, her hair was tied up high with an emerald headband, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes were staring at a little girl. 3 parts anger, 3 parts disgust and 4 parts contempt. Although silent, one can tell from his lip shape that he said, Are you that little loser Fang Shi? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1738-5 Brother, I actually prefer your rebellious look. Jun Wen felt unwell. Every time he dreamed of the first time he met his junior sister at midnight, he wanted to slap himself in the face. What he was most worried about was that his junior sister would remember what happened in the past, but this broken mirror actually gave him a relive of what happened in the past. It's so moral. When he was feeling nervous, Fang Shi burst out laughing. 5th brother, you were really young when you were young. Jun Wen. Although he was speechless, he also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the junior sister doesn't bring up old issues, that's all. The next moment I heard Fang Shi say, 5th brother, I actually prefer your unruly look. Jun Wen. The darkest moment of life. When he was feeling depressed, the mutant digging thorn beast asked curiously, Who is the person in the mirror? Is she your relative? Why do I feel that skinny little girl looks familiar? She looks quite capable. Jun Wen. Even though the junior sister has changed her appearance, do you still think she looks familiar? Also, was I blind when you said this about yin and yang? So, he directly put the mutant burrowing thorn beast into solitary confinement. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is confused. Oh my god. It didn't say anything, so why was it put in solitary confinement? However, it is useless now even if it calls for God's milk, let alone God's help. Jun Wen just wanted to get over this dark history as soon as possible, so how could he care about it? Fortunately, Fang Shi took the initiative to change the subject. Brother, why do you think this mirror can reflect the highlights of Master and you? Jun Wen. Are you sure it is a highlight moment, not a shameful moment? He thought for a while and said, Master said before that this mirror is a broken mirror, and I just said it is not a real mirror. Could it be that it is taking revenge on us because Master and I said bad things about it? Fang Shi thought there was some truth in it, so he decided to try it himself. Brother, I think you're right. This mirror is really not serious and useless. It's flashy and useless. After saying that, she stared at the mirror. She was actually quite curious about what kind of dark history of hers would be revealed in the mirror. The next moment, the mirror was covered with flowers and even a rainbow. Fang Shi and Junwen fell into silence. After a moment, Fang Shi looked at Junwen and said, "Brother, I can understand that. After all, I have been very successful all along and I don't have any dark history at all." Junwen, I think it's because you say one thing and mean another. Even though you curse it, you actually think this mirror is pretty good. Fang Shi chuckled. This is true. This mirror is not only attractive in appearance, but also can reveal people's dark history. How fun. However, is it true that the triggering condition is what Junwen guessed, that someone has to say something bad about the nameless mirror? Fang Shi decided to give it a try. So, she asked Junwen to continue studying the sword in 10th stone here, while she took the mirror and swaggered to find Li Zhe. Li Zhe was smiling foolishly at Xuan Yubi in the room. He originally thought it was an unattainable dream, but he didn't expect that the dream would come true. Hearing Fang Shi calling him outside the yard, he hurried out to greet her. Without waiting for him to speak, Fang Shi waved the nameless mirror in her hand at him. Brother, what do you think of this mirror? To be honest, Li Zhe thinks this mirror is really not that good. Any spiritual weapon of a higher grade would be very low-key and restrained in appearance. How could it be so glittering? It looks too vulgar. However, now he saw Fang Shi's own filter and couldn't bear to see her sad, so he said against his conscience. This mirror is pretty good. It's easy to carry and the surface is pretty smooth. Fang Shi, are you just praising me? Brother, do you think this thing is flashy and impractical? Li Zhe's head shook like a rattle. No, I think this mirror is very good and suits you very well. Fang Shi, where is your honesty? Have you run away from home? She knew that there was nothing to gain from Li Zhe, so after a brief chat, she found the next candidate victim. When Su Chao saw Fang Shi coming to see him, he was quite flattered. He offered her tea and snacks, and even sat on the edge of a chair when he sat down. It fully expressed respect for Fang Shi, the leader of the alliance. Don't say you have left the dojo. Once a leader, always a leader. After a few pleasantries, Fang Shi took out the nameless mirror. Brother Su, what do you think of this mirror? Su Chao immediately gave a thumbs up. This mirror is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. It is absolutely the best mirror. Only you, the leader, have the wisdom to take it out of the treasure house. If it was someone as blind as me, I would definitely not know its value. Fang Shi. She found it difficult to hear bad things about Wu Mingjing from her peers. Ugh. As I said, his charisma is too strong. If peers don't work, how about going to ask some elders to try? So she came to see Master Teng. When she asked the same question, Master Teng smiled and said, Yi, don't listen to your master. Since this mirror can be included in the treasure house, it must have its unique features. Maybe you will discover something soon. Of course he didn't mean it. This nameless mirror can be said to be the most useless thing in the treasure house. I heard that there was a hidden reason why it was collected into the treasury, but no one knows what it was. Maybe some elder in the sect liked this kind of shiny gold thing and put it into the treasury out of selfish motives. But there is no need to tell Yi about this, so as not to make her feel sad. After Fang Shi was told a white lie again, he went to find Elder Bai and Elder Zhao. When she heard that even the usually upright Elder Bin was lying to comfort her, she knew that it was impossible to hear bad words about the broken mirror in Tianyan Dao sect. Not right either. She can go find her charlatan master again. Maybe you can also see his other dark history. Thinking of this, Fang Shi ran to find Elder Guliang. Master, here I come. When Elder Guliang saw Fang Shi and then the nameless mirror in her hand, his facial features wrinkled into a frown. Yi, there were so many people around at that time that I didn't feel comfortable saying anything. You're usually pretty smart, so why did you choose such a useless thing? You said it can be used as a mirror, what else can it be used for? The bricks in the treasury are more valuable than this. Fang Shi was satisfied. At the critical moment, it still has to be the charlatan master. He really dares to say something. The master and disciple chatted for a few words, and Fang Shi quickly ran back to the yard. She summoned the stone box and lay down inside it. Junwen also came over and said excitedly, Junior sister, whose dark history are we going to look at this time? Junior sister has been out for such a long time, she must have gathered a lot of people who said bad things about Wu Mingjing. Fang Shi didn't say anything and motioned for him to look at it himself. Several images flashed quickly on the mirror, and there was only one protagonist. Elder Guliang who was blown into a bald head, Elder Guliang who was kicked like a kite by Sect Master Dai, Elder Guliang who was chased like a dog by Elder Miao Xuanji Pavilion. Maybe because someone has too many dark histories, the mirror surface gradually becomes blurred from being clear at the beginning until it becomes an ordinary mirror. Fang Shi said to Junwen with emotion, our master is indeed the most popular backbone of the sect. He has even exhausted Wu Mingjing. There is one more chapter, around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1739, use wisdom to deduce the way of heaven, only we are the sect of heavenly derivations. Junwen was concerned about, junior sister, you were out for such a long time, and you only went to see our master. Fang Shi let out a long sigh. Brother, you may not believe this, but I have consulted no less than 10 people, and they all think this mirror is very good. In fact, I know that they said this because they were afraid that I would be sad. Ugh. It's so hard for me to hear the truth now. Life is so hard. Junwen. I just asked you unnecessary questions. Well, junior sister, although this dark history is quite interesting, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Fang Shi smiled and said, Brother, you are wrong. Since it is a dark history, you naturally don't want others to know about it. Isn't this a ready-made handle? Moreover, dark history is also history, and a lot of information can be obtained from it. For example, your dark history, luckily only we have seen it, what would happen if others saw it? Junwen's expression was startled. That's right, if someone with ulterior motives saw it, his and his junior sister's identities would be exposed. Fang Shi added, besides, this mirror may have other uses, we just haven't discovered them yet. Brother, there is no useless thing in this world, it just depends on whether you know how to use it. The same is true for people. Even the most useless people have their strengths, just like me, whose danshan was almost broken, and your little junior sister who you despised so much. Zhang Wen. This is a hurdle that can't be overcome, right? While he was speechless, the light of the nameless mirror became brighter, reflecting the stars on the top of the stone box and enveloping Fang Shi. Zhang Wen, who was lying side by side but isolated by the light, said, "Can the discrimination not be so obvious? Yes, the junior sister really likes and appreciates the nameless mirror, she deserves it." Since he couldn't eat meat, drinking some soup would be good, so he began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Although it's not very spacious due to the limited height of the box, I can't care about that now. At this time, Fang Shi was not improving her cultivation as Zhang Wen had expected. Instead, she saw the start-up screen again, but this time she heard the sound. The sound seemed to come from ancient times, so majestic. The number of Dine is 50, and its use is 49. I, the Tianyan Dao sect, will take one of the escaped ones, deduce the source of all things, and control the pivot of the sky. The universe is hidden on the turtle's back, and good and bad luck are contained in the stars. Use wisdom to deduce the way of heaven, only I am the master of the way of heaven. Fang Shi just felt his blood boiling. This was the momentum that the largest sect in Tiang should have. Even though she is a new disciple who has only been in the sect for a short time, she can be instantly inspired to feel the glory of the sect. Tianyan Dao sect really has something. That's right, how could the sect chosen by her, the Lord of the Two Worlds, be a small karami? When she was about to take a closer look, the images and sounds in front of her eyes disappeared, and the star map in her sea of consciousness began to spin wildly. Fang Shi seemed to have sensed something and began to practice the chaos technique. It wasn't until the time shuttle stones she placed in the box were used up that the inside of the box became dark. As soon as Fang Shi opened her eyes, she heard Zhang Wen excitedly say, "Junior sister, we have advanced from the 6th level of refining void to the 8th level. At this rate, advancing to the fusion stage is just around the corner." Fang Shi rolled his eyes at him. "Brother, can you be more ambitious? A mere fusion is not worth mentioning. A small Mahayana is nothing. We are destined to stand on the top of the sky and shine brightly." Zhang Wen nodded. "You are right, we are destined to become the master of the Two Worlds and her senior brother." Fang Shi. She put away the nameless mirror and the stone box, and then she suddenly realized the 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Fang Shi told Zhang Wen what she had heard. Zhang Wen was also full of passion and his blood was boiling. "Junior sister, it seems that we are right to come to Tianyan Dao sect. I vaguely feel that Tianyan Dao sect is the key to finding out the third-party forces." Fang Shi nodded. "I thought so too, the spies before might not have been sent by the Tiang League, they might have been third-party forces. The Tianyan Dao sect may seem to have declined, but it must be hiding a big secret." As Fang Shi was talking, she felt a little hungry, so she and Zhang Wen started to eat heartily. When the two of them were each chewing on a chicken leg, Fang Shi received a message from Elder Gu Liang, asking her to hurry over. Zhang Wen decided to go and take a look as well. So the two of them happily went to Elder Gu Liang's residence. After the ceremony, Fang Shi asked Elder Gu Liang, "Master, what do you want me to do?" The more Elder Gu Liang looked at his little disciple, the more he liked him. Look how much he respected him as his master. Unlike that evil beastly Zay, who would only say, "What do you want from me? If it's nothing serious, I'll go back." "Yi, the people at Chuanji Pavilion admire me as a fortune teller very much, so they specially sent me an invitation, saying that the Bidu blood lotus will soon bloom, and invited me to attend the ceremony. I wanted to refuse, but that damned Ai Chanfang coveted the elixir promised by Chuanji Pavilion and sold me, his own junior brother. He actually agreed without even asking for my opinion. Ugh. What can I do? I can only sacrifice my small self for the greater self. However, considering the Chuanji Pavilion is full of female cultivators, it is not convenient for me to go there alone, so I plan to take you with me. You pack your things and we will set off tomorrow." Fang Shi felt that the fact that Chuanji Pavilion was filled with only female practitioners was only one of the reasons. Her charlatan master was afraid that the performance would go awry, so he asked her to save the situation at any time. She was quite willing to go. After all, as the master of the Two Worlds, she couldn't always stay in Tianyan Dao sect. She had to go out and inspect the territory. In addition, she also wanted to see Bidu Blood Lotus, the Calabash brothers of the Lotus World. So, he smiled and said to Elder Gu Liang, "Okay, I'll go back and pack my things now." Zhang Wen became anxious when he heard this. "Master, you are the backbone of our Tianyan Dao sect, and some of the dirty and tiring work must be done by someone else. My sister is weak and can't do it, so why don't you take me with you and let me do the work?" Elder Gu Liang looked at Zhang Wen and shook his head. "No, Chuanji Pavilion is full of female cultivators, and you look like me, very handsome. I'm afraid you will attract love debts if you go there." When Zhang Wen heard this, he hurriedly said, "Master, I may have forgotten to tell you that I am practicing the way of cutting off all emotions and love. To me, love is not as interesting as practicing swordsmanship. If you don't have women in your heart, your cultivation will naturally be strong. If you don't have a man in your heart, you will become a god tomorrow." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1740. Even without wearing wigs, I have to take them there. Although Zhang Wen spoke sincerely, Elder Gu Liang still felt that something was wrong. Young people don't have his same determination. If they really attract some bad love affairs, it will be troublesome. When Zhang Wen saw this, he made up his mind and shaved his hair. That's not all, he also had 6 black moles dotted on his face. "Master, are you relieved now?" Elder Gu Liang, "Then let's go together." He was afraid that if he didn't agree, his second disciple would disfigure himself. It's okay to bring one more person, so that he, a fortune teller, looks impressive. Fang Shi said to Zheng Wen, brother, you can just shave your head. There's no need to remove the mole. After all, Elder Miao and Elder Gui have seen us before. Zheng Wen readily agreed. He wouldn't want to make a fool of himself if he had no other choice. Fang Shi looked at Elder Gu Liang and said, Master, since you have brought both of us, please bring brother with you as well. Elder Gu Liang shook his head like a rattle. If I bring a wooden stake with me, won't that just make things difficult for me? Let him practice at home. Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, my brother knows nothing about the art of turtle evolution. Although I know a little bit, only my senior brother has received your true teachings on blasting turtle shells. If you encounter a situation where it is inconvenient for you to deduce, you can let your senior brother take over. What do you think? Elder Gu Liang's eyes rolled. Yup. He needs to find someone to take the blame. Li Zhe doesn't have any other advantages, but he is good at taking the blame. Besides, with his green curly hair and the broken mouth, it is impossible for him to attract any love debt, so just take him with you. So he sent a message to Li Zhe, asking him to come over. Soon, Li Zhe arrived. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm busy right now. If there's nothing serious to do, I'll go back. Elder Gu Liang. Evil. Evil disciple. Just say he is biased, who wouldn't be biased? He suppressed his anger and said, the Bidu blood lotus of Xuanji Pavilion is about to bloom, and I am invited to watch the ceremony. I plan to take you 3 brothers and sisters with me, and we will set off tomorrow. Li Zhe shook his head repeatedly. Master, you can just take your junior brothers and sisters with you. I won't go. I'm not used to being around women. Elder Gu Liang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Is this human language? It's as if he is an old pervert who just likes to hang out with women. Just as he was about to scold Li Zhe, Fang Shi sighed. Brother, although Xuanji Pavilion invited our master to attend the ceremony, there is no guarantee that they don't have other intentions. If only my brother and I go, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed. I originally thought that you, as master, have inherited master's true teachings and could turn the tide at a critical moment, but since you don't want to go, forget it. Master probably won't force you. When Li Zhe heard this, he immediately felt that he was a piece of shit. Master and his companions went to brave the dragon's lair and the tiger's den, but he actually backed down. Is he still a human being? Go, I'll go. We're leaving tomorrow, right? I'll go back and pack my things now. Elder Gu Liang. Language is an art. At this time, Li Zhe looked at Fang Shi and Zheng Wen in shock. You have advanced again. Didn't he just advance to the 6th level of the refining void realm? How did he become the 8th level of the refining void realm? Only then did Elder Gu Liang realize that his 2 disciples had advanced. I laughed so hard that I squealed like a pig. Lu Qi, Yi Yi, you have advanced again. Tell me, what happened? Fang Shi chuckled. I don't know what happened, but my brother and I advanced very quickly. It might be because I made a contract with the Heavenly Tao Monument. Blessings often go hand in hand with misfortunes, and misfortunes often go hand in hand with blessings. Although the contract Heavenly Tao Monument will attract heavenly thunder, it may also have other benefits. As for my brother, it may be because of the sword spirit, or it may be because he is connected to me by blood, so he also benefited from it. Li Zhe. I've never heard of anyone being able to advance by relying on their relatives' cultivation. I guess it's because of the sword intent. Elder Gu Liang was thinking that ever since the Lu brothers and sisters came into the family, both he, the master, and his senior brother Li Zhe had made advancements. Could it be that they also benefited from Yi Yi? Sure enough, when one person becomes an immortal, everyone around him will also benefit from it. Although this is not quite accurate, it is not far off. So he made a decision silently. From now on, no matter where I go, I must bring Fang Shi and Zheng Wen, these 2 variables. Even without the wigs, take them. The next morning, Master Gu Liangchang and his 3 disciples boarded a spirit boat and headed for Xuanji Pavilion. Although it was only a small spirit boat and was quite old, Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe were already quite satisfied with it. After all, under normal circumstances, unless a lot of people were traveling, Sect Master Dai would never be willing to let them ride on the spirit boat. Xuanji Pavilion is not too far from Tianyan Dao Sect, about 3 days' journey. Fang Shi and the other 2 used it to practice, while Elder Gu Liang used it to groom himself. Although he was blown bald a few days ago, he has grown white hair thanks to the hair growth pill given by Fang Shi, and has regained his glory as a charlatan. Elder Gu Liang styled his hair like satin, applied ointment on his face that could make his skin white and tender, and ironed his clothes several times using magic. He also conducted several simulation drills in front of the mirror, striving to make a wonderful appearance in Xuanji Pavilion. Fang Shi looked at Elder Gu Liang, who was spreading his peacock feathers. Is he still worried that his 5th senior brother will get into a love debt? The way he looks, it looks like he's going on a tryst. While thinking about this, Fang Shi looked at the bald-headed Zheng Wen, and then at Li Zhe with green curly hair. Ni. At noon that day, the flying boat landed outside the mountain gate of Xuanji Pavilion. The gate of Xuanji Pavilion is not as grand and majestic as that of Tianyan Taoist Sect, nor as luxurious and majestic as that of Xingya Sect. It looks ordinary. This is understandable. Xuanji Pavilion has been established for a relatively short time, so naturally it does not have much foundation. Elder Gui and Elder Miao have already brought people to greet them outside the mountain gate. Elder Gu Liang decided to let his 3 disciples appear first, and then he would come out. Especially the eldest disciple and the 2nd disciple, they can serve as a model for others to learn from. What a loss. Unfortunately, Li Zhe and Zheng Wen didn't know what he was thinking, only Fang Shi guessed it. She was too lazy to say anything and followed Li Zhe and Zheng Wen out of the cabin. Elder Gui and the others all looked at the 3 of them. Not many people looked at Fang Shi, they all went to see Zheng Wen and Li Zhe. It's not that they are interested in men, it's mainly because these 2 have rather weird looks. One has green curly hair and the other has a bald head. At least the green curly-haired guy's cultivation is pretty good. The bald-headed guy is only at the 8th level of the refining void realm. He is too useless. When he saw Feng Shi, who was also at the 8th level of the refinement void realm, he looked down on her even more. Feng Shi and the other two walked down the gangway and stood with their hands hanging down. This was an order given in advance by Elder Gu Liang, just to highlight his status as a divine fortune teller. Elder Gu Liang took a deep breath, and his mood was as excited as a wild boar hitting a tree. Yo-hoo! He, the master of calculation and the backbone of Tianyin Dao Sect, is about to make his brilliant appearance. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1741. This is truly a day to be proud of. Everyone looked towards the hatch of the flying boat. An old man with a sage-like appearance slowly appeared in everyone's sight. He was dressed in a white robe, holding a whisk in his left hand and a tortoise shell in his right hand, and he had an outstanding temperament. Especially the white hair, which, under the sunlight, looks like fine silk, emitting a lustrous glow. Elder Gui and Elder Miao didn't dare to recognize him. Is this the old charlatan Gu Liangchuan? Was his body taken away? When Elder Gu Liang saw Elder Miao's astonished look, he almost squealed like a pig. As he thought about it, he lifted his left leg and stepped onto the step of the gangway. Then he heard a click and the step he was standing on cracked. Elder Gu Liang was so busy concentrating on posing that he never dreamed that such a sudden change would occur. It would have been fine if the gangway was completely broken, as Elder Gu Liang could have stood firmly on the ground with his ability. But the bad thing was that only one step of the pedal was broken, and Elder Gu Liang was stuck in a weird posture. Elder Gu Liang, and *%%. He wished he could cover his face with his tortoise shell. Shame. What a shame. What a failure. It's all Dai Chanfang's fault. If he hadn't picked such a broken spread boat for him, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. What's next? We can't just get stuck like this, right? When he was extremely anxious, Zhang Wen came riding a sword, first supported Elder Gu Liang, then cut off a layer of petals and rescued Elder Gu Liang. When he landed, Feng Shi came to greet him. Master, when I came here, you deduced that there would be a bloody disaster on the road. Although you have already resolved it, there are still some minor effects. At first the disciple was a little skeptical, but he didn't expect it to happen on this gangway. No wonder you insisted on letting the three of us get off the gangway first. Did you have a vague premonition? Could this be what you taught us before, using the body as a hexagram to borrow strength to ward off evil? Elder Gu Liang was almost moved to tears. Dear disciple. This is what a real disciple is. Lu Qi was not bad either, he even knew how to help him down from the gangway. Only Li Zhe was a wooden stake, he couldn't help but snicker just now. Evil. Evil disciple. As he thought about it, he followed Feng Zai's words and said in a profound manner. Yi, you have a good understanding. The master did sense it in advance, so he let the three of you get off the spiritual boat first. Speaking of using your body as a hexagram to borrow power to dispel evil. After showing off a bunch of incomprehensible terminology, he said. Well, it's just an insignificant episode. Why don't you follow me to meet the fellow Taoists in Xuanji Pavilion? He spoke very naturally, and with his bluffing words, the people in Xuanji Pavilion actually believed him a bit. If it were in the past, they would definitely not have believed it, but Elder Gu Liang figured out the reason why the Big Dipper snow lotus did not grow flower buds, and it was said that he was also shining in the Xing'ao sect, so he really had some real skills. Elder Gui was a man of the moment. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, he praised it on the surface. Elder Gu Liang, it seems that your turtle evolution technique has become more and more advanced. Elder Gu Liang shook his hair and said calmly, Elder Gui, you are too kind. I can't say I have made any progress, just a little progress. Elder Gui said a few more polite words, introduced the other elders who came with him, and asked those disciples to pay their respects to Elder Gu Liang. It can be said that he gave enough face. Even Elder Miao rarely refrained from looking at Elder Gu Liang coldly. If Elder Gu Liang hadn't bitten his tongue with his teeth, he would have definitely laughed with his teeth bared. He really wanted to put his hands on his hips and laugh out loud. Thinking back to the past, he was chased like a dog by that Shu Miao Ruan, and had so many good things extorted from him by Xuanji Pavilion. He never expected that today he would become a VIP guest of Xuanji Pavilion. This is really a proud day. Although his current status is mainly the result of his natural talent and his hard work in studying the turtle evolution technique, his beloved disciple also contributed. Thinking of this, he said with a straight face. Li Zhe, Lu Qi, Yi, why don't you three come over and meet the elders? Li Zhe and the other two then stepped forward and saluted Elder Gui and the others. Elder Gui looked at Zhang Wen's bald head and thought, he had a full head of hair when we last met, but now he's completely bald. I guess it's made from fried turtle shells. I have to say, Master Tianyin is taking too much risk. After a few pleasantries, Elder Gui said. Elder Gu Liang, our pavilion master is waiting in the meeting hall, please follow me. So, Elder Gu Liang, accompanied by Elder Gui, entered the Xuanji Pavilion. Because Feng Shi had a shadow over the mountain gate, he followed the usual practice, raised his legs high and stepped lightly, carefully crossing the threshold of the mountain gate. Everything was safe and sound. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This scene was interpreted differently by some of Xuanji Pavilion's direct disciples. They thought that Feng Shi might not be valued by Elder Gu Liang, so he was so nervous. Although the world of immortal cultivation is not as patriarchal as the secular world, some old-fashioned people still have this prejudice. It's better for their Xuanji Pavilion, as all the practitioners are female, so naturally there is no such thing as favoring boys over girls. Feng Shi never dreamed that such a misunderstanding would occur. It wasn't until she noticed that several of Xuanji Pavilion's direct disciples were looking at her with a mixture of pity and superiority that she felt something might have gone wrong. However, this is not important. She is in a very good mood now. She is as beautiful as a painting and it is pleasing to the eyes. When they arrived at the meeting hall, the head of Xuanji Pavilion, Tan Tai, stood up and said with a smile. Elder Gu Liang, you have come all the way here, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that Pavilion Master Tan Tai was so courteous, Elder Gu Liang also behaved like a gentleman and said a few polite words. It's true, when he's not doing anything naughty, he really does look like a sage. After a few simple greetings, Pavilion Master Tan Tai had a banquet prepared to welcome Master Gu Liangchang. The dishes at the banquet were very exquisite and tasted good. Elder Gu Liang rarely had any image burden and ate very elegantly. So much so that Li Zhe looked at him several times and felt that his master might have been possessed by someone else. Feng Shi has no baggage, just show off. Those disciples who originally felt that Feng Shi was not valued imagined the inner drama of the poor little guy who had never eaten good food. People will not easily become hostile to the weak. The disciples of Xuanji Pavilion have this kind of mentality. It was not until Elder Gu Liang drank a pot of spiritual wine that he began to brag about Feng Zai's talent in alchemy. Although Yi has only been involved in alchemy for a few months, she can already make pills. See my white hair, that's the hair growth pill she made for me. You all know Elder Zhao from our sect, right? He said that Yi was the most talented alchemist he had ever seen, and it could even be said that there was no one like her before or after her. The looks that the disciples of Xuanji Pavilion gave Feng Shi were not so friendly. After all, their Xuanji Pavilion was famous for alchemy, so how could they tolerate someone showing off their alchemy talent in front of them? Before they could start to attack, Feng Shi smiled bitterly at Elder Gu Liang and said, Master, it's fine if you tease me on a normal day, but it makes me feel even more ashamed to say this in front of the alchemy masters of Xuanji Pavilion. Although Elder Gu Liang was a little dizzy from drinking, he saw his disciples' disapproving look and quickly tried to make amends. Okay, kid, you're too easy to tease. I was just joking, ha ha ha. Everyone in Xuanji Pavilion thinks this is right. How could this Lu Yi have such an incredible talent for alchemy? What a joke. Feng Shi felt relieved when he saw that the direct disciples of Xuanji Pavilion had regained their sense of superiority. During this trip to Xuanji Pavilion, she will adhere to the principle of keeping a low profile and remain an unknown and transparent person. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1742. You have a huge advantage. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Pavilion Master Tan Tai asked Elders Gui and Miao to accompany Master Gu Liang and his disciples to the guest house. Because Xuanji Pavilion is full of female cultivators, the guest house is located far away from the living area of the disciples, probably to avoid some unnecessary trouble. When we arrived at the guest house, Elder Gui said, Everyone, have a good rest. The Big Dipper Snow Lotus will bloom the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to walk around Xuanji Pavilion and show my hospitality. Elder Gu Liang said a few polite words in a pretentious manner, and then set his eyes on the silent Elder Miao. Miao Ruan, can you please spare me a moment to talk? Elder Miao said coldly, Good words are not spoken behind people's backs, and bad words are not spoken behind people's backs. Tell me, what's the matter? Elder Gu Liang, then it's okay. Upon hearing this, Elder Miao snorted coldly and walked away. Elder Gui said a few polite words to smooth things over and then left. Feng Shi saw Elder Gu Liang standing there like a man looking at his wife, and immediately exchanged glances with Zheng Wen. Both of them saw the gossipy gleam in each other's eyes. Li Zhe urged, Master, what are you doing standing here in the hot sun? Let's go in quickly. Elder Gu Liang, I regret for the 10,000th time bringing this evil creature here. Xuanji Pavilion arranged a very spacious courtyard for Gu Liangchang and his 3 disciples. In addition to 5 main rooms, there were also several side rooms, which were enough for them to live in. Elder Gu Liang lived in the middle room, Li Zhe lived on his left, and Feng Shi and Zheng Wen lived on his right. The 4 masters and apprentices were indeed a little tired, so they all went back to their rooms to rest. Feng Shi was just about to take a short nap when Niu Jian said in a mean voice, Master, you can't find anyone in Tianyan Dao sect who speaks ill of Broken Mirror. Now that you are at Xuanji Pavilion, do you want to try with a few beauties? I think the dark history is definitely more interesting than that of the old charlatan. Feng Shi, Niu Jian, why do I feel like you're a bit vulgar? Niu Jian immediately cried out to the sky and protested his injustice. Master, you are really wronging me. I'm totally thinking about you. Elder Gui once said that Xuanji Pavilion needs to use the Big Dipper Blood Lotus to determine the candidate for the successor to the Pavilion Master. Today, I took a look at the disciples of Xuanji Pavilion and found that none of them are qualified. Only you, the Master, can do this. But after all, you are not from Xuanji Pavilion, so you have to obtain some information first, so that you can know both yourself and the enemy and win every battle. I am loyal to you, my Master, but you say I am despicable. It makes me so sad. I am not like that stupid bear who only cares about love all day long. I am even more heartless than that idiot Zheng Wen. I don't love anyone except you, my Master. Feng Shi was somewhat speechless. Do you think the people of Xuanji Pavilion will choose an outsider as the successor to the Pavilion Master? Niu Jian said shyly, Master, I think you can do it. Because you have a huge advantage. Feng Shi raised an eyebrow. What advantage? Niu Jian, you are a woman. Feng Shi. She just thought of it as the wooden sword making a sound and didn't take it seriously at all. Unless the people in Xuanji Pavilion are crazy, the title of successor to the Pavilion Master will never fall on her. Of course, the main reason is that she is not very interested in Xuanji Pavilion. Xuanji Pavilion does not have a very deep foundation. Although it is famous for alchemy, the master of Tantai Pavilion who has the highest level of alchemy is only a 7-ding alchemist. Feng Shi himself is very good at making elixirs, so naturally he has no interest in it. This is different from the situation of Xingyao sect. Xingyao sect itself was separated from Tianyan Daoist sect and they have many connections, so she will definitely find a way to facilitate the merger of Xingyao sect into Tianyan Daoist sect. Her energy is limited, and her most important task at the moment is to improve her cultivation, so she doesn't want to give herself too much work. Compared to the Pavilion Master's successor, she is more interested in Bidu Blood Lotus, the Calabash brothers of the Lotus world. Feng Shi ignored Niu Jian and soon fell asleep. In her dream, she saw a pond. In the mist, a lotus flower sways gently. The most amazing thing is that there are 7 red buds on the branches sticking out of the water, as bright red as blood. A familiar melody suddenly sounded in Feng Shi's mind. Calabash Brothers, 7 flowers on a vine. She admired the flower buds for a while and felt like eating lotus roots. Cold lotus root slices, fried lotus root clips, pork ribs and lotus root soup, osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root. Commander Lu looked at Feng Shi, who was wiping her saliva while sleeping. Is this considered the dark history of the Lord of the Two Worlds? When Feng Shi woke up, it was dark. She stretched, rummaged around in her storage ring, took out a piece of shapeless and traceless white jade lotus root, and started chewing it. These were the good things she had found in Xuanshan Sect before. Although most of them were auctioned off to generate income for her biological master Xiao Beidao, she also kept some. While eating, she asked Commander Lu, Master, is the lotus root of Bidu blood lotus delicious? Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. I haven't eaten it yet, how can I know if it tastes good or not? Feng Shi said with sympathy, Master, you said that you were the guardian of Tiank League after all, but you have never even eaten the Bidu blood lotus. You were too wrong. Commander Lu said in a cold voice, the most important thing for a cultivator to abandon is the desire for food and drink. You'd better change your ways, otherwise you won't achieve anything great. Feng Shi nodded. Well, you were right, you are still promising, you have even lost your physical body. Commander Lu. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside the yard. Feng Shi immediately left the house and opened the door. There were about 10 disciples of Xuanji Pavilion standing outside the door. The leader smiled and said, Lu Yi, are you free? Do you want to go with us to collect firefly grass? Feng Shi discovered that both the direct disciple who was speaking and the direct disciples behind her were the ones who had shown pity for her before. Of course, there is a sense of superiority mixed with pity. Feng Shi smiled and said, Great, I'm just feeling bored. What are the names of all the senior sisters? Soon, Feng Shi remembered the names of these people. The disciple who spoke just now is named Fang Xuan. He has a very cheerful personality and is very talkative. Feng Shi said hello to Elder Gu Liang and followed Fang Xuan and the others to the back mountain. In fact, Zhang Wen also wanted to come along, but was sternly rejected by Fang Xuan and others. Zhang Wen couldn't force it, so he had to give up. He looked at Feng Shi and Fang Xuan pitifully as they walked away. At this moment, he really hated himself for being a man. The mutant digging thorn beast, who had just been released 2 days ago, made a very pertinent suggestion. Why don't you learn from the eunuchs in the secular world? The next moment, it was put in solitary confinement again, with no time limit. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1743, Firefly Grass at Night. On the way, Fang Xuan and the others asked Feng Shi all kinds of questions. Feng Shi quickly guessed from their words why they felt pity for her. It turned out that the charlatan master was biased towards boys and not girls, and not only did he ignore her, but he was also a bit harsh on her. Feng Shi. Let's just say, how did you figure that out? There was someone who was indeed ignored and criticized, but it was not her, but her senior brother Li Zhe who had a broken mouth. Although Feng Shi repeatedly explained that Elder Gu Liang treated her very well, Fang Xuan and the others had preconceived ideas and thought that she did not dare to say anything bad about Elder Gu Liang. I couldn't help but feel a little more pity. Pitiful. It's so frightening that it has left a psychological trauma. Seeing this, Feng Shi was too lazy to explain. It's better to be pitiful than to attract hatred. She immediately changed the subject. Senior Sister Fang, I have just started learning alchemy not long ago, and I have never heard of Yellen Liang grass before. Please tell me about it. Commander Lu. Clearly, there is an introduction to Yellen firefly grass in your Sea of Consciousness jade sips, and you even complained to me before that this herb has too high requirements for the growing environment. Complaints are complaints, but he thought that sometimes showing weakness is also a strategy and means. You can tell from the performance of Fang Xuan and others. They were all smiling and had no hostility towards Feng Shi. Who would be hostile to a poor little thing? Especially since this poor little thing will provide plenty of emotional value. At this time, Fang Xuan was introducing the night firefly grass. The night firefly grass only grows on the edge of the cold pond, and will produce ears of grain after a certain number of years. However, on ordinary days the ears of grain are hidden among the stalks and only emerge on full moon nights. What we want to collect are the ears of grain, but we need to pay attention that the ears of grain are covered with fluorescent powder. Even if you take the antidote in advance, you will fall into an illusion if you are not determined. In addition, there is a netherworld ice crocodile in the cold pond, which is the companion beast of the night firefly grass. Although it has been domesticated for several years and is usually quite docile, it will become very irritable on full moon nights and will occasionally attack people. Therefore, every time we come to pick the night firefly grass, we go together, so that we can protect ourselves even if the nether ice crocodile goes crazy. Your cultivation is low, so for safety's sake, you can just watch from the side while we collect the materials. When Feng Shi heard this, her face turned pale and she quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Xuan thought, it was no wonder that Lu Yi was not taken seriously by Elder Gu Liang since she was so cowardly. This is understandable. It is very promising for a person who practices cultivation to be so timid. Fang Xuan and the others led Feng Shi through many twists and turns and finally arrived near the cold pond. Feng Shi saw a fluorescent light from afar, as if starlight was scattered in the grass. This should be the firefly grass. Pretty good looking. Feng Shi suddenly had an idea. If he collected some firefly powder and smeared it on fifth senior brother's bald head, would he not need to turn on the lamp at night? Commander Lu, you are so mean. After walking a distance forward, Fang Xuan handed Feng Shi a fluorescent powder antidote and asked her to take it. Feng Shi took it and ate it without saying a word. Fang Xuan and others saw this and thought, this junior sister Lu is too naive. Isn't she afraid that the elixir may be poisonous? That is to say, if you meet them, if you meet bad people, you will probably be sold and have to help them count the money. Fang Xuan asked Feng Shi to stand still and not move forward, and gave him some more instructions. Then she and the others started picking the ears of Yilan Liang grass. Feng Shi watched with great interest. She was not looking at the night firefly grass, but Fang Xuan and others. Under the moonlight, their movements of picking ears of grain looked like dancing, which was quite beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful something is, one will get tired of it. After looking at it for a while, she felt it was boring and started chatting with Commander Lu. Master, have you always been alone when you were alive? Didn't you find me a mistress? Commander Lu, if you really have nothing to do, just sit and meditate, and stop talking about these nonsense. Seeing that Commander Lu ignored her, Feng Shi couldn't help but miss the dormant Zhu Shihuan. Commander Lu is too rigid. Only her cheap grandfather can talk to her. Fang Xuan and the others were busy. Feng Shi felt that it would not be good for her to practice, so she began to review what had happened recently. Suddenly, she heard a few screams coming from Fang Xuan and the others. When she looked closely, she saw an aquatic monster crawling out of the cold pond. It looked somewhat similar to a crocodile, with its entire body covered with blue ice-like scales. Wherever it crawls over, a layer of frost forms. As its tail swung, several ice cones shot towards Fang Xuan and others. Fang Xuan and others were obviously well prepared. Fang Xuan led 2 people to deal with the netherworld ice crocodile, while the others continued to pick ears of grain. Seeing that they handled the situation with ease, Feng Shi did not move and just watched with interest. Just when Fang Xuan and the others had the absolute upper hand, 2 netherworld ice crocodiles crawled out of the cold pond. Fang Xuan and the others had to give up picking ears of grain temporarily and threw themselves into the battle, intending to force the 3 netherworld ice crocodiles back into the cold pond before continuing to pick grains. Because these netherworld ice crocodiles are the companion beasts of the night firefly grass, Fang Xuan and her team would not kill them unless they had no other choice, and would just force them to retreat. About half an hour later, the 3 netherworld ice crocodiles were forced back into the cold pond. While Fang Xuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they couldn't help but raise their chins when they saw Feng Zai's pale face. The sense of superiority is stronger. Feng Shi didn't care about it at all and continued to consolidate his image as a poor little guy. Just when she was wondering whether she should act out the scene of collapsing with weak legs, the pool of water suddenly churned, and huge waves were more than 10 feet high. The next moment, waves suddenly surged towards Fang Xuan and others. Before Fang Xuan and others could react, they were frozen by the waves. That's right, frozen. The original waves had now turned into dark blue solid ice, freezing Fang Xuan and the others inside. The next moment, a blood-red crocodile monster crawled out of the cold pond. Commander Lu was surprised. Not good, this is not the netherworld ice crocodile, but the frost abyss blood crocodile. Not only is its body extremely strong, but it can also draw water and control ice from a distance. What's even more difficult is that the ice it controls can absorb human blood. Almost as soon as Commander Lu finished speaking, Feng Shi discovered strands of blood appearing in the ice around Fang Xuan and the others. Apparently, as Commander Lu said, the frost abyss blood crocodile was absorbing the blood of Fang Xuan and the others through the solid ice. Although Fang Xuan and others tried their best to struggle, it was in vain. They suddenly felt desperate. Although Lu Yi was not trapped, even if she immediately sent a message to Elder Gu Liang, it would be too late to save them. Besides, there is no way that strange monster would let Lu Yi go. If I had known this would happen, I would have rather not invited her to come along, instead I ended up harming her. Just when they thought they were doomed, they saw Feng Shi running towards them carrying a turtle shell covered with green algae. Senior sisters, your strength is here. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1744 Another day of being obsessed with my own beauty. For a moment, Fang Xuan and the others felt like they were trapped in an illusion. Otherwise, how could we see that cowardly Lu Yi not only didn't run away but also rushed over? How can this be? As for the frost abyss blood crocodile, he didn't take Feng Shi seriously at all. He was just a small Liangsu, what ability could he have? Since she has come to me on her own initiative, let's just fulfill her wish. Just as it was about to control the water to freeze Feng Shi, it felt a sudden sharp pain in its consciousness. Just as it was distracted, there was a loud bang. The solid ice that trapped Fang Xuan and the others now became the protective shield. The ice was blown to pieces, but they were not seriously hurt. That frost abyss blood crocodile is having a lot of fun. It was blown directly into the sky. It never thought in its life that it could fly like a bird. But when other birds land on the ground, there is no sound, but this one falls down with a bang. It directly created a big hole. The body of this frost abyss blood crocodile is really strong. Even after being smashed down, it only suffered minor skin injuries. It doesn't understand, it really doesn't understand. How did that little bitch do it? A talisman or something else? It can't be that turtle shell, right? Feng Shi had originally planned to explode this way and take the opportunity to escape with Fang Xuan and the others, but she overlooked one thing. The explosion caused the fluorescent powder on the ears of Yilan firefly grass to fall everywhere. Although Fang Xuan and the others had taken the antidote in advance, they were still in a state of hallucination after the shock just now and the loss of blood. Feng Shi looked at the frost abyss blood crocodile that had climbed out of the pit and sighed. Originally, I just wanted to rescue the person and didn't bother with you. But you also saw that senior sister Fang and the others were trapped in an illusion, so I could only play with you reluctantly. Frost abyss blood crocodile. You were just a young man, who gave you the courage to talk to me like this. It is not worried that Feng Shi will continue to explode, because Fang Xuan and the others are still there. Just as it was about to deal a fatal blow to Feng Shi said, it's hard for us to perform on land, why don't we fight in the cold pond? Hanyuan blood crocodile thought she was crazy. The water is its kingdom. It can completely freeze the cold pond, and this little girl won't be able to escape even if she has wings. However, since she is seeking death, then it will grant her wish. The Hanyuan blood crocodile immediately returned to the cold pond and waited for Feng Shi to jump down. It even began to consider whether to eat Feng Shi's head first, or her legs first, or swallow it whole. As a result, Fang Shi's laughter was heard. Sorry, I think land is better now. Please climb up again. Only then did the Hanyuan blood crocodile realize that he had been tricked. He was so angry that his originally red body was about to turn black. Just as it was about to jump up, Fang Shi swung the Tianyan Dao tablet and smashed it at it. The cold abyss blood crocodile had suffered a loss before, and subconsciously shrank back into the cold pond. What followed was anger and humiliation. It was actually afraid of the spiritual attack of a Xiao Liangsu. How shameful. It suffered a loss before because it was caught off guard. As long as it defends itself well, I don't think she will be able to hurt it. Besides, it can attack by water, there is no need to go ashore. Thinking of this, it turned the lake water into countless ice cones and shot them towards Fang Shi. It thought Fang Shi was definitely going to die. As a result, all the ice cones hit the turtle shell, and the clanging sounds were as loud as the music. When it was getting angry, it never dreamed that Fang Shi would be so stupid as to jump into the cold pond on its own initiative. Although it didn't solve the problem, it didn't delay the freezing at all. To be on the safe side, it turned the entire cold pond into solid ice, including itself. It doesn't matter, as long as the stinky girl's blood is drained, the ice can be melted into water again. Just when it was feeling proud, it saw Fang Shi smiling at it. Is this little girl scared out of her wits? The next moment, the ice around Fang Shi suddenly melted, and it melted very quickly. The Hanyuan blood crocodile was stunned at first, then quickly used his magical powers again, and the water in the pool froze again. Before it could even breathe a sigh of relief, the ice melted again. The cold abyss blood crocodile did not give up and continued to freeze. In the blink of an eye, the ice melted again, and even bubbles appeared. In the end, the Hanyuan blood crocodile was exhausted and kept sticking out its tongue. Too hot. The cold pond is about to turn into a hot spring. It is not afraid of anything except heat. Once the temperature rises, its magical powers will be greatly restricted. On the other hand, Fang Shi looked very contented. She even took out an unknown mirror to look at herself. It was another day of being fascinated by her own beauty. As she was watching, she saw the cold abyss blood crocodile rushing towards her with its bloody mouth wide open, apparently planning for a hand-to-hand fight. When she was about to release the violent conger eel to give the Hanyuan blood crocodile an electric shock therapy, the Hanyuan blood crocodile suddenly turned around and ran away as if it had seen a ghost, and soon disappeared into the depths of the pool. Fang Shi thought, could it be that this crocodile is using the strategy of luring the enemy deep into our territory? If Fang Xuan and others hadn't been on the shore, she might have gone down to see what was going on, but now she was in a hurry to save people and didn't bother to pay attention. The reason why she jumped into the cold pond just now was to avoid being hurt by the ice cones. When Fang Shi climbed to the shore, Fang Xuan and the others were still in the illusion. When Fang Shi was thinking about how to wake him up, a lot of people came from a distance. Fang Shi guessed that it must be someone from Xuanji Pavilion who heard the noise and rushed over. She glanced at the ground. The ice had melted into water, which was mixed with the blood of Fang Xuan and others, so it turned into bloody water. She rolled on the ground a few times, her face and body covered in mud and blood, and then she fainted in a posture that looked as if she couldn't survive. After a while, Pavilion Master Tan Tai arrived with the elders. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately shocked. He quickly gave the antidote to Fang Xuan and others, and of course did not forget to treat Fang Shi. Fang Shi saw that it was Elder Miao who saved her, and thought to herself, he could tell the distance at the critical moment, and it was worth the charlatan master's unrequited love for her. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Gu Liangchuan's ghostly howling sounds coming from afar. Yi, you must hold on. Master is here to save you. Fang Shi could tell that Elder Gu Liang was really anxious because he was not even wearing boots and was running over barefoot. Zhang Wen was not much behind. Although he only had the cultivation level of Liangsu, he actually arrived at the same time as Elder Gu Liang, which showed how desperate he was. Only Li Zhe was still running and cursing 2 miles away. Dead leg, run. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1745. The drama brothers and sisters must be the first to eat the watermelons. Elder Gu Liang only had his disciple in his eyes at this time. He pushed Elder Miao away and reached out with trembling hands to check Fang Shi's breath. He was relieved to find that his beloved disciple was still alive. Yi, wake up, don't scare the master. At this time, Zhang Wen also came over. After seeing Fang Shi's look, he felt at ease. Judging from his experience, the junior sister was definitely acting. However, as a responsible supporting actor, he still has to perform. He called out to Fang Shi, fed her medicine, and infused her with spiritual energy. Even Pavilion Master Tan Tai, who always disliked men, couldn't help but nodded. This Lu Qi is a good person. I didn't expect that Gu Liangchuan, who is so unreliable, actually accepted such a good disciple. It is true that good shoots come from bad bamboos. After taking the antidote, Fang Xuan and others regained consciousness. They were a little confused at first, but when they saw the surrounding scenes and then the unconscious Fang Shi, their previous memories quickly came back to them. They remembered. It was Lu Yi who saved them at the critical moment of life and death. They didn't even bother to report the situation to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. They gathered around Fang Shi and burst into tears. Fang Xuan suddenly remembered something and immediately knelt in front of Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master, junior sister Lu was seriously injured in order to save us. I beg you to use the Blood Lotus life-sustaining pill to save her life. Upon hearing this, the other disciples also knelt down and begged Pavilion Master Tan Tai. When Elder Gu Liang was about to threaten Pavilion Master Tan Tai to take out the elixir, Fang Zai's eyelids trembled, and he opened his eyes and said weakly. Master. Elder Gu Liang was overjoyed. Yi, are you awake? You are not dead anymore. Fang Shi. What do you mean I am immortal? Forget it, since you are crying so hard, I won't say a word. The reason why she woke up was because she couldn't let Pavilion Master Tan Tai be forced to make a choice, which would cause the other party to vent his anger on her. Then her performance would be in vain. When Fang Xuan and the others saw that she had woken up, they no longer bothered to ask for help from Pavilion Master Tan Tai and all surrounded her. Junior Sister Lu, are you awake? I'm so glad you're okay. Junior Sister Lu, thank you for helping us just now. If it weren't for you, we would definitely not be alive. I thought you were timid before, but I was blind. You were braver than anyone else. Ellipsis. Fang Shi said weakly, my fellow senior sisters, you are too polite. We are all cultivators and should help each other. Besides, you have been so kind to me, how can I stand by and watch you die? Fang Xuan and the others were both moved and ashamed. Although they brought Fang Shi here to broaden her horizons, they also had the intention of showing off to some extent. At this time, Pavilion Master Tan Tai said, Fang Xuan, what happened? Fang Xuan recounted what happened and then said, I was trapped in a fantasy, so I don't know what happened next. Then he asked Fang Shi, Junior Sister Lu, where is the Frost Abyss Blood Crocodile? Fang Shi shook his head blankly. I was also knocked unconscious by the tortoise shell. I don't know what happened afterwards. Elder Gu Liang slapped his thigh. I know, it must be Jian, the fat senior in the Tianyan Dao monument appeared and saved you. The Xingyao sect and the Tianyan Taoist sect did not hide the matter of the Tianyan Taoist monument and the fat senior, and they could not have concealed it even if they wanted to. The only thing that was concealed was that the Tianyan Dao stele was actually the Tian Dao stele. Pavilion Master Tan Tai had also heard of the Tianyan Dao monument, so it was easy for him to believe this statement. Of course, there is another very important reason. In her opinion, without help from others, it would be impossible for Fang Shi to drive away the Hanyuan blood crocodile with her cultivation level. Commander Lu was puzzled. Since you had already planned to let the Heavenly Dao monument take the blame, why did you pretend to be unconscious? Isn't this unnecessary? Fang Shi said calmly, Master, if someone saved you and the other person was alive and kicking or lost half his life, which situation would you be more grateful for? Commander Lu. Okay, I'm narrow-minded. At this time, Elder Miao was puzzled and asked, we only raised the nether ice crocodile in the cold pond, how come a frost abyss blood crocodile appeared? Elder Gu Liang understood the situation very well, and immediately told everyone that their Tianyan Dao sect and Xingyao sect had both been tampered with. Upon hearing this, Pavilion Master Dan Tai immediately sent people to explore the bottom of the cold pond. However, they only found the netherworld ice crocodiles, but no trace of the cold abyss blood crocodiles. After several more searches, they finally found something fishy at the bottom of the cold pond. Someone had tampered with it. The leader of the Tantai Pavilion felt a surge of fear. Not to mention the distant past, just talking about this time, if it weren't for Lu Yi, none of Fang Xuan and the others would have survived this time. Pavilion Master Tan Tai sincerely thanked Fang Shi, and also praised Elder Gu Liang for his good teaching methods. Elder Gu Liang was so happy that he lost his way. Happy as it is, he complained in his heart that the Tantai Pavilion Master was narrow-minded. What's the point of verbal thanks? Why don't you give me some benefits? Just as he was thinking about it, Pavilion Master Tan Tai took out a porcelain bottle. Yi, there is a Blood Lotus life-extending pill in here, please take it for future use. Before Fang Shi could say anything polite, Elder Gu Liang quickly snatched it away, fearing the Pavilion Master Tan Tai would go back on his word. Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Why is there such a huge gap between the character of the master and the apprentice? Even though the elixir had been snatched away by Elder Gu Liang, Fang Shi still said a few polite words. You still have to go through the process. After saying the polite words, she said guiltily, Master, I am eager to save people, and I don't have any particularly brilliant methods, so I can only blow up the turtle shell. As a result, the place was blown up into a mess, and a large area of the night firefly grass was also destroyed. I'm really sorry, how about you estimate how much it will cost and I'll compensate you? Elder Gu Liang felt that his beloved disciple might have been blown silly. Otherwise, why would you talk nonsense? It's not our turn to pay this money. Pavilion Master Tan Tai said with a smile, Yi, you also said that you did it to save people, how can I ask you to pay compensation? The night firefly grass is destroyed, so let it be destroyed. It will naturally recover in a few years. Although she said this, her heart was bleeding. Not only is the night blooming firefly grass demanding in terms of its growing environment, but only plants that are over 1,000 years old will begin to produce ears of grain. Now, after such an explosion, half of it was completely destroyed, and the remaining half was also severely damaged. It would probably take hundreds of years to recover. But no matter what, it is impossible to ask Gu Liangchang to pay compensation. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Elder Gui exclaim. Master, look at those fireflies. Look. As she spoke, she quickly flashed to the middle of the remaining fireflies. Pavilion Master Tan Tai also walked over quickly. The others, not knowing what was going on, gathered around as well. Even Fang Shi was carried over by Zhang Wen. The acting siblings must be the first to eat melons. Fang Shi soon discovered that the stems of the nightlight fireflies had changed color. It was dark green before, but now it is mixed with mottled red. At first she thought it was a splash of blood, after all, the ice was flying everywhere before. But it soon became clear that it was not. She suddenly remembered that it was recorded on the spiritual jade slip that under extremely special circumstances, the night firefly grass might transform into the red-spotted firefly grass, and leap from an earth-grade herb to a heaven-grade herb. But no one knows under what circumstances the mutation will occur, and even few people have seen the red-spotted firefly grass. So, she has accomplished something again. She just wants to be a Loki girl, why is she always allowed to shine? So annoying. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1746. Who can tell him what's so funny? Commander Lu had become numb to someone's nonsense and just pretended he heard nothing. However, he sometimes wondered that this dead girl's luck was really a mystery. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but overall he should be a person with great luck. But is there anyone in my family who has great luck and gets struck by lightning all the time? I don't understand, I really don't understand. When he was confused, Elder Gui exclaimed. It's red-spotted firefly grass. I originally thought that what was recorded in the classics was just a legend, but I didn't expect that the nightfall firefly grass could actually transform into red-spotted firefly grass. Pavilion Master Tantai and other elders made the same discovery and were overjoyed. Red-spotted firefly grass is a top-grade medicinal herb, and it is a top-grade medicinal herb that has almost never appeared on the market. Its value is inestimable. Especially since Shranji Pavilion is a sect that focuses on alchemy. With the red-spotted firefly grass, they might be able to research some new alchemy recipes. After hearing Elder Gui's explanation, Elder Gu Liang laughed like a pig. Ha ha ha, I knew that Yi was a blessed child with a good fortune. She could always turn misfortune into good fortune and turn disaster into blessing. She is worthy of being my apprentice, Gu Liangchuan. He is so lucky to have a good disciple like Yi. He even wanted to change his name to Gu Liangfu. Pavilion Master Tan Tai was very happy and did not hesitate to praise Fang Shi. Good luck is also a kind of strength. After praising her for a while, he said, Yi, you have helped our Shranji Pavilion a lot this time. If you have any conditions, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu Liang quickly glanced at Fang Shi. The meaning is obvious, let her ask for more benefits. Fang Shi pretended not to see it, and said to Pavilion Master Tan Tai with a smile. Master, you didn't hold me responsible for the damage before, so how can I come to you and make conditions now? Besides, it was all just a coincidence, I don't dare to take credit for it. After hearing her say this, Pavilion Master Tan Tai felt even more that the little girl was a kind-hearted and innocent child. Looking at Elder Gu Liang standing aside, whose eyes are almost cramping, one can only sigh that this old charlatan Gu Liangchuan is really lucky. Although Fang Shi said he wanted nothing, it was impossible for Pavilion Master Dan Tai to give her nothing. He even gave Fang Shi dozens of pills and 1 million strode stones on the grounds that gifts from elders could not be refused. Fang Shi saw that she really wanted to give it, so she accepted it, reluctantly. Then, he said a little embarrassedly, Pavilion Master, Elder Zhao of our sect is obsessed with alchemy. I want to bring a few red-spotted firefly grasses back to him for research. Is that okay? Pavilion Master Tan Tai agreed without any hesitation and immediately asked Elder Gui to dig 5 red-spotted firefly grasses for Fang Shi. After all this trouble, it was already dawn. Seeing that Fang Shi was still a little weak, Pavilion Master Tan Tai had her carried back to the guest house on a soft couch and told her to have a good rest so that she could watch the Big Dipper Blood Lotus at night. When Fang Xuan and others were leaving, they all gave Fang Shi gifts of thanks, and Fang Shi had no choice but to accept them. Fang Shi couldn't refuse, so he had to accept it. After all the outsiders left, Elder Gu Liang began to criticize Fang Shi. Why do you always like to act like a hero? If it weren't for the fat senior's help, your life would be over. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Why do we need short guys to charge into battle? Also, since Pavilion Master Tan Tai asked you to set the conditions, you should give her a lot of money, don't refuse it for nothing. Ellipsis. Seeing that he was never going to stop, Fang Shi said weakly. Master, I know you are doing this for my own good, but am I okay? Speaking of which, thanks to Elder Miao, he fed me the best elixir right away. When Elder Gu Liang heard Fang Shi mention Elder Miao, his eyes suddenly became a little erratic. Fang Shi slapped his forehead and said, by the way, Master, did you push Elder Miao before? Although you were too worried about me at the time, it was a bit rash. Do you want to apologize to Elder Miao? Elder Gu Liang just remembered this matter, and although he felt a little annoyed, he said, she's not made of paper, so what if I push her? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Have a good rest. You still have to go see the Big Dipper Blood Lotus tonight. After saying this, he walked away somewhat dazed. Fang Shi felt amused and immediately exchanged a look with Junwen, then laughed strangely. Li Zhe on the side. Who can tell him what's so funny? However, he is more concerned about. Junior brother, how did you run so fast just now? Do you have any secret? Jun Wengson said, the secret. This is forged through countless life and death situations. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Fang Shi sighed. Brother, you also know that my brother and I have been wandering since we were young. In order to escape, we can only run faster and faster. After a long time, I developed a pair of very fast legs. So this secret is forced out. Jun Wen also sighed immediately, revealing a bit of pain, as if he was recalling some unpleasant past events. Li Zhe suddenly felt that he deserved to die. I have made my fellow junior brothers and sisters sad again. When he was feeling sad, Fang Shi took out a few porcelain bottles and handed them to him. Brother, keep these pills for when you need them. When Li Zhe saw the logo of Shranji Pavilion on the porcelain bottle, he shook his head like a rattle. Junior sister, this is a thank you gift from Shranji Pavilion. How can I accept it? Fang Shi covered his head. Oh, senior brother, please accept it quickly, or I will get a headache again if I get anxious. Li Zhe had no choice but to accept it. He felt that he must have done a lot of good deeds in his previous life, which was why he met such a good junior sister. As for the charlatan master, well, maybe he owed him in his previous life. After Jun Wen and Li Zhe left, Fang Shi ate something, practiced for another 2 hours, and then began to catch up on his sleep. As soon as she woke up, Elder Gui came over and invited the 4 masters and disciples to watch the ceremony. In order to show respect, Fang Shi not only changed into new clothes himself, but also asked 3 elders Gu Liang to change into new clothes, and also used the cleaning technique several times. Seeing this, Elder Gui felt that Fang Shi was a really good girl. It's a pity that she is a direct disciple of Tianyin Dao sect. It would be better if she was a direct disciple of Shranji Pavilion. Although his cultivation level is a little low, he will definitely become a talent if he is trained well. Elder Gui led Gu Liang and his 3 disciples through several checkpoints before they entered the interior of a mountain. After passing through 3 more checkpoints, we finally entered a very spacious cave. Fang Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Because the scene before her was exactly the same as what she had dreamed of. In a pond, the water vapor is thick and the lotus is swaying gently. There are 7 red buds on the branches that stick out from the water, as red as blood. They all match. Oh my, does she have the ability to predict the future now? Is she so good? Commander Lu. Not to mention other aspects, just talking about self-confidence, this damn girl is absolutely worthy of the title of the Lord of the Two Worlds. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1747. Is there no one speaking for me? Fang Shi looked around while writing a narcissistic essay to herself. I found that most of them were people I had met at the welcoming banquet before, but there were also a few unfamiliar faces. In addition to several people wearing elders' robes, there were 7 disciples wearing red disciple robes. She was a little puzzled. Fang Xuan and the others were all wearing purple disciple robes, so why were the clothes of these 7 people different? Could it be a menial job? Commander Lu, look at their cultivation, they can't be menial servants. I estimate that they should be core disciples who are 1 level higher than direct disciples. Aren't we going to choose the successor to the Pavilion Master today? We should choose one from these 7 people. Fang Shi actually said this on purpose, otherwise the old thief Lu wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. Master, which one of them do you think has the greatest hope? Commander Lu looked at it and said, I think the first one on the right has a better chance of winning. Not only is her cultivation slightly higher, but it also seems that she has a close relationship with Pavilion Master Dan Tai. Commander Lu said this because the disciple he was talking about would talk to Pavilion Master Dan Tai from time to time, and indeed seemed to have a close relationship with Pavilion Master Dan Tai. Commander Lu finished speaking and asked Fang Shi, which one do you think has a better chance of winning? Fang Shi chuckled. Didn't Mu Jian say this before? These people are not qualified. Only I can do this. Commander Lu. I just asked you unnecessary questions. Fang Shi saw Fang Xuan not far away, so he hurried over and asked in a low voice. Senior Sister Fang, who are those 7 people? Fang Xuan transmitted the message in secret. They are the 7 stars of Xuanji selected by the Pavilion Master. Although in principle everyone present is qualified to be the Pavilion Master's successor, in practice the final candidate will be chosen from among the 7 stars of Xuanji every time. They are all very arrogant and hardly talk to us on weekdays. Especially Leng Shuheng on the far right, the Pavilion Master likes her very much, so she always looks down on others, as if she is already the Pavilion Master's successor. And that Ding Yanchu next to her. Fang Xuan must have been feeling frustrated for a long time, so she complained to Fang Shi like a chatterbox. Although Fang Shi wanted to chat with Fang Xuan for a while longer, when he saw Elder Gui looking over here a few times, he simply said a few words to Fang Xuan and returned to his seat. After a moment, Pavilion Master Tan Tai began to speak. He first expressed his welcome to Gu Liang and his 3 disciples, then pointed out that the selection of the Pavilion Master's successor would be held tonight, and also mentioned some precautions. And then, just wait. Fang Shi felt a little regretful that he forgot to ask Pavilion Master Fang Xuan how the successor was chosen. Never mind, we'll know in a moment. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, it was already midnight and there was no movement from the flower bud of the Big Dipper Blood Lotus. The expressions of Pavilion Master Tan Tai and others became a little nervous. At the signal from Pavilion Master Tan Tai, Elder Gui walked closer to Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang, could you please deduce when the flower bud will bloom? Elder Gu Liang. I knew that letting me come to watch the ceremony was just a cover and there must be some ulterior motive. He didn't want to calculate it, because Fang Shi had just guessed it last time by accident, so it would be useless to calculate it this time. So, I started making excuses. It's possible, but you also know that I sometimes explode my tortoise shell. If the Bidu Blood Lotus is injured, it will be counterproductive. Elder Gui said immediately, you can rest assured. We will not calculate it here, but go out to calculate it. Moreover, we have prepared a protective formation in advance to ensure that there will be no mistakes. Elder Gu Liang. You are well prepared. When he was at a loss of what to do, he saw Li Zhe next to him and immediately had an idea. It's not the right time yet. If you are really anxious, let Li Zhe deduce it first. When I feel the time is right, I will deduce it myself, how about that? Elder Gui didn't know what to say after hearing what he said, so he personally took Li Zhe out of the cave to deduce the answer. Li Zhe. Is there no one speaking up for me? Can I figure out a poop? But since he had to deal with a master who was so immoral, he could only bite the bullet and deduce. After working hard for so long, I still couldn't come up with anything, so I had to give up. Elder Gu Liang now has even more to say. Look, I told you the time is not right yet. It's useless to force a calculation. We can only wait a little longer. After hearing this, everyone felt that Elder Gu Liang was even more unfathomable. Li Zhe. Master, you are climbing up by stepping on me, don't you feel any pain in your feet? Elder Gu Liang certainly didn't think so. What he was worried about now was what he would do if the flower buds didn't move after a while. I'm afraid I can't keep refusing. He subconsciously looked at his little disciple. I saw Fang Shi's little head nodding, obviously she had fallen asleep. Elder Gu Liang didn't say anything and immediately took out a blanket from his storage ring and covered Fang Shi with it. The vapor in here is a bit cold, don't let your little disciple get cold. As for etiquette or not, he doesn't care at all. Besides, the young disciple was injured while saving someone, so Xuanji Pavilion would not argue with him. What I never expected was that someone would actually jump out and find fault. It's really interesting. They came to watch the ceremony, but they actually fell asleep. But it's true, their cultivation is so low. I guess they can't stand the spiritual energy here. Although the voice was very low, Elder Gu Liang could still hear it clearly. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a disciple in a red robe, standing right next to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Fang Shi also woke up at this time. I saw that the person who spoke was Leng Shuheng, one of the 7 stars of Xuanji mentioned by Fang Xuan. Fang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she handed the blanket to Elder Gu Liang, saying weakly, Master, that senior sister is right, we are here to watch the ceremony, we shouldn't be so rude. It's all my fault. I just felt a little uncomfortable at that time and fell asleep without knowing why. Elder Gu Liang. He felt like his little disciple was possessed by something. Why does it feel weird? However, Fang Zai's words immediately caused Fang Xuan and others to glare at Leng Shuheng. Although they would normally avoid her, they could not allow her to bully junior sister Lu. Not only Fang Xuan and the others, but also several elders who knew what happened last night showed displeasure. Pavilion Master Tan Tai said with a sullen face, Shuheng, you don't understand the inside story, don't talk nonsense here, and apologize to Elder Gu Liang and Yi Yi. Leng Shuheng didn't expect that Pavilion Master Tan Tai would embarrass her in public. Her face immediately turned red and she apologized reluctantly. Fang Shi said magnanimously, it was my fault in the first place, senior sister, you don't have to do this. Comparing the two, you can see the difference. Pavilion Master Tan Tai thought to himself, I used to think Xuanji Qiao was very good, but looking at it now, why does it feel like it's missing a little bit? I still prefer the little girl Lu Yi. Wherever she is, it seems brighter than anywhere else. Is it because of the reflection of Lu Qi's bald head? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1748 Lu Lethi is really talented. Pavilion Master Tan Tai withdrew his thoughts and focused his attention back on the Big Dipper blood lotus. Normally, the flower buds will bloom after midnight, so why is there no sign of it now? Although she wanted Elder Gu Liang to deduce immediately, he was an invited guest after all, so she couldn't force him too much. We'll have to wait a while. Fang Zai's face was pale, and her eyes fell on the Bidu blood lotus. However, she was not thinking about when the flower bud would bloom, but about the cold lotus root slices, fried lotus root sandwiches, pork ribs and lotus root soup, osmanthus glutinous rice and lotus root. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she became. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, she would have wanted to take out a piece of the shapeless and traceless white jade lotus root and eat it. When she was chewing the lotus root with her mind, Pavilion Master Tan Tai finally couldn't help but urge Elder Gu Liang to deduce it right away. Elder Gu Liang complained bitterly in his heart, but it would be inappropriate to refuse further. He could only pin his hopes on his young apprentice, so he said, Yi, it's quite cold here, why don't you go out with Master and get some fresh air? Fang Shi knew very well that the charlatan master wanted her to save the situation, so she agreed quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the master and disciple stood up, they heard a gasp. The first petal of the 7 buds quietly bloomed. Although it was only one petal, everyone's anxious hearts were put at ease. Because this means that there is no problem with the bud and the remaining petals will bloom soon. Elder Gu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. This prodigal flower has finally bloomed. Otherwise he wouldn't know how to continue the play. The master and disciple sat down cross-legged again, but before their buttocks could even warm up, the petals that had been originally spread out closed again. The same situation exists for all 7 flower buds. Now, the people in Xuanji Pavilion are in a dilemma. How come it closed again? I've never heard of such a situation. Leng Shuheng glanced at Fang Shi, then said to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master, there have never been outsiders present when the Bidu blood lotus bloomed in the past. Could this be the reason? Her words coincide with what some people think. When Pavilion Master Tan Tai mentioned inviting Elder Gu Liang to attend the ceremony, some people were opposed to it. But after hearing what Leng Shuheng said, they all agreed. Some people even suggested that Master Gu Liang and his disciples should be asked to leave so as not to affect the blooming of the Bidu blood lotus. It would be better to say, drive, out than to say, please. Leng Shuheng looked at Fang Shi provocatively, with a smug look on her face. Fang Shi. Is there something wrong with you? You provoked me before, but I didn't bother with you. Why are you taking advantage of me? We are both disciples of Xuanji Pavilion. Fang Xuan and the others are pretty and kind, so why did an idiot like you show up? Not to mention the bad things, the key point is that it is too stupid. Their master and disciple were invited by Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Now that Leng Shuheng said this, wouldn't she be including Pavilion Master Tan Tai in the story? Sure enough, Pavilion Master Tan Tai's expression was colder than the water in the cold pond. Elder Gu Liang was a man who never suffered from bullying, so he stood up immediately. Master Tan Tai, since your sect does not welcome us as masters and disciples, there is no need for us to be hated here. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and left. If Dai Chanfang hadn't taken the elixirs from Xuanji Pavilion, he wouldn't have bothered to come. It's just a broken flower, what's so good about it? Fang Shi and the other two naturally had to follow their master's steps and followed closely behind. The head of the Tan Tai Pavilion said hurriedly, Elder Gu Liang, please stay. Shu Heng was confused and said the wrong thing. After the ceremony, I will ask her to kowtow to you and apologize. For my sake, please stay and continue to watch the ceremony. Pavilion Master Tan Tai knew how to avoid the important issues. In fact, many people were clamoring for Master Gu Liangchang and his disciples to leave, but she put all the blame on Leng Shuheng alone. After all, Leng Shuheng is just a junior, so Elder Gu Liang shouldn't take it too seriously. Elder Gu Liang was originally very stubborn, but when he saw Elder Miao looking at him earnestly, he took a deep breath and said, Okay, Pavilion Master Tan Tai, I'll give you some face this time. If anyone talks nonsense again, we will leave no matter what. In fact, Elder Miao didn't look sincere at all, but rather sarcastic, thinking, if you want to leave, just leave, stop making trouble. Pavilion Master Tan Tai said a few more polite words, then looked at the elders who were gossiping with a warning. It was obvious that Pavilion Master Tan Tai had a very high prestige, and all those people kept their mouths shut. Pavilion Master Tan Tai even sent a secret message to Leng Shuheng, if you continue to talk nonsense, I will cancel your qualification to participate in the ceremony. Although Leng Shuheng was resentful, she was completely obedient this time. The atmosphere in the cave was a little stagnant for a moment. After a while, someone discovered that the flower buds showed signs of withering. Although they were afraid of Pavilion Master Tan Tai, some people still put the blame on Elder Gu Liang and the other 4 outsiders. Elder Gu Liang was also a little upset. Even if the blame is put on them in the end, it was Pavilion Master Tan Tai who invited them here, so nothing can be done to them. But it would be bad to say the least. If word gets out, people would think that Gu Liangchuan is a jinx. The flower buds were in good condition, but they withered as soon as he arrived. Can't we think they belong to someone else? Besides, Miao Ruan, that bitch, loves to vent her anger on others, so won't she hate him even more now? Fang Shi asked Commander Lu, Master, why do you think the flower bud withered? Commander Lu hesitated for a moment and said, the Big Dipper blood lotus originally grew in the Illusion Sea. It was able to bloom normally before, probably because there was a formation or some natural treasure in the pool. After so many years, it must have been damaged or exhausted. If the people from Xuanji Pavilion hadn't used the seawater from Wangsu Sea to water the flowers, even the flower buds wouldn't have grown. But the seawater is not enough to support the opening of the Bidu blood lotus, so after opening a petal, the Bidu blood lotus can only stop the loss in time to ensure that the main body is not damaged. Fang Shi thought that old thief Lu was really talented. Almost catching up with the know-it-all. She felt that his analysis made sense, so there was only one way to stop the bud of the Big Dipper blood lotus from withering and to make it bloom, and that was to infuse the power of time into the pool. Although Xuanji Pavilion is of average strength, it is better to win it over if possible. Thinking of this, she said to Elder Gu Liang, Master, the situation is urgent. Why don't you quickly deduce it and see if there is a way to break the situation? Elder Gu Liang. Yi, others may not know, but you don't know my past. Can I figure it out? But since Fang Shi had said so, he had no choice but to say to Pavilion Master Tan Tai, I'll go out and deduce it, maybe there will be a turning point. Pavilion Master Tan Tai had no choice but to try his luck and nodded in agreement immediately. In fact, the reason why she invited Elder Gu Liang over was to prevent any unexpected events from happening in the middle, so that Elder Gu Liang could deduce and break the deadlock. Elder Gu Liang walked outside, and Fang Shi followed him outside very naturally. When Elder Gu Liang was roasting the turtle shell, Fang Shi hid at least 2 miles away. Elder Gu Liang. Well, he didn't understand before, but now he does. People cannot teach people, but things can teach people, once is enough. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1749. You didn't mention this just now. After Elder Gu Liang finished roasting, Fang Shi came close to him and whispered in secret. Master, I analyzed it and it must be because the power of time is not enough, so the bud of Bidu blood lotus is showing signs of withering. The most effective way is to replenish the power of time. Before she could finish, Elder Gu Liang asked excitedly, are you saying that we should continue to add seawater from the Wangsu Sea? Master, the power of time contained in the seawater is too little. I'm afraid it won't work. Elder Gu Liang, then, what should we do? People who practice the power of time are rare, not to mention that we can't find them. Even if we find them, they may not be willing to come. Besides, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, have you forgotten? I have star stones. Star stones are produced from the Wangsu Sea, and I think they're much better than seawater. We can sell some to Xuanji Pavilion, which will not only help them, but also make a small profit. What do you think? Elder Gu Liang was delighted at first, then hesitantly said, it would be great if it works, but if it doesn't, we will be in trouble. With your uncle's character, you would bury us alive. Fang Shi, or you can calculate whether this move is auspicious or not. If it is auspicious, we will do it. If it is not, forget it. Elder Gu Liang thought it made sense, so he calculated the hexagram again and found that it was a very auspicious number, and he was immediately relieved. Fang Shi discussed some details with him again, and then the master and disciple returned to the cave. Elder Gu Liang shook his hair and began to speak. He first used a bunch of terms that outsiders couldn't understand, and then repeated Fang Shi's words. After hearing this, Pavilion Master Tan Tai was in a dilemma. Where can I find people who can cultivate the power of time and treasures that contain the power of time in such a short period of time? By the time it is found, the bud of the Big Dipper blood lotus will probably have completely withered. When she was worried, Elder Gu Liang said, Pavilion Master Tan Tai, if this happened to someone else, I would probably just stand by and watch. But you have been very courteous to us master and disciple, and we should also return the favor. Yi, here are some star stones, which are produced from the Fantasy Sea. Placing them near the Big Dipper blood lotus may help to turn things around. But I can't say for sure whether it will work or not, it's up to you to decide. Pavilion Master Tan Tai immediately discussed the matter with the elders. Although some people thought it was too risky, others thought it should be tried. After all, what Elder Gu Liang said makes sense and may work. The head of the Tan Tai Pavilion made up his mind. Elder Gu Liang, I will lend you the star stone. Don't worry, whether it succeeds or not, we in the Xuanji Pavilion will never treat you unfairly. Elder Gu Liang looked at Fang Shi and said, Yi, give them the star stone. Fang Shi nodded and immediately took out several star stones and gave them to Elder Gui. Elder Gui brought several elders into the pool and placed the star stone near the Big Dipper blood lotus. Everyone's eyes fell on the flower bud. They thought that after placing the star stone, the flower bud would stop withering, but unfortunately, the opposite happened. The flower bud withered even faster. There was another commotion among the crowd. Fang Shi thought that the Big Dipper blood lotus probably couldn't directly absorb the power of time from the star stone, so it seemed that she had to do it herself. She immediately said to Elder Gu Liang, Master, it seems that placing it like this won't work. We need to use the time tracing and source consolidating array. Otherwise, I'll go down and place it for you. Elder Gu Liang. The great formation of tracing back the time and consolidating the source. What the hell? Why don't I know? You didn't mention this just now. Could it be that the fat senior taught her? Although he was confused, he knew that his disciple would not cheat him, so he immediately looked at Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master, Yi is right. The Bidu blood lotus is too weak right now and cannot directly absorb the power of time in the star stone. We have to use our Tianyan Master's unique formation. Let Yi go down and set it up. Pavilion Master Tan Tai was desperate at this point and had tried every possible means. The key point was that Elder Gu Liang and Fang Shi were very certain about what they said, so she made up her mind and agreed. Fang Shi said, Pavilion Master, this great array of tracing time and consolidating sources is the unique secret manual of our Tianyan Dao sect. Please do not use your spiritual sense to detect my actions, otherwise our two sects will become enemies. After getting a positive answer, Fang Shi immediately jumped into the pool. Because the water was cold, her already pale face became even more pale. Everyone then remembered that she was still seriously injured. Fang Xuan and the others now felt that Elder Gu Liang was not a good person. Where are the 3 disciples? Why let junior sister Lu get involved? Besides, why don't you go down? Elder Gu Liang never dreamed that he would be blamed. He was in a state of panic and had already started thinking about how to excuse himself if he failed. Fang Shi swam to the vicinity of the Big Dipper Blood Lotus, then dived to the bottom of the water, pretending to place the star stones, but in fact she activated the time shuttle stone in her sleeves, releasing the power of time. Hearing the cheers coming from the shore, she felt relieved. While continuing to release the power of time, she circled around the Big Dipper Blood Lotus, but unfortunately the lotus was buried under the mud, so she couldn't steal it even if she wanted to. It seems I can only go back empty-handed. When she was about to float to the surface, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, old thief Lu just said there might be a formation or some natural treasures underneath. Would you like to look for them? Fang Shi's heart moved, and he immediately used his spiritual sense to explore the mud. I didn't find the treasure, but I did see several pieces of red lotus roots. She swallowed. She has only eaten white lotus root and has never eaten red one. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she found that the Big Dipper Blood Lotus seemed to tremble. Just when he was wondering, the roots of the Big Dipper Blood Lotus scratched in the mud, and soon scratched out a small ball-like object and pushed it to Fang Shi's side. Fang Shi. Are you asking me to grab my things and leave quickly? Oh my, this thing has become a spirit. Fang Shi held the small ball in his hand, afraid of being seen, so he put it into the storage ring without looking at it carefully. Then he pretended to fiddle with the star stone in the water for a while before floating to the surface. As soon as I got ashore, I fainted. Once again, he gained a wave of goodwill. After some treatment, Fang Shi woke up. Everyone asked Fang Shi about his health. Fang Shi quickly said that he was fine and the most important thing now was the Big Dipper Blood Lotus, so everyone didn't need to be distracted. Now, even those elders who wanted to drive Master Gu Liang out before felt that this little girl Fang Shi was very good, like a rising star, shining brightly. Dog. Chapter 1750 Raise Your Own Children. Leng Shuheng was so angry that her teeth were itching. Some people were just very strange. It was clearly her who provoked Fang Shi first, but she blamed all the blame on Fang Shi. She thought to herself, well, let's wait until I get the status of the Pavilion Master's successor, and then we'll slowly settle the accounts. In her opinion, the successor to the Pavilion Master will definitely be hers. It's almost certain, if not a sure thing. As for why she is so confident, it is because there is a story behind the naming of the 7 stars of Xuanji. At the beginning, she drew Tian Shu, which means that she has a greater chance of winning. According to her historical records, at least 8 out of 10 times, Bidu Blood Lotus would choose Tianshu as the successor to the Pavilion Master. Fang Shi didn't know what Leng Shuheng was thinking, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. There were many people who hated her, and one more wouldn't make a difference. Besides, an idiot like her who shows her emotions openly only adds some fun to her boring life. She was now more concerned about what the small ball was that Bidu Blood Lotus gave her willingly, so she probed her spiritual sense into the storage ring to take a closer look. The poor wooden sword has already cleaned the small ball with water. Fang Shi looked carefully and was stunned. Why does she feel that this thing is lotus seeds? I looked at it over and over again and confirmed that it was indeed a lotus seed. Fang Shi. This bastard Bidu Shuilian actually repays kindness with enmity. She saved its life, and she gave her a child. This thing takes time to grow, and it's useless except for making pills. What is she going to do with it? Isn't this just creating a burden for yourself? She really wanted to throw the lotus seeds back into the pond. Raise your own children. Don't make things difficult for me. Mu Jian said in a sly voice, Master, no one says that we have to keep it. You can make lotus seed soup with it. It will definitely be very nutritious. Fang Shi, it's not impossible. Commander Lu. You just become a greedy person. While everyone was chatting animatedly, the Big Dipper Blood Lotus finally blossomed. I have to say, the Big Dipper Blood Lotus is really beautiful. Even Elder Gu Liang, who had previously complained about the beauty of a broken flower, now felt that the trip was well worth it. Only Fang Shi was very unhappy because she was unilaterally given away to adopt a kid. She even felt that the 7 bright red lotus flowers looked like green tea. I even want to pluck the petals and count them to see if they're odd or even. Just as she was secretly gritting her teeth, Pavilion Master Tan Tai said to everyone in Xuanji Pavilion, let's get started. Fang Shi thought, are they going to start selecting the successor to the Pavilion Master? She was really curious about how the choice would be made, and temporarily put the matter of the kid being given up for adoption out of her mind. Pavilion Master Dan Tai took out a red lotus-shaped token from his storage ring and threw it into the air, where it stopped right above the Big Dipper Blood Lotus. The other people in Xuanji Pavilion bit their index fingers at the same time, and as the magic spell was chanted, blood formed a line and flowed into the token. Immediately afterwards, the red shadow of the Big Dipper emerged under the token, covering the Big Dipper Blood Lotus. The head of the Tantai Pavilion said solemnly, 7 lotuses are growing on the same plant, and their beauty is in full bloom. The time has come, and the inheritance will begin. The next moment, 7 blood lotuses broke away from the branches and slowly flew up. Fang Shi expressed his thoughts to Commander Lu while watching. Master, Xuanji Pavilion's method of selecting an heir is quite scary. It even requires blood. Fortunately, I am just here to watch the fun, otherwise I would have to bleed a little. If you ask me, this Xuanji Pavilion is ridiculous. They don't assess a person's character, cultivation, or understanding when selecting an heir, but let a broken flower do the choosing. It can't even give away its own offspring, so how can we expect it to choose a reliable heir? Besides, since you want Bidu Blood Lotus to choose, then treat everyone equally. Why is there Xuanji 7 stars? Isn't this against the original intention? Ellipsis. When Fang Shi was chattering, 7 blood lotuses flew straight towards the direction of Xuanji Qiyao. Fang Xuan and the others originally had a little bit of extravagant hope in their hearts, but now they have completely given up the idea. It seems that, just like in the past, the successor to the Pavilion Master will only be chosen from among the 7 stars of Xuanji. Xuanji Qiyao couldn't help but get excited when they saw the blood lotus flying towards them, especially Leng Shuheng, who already felt the victory was in the grasp. 7 blood lotuses hovered above Xuanji Qiyao's head, forming the shape of the Big Dipper, and then began to spin rapidly. Fang Shi thought to herself, these broken flowers are quite strong, they have turned into spinning tops, but the petals have not fallen off yet. Not only did the petals not fall off, but the 7 flowers actually merged into one. If the blood lotus before was breathtakingly beautiful, the blood lotus after the fusion can no longer be described as beautiful. It is a soul-stirring existence. When everyone was immersed in the charm of the Big Dipper blood lotus, Fang Shi asked Commander Lu. Master, have you ever eaten fried lotus? They're made by coating the petals with batter, putting them in a frying pan, counting the number of times and scooping them out. They're crispy, sweet and delicious. Commander Lu. Can't you talk about something else besides food? While Fang Shi was talking about the recipe, the fused blood lotus circled around Xuanji Qiyao for several times, and finally hovered right in front of Leng Shuheng. Leng Shuheng was overjoyed and quickly stretched out her right hand. As long as the blood lotus falls on her palm, she will be the successor to the Pavilion Master chosen by the Bidu blood lotus. Leng Shuheng is already imagining how envious, jealous and hateful everyone will be after she is elected. The Pavilion Master also asked her to apologize to that old bastard Gu Liangchuan. Don't even think about it. Her current status is no longer the same as it used to be. She is the future Pavilion Master. How can she apologize to an old charlatan? Not only will he not apologize, he will also look for an opportunity to revenge today's mistake in the future. Neither Gu Liangchuan nor Lu Yi will have an easy time. And Fang Xuan and the others are actually turning their elbows outward. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with them. Just when she thought it was a done deal, the blood lotus suddenly flew back into the air and circled among the crowd. Leng Shuheng's smile froze on her face. She even thought she was hallucinating. Blood lotus had clearly chosen her, so why did it suddenly change direction? The others were also confused because such a situation had never happened before. Generally speaking, as long as the blood lotus hovered in front of someone, the situation was basically settled. Why is he running away? Then let's see who blood lotus will choose in the end. It is estimated that it came from the other 7 stars of Xuanji. As a result, the blood lotus flew to Fang Shi and hovered in front of her. Fang Shi. Good guy, not only do you want me to raise a kid for you, but you also want me to help you manage Xuanji Pavilion. Do you think I'm a sucker? So, she didn't reach out. As long as I don't ask for your help, you can't rely on me. The next moment, the blood lotus was inserted into Fang Shi's hair. Well, it was inserted in the sideburns. Fang Shi. If I put a mole on my face, wouldn't I be a perfect matchmaker? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1751. It's already delivered to your door, why not refuse it? Fang matchmaker. She really wanted to pick the blood lotus, count the odd and even numbers first, then coat it in batter and fry it to eat. But reason told her that she couldn't do that. Although Xuanji Pavilion is not as good as Xingya sect, most of the people in the sect are alchemists. Isn't this a target for making money? It's already been delivered to your door, why not miss it? Besides, Xuanji Pavilion is full of beautiful young ladies, which is pleasing to the eyes. Before she could make any move, Leng Shuheng was already shouting with a ferocious look on her face. Lu Yi must have done something wrong when she was setting up the formation just now, so Zhu Lian suddenly gave up on me and chose her. I was wondering why she was so kind, lending us the star stone, diving underwater to set up a formation, and deliberately not letting us see, but it turns out she had ulterior motives. Her words made many people suspicious. Although they had a good impression of Fang Shi was not a member of Xuanji Pavilion after all. On key issues, they would naturally choose to stand on Leng Shuheng's side. Especially all along, even if Zhu Lian did not choose from among the 7 stars of Xuanji, he would choose other direct disciples, and he had never chosen an outsider as the successor to the Pavilion Master. This is not normal. Originally, Fang Shi was dispensable for the Pavilion Master's successor, and it was not necessary for her to be the successor. After all, Xuanji Pavilion is just a low-ranking sect, and she really doesn't think highly of it. But she just likes to go against others and doesn't want me to be the one, right? Then I must be the one. She chuckled. Today I finally understand what it means to be grateful for a little and resentful for a big. Originally, we were just here to watch the ceremony. We didn't need to help you with the Xuanji Pavilion's plans, not to mention that I went down into the pool to set up the formation despite my illness. We do this just to express our gratitude to Pavilion Master Tan Tai for his hospitality to us as master and disciple. I don't ask for your gratitude, I didn't expect that my help would go in the wrong direction. Leng Shuheng, you said I did something under the sink, right? You should dive underwater right now and see if I have done anything wrong. If it is proven that I have done something fishy, I, Lu Yi, will be at your disposal. But if I am innocent, you must give me your life today. Because you are not insulting me, Lu Yi, but the reputation of our Tianyan Dao sect. As for this Pavilion Master's successor, he is of no use to me. I am a direct disciple of Tianyan Dao sect, how can I switch to another sect? Not to mention the successor to the leader of your Xuanji Pavilion, even if it's the successor to the leader of the Tiank League, I don't care. Leng Shuheng felt a little unsure when she saw Feng Zai's frank face, but then she thought again, it is impossible for Zhu Lian to choose an outsider like her for no reason, there must be something fishy here. So, he jumped into the pool with a splash. Feng Shi said to Elder Gui, please come and take a look this afternoon. I'm afraid Leng Shuheng will frame me. Elder Gui was very considerate and jumped into the pool immediately. In fact, the people on the shore can use their spiritual sense to detect the situation in the water. Although it can't be said to be a complete view, it is not much different. After Elder Gui and Leng Shuheng dived to the bottom of the pool, they discovered that the formation of the star stones was similar to the spirit gathering formation, which seemed to be designed to allow the Big Dipper blood lotus to better absorb the power of time. There would be nothing wrong with it no matter how you look at it. Leng Shuheng did not give up and continued to check the Big Dipper blood lotus. Suddenly, several roots of the Big Dipper blood lotus grew rapidly and tied her up like a dumpling. One of the whiskers even stuffed mud into her mouth. It stuffed it hard. If Elder Gui had not intervened in time, Leng Shuheng would have been the first cultivator in Tiank continent to be choked to death by mud. Elder Gu Liang said with a sigh. It seems that even Bidu Blood Lotus knows that she doesn't speak human language and her mouth is too foul. Pavilion Master Tan Tai, Yi just said it very clearly. If it is proven that she was wrongly accused, Leng Shuheng must die to atone for her crime. What do you say? We can't come to help and then have to take the blame, right? If this is the case, there will be no need for our two factions to interact with each other in the future. He wanted to lose his temper just now, but his young apprentice didn't give him any room. Now that he finally had the chance to speak, he naturally put all his effort into making a fuss. Pavilion Master Tan Tai's head was buzzing. On the one hand, it was because Leng Shuheng was too stupid, and on the other hand, she didn't understand why Bidu Blood Lotus would choose an outsider as the successor to the Pavilion Master. How does it end now? Saying that this ceremony is invalid. Let's not talk about how to choose the successor to the Pavilion Master in the future. The key point is, what if Bidu Blood Lotus's move has a deeper meaning? If it doesn't count, then isn't that going against the will of heaven? She thought about it again and then said, Elder Gu Liang, Shuheng is too rude and should be punished. But you are kind-hearted and would definitely not really want to take the life of a junior. You just want to teach her a lesson. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer and will not let you suffer in vain. But this Blood Lotus is indeed a little strange, and I am a little confused now. Could you please go back to the guest house and rest while we work out a plan before making a decision? Pavilion Master Tan Tai lowered his posture very low, and even if Elder Gu Liang was angry, he couldn't say anything for the time being. I had to say coldly. Well, let's do as Pavilion Master Tan Tai says. In addition, I will report today's incident to my senior brother in detail, so that the four of us, the master and the apprentice, will not be destroyed and he will still be kept in the dark. Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Elder Gu Liang said to Feng Shi, Yi, let's go. Feng Shi nodded, took off the blood lotus on her head, held it in her palm and handed it to Elder Gui who was closest to her, then turned and left. Unexpectedly, the blood lotus shamelessly followed her and stuck itself in her temple again. Feng Shi picked it up again and handed it to Elder Gui, but the blood lotus flew back again, but moved from the left temple to the right temple. Feng Shi. Is this a left-right question? She had no choice but to say to Elder Gui, you'd better get a box and lock this thing up so that it won't bother me. Elder Gui. Every time after the blood lotus selects the successor to the Pavilion Master, it loses its spirituality. They can pick all the petals and store them in a jade box for use in alchemy. But now this blood lotus has obviously become spiritual, how can it be locked in the jade box? Upon seeing this, Pavilion Master Tan Tai activated the red token, thinking that he would be able to summon the blood lotus back, but it turned out to be of no use. Until Feng Shi said to the blood lotus, if you follow me again, I'll cover you in batter and fry you. Shuilian felt aggrieved and did not chase Feng Shi, but did not choose anyone else. Instead, she returned to the branch. The people in Xuanji Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. After Master Gu Liang and his four disciples left, Leng Shuheng, who had just cleaned the mud in her mouth, said in a hoarse voice. Pavilion Master, although I haven't found any evidence, the Big Dipper blood lotus must have been tampered with by Lu Yi. Before she could finish her words, several lumps of mud flew out of the pool and hit her. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1752, the competent ones take over. If Pavilion Master Tan Tai had not once again offered up the red lotus-shaped token, Leng Shuheng would have been buried alive in the mud. Even so, his body and face were covered in mud. Leng Shuheng was going crazy. She didn't provoke Bidu Blood Lotus, it must be that Lu Yi did something to Bidu Blood Lotus, otherwise why would Bidu Blood Lotus target her like this? She was about to speak, but Pavilion Master Tan Tai said coldly. I know what you are going to say, no need to say it. Leng Shuheng was so angry that she bit the mud, but she didn't dare to say a word. Pavilion Master Tan Tai looked at everyone and asked, what do you think about this? As soon as he finished speaking, an elder named Ma said. Pavilion Master, I think Shuheng is right. The Big Dipper Blood Lotus is acting so abnormally. It must have been tampered with by Lu Yi. Before he could finish his words, Elder Ma was attacked by mud. Although she had a high level of cultivation and was able to block the attack in time, she was still in a very embarrassing situation. Elder Gui saw the trick. Pavilion Master, it seems that whenever someone says something bad about Lu Yi, Bidu Blood Lotus will attack that person with mud. Combined with the fact that the Blood Lotus insists on following her, it seems that the Blood Lotus approves of Lu Yi very much. I checked it out before, and didn't find anything wrong. Besides, Lu Yi just risked her life to save Fang Shuan and the others yesterday, so her character is still trustworthy. Rather than saying that she did something, it's more likely that Bidu Blood Lotus got along very well with her, and that's why she was chosen as the successor to the Pavilion Master. Everyone saw Elder Gui speak for such a long time, but they didn't see Bidu Blood Lotus throwing mud. It seems her guess was right. The Big Dipper Blood Lotus is protecting its master. This is totally off the mark. The treasure of their Xuanji Pavilion actually protects a person from an outside sect. Because of the previous experience, the elders who spoke next deliberately avoided attacking Fengshi, but they still expressed what they needed to say. Pavilion Master, put everything else aside. We cannot allow an outsider to be the successor of the Xuanji Pavilion. Yes, Pavilion Master, that Lu Yi is from the Tianyin Dao sect. As the saying goes, those who are not from our clan must have different hearts. How can you show her off as the Pavilion Master's successor? I guess the reason Bidu Blood Lotus treats her specially is probably because she went down into the pool to set up the formation, and Bidu Blood Lotus is grateful for her kindness. This is different from our original intention of selecting the successor to the Pavilion Master, so this result does not count. Ellipsis. In short, these people all thought that Fengshi should not be allowed to be the successor to the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master Tantai nodded. Seeing that Elder Miao had not expressed his opinion, she motioned for her to say a few words. Elder Miao first looked at the Big Dipper Blood Lotus in the pool, then glanced at the Xuanji 7 stars one by one, and then said, Pavilion Master, no matter what the reason is, it is a fact that Bidu Blood Lotus chose Lu Yi. The selection of Blood Lotus is a rule passed down by our ancestors. Even if there are some mistakes, we should abide by it. If Lu Yi is willing to give up her status as a direct disciple of Tianyin Dao sect and join our Xuanji Pavilion instead, she can be the successor to the Pavilion Master. If she is unwilling to give up, then we will not be violating our ancestral teachings and can find another way to choose an heir. Elder Miao didn't think highly of Xuanji Qiyao at all. He thought they were just the tallest among the short ones, and his other disciples were not as good as these 7. She thought that Lu Yi was a good girl, brave, resourceful and polite. Although her cultivation is a little lacking, that was all because of that old bastard Gu Liangchuan. I heard that she has a talent for alchemy. As long as she is willing to join Xuanji Pavilion, she will definitely have a bright future. The most important thing is that she is the one chosen by Bidu Blood Lotus, and she must not violate either the ancestral teachings or the will of heaven. Elder Miao's words touched the heart of Pavilion Master Tantai. She thought the same way. Although Fengshi had previously said with certainty that she would not switch to Xuanji Pavilion, that was just polite talk. If she were really asked to make a choice, she might change her mind. However, she couldn't be too obvious, so after Elder Miao finished speaking, she asked the other elders for their opinions. Although there were a few people who agreed with Elder Miao's opinion, the majority of people still held opposing views. When Pavilion Master Tantai was feeling a little embarrassed, Fang Xuan said, Pavilion Master, I remember the rule for selecting the Pavilion Master's successor is that anyone present is eligible to be selected, so Bidu Blood Lotus chose Junior Sister Lu, which did not violate the rules. Maybe the ancestors had considered this situation when they created this rule. If no suitable candidate can be chosen from among the disciples, then choose an outsider. This is called, the one who is capable gets the job. Therefore, unless Junior Sister Lu voluntarily gives up her status as the Pavilion Master's successor, no one has the right to deprive her of her status as the Pavilion Master's successor. The other disciples also echoed it. Right, just follow the rules. They're both outsiders, so why didn't Zhu Lian choose Elder Gu Liang, Li Zhe, and Lu Qi? This shows that the Blood Lotus did not make a random choice. It knew that the Pavilion Master's successor must be a woman. Junior Sister Lu saved us yesterday. Maybe this is fate. She is destined to be the successor to the Pavilion Master of our Xuanji Pavilion. Ellipsis. Unlike those elders, the vast majority of the disciples recognized Fengshi as the successor to the Pavilion Master. Except for the few disciples who were saved by Fengshi and were grateful, the other disciples couldn't stand Xuanji Qiyao's arrogance and domineering attitude. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Anyway, I won't let you 7 become the Pavilion Master's successors. Coupled with Fengshi's previous excellent acting skills, they all thought that Fengshi was a good person. Pavilion Master Tantai really didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. She hesitated for a moment and said, What Fang Xuan said is correct. According to the rules passed down from our ancestors, anyone present is eligible to be selected, so it doesn't matter whether Lu Yi is a disciple of our Xuanji Pavilion or not. In this case, let's do as Elder Miao said. If Lu Yi is willing to switch to our Xuanji Pavilion, then she will be the successor to the Pavilion Master. If she doesn't want to, then let's just leave it at that. Hearing her say this, Leng Shuheng suddenly became anxious. Pavilion Master, Lu Yi has only reached the level of refining void cultivation, not to mention refining pills. How can she be qualified to be the Pavilion Master's successor? I'm not convinced. The other 6 members of Xuanji Qiao were quite united at this time and all expressed their dissatisfaction. The elders who had previously expressed their opposition also used this as a reason. When Pavilion Master Tantai was in a dilemma, Elder Ma said, However, let Lu Yi and Xuanji Qiao compete in alchemy. If Lu Yi wins, we will do as you say. If Lu Yi loses, then the matter will be dropped. Pavilion Master, what do you think? The reason why Elder Ma said this was that he had his own ideas. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are all 4-level alchemists. Even though they're not that old, their age is there. Let alone the lowest ranking sects, even if they're placed in a mid-level sect, they are considered very good. That Lu Yi had only learned alchemy for a few months and was not even a top-level alchemist. She was bound to lose. The whole sect is a dog-licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1753 You can't be worse than a dog, right? Pavilion Master Tantai frowned slightly. Without even competing, she knew that Lu Yi would definitely not win. Even if she had a talent for alchemy, she couldn't surpass Xuanji Qiao after only learning for a few months. But if I don't agree, I won't be able to convince the public. At this time, Elder Gui said, Pavilion Master, what Elder Ma said is very true. Our Xuanji Pavilion is based on alchemy, so the Pavilion Master's successor must naturally have a talent for alchemy. However, considering that Lu Yi has only learned the alchemy method for a few months, for the sake of fairness, we can limit the competition topics to the more common yellow-grade elixirs. Pavilion Master Tan Tai felt that this was the only way out at this point. You can't put her against the majority of elders just for Lu Yi. After some discussion, the matter was settled. Pavilion Master Tan Tai planned to take everyone away. They couldn't compete here, and they had to seek the opinions of Gu Liangchang and his disciples. Just as Pavilion Master Tan Tai was about to leave, the blood lotus on the branch flew over in a hurry and landed on Elder Gui's shoulder. The intention is obvious, and it wants to follow out. Elder Gui naturally did not dare to make the decision and asked for instructions from Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master Tan Tai hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This is because if Fang Shi fails in the competition or gives up being the successor to the Pavilion Master, the Blood Lotus can see it clearly and prevent it from making trouble. After the group left the forbidden area, Pavilion Master Tan Tai asked Elder Gui to meet Fang Shi and ask for her opinion. Elder Gui came to find Fang Shi immediately. Fang Shi was gnawing on a chicken leg in the house. When he heard Elder Gui coming, he quickly put the chicken leg away and pretended to be half dead. He came to the door to greet me with a pale face. But when he saw the Blood Lotus flying towards him, the smile froze on his face. Why is this thing still haunting us and chasing us here? Shuilian was quite happy and inserted it directly into Fang Shi's left temple with such skillful movements. Elder Gui almost thought that the Blood Lotus originally belonged to Fang Shi. Fang Shi didn't care about the Blood Lotus for the time being and invited Elder Gui into the house. As soon as I entered the house, Elder Gu Liang and Junwen arrived. Although Li Zhe was a little slow, he still got there. Elder Gui saw Elder Gu Liang looking like he was facing a great enemy and said with a wry smile. Elder Gu Liang, I didn't expect things to develop to this point, but since Blood Lotus chose Yi, it means that she and our Xuanji Pavilion are destined to be together. Elder Gui was unable to continue speaking at this point. Is it human to snatch someone's apprentice in front of their master? But there was no other way. Since it concerned the sect's major plans, he could only bite the bullet and tell Pavilion Master Tan Tai about his decision. Sure enough, Elder Gu Liang was furious. Elder Gui, you are the messenger. I won't make things difficult for you. Go back and tell your Pavilion Master to give up on this idea. We are here to watch the ceremony, and since the flowers have all bloomed, there is no need for us to stay any longer. Yi, let's go. Elder Gu Liang was really angry. Although Zhu Lian had chosen Fang Shi when they were in the forbidden area before, he felt that no one in Xuanji Pavilion would choose Fang Shi as the successor to the Pavilion Master unless they were stupid enough. So, he didn't take it too seriously. I didn't expect that he would try to steal his apprentice now. How outrageous. Fang Shi tugged at Elder Gu Liang's sleeve. Master, wait a minute. Elder Gu Liang's heart suddenly rose to his throat. My beloved disciple wouldn't be tempted, would he? Yi, you are not really going to switch to Xuanji Pavilion, are you? Even a dog would not be ashamed of its poor family. You can't be worse than a dog, right? Fang Shi. You are afraid that I won't leave. Master, you worry too much. Under any circumstances, I am a member of the Tianyin Dao sect and will not switch to other sects. What I mean is, since Xuanji Qia wants to compete with me in alchemy, then let's compete. So that they don't think that our Tianyin Dao sect's alchemy skills are inferior to others, and when we go back to see Elder Zhao, we can also look good, right? If it was someone else, they would definitely reject it outright. But Elder Gu Liang himself was a man who loved to watch the fun and not mind getting involved. Besides, his beloved disciple could even make hair grow on his bald head that had been barren for years, so his alchemy skills must be very good. Let's compete, who's afraid of who? So, he said, okay, let's compete. Why not wait for a better day? Let's compete today. After the competition, we'll go back. Elder Gui immediately reported the situation here to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master Tan Tai felt that although Fang Shi said that she would not join Xuanji Pavilion, it might be because Elder Gu Liang was around and she was embarrassed to say it. After the competition is over, if she wins, it won't be too late to fight for it. Therefore, he immediately asked Elder Gui to lead Master Gu Liangchang and his disciples to Dangshuan. Xuanji Pavilion is famous for alchemy, and the Dangshuan is built with great care. In addition to individual alchemy rooms, there are also public alchemy rooms and even outdoor alchemy workshops. The competition was held in the outdoor alchemy workshop. The alchemy workshop is usually set up for the disciples of Xuanji Pavilion to compete in alchemy. It is very spacious, and it does not feel crowded even if all the elders and disciples of Xuanji Pavilion are there. Xuanji Qia and Fang Shi each chose an alchemy platform and stood there. The competition was presided over by Elder Ma. She saw the blood lotus on Fang Shi's temples and felt it was a bit annoying, so she said, Lu Yi, you need to move the blood lotus away to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Although she didn't say it explicitly, many people guessed what she meant. She was afraid that Zhu Lian would help Fang Shi cheat. Although I have never heard that blood lotus can help with alchemy, but what if? Fang Shi found this to be very pleasant to the ear, because she really didn't want to sound like a matchmaker. She quickly picked the blood lotus, handed it to Elder Gui, and threatened to blow it up if it didn't obey. The blood lotus stayed on Elder Gui's shoulder for just a moment before it flew to Elder Gu Liang and stuck into his white hair. The picture is beautiful. Even Elder Miao, who was usually serious, was amused. Elder Gu Liang's eyes immediately became a little erratic, and he didn't even think of picking the blood lotus. At this time, Elder Ma announced the rules of the competition. What you need to refine is a hemostatic pill. The time limit is 1 hour. A top-grade pill counts for 5 points, a mid-grade pill counts for 3 points, and a low-grade pill counts for 1 point. The one with the most points wins. As soon as she finished reading the rules, she saw Fang Shi's little face wrinkled. She thought to herself, it seems that Lu Yi's so-called talent for alchemy is just bragging, as she can't even make a good hemostatic pill. How could she know that Fang Shi was worried that the hemostatic pill was too simple? Even if she added water to it like an ocean, most of the pills she would refine would still be top-grade pills. Wouldn't this scare the people in Xuanji Pavilion to death? Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1754. You really dare to ask? When Fangxi was worrying about how to release the water, Commander Lu reminded her that Elder Ma only explained how to calculate the points for high, medium and low quality pills. You have to ask her to replenish the points for top grade pills to avoid trouble later. Fangxi thought it made sense, and immediately raised his little paw weakly. Elder Ma, can I trouble you to ask, how many points does a top grade elixir count for? Elder Ma. How dare you ask? Not to mention that you are just a little girl, our pavilion master has never refined a top grade elixir. She snorted coldly. Whoever can refine a top grade elixir will win without any points. Fangxi, oh. How can you add water and only refine one top grade pill? It's so difficult. Even if she closed her eyes and deliberately controlled the temperature a little worse, it would probably take at least 6 top grade pills. Or throw some dirt into the alchemy furnace. If you ask why she only wants to refine one top grade pill, it's because just one is scary enough. If several were refined, wouldn't the people in Xuanji Pavilion be scared to death? In addition, she couldn't be too conspicuous, otherwise if it got out and attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives, she might lose her vest. She wasn't worried about anyone else, she was only worried about the two people coming. One is Jua, the son of Shen Jilin, and the other is Gongsun Qian, the right protector who was exiled to Ningguta. Not to mention Shen Jilin, even her hair was filled with hatred towards her. The right protector was badly betrayed by the character and Wu, played by her. I guess the old man was cursing her in his sleep. Before Fangxi could figure out how to let the game go, the competition began. The Xuanji Qiao people have all started to light the fire and preheat the alchemy furnace, but Fangxi is still daydreaming. Not to mention lighting the fire, he didn't even take out the alchemy furnace. Elder Ma couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Lu Yi doesn't know how to make elixirs at all, and that old charlatan Gu Liangchuan is just bragging. Xuanji Qiao had always looked down on Fangxi, but when he saw the situation on Fangxi's side, he felt more confident. However, they did not relax, because the 7 stars had always been competing with each other, and they took this opportunity to decide the winner. Half an hour had passed, and Xuanji Qiao had already refined the furnace of hemostatic pills, but Fangxi was still frowning and didn't move at all. Now even Elder Gu Liang was unsure. It shouldn't be. Yi even knows how to make hair-growing pills, so how could she not know how to make hemostatic pills? Could it be amnesia? He himself felt that this reason was ridiculous, but why did his beloved disciple not move? Li Zhe was so anxious that he was almost smoking. But I can't use my strength. Only Zheng Wen was not worried at all, but in order to fit in, he showed a bit of worry on his face. Soon there was only a quarter of an hour left until the end of the competition. The vast majority of people present thought that the result was already decided. Lu Yi had lost, and lost completely. At this moment, Fangxi slowly took out the alchemy furnace from the storage ring. It's just that the lid of this alchemy furnace is missing a corner. Fangxi thought about it and took out another wash basin. Only then did he turn on the underground fire switch and slowly put the herbs into the alchemy furnace. She originally wanted to put everything in at once, but in order to keep a low profile, she could only put the herbs in while yawning. After all the herbs were put in place, she closed the lid of the alchemy furnace which had a missing corner, put the wash basin on top, and then began to make the elixir seal. It's just that his movements looked a little unskilled, he was stumbling and his forehead was covered in sweat. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was struggling at the moment. Fangxi was indeed struggling. Under the slander of Mu Jian, she gave the task of releasing the water to Tuntian Ding. As a mature alchemy furnace, you should also learn to hide your shortcomings. Heaven-swallowing cauldron. Therefore, at this moment, Tian Tunding was commanding Fangxi in real time. Master, please withdraw some of your spiritual power, otherwise it will be bad if you refine several top-grade pills. Master, please turn up the heat so I can make the medicine a little thicker, to prevent it from being too good. Master, your Danyan is too smooth, you need to control yourself. Ellipsis. Commander Lu. Crazy. All crazy. Before the end of the specified time, Xuanji Qiao had all completed the refining of the second batch of hemostatic pills. Fangxi also managed to complete a batch of pills with difficulty, but most people believed that her batch of pills was a failure. Even if he hadn't failed, at most he could have refined 1 or 2 low-grade hemostatic pills. Xuanji Qiao was full of confidence, while Leng Shuheng looked even more arrogant. She wants to get back the face she lost before. In order to be fair, in addition to Elder Ma, several other elders checked the results together. Ding Yanchu, 13 top-grade pieces, 4 mid-grade pieces, 1 low-grade piece, 78 points. Lin Chan has 12 top-grade pieces, 5 mid-grade pieces, and 1 low-grade piece, totaling 76 points. When Leng Shuheng heard other people's results, her original arrogance deepened a bit. Finally it was her turn. Leng Shuheng, 16 top-grade pieces, 4 mid-grade pieces, 92 points. There was a roar from the crowd. Leng Shuheng has achieved a 100% success rate for 2 consecutive furnaces, and the success rate of top-grade pills is the highest. The worst is middle grade. She is worthy of being the Tianshu among the 7 stars of Xuanji. Yeah, it seems like she has her own way to be proud. Ellipsis. Leng Shuheng looked at Fangxi with pride, thinking, even if Lu Yi went to great lengths to refine 10 top-grade hemostatic pills, she would only have 50 points. She is sure to win this competition. Elder Ma thought so too, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. She walked Fangxi's alchemy table and saw the wash basin on top of the alchemy furnace. Lu Yi, open it. Fangxi shook her head. In order to prevent someone from slandering me for cheating while the lid is open, please open it. Elder Ma. You have a lot of drama. She was too lazy to talk nonsense, so she reached out and lifted the basin, then froze. What a strong medicinal aroma. There is a gap in the lid of the alchemy furnace, so the medicinal fragrance is coming from inside the alchemy furnace. Did Lu Yi really refine the elixir? She didn't have time to think too much and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace, which was missing a corner. The rich aroma of medicine instantly filled the entire alchemy workshop. Fang Shi stretched his neck to take a look and showed a look of disappointment. Except for one top-grade pill, the rest are all high-grade. Even after letting her off so much steam, she still had a 10% chance of making pills, and they were top quality. She was such a waste. Commander Lu, please, shut up. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1755, brother, you were quite lazy. Seeing that Elder Ma and the others were standing there like wooden stakes without saying a word, Elder Guliang quickly came over and squealed like a pig. Quick, quick, come and take a look. Why is there a pill with golden patterns on it? Oh my god, this can't be the legendary top-grade elixir. Yi, you've only learned alchemy for a few months and you're already able to make top-grade elixirs. Is this something a human would do? I thought Elder Zhao was praising you for your teacher's sake, but I didn't expect you to be such a genius in alchemy. Ellipsis. Now no one paid any attention to Elder Guliang. They all looked at the pill with golden patterns on the bottom of the alchemy furnace in disbelief. Elder Ma took out the top-grade elixir tremblingly and confirmed it again and again. It was indeed a top-grade elixir. No wonder Lu Yi specifically asked Jibin how to calculate points before the competition. It turns out she already knew the answer. Before Elder Ma could see enough, the pill was snatched away by other elders. It's not that they don't care, they just can't wait to do it. They had seen top-grade elixirs before, but they were all passed down from their ancestors or seen at auctions. Now, they were being refined right under their noses. Can this be the same? Xuanji Qiyao, especially Leng Shuheng, felt that everything was an illusion. How could that useless Lu Yi possibly refine a top-grade elixir? Impossible. Totally impossible. Leng Shuheng even pinched herself and felt the pain. Only then did she realize that all this was true. She rushed to Fang Shi, her eyes red. You cheated, didn't you? You must have cheated, didn't you? Before Fang Shi could say anything, Zhang Wen, the sister-protecting maniac, went into rampage mode. Which eye of yours saw my sister cheating? How could my sister cheat with so many people watching? Besides, do you think Elder Ma and the others can't tell whether the elixir is freshly made or not? You have already accused my sister of tampering with Bidu Blood Lotus, and now you are accusing her of cheating. In the final analysis, you are just jealous. You are jealous that my sister is better than you, so you throw dirty water on my sister. You are so stupid and evil. By the way, the previous accounts have not been settled yet, so let's settle this one together. If you don't give my sister a satisfactory explanation, I will never let you go. Ellipsis. Li Zhe clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, and finally shouted out after Zhang Wen finished speaking. Yes, it's not over. Zhang Wen. Brother, you are quite lazy. Leng Shuheng was so angry that she was about to go crazy, but before she could say anything, she was pushed aside by Elder Ma. Before she could react, Elder Hao, who came from behind, pushed her back. Leng Shuheng was forcibly pulled out of the crowd. She never dreamed that as Tianshu among the 7 stars of Xuanji, she would be so neglected, or even despised. Her pride collapsed in an instant. However, no one cared whether she collapsed or not. They all listened attentively to the conversation between Elder Ma and Fang Shi. Elder Ma changed his previous indifferent attitude and smiled so kindly. Yi, have you ever refined a top-grade elixir before? Fang Shi shook his head. No, my alchemy skills are average, and the pills I refine are all top-grade. Elder Ma and others. What a niche language. Elder Ma paused and asked again, then think back to what is the difference between this time's alchemy and the previous ones. Fang Shi pondered for a moment and said, I really want to win, so I try my best to do my best in every step, and that's it. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to be successful. Commander Lu. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say this? Are you trying to be the best? You are trying to be the worst. But it's true, this damn girl has no conscience at all. After hearing Fang Zai's words, Elder Ma and others immediately started to imagine. I've heard people say before that people's potential will be stimulated when they're in desperate situations. This should be the case with Lu Yi. I think this is only part of the reason. Her sudden burst of talent might be due to the Big Dipper Blood Lotus. I think she must have been blessed by the ancestors of our Xuanji Pavilion. Ellipsis. Elder Gu Liang. It was clearly Yi's own ability. How did it become a blessing from your Xuanji Pavilion's ancestor? In broad daylight, you're forcibly seizing your apprentice. Just as he was gritting his teeth, the Big Dipper Blood Lotus that was originally inserted in his hair flew towards Fang Shi and inserted itself into her temple. Fang Shi. This thing is a dogskin plaster, it's her fault. Upon seeing this, Pavilion Master Tan Tai immediately said to Fang Shi. Yi, you have such a strong talent in alchemy, and you have been recognized by Bidu Blood Lotus. Are you willing to join my Xuanji Pavilion and become the successor of the Pavilion Master? Logically speaking, based on the usual style of Pavilion Master Tan Tai, you would not be so reckless. But she is so excited now. She just wants Fang Shi to stay. How can I care about anything else? Elder Gu Liang was so angry that he almost turned into a puffer fish. He didn't even bother to blame Pavilion Master Tan Tai, but stared at Fang Shi, as if she dared to agree with him, he would die in front of her. Fang Shi bowed deeply to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Master Tan Tai, I am honored to be recognized by you. But as I said before, I am a disciple of Tianyin Dao sect, how can I switch to another sect? So thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry I can't do it. Elder Gu Liang felt relieved. You are worthy of being my apprentice. Have a backbone. Although Pavilion Master Tan Tai was somewhat disappointed, he had a higher level of appreciation for Fang Shi. Being loyal to the sect is a very rare and valuable quality. The more she looked at Fang Shi, the more she liked her. Even her low level of cultivation was an advantage. Well, this shows that her foundation in cultivation is very solid. But what if she doesn't agree to join Xuanji Pavilion? You can't force people to stay. It seems that I need to keep her for a while longer, then appeal to her emotions and reason with her, and take it step by step. If all else fails, then negotiate the price with that old fox Dai Chanfang. If you offer enough, he will probably agree. After all, the Tianyandao sect isn't doing well off after all. Thinking of this, Pavilion Master Tantai smiled and said, "Okay, then I won't force you." Then he said to Elder Gu Liang, "Elder Gu Liang, hearing about you is worse than meeting you in person. Your turtle evolution technique is truly superb. If it weren't for you, the Big Dipper Blood Lotus would never bloom. Would you be so kind as to hold a few lectures on the turtle evolution technique in our Xuanji Pavilion? Of course, the turtle evolution technique is a secret of your clan. You just need to tell us about your mental journey along the way so that we can learn more about it." Fang Shi thought to herself, Pavilion Master Tan Tai is so capable. Her chief master is ambitious and vain, so he definitely can't resist such temptation. Elder Gu Liang was indeed tempted. But then he thought, what if I stay and the people from Xuanji Pavilion coax my disciple into changing his mind? He knows clearly which is more important, face or disciples. When he was about to reluctantly refuse, Fang Shi said weakly, "Master, refining the elixir just now consumed a lot of spiritual power and consciousness, and I feel a little dizzy." Elder Gu Liang screamed, "Hurry, go back to the guest house and rest. The little apprentice is so considerate, even the dizziness is just right." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1756 I am the most dedicated person 1. Pavilion Master Tan Tai also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly sent Fang Shi back to the guest house. That's not all. When he left, he also left behind a lot of top-quality elixirs. As for snacks, spiritual fruits and so on, let alone. After everyone else had left, Fang Shi sat up. "Master, I'm fine. I just saw that you really wanted to stay, so I acted like this." Although Elder Gu Liang was delighted, he said with a stern face, "Nonsense, you can never joke about your own body. Besides, I've had enough of this place and don't want to stay here anymore." Fang Shi did not expose him, but asked him, "Master, have you thought about what to say? Do you need to prepare well?" Elder Gu Liang suddenly felt very uneasy and was in a hurry to leave. But when he reached the door, he turned back and said very seriously, "Pavilion Master Tan Tai has definitely not given up. She has tried every means to get us to stay here, just to get you to switch to Xuanji Pavilion. You must keep your original intention and don't let her fool you." Fang Shi smiled and said, "Master, don't worry, I am the most loyal person. Have you forgotten? Elder Bai wanted me to become his disciple, but I rejected him sternly." Upon hearing this, Elder Gu Liang was completely relieved and returned to his room to prepare the content of his lecture. How could he know that someone had so many masters that she herself couldn't even count them all, and the word, loyalty, was not related to her at all? After Elder Gu Liang left, Li Zhe gave Fang Shi a few words of advice and left as well, leaving Zheng Wen alone. Zheng Wen said in secret, "Junior sister, what are you going to do next?" Fang Shi said calmly, "Just follow the trend." Zheng Wen did not continue to ask, but looked at the blood lotus on Fang Zai's temples and said, "This blood lotus is actually quite pretty, but it's too big. If it was smaller, it would be nice as an ornament." Fang Zai's eyes lit up. "Yeah, it would be better if it was smaller." As soon as she finished speaking, the blood lotus quickly shrank until it became the size of a pearl flower. Fang Shi. Other people's is the Ruyi golden cudgel, hers is the Ruyi little lotus. Since you are so sensible, just keep it for now. However, she soon remembered that there was a little blood lotus cub in the storage ring. She wanted to take out the lotus seeds immediately, but she couldn't find them after searching the storage ring. The wooden sword popped out immediately. It must have been eaten by the fire-eating beast. It has the criminal record. Fang Shi thought it was unlikely. The fire-swallowing Pixiu likes to eat things with fire attributes. That lotus seed is obviously of water attribute, so it probably doesn't like to eat it. She was so mean that she asked Qiongqi to pry open the mouth of the fire Pixiu and smell it. "Qiongqi, I am a ferocious beast, and you want me to be a dog. Am I being embarrassed?" When it was hesitating, the golden pig jumped over and snatched a life. Qiongqi is such an idiot. Nowadays, there are more and more spiritual pets around unscrupulous masters. They finally assign you a job, but you don't want to do it. What a complete idiot. The golden pig sniffed. "Master, the fire-swallowing beast's mouth only tastes like flame crystals. I guess it wasn't it that did it this time." Fang Shi had no choice but to say to Zhu Lian, "Your kid is lost." The blood lotus did not react at all. Fang Shi thought to herself, what a heartless mother. However, strictly speaking, Lian Xianhua cannot be considered mother and son. They should be considered siblings, right? While she was lost in thought, she took out the nameless mirror and wanted to see if the blood lotus would look better after it shrunk. I was stunned when I saw this photo. Because in the mirror, what she was wearing on her head was not a red lotus, but a lotus seed. The next moment, the blood lotus suddenly disappeared. Fang Shi. She originally thought that the nameless mirror might have used the method of tracing back time, so it turned the lotus into lotus seeds. As a result, that bastard blood lotus ran away on his own. What does this show? It shows that it is guilty. What the nameless mirror reflects is its true self. Fang Shi didn't even look for it. She is so angry now. Not only was a kid forced into his body, but he was also fooled by the other party. No wonder Elder Gui said that the Big Dipper blood lotus lost its spirituality after it recognized its master. He has never seen such a cunning blood lotus. It turns out it's a fake. So the question is, where did the true blood lotus go? Could it be that it was eaten by the lotus seeds? The more Fang Shi thought about it, the angrier she became. She had just been used by the soul-stealing sting, and now she was deceived by the lotus seeds. They were making a fool of her, the master of the two worlds. Mu Jian immediately said with a common hatred, Master, don't worry, since the bastard has come to rely on you, he will show up sooner or later. At that time, whether it is fried, steamed or made into soup, when we have the final say. If it still had a bit of brains, it should have taken the initiative to admit its mistake, so that it would still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, humph, even if you, my master, are merciful and forgive it, I, Jian Shishi, will not forgive it. I want to chop it into lotus seed stuffing. Feng Shi. Is it okay to be so mean? However, although the wooden sword is cheap, it is already very good compared to the soul-snatching sting and Big Dipper blood lotus. Sure enough, there is no identification without comparison. As she was thinking, a red blood lotus appeared out of thin air on the table in front of her. It has now returned to its original size. Then he used 2 leaves as legs, knelt on the table and kowtowed to Feng Shi. Feng Shi. It was strange, how come all of her street pets could kneel down? I don't know who I learned this from. If you don't learn good things, you will only learn these shameless tricks. Feng Shi tapped the table with his fingers. You've played me around like crazy, thinking that just kowtow to me a few times will do. Either get out of here right now, or show your sincerity. Otherwise I will be rude to you. The blood lotus's kowtow movement paused, and no one knew how it did it, but a pile of red blood lotus petals appeared on the ground. Really a bunch. When stacked together, they're taller than the table. Feng Shi. Although she didn't understand how it had accumulated so many petals, as long as it was valuable, it was fine. Feng Shi suddenly felt that being forced to have a child and being deceived by Zhu Lian was nothing at all, just a little joke. As the master of 2 worlds, she has a broad mind, how could she care about such a small matter? As she put the petals into the storage ring, she said with a smile. Okay, stop kneeling, meeting you is fate, I will protect you from now on. Only then did the blood lotus stand up. Feng Shi asked it, tell me, what happened? The blood lotus touched Feng Shi's fingers with its petals. Feng Shi guessed that it wanted to make a contract with him, so he bit his index finger and dripped blood onto the blood lotus. Nothing happened. Feng Shi. When she was wondering, a lotus seed appeared on the table. But what puzzled her was that blood lotus was also there. Did I wrongly blame blood lotus before? Also, where was this lotus seed hidden before? Please take a leave, I will update 1 chapter today. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 1757, a bit shy and cute. The blood lotus touched Feng Shi's fingers with its petals, and then touched the lotus seeds. Feng Shi's heart moved and she dripped blood onto the lotus seeds. The next moment, there was an additional spiritual connection in the sea of consciousness. However, Feng Shi soon discovered that although there was a spiritual connection, the other party was unable to speak. The situation was similar to that of Bai Kai Lei and the 5 dog spread roots. Feng Shi could only guess the answer based on the faint emotional feedback. Fortunately, she had experience, and after some not-so-smooth communication, she finally figured it out. The lotus seeds and blood lotus are one and the same, but the lotus seeds are real and the blood lotus is virtual. She finally knew where the lotus seeds were hidden before. It turned out that they were hidden inside the blood lotus. Just as Feng Shi was marveling at the wonder, the lotus seeds disappeared again. Feng Shi took the blood lotus and dug around, but could not find any trace of lotus seeds. Where is this piece of shit hiding? After some more communication, they discovered that the lotus seeds were actually hidden in the small puddle, which was the same small puddle where the 49 Sanskrit characters were. It will find a place. Now she understood why Lianzi was so insistent on following her. It must be coming for the power of time. At this time, Zheng Wen said, Junior sister, please warn Lianzi, lest it smash me to death the next time I drown. Zheng Wen was not exaggerating at all. In his eyes, the small puddle was like an ocean. Wouldn't the lotus seed be like a mountain? Feng Shi immediately explained everything to Lianzi. After Zheng Wen left, Feng Shi felt a little tired and stretched. The next moment she smelled a faint fragrance, and immediately felt refreshed, all her fatigue swept away. She discovered that the fragrance came from the blood lotus. The next moment, the 5 dogs spread roots in the danshan kowtowed frantically. Feng Shi ignored them. She had been feeding them a lot of herbs grown in green soil recently. Now they wanted to eat blood lotus again. Aren't they afraid of being stuffed to death? Besides, the blood lotus is weak, what can they eat? The 5 dogs spread roots were so anxious that they were running around in circles. The blood lotus can be eaten, but there was still a bunch of petals. However, Feng Shi was determined not to pay attention to them and praised the blood lotus. The blood lotus might have felt a little embarrassed by the praise, so its petals slightly closed, looking quite shy and cute. Mu Jian, humph. There was the little T-fox in front, and now there is the little camellia, neither of them is a good thing. After praising the blood lotus, Feng Shi began to practice. Commander Lu was very confused. From what he understood, Bidu blood lotus can tell the difference between reality and illusion, so what on earth had the dead girl contracted with? Forget it, she has so many weird contracts, this one won't make a difference. Anyway, its fragrance can soothe the mind and relieve fatigue, so it must be a good thing. I just don't know if this blood lotus has any means of attack. He remembered that the Bidu blood lotus had the ability to confuse the mind, and he estimated that this lotus seed should have a similar ability. While Feng Shi was meditating and practicing, Pavilion Master Tantai was so anxious that he was fuming. She summoned all the elders to the meeting hall to discuss how to get Feng Shi to switch to their Xuanji Pavilion. Elder Ma said, before, that old charlatan Gu Liangchuan was present. I guess Lu Yi wouldn't dare to agree even if she wanted to. It's better to find a chance to talk to her alone. As long as you appeal to her emotions and explain things to her with reason, she should agree. After all, she is only a direct disciple in Tianyin Dao sect, but she is the successor to the Pavilion Master in our Xuanji Pavilion. Besides, she has such a good talent for alchemy, it would be a waste if she stayed in Tianyin Dao sect. Elder Hao agreed. Elder Ma is right. Lu Yi is just a little girl with limited experience. As long as we explain the pros and cons to her, she should agree. Ellipsis. After everyone finished speaking, Elder Gui said, "Everyone, forgive me for being blunt, but you underestimate Lu Yi. Although she has not been a member of Tianyin Dao Sect for a long time, given her character, it is unlikely that she will abandon Tianyin Dao Sect and join our Xuanji Pavilion even if the conditions we offer are more favorable. In addition, there is another very important reason. Her brother Lu Qi will definitely stay in Tianyin Dao Sect. They have a deep brother-sister relationship. How could she abandon her brother and join our Xuanji Pavilion?" When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. Everything else is fine, but they can't let Lu Qi, a man, join Xuanji Pavilion, right? At this time, Elder Miao said, "Pavilion Master, Tianyin Dao Sect has not been well off in recent years. Why don't you talk to Sect Master Dai about the price directly?" Pavilion Master Tan Tai sighed. Although this is also a method, it should not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Dai Chanfang is very shrewd. If he gets the upper hand, even if we can release him in the end, we will have to skin him alive. Besides, he is very indulgent towards his junior brother Gu Liangchuan, and I have no idea whether he will abandon Lu Yi for the sake of profit. When everyone heard this, they all sighed. Lu Yi was able to refine top-grade elixirs after just a few months of study. If she were to be carefully cultivated, her future achievements would be unimaginable. Maybe it will directly raise the status of their Xuanji Pavilion to a higher level. It's such a pity to give up such a good alchemy seedling. Finally, Elder Ma said, "Why don't we call Lu Yi over and give it another try? What if it works?" Pavilion Master Tan Tai thought that made sense. One cannot just think about things, one still has to try. But Gu Liangchuan is an obstacle, and we have to find a way to hold him back. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Elder Miao, you and Gu Liangchuan are old acquaintances. Find a way to hold him back. I will ask Elder Gui to bring Lu Yi over." Elder Miao was silent for a moment, then he said, "I obey your orders." Elder Miao arrived outside the guest house one step ahead and knocked on the door. Gu Liangchuan, open the door. Elder Gu Liang is reading ancient books in the house. I took notes while flipping through the pages, striving to amaze everyone when I give my lecture. When he heard Elder Miao's voice, his hands trembled and he hurriedly put the things into the storage ring and rushed out of the house in a hurry. When he was almost at the door, he took out a mirror and looked at himself before opening the door. "Miao Ruan, you're looking for me. Are you here to apologize to me?" Elder Miao snorted coldly. "This is not a place to talk, let's go inside and talk." Elder Gu Liang's face turned red. No, men and women should not touch each other, let's talk here." "Elder Miao, if you don't want to talk, forget it." After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. Elder Gu Liang hurriedly said, "It was just a joke, why did you take it so seriously? Please come in." Although he said this, he walked a little rickety. Miao Ruan actually wants to go into the house to talk. What to talk about? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to him? Snort. What a nice thought. He is a great fortune teller and the backbone of the Tianyin Dao Sect. How could a shrew like her dream of him? As he was thinking about it, he saw that the doors of Fengxi and Zhengwen's rooms were ajar. There was no doubt that the two evil disciples were peeking. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his silly eldest disciple was pretty good. Unlike the two younger ones, their noses were sharper than dogs. Take 2 more days of rest, and update today and tomorrow. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1758 Workaround. Elder Gu Liang coughed, and the door between Fengxi and Zhengwen was instantly closed. Once they entered the house, Elder Gu Liang was really busy. He wiped the stools, poured tea, brought snacks, and spiritual fruits, and was so busy that he was sweating all over his forehead. Elder Miao's expression remained cold, but his hands were clenched in his sleeves. Elder Gu Liang was almost done with his work, so he asked, "Miao Ruan, tell me, what do you want from me?" He actually wanted to ask if she came to him to ask about the matter of being destined to have a child, but after Fengxi's previous persuasion, he didn't dare to mention it. Elder Miao actually didn't know what to say, but in order to delay time he couldn't say nothing, so he had to say, "I'm very interested in the art of turtle evolution, can you tell me briefly about it?" "Don't worry, I don't want to learn, I just want to know more." Elder Gu Liang suddenly became alert. When it comes to the art of turtle evolution, he has something to say. So, he started talking non-stop. On the other hand, Elder Gui did not dare to come directly to Fengxi, for fear of being discovered by Elder Gu Liang. She found Fang Xuan and asked her to go in and call Fengxi out. It was obvious that Fang Xuan was not very good at acting, and she stuttered when talking to Fengxi. Well, our Xuanji Pavilion has a lot of fun places. I'll take you to have a look." Fengxi felt amused, but still cooperated and said, "Okay." After she and Fang Xuan left the house, they knocked on Elder Gu Liang's door. "Master, do you have any guests in your room?" Elder Gu Liang was so angry. "Didn't you just see it through the crack in the door? Still asking questions here even though you already know the answer." Before he could lose his temper, Fengxi said, "Master, senior sister Fang Xuan wants to take me out for a walk. I want to tell you." Elder Gu Liang had no time to care about her now. He didn't even think about it. Go. Only then did Fengxi and Fang Xuan leave the yard. Elder Gui, who was waiting outside the yard, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fengxi coming out. "I asked Fang Xuan to call you out. Our pavilion master wants to talk to you." Fengxi nodded. "Okay." Elder Gui, who had prepared a bunch of reasons, said. She said with some shame. I thought you wouldn't agree. After all, what I did was not very upright." Fengxi smiled and said. "Elder Gui, look at what you said. You came here on orders, and I am your junior. Why should we be so fussy about trivial matters? Besides, Pavilion Master Tan Tai probably came to me because of the issue of Pavilion Master's successor. Regardless of whether I agree or not, this is also a kind of honor to me. I am honored and grateful." After hearing this, Elder Gui once again sighed in his heart. Why isn't such a good talent a disciple of their Xuanji pavilion? Seeing Fang Shi had spoken out, she asked tentatively, Yi, tell me the truth, do you really want to join our Xuanji pavilion? Fang Shi was silent for a moment. Of course I do. I really like alchemy. Although Tianyin Dao sect has a profound foundation, it is not good at alchemy. Elder Gui couldn't help but feel happy, and then he heard Fang Shi change the subject. But I can't abandon Tianyin Dao sect just because I like alchemy. You may not know that my brother and I are orphans. If we hadn't joined Tianyin Dao sect, we might not be alive now. Tianyin Dao sect is our home for my brother and me. How can I abandon my family for my own future? Elder Gui was silent. On the one hand, she admired Fang Shi's loyalty to the sect, but on the other hand, she was disappointed because she refused to join Xuanji Pavilion. Fang Xuan was also very disappointed. She sincerely hoped that Fang Shi would agree to join Xuanji Pavilion. She felt that Fang Shi was much stronger than Xuanji Qiyao. She murmured, is there no way around it? Fang Shi sighed, a workaround. Unless I can be both a direct disciple of Tianyin Dao sect and the successor to the Pavilion Master of Xuanji Pavilion, but this is simply impossible. If it is an aristocratic family, it may be okay. They will recruit guest elders, and those guest elders can serve in multiple aristocratic families, but this is not suitable for a large sect like ours. Fang Xuan's eyes lit up. Guest elder. That's a good idea. Fang Shi smiled bitterly. Senior Sister Fang, I was just saying it casually, you took it seriously. How could I be qualified to compete with those guest elders? I only have the cultivation level of Liangsu, and my talent in alchemy is just so-so. It might be a coincidence that I was able to refine a top-grade elixir today. Besides, how could Tianyin Dao sect and Xuanji Pavilion set such a precedent for a mere disciple like me? Don't say such things in the future, so as not to cause criticism. Even if I don't stay in Xuanji Pavilion, it doesn't matter. Senior sister, you can come to Tianyin Dao sect to play with me. Or we can go out for the trial together. As long as we have the will, all obstacles are not a problem. After hearing what she said, Fang Xuan had no choice but to nod and agree. Fang Shi said it, unintentionally, but Elder Gui took it seriously. Guest elder. Perhaps we can make something of this aspect. Of course, Lu Yi is not qualified to be an elder, but she can get other titles. I'm sure Sect Master Dai would not object to letting her stay in Xuanji Pavilion for a while under the pretext of letting her learn alchemy. After all, this is a sure win business for Tianyin Dao sect. People are afraid of getting along with others. Lu Yi has been in Xuanji Pavilion for a long time, so maybe she will change her mind. To put it another way, even if she would eventually stay in Tianyin Dao sect, she had established friendship with their Xuanji Pavilion. If she really wants to become a master of alchemy in the future, she will take better care of Xuanji Pavilion. However, her talent in alchemy must be tested again, so that the Pavilion Master and other elders will be interested. The three of them arrived at the meeting hall, each with their own thoughts. Fang Xuan was not qualified to attend a meeting of this level, so she said hello to Fang Shi and left. Next, Pavilion Master Tan Tai and the elders took turns to persuade Fang Shi, but Fang Shi politely declined and stated firmly that he would never betray Tianyin Dao sect. At this time, Elder Gui said, Yi, how are you now? Can you refine another batch of hemostatic pills? Fang Shi shook her head. My consciousness is still a little weak, so I can't make pills for the time being. When Elder Gui was feeling somewhat disappointed, he heard Fang Shi say. However, after I returned to the house just now, I felt that the seal of the hemostatic pill was too complicated, so I simplified it a little. I would like to ask the seniors to see if it is feasible. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion at the scene. Everyone felt that Fang Shi really didn't know his place. After refining a top-grade elixir, I don't know what to do. Simplify Danyan. This is simply nonsense. Pavilion Master Tan Tai also felt that Fang Shi was a little too arrogant. Young people are still too impatient. However, he still said, then you can demonstrate it. Fang Shi is self-aware. She knew that Xuanji Pavilion could not possibly share the same Pavilion Master successor with Tianyin Dao sect, so she could only use a roundabout tactic, first getting a title similar to that of a guest elder, and then slowly work her way up. So, she has to increase her own value. When the value is so high that Xuanji Pavilion cannot resist, things will be easy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1759, Elder Gui wants to kneel and watch. Fang Shi started to make Danyin while thinking. At first, Pavilion Master Tan Tai and the others were somewhat nonchalant, and some even seemed to be laughing at the joke. But soon, their expressions changed. Some even took out their photo stones. After Fang Shi finished his demonstration, some elders couldn't wait to try it. He didn't even care that this was the meeting hall. As for the absence of earth fire, it is easy to deal with. Just use spiritual fire directly. Although they failed at the beginning due to unfamiliarity with the simplified Danyin, everyone realized that there was a way. After several attempts, it actually worked. The eyes that everyone looked at Fang Shi were even hotter than before. I wish I could stick the words, Xuanji Pavilion, directly on her forehead. Elder Gui quickly sent a secret message to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master, Lu Yi is an extremely talented alchemy expert. If we lose her, it will be a huge loss for our Xuanji Pavilion. She is so loyal to Tianyin Dao sect. If we make a deal with Sect Leader Dai, even if Sect Leader Dai agrees, I am afraid Lu Yi will still have resentment towards our Xuanji Pavilion. I do have an idea. Those immortal cultivation families would set up the position of guest elders, and some independent cultivators would even serve as guest elders of several families. Why don't we learn from this and set up a similar position for Lu Yi? This way, there will be a reason for her to learn alchemy in our Xuanji Pavilion. Even if she is still unwilling to join our Xuanji Pavilion in the future, it will be beneficial for us to make friends with such a future alchemy master. She can improve the Danyan, and this alone is worth making an exception for her. Pavilion Master Tan Tai felt that what Elder Gui said made a lot of sense. Lu Yi is so outstanding that she can break any rules and regulations. However, she couldn't make a decision on her own about such a big matter, so she said to Feng Shi, Yi, I still have some things to deal with here. I see that you look paler than before. Go to the side hall and rest for a while. When I'm done here, I'll talk to you about something. Feng Shi nodded obediently, and then was accompanied by Elder Gui to the side hall. As soon as she left, Pavilion Master Tantai told everyone his thoughts. In fact, she had already prepared herself for everyone's disagreement, but she never dreamed that she would receive a chorus of approval as soon as she finished speaking. Among them, Elder Ma is the most active. Her favorite junior used to be Leng Shuheng, but ever since she saw Feng Shi refining top-grade elixirs, her heart has completely wandered away. Not to mention letting Feng Shi be a guest elder, she would even give her position as an elder to Feng Shi. Seeing that no one objected, Pavilion Master Tantai said, What title do you think is more appropriate for Lu Yi? She definitely can't be a guest elder, as her cultivation is low and she is young, so she is not qualified to be an elder. The guest disciple's words were not appropriate either, and seemed too ordinary. Elder Ma said, Now we have Xuanji 7 stars, how about making Xuanji 8 stars? Others are called Tianshu, Tiangchun and so on, so what about calling her Tianxi? It means she is a gift from God to us. Pavilion Master Tantai. You are too vulgar. Then some people said, personal teaching by a guest official, or wandering disciple. Pavilion Master Tantai felt that these titles were not quite appropriate. At this moment, the elder who had previously recorded the Danyin for Feng Shi exclaimed, Did you notice the blood lotus on Lu Yi's hair just now? It seems to have gotten smaller. After hearing her say this, everyone gathered around and took a look, and it was true. The Big Dipper blood lotus looks almost the same as the pearl flower. Just now they were so busy persuading Feng Shi that they didn't pay any attention at all. Elder Ma sighed. It seems that this Bidu blood lotus has recognized its master. We in Xuanji Pavilion have harvested so many Bidu blood lotuses, but we never knew that the blood lotus is spiritual and can even recognize its master. Of course, it is possible that this blood lotus is special and it just happened to recognize Lu Yi. This is God's will. Since it was the blood lotus who chose her, why not just call her the blood lotus saint? Although many people think this title is good, Pavilion Master Tantai thinks it is inappropriate. The title of saint is too grand, it seems to put her above everyone else. I need to think about it more carefully. Feng Shi didn't know that she had stumped Pavilion Master Tantai and the others because of a title. She was demonstrating to Elder Gui what a genius in alchemy that could shock the world and make ghosts weep was. Elder Gui, I suddenly feel that there is room for simplification of the seal of the hemostatic pill. Let me demonstrate it to you. Elder Gui wanted to kneel down and watch. Amazing. So amazing. In such a short time, it is possible to carry out secondary simplification. Are you a human? She had no doubt that this was a cheat sheet that Feng Shi had prepared in advance. One reason was that Feng Shi's acting skills were too good, and the other was that if Feng Shi had been able to simplify the Danyin earlier, Tianyin Dao Sect would have shouted it out long ago. She was shocked and couldn't help but blame Pavilion Master Tantai. After such a long time, they still haven't come to a conclusion. She had no choice but to send a message to Pavilion Master Tantai. Pavilion Master, Lu Yi has simplified the seal of the hemostatic pill again. Such a genius must be retained. You must make a decision quickly, otherwise it will be too late when Gu Liangchuan comes to his senses. After receiving the message, Pavilion Master Tantai stood up from his seat. She suddenly felt that the title of Blood Lotus Saint was not enough. Even a little small. She ignored the elders in the meeting hall and ran to the side hall in a hurry. Feng Shi saw her come in and hurriedly bowed. Pavilion Master Tantai had tears in his eyes. No need to be polite, sit down and talk. Feng Shi. Why are you still crying? Are you going to start playing the emotional card? Pavilion Master Tantai was excited. Compared to refining top-grade elixirs, simplifying the elixir seal is more important for Xuanji Pavilion. Due to the limitation of their personal qualifications, many disciples are unable to complete the complicated Danyin. If Feng Shi can simplify the Danyin, the alchemy level of many disciples will be improved. As the head of Xuanji Pavilion, how could she not be excited? Pavilion Master Tantai calmed himself down a bit, then looked at the red blood lotus in Feng Zai's hair and asked with a smile. Can this blood lotus change size? Feng Shi nodded and then demonstrated it to Pavilion Master Tantai. Pavilion Master Tantai. This was originally something from our Xuanji Pavilion, but now you are letting outsiders show it to me. It's somewhat ironic. However, thinking that this outsider will soon become one of our own, even if he is only half of our own, it will be a great thing. So, he said. Yi, I see the Bidu blood lotus likes you very much. If I force you to separate, I will feel a little reluctant. I can understand that you are unwilling to join our Xuanji Pavilion. How about this? We can imitate the form of guest elders and we in Xuanji Pavilion invite you to be the blood lotus saint. This does not conflict with the fact that you are a direct disciple of Tianyin Dao Sect, it is just an additional title. With this title, you will not only be able to enter and leave our Xuanji Pavilion freely, but you will also receive careful teaching from the elders. You will not be treated unfairly in terms of materials, and your treatment will be comparable to that of Xuanji Qiyao. How do you feel? Feng Shi was not surprised at all, after all, this was all her design. But she didn't expect Xuanji Pavilion to give her the title of Blood Lotus Saint. She used to be a saint in the Blood Demon clan, and now she has come to Tiang continent to be a saint. How can this not be considered a fate? 2 updates today, rest another day. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1760. Did you eat too much salt? Feng Shi thought this in her mind, but it did not delay her performance at all. It's still a very layered and progressive performance. First I was shocked, then flattered, and then suspicious. Master Tantai, are you kidding me? How could I deserve such courtesy from you? The head of the Tantai Pavilion said sternly, how can you joke about such a big thing? What I said is true, you should think about it carefully. Fang Shi was silent for a moment, then he said, Pavilion Master, if I accept the identity of the Blood Lotus Saint, what do I need to do for Xuanji Pavilion? Pavilion Master Tan Tai could not help but nod secretly. If it were an ordinary person who received such courtesy, he would have been ecstatic. How could he be as calm as Lu Yi? It is not by chance that a genius becomes a genius. Yi, I won't hide it from you. We at Xuanji Pavilion value your aptitude in alchemy very much, and we believe that you will definitely achieve great success in the future. We provide you with the resources for alchemy. In return, you help us simplify the alchemy seal. As for the elixirs you refine, we don't want them for free. Just sell them to us first. Fang Shi nodded and said, Pavilion Master, the conditions you offer are very fair, but this matter must be decided by the Sect and my master, and I cannot make the decision on my own. If the Sect and my master have no objection, I have no objection either. But if they don't agree, then it will be a waste of your kindness. Pavilion Master Tan Tai felt more and more that Fang Zai's character was of noble value, and only such a person could be worthy of the title of Blood Lotus Saint. Okay, then I'll discuss it with Sect leader Dai and your master first, and we'll talk about it in detail when we get the results. Fang Shi thought for a while and said, Pavilion Master, you also know that my master's personality is a little, special, so I will talk to him. You just need to talk to my master. Pavilion Master Tan Tai was more than happy to accept this. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to deal with Gu Liangchuan, this scoundrel. By the way, Elder Miao is still with him. Although he is not in any danger, he won't suffer any injustice, right? Elder Miao didn't feel wronged, he was just a little upset. She didn't want to listen to Elder Gu Liang's chatter at all, but in order to delay time, she had no choice but to listen. Seeing that she was fascinated by the talk, Elder Gu Liang felt a little carried away. Once it floats, you can't control your mouth anymore. My turtle evolution technique is unrivaled in the world. If it weren't for me, the Bidu blood lotus of your Xuanji Pavilion would never bloom. Also, when we had a competition with the Xingyao Forbidden Land before, my calculations were so accurate, and it turned out to be a great success. So, the divination I gave you before was absolutely accurate, your fate. Elder Miao stood up suddenly, his face frosty. Elder Gu Liang almost bit his tongue and hurriedly added. You have a really good life. Especially from now on, everything will go smoothly, your wishes will come true, everything will go as you wish, and you will be rich and prosperous. Elder Miao. She snorted coldly and walked away. Elder Gu Liang. I didn't say the second half. He hurriedly chased after him, but Elder Miao didn't even bother to look at him and had already walked far away. Elder Gu Liang wished he could slap himself twice. It's all his fault. Just at this moment, Li Zhe heard the noise and came out of the house. Master, why are you standing at the gate instead of practicing in the house? Elder Gu Liang gritted his teeth and said, Did you eat too much salt? Li Zhe was confused. The food today isn't salty. Zheng Wen in the room was secretly happy. The charlatan master was implying that his senior brother was too idle. Unfortunately, it was useless for him to say this, as his senior brother simply couldn't understand the situation. Just when Elder Gu Liang was about to kick Li Zhe, he saw his beloved little disciple strolling back. Under normal circumstances, Elder Gu Liang would definitely ask about his well-being, but he was not in the mood for that now. He said weakly, Are you back? When Fang Shi saw that he looked half dead, she knew that he was not getting along well with Elder Miao. But when she met Elder Miao on the way, she saw that he seemed quite happy. I even touched her little head. As she thought about it, she said, Master, I have something very important to tell you. Shall we go inside and talk? Elder Gu Liang immediately remembered that Elder Miao had also suggested going inside to talk, but unfortunately he had messed up the conversation. Ugh. He walked into Fang Shi's house with heavy steps. As soon as he entered the room, Fang Shi closed the door and asked in a low voice, Master, I met Elder Miao on the way. Although Elder Gu Liang wanted to ask, he snorted coldly. What's so strange about meeting her? Is it worth making such a big fuss? Fang Shi chuckled. It's not surprising, I just saw that she was in a good mood and she even praised me. Elder Gu Liang asked anxiously, Are you sure? After seeing Fang Shi nod, his mood suddenly turned from gloomy to cheerful. It seems that his attempt to make up for it worked. Yi was right. I must never again bring up that nonsense about being destined to have a son. As for why he didn't want to make Elder Miao angry, he thought he was being magnanimous and that a good man would not fight with a woman. That's it. Now he also had the leisure to express his master's love to Fang Shi. Yi, where did Fang Xuan take you for a stroll? Master, let's make it clear first. No matter what I say next, you have to stay calm, okay? Elder Gu Liang curled his lips and said, Your master has seen a lot of things in the world, just tell me what you want. Fang Shi then said, Actually it wasn't senior sister Fang Xuan who came to me, it was Pavilion Master Tan Tai who came to me. As soon as she said this, Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly. I said she was still harboring evil intentions, and I was right. My dear disciple, you were not bewitched by her words, were you? Fang Shi nodded, then shook his head. Elder Gu Liang suddenly became anxious. What do you mean? You don't really want to abandon your master and brother? Fang Shi, is it okay to abandon your master and brother? Master, I don't want to agree, but they offer too much. Elder Gu Liang pointed at Fang Shi with a trembling hand. Evil creature, even if they give more, can it be as valuable as our master-disciple relationship? You are even worse than that ungrateful old man Bai Lin. You want to force me to death. Just wait, I will die in front of you. Fang Shi. You say you are a Mahayana monk after all, but you always cry, make a fuss, and threaten to commit suicide. Isn't it shameful? Master, don't be in such a hurry to die. It's not too late to die after listening to me. Elder Gu Liang. Evil disciple, evil disciple. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1761, after all, it was senior brother who took on all the responsibility. When Elder Guliang was so angry that he was fuming, Feng Shi sighed. Master, do you really believe that I would betray the sect and you just for a little benefit? It really hurts me that you don't even have the most basic trust in me. Since you think my character is so despicable, when I return to the sect, I will take the initiative to ask the sect master to terminate the master-disciple relationship with you. If someone accepts me as a disciple, that would be great. If not, I will just be an ordinary inner sect disciple. Feng Shi started to cry as she spoke and her eyes became red. Elder Guliang was immediately at a loss. My dear disciple, Master is just anxious at the moment, so I am talking nonsense. Doesn't this just show that Master cares about you? What is this called? Caring too much will lead to chaos. Yes, caring too much will lead to chaos. Don't blame the Master. If you want to vent your anger, I'll call your senior brother over and you can kick him a few times. Feng Shi, in the end, it was my senior brother who took on everything. She turned her head away from Elder Guliang, her little face wrinkled into a puffy shape. Elder Guliang persuaded Feng Shi to say, Master, I will only reluctantly forgive you this time. If you don't trust me again in the future, I will really take someone else as my master. Elder Guliang immediately swore an oath to express his determination, and all that was left was to write a letter of guarantee. Only then did Feng Shi burst into laughter. Master, I didn't say those words on purpose to deceive you. I was just afraid that someone would stir up trouble between us, so I wanted to prevent it from happening. I'm not exaggerating. You see, our Tianyan Dao sect, Xingyao sect and Chuanji Pavilion have all been secretly plotted against. It shows that someone is watching us, and their strength is unfathomable. Their methods are vicious, maybe they will deliberately frame me one day, and it seems that the evidence is solid. I am afraid that you will be fooled, so I dared to act like this. Please forgive me. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Elder Guliang hurried over to help him. Disciple, get up quickly. Master, I'll kneel down first. I haven't finished what I want to say yet. Elder Guliang. Master, as I told you before, there is a force that has set its sights on our Tianyan Dao sect. The other party's strength is unfathomable, and it is difficult for our Tianyan Dao sect to contend with it alone, so we must seek allies. I think Chuanji Pavilion wanting me to be the successor is a good opportunity. Firstly, I can win over Chuanji Pavilion. Secondly, I can learn alchemy from Chuanji Pavilion, which can be used to win over other sects. Elder Guliang frowned and interrupted Feng Shi. Why would a little kid like you worry about all this? Don't you still have your uncle? If he can't even form an alliance, what kind of leader is he? Feng Shi glanced at him, then whispered. Master, the misunderstanding between you and Elder Miao has not been resolved. I thought that if I could become the successor to the Pavilion Master, you would have more opportunities to meet Elder Miao. Elder Guliang coughed twice. My dear disciple, I have thought about it carefully, and what you just said actually makes sense. As the saying goes, every man has his share of responsibility for the fate of a sect. You can't just leave everything to your uncle. You younger generations must shoulder the responsibility too. Feng Shi. When it comes to Elder Miao, how come you are so enlightened? Elder Guliang changed the subject. You have good intentions, but you can't sell yourself. Feng Shi. With your crappy mouth, you'll never be able to catch up with Elder Miao in 10,000 years. Master, of course I cannot abandon our Tianyan Dao sect. I just happened to think of a way to simplify the Danyan, so I showed it to Pavilion Master Tantai and the others. I did this to increase the value of our master and disciple, so that they would take the initiative to make concessions. Sure enough, Pavilion Master Tantai was impressed by my talent in alchemy and took the initiative to ask me to be the Blood Lotus Saint. Not only did they give me the Big Dipper Blood Lotus on my head for free, but they also allowed me to enter and leave Chuanji Pavilion freely, and they also taught me the art of alchemy for free. In addition, I was given the same treatment as Chuanji Qiao. The most important thing is that I am still the direct disciple of our Tianyan Dao sect, your beloved apprentice, and I don't need to join Chuanji Pavilion. Although I think it is a good deal, I don't dare to make the decision, so I want to ask for your opinion. Quote. Elder Guliang remained silent for a long while after listening. Because he is stupid. What the hell? Why would Chuanji Pavilion let an outsider be the Blood Lotus Saint? And teach the art of alchemy for free? Are they crazy, or is he crazy? After a long while, he asked Feng Shi. Are you telling the truth? By the way, what is this simplified Danyan you mentioned? Feng Shi simply demonstrated it to Elder Guliang and compared the Danyan before and after simplification. Even though Elder Guliang was not an alchemist, he was shocked. He originally thought that the simplified Danyan mentioned by Feng Shi was just a little bit simplified, but it turned out to be simplified so much. No wonder Chuanji Pavilion made such a big concession. His disciple Guliang Chuan is really amazing. Let him be so smart. Although I don't know how to make pills, I know that this simplified pill seal is not simple. Are you going to teach it to Chuanji Pavilion for free? Are we the ones who are at a loss? Feng Shi blinked. Master, I didn't teach you this Danyan in vain. The people in Chuanji Pavilion will also teach me the alchemy technique and the recipe. Besides, I can use the herbs provided by Chuanji Pavilion to make pills, and then sell them to them at a high price. This is a no-cost business that is sure to make a profit. Elder Guliang burst into laughter. Good. You are worthy of being my apprentice, you are so smart. That's it, I agree. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. If the person in front of her was Sect Leader Dai, she would just need to show how powerful Cheng Po was and he would naturally agree. But Elder Guliang's thought process is different from that of normal people, so she did so much preparation. I don't know how the conversation between Pavilion Master Tan Tai and Sect Master Dai went. At this time, Sect Leader Dai was also thinking about his teacher and disciple Guliang Chang. It's more like being worried than missing someone. He was really afraid that his unreliable junior fellow apprentice would bring him back another round of famine. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw a message from Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Sect Leader Dai's heart trembled. Finished. What are you afraid of? Something must have happened. Could it be that idiot Gu Liangchuan did something to the Vidu Blood Lotus of Xuanji Pavilion? If I had known this would happen, I should not have coveted the elixirs given by Xuanji Pavilion and let them go. In fact, Sect Master Dai was not entirely after the elixir. Just as Feng Shi analyzed, Sect Master Dai wanted to establish a good relationship with Xuanji Pavilion. He had this plan before, but other sects believed that the reason why Tianyin Dao sect declined was because Guillen's technique of prying into the secrets of heaven was against the way of heaven, so they didn't want to have anything to do with them. This time we have a rare opportunity to improve our relationship, so we must seize it. He took a deep breath and probed his consciousness into the communication talisman. From it came the slightly trembling voice of Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Master Dai, you really trained a good junior brother. Sect leader Dai. Finish the calf. The head of the Tan Tai Pavilion was so angry that he was shaking. And he even said something sarcastic. Gu Liangchuan, you bastard. It must have caused me a terrible disaster again. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1762. You are the one who is panting. Sect leader Dai calculated his own financial situation, and did some mental preparation before replying to Pavilion leader Tan Tai. Master Tan Tai, what trouble has my junior brother caused again? This useless guy has caused trouble for your clan. The head of the Tan Tai Pavilion who received the message. It seems that Sect Master Dai has misunderstood. But it's no wonder that Sect leader Dai misunderstood. The key is that Gu Liangchuan is really unreliable. But he is lucky to have a good disciple. Where can I go to reason? She sighed in her heart and then sent a message to Sect leader Dai. Sect Master Dai, you misunderstood. It's also my fault for not explaining clearly. I was sincerely praising Elder Gu Liang. Thanks to his help this time, the Bidu Blood Lotus bloomed as expected. Sect leader Dai. You're panting when you speak. Why don't you finish it in one breath? You almost scared me to death. He responded with a few polite remarks while complaining in his heart. The head of the Tan Tai Pavilion then got to the point. Master Dai, I am sending you a message to express my gratitude and to discuss an important matter with you. Your sect's Lu Yi was chosen by Bidu Blood Lotus as the successor to the Pavilion Master. Although we in Xuanji Pavilion really want her to be the successor to the Pavilion Master, she is a member of your Tianyin Dao sect after all, and it is not easy for us to take someone else's love away. After some discussion, we in Xuanji Pavilion plan to let Lu Yi be the Blood Lotus Saint of our Xuanji Pavilion. She will still be a disciple of your Tianyin Dao sect, but can enter and leave our Xuanji Pavilion freely. In addition, we also teach her alchemy for free, and her treatment is comparable to that of Xuanji Qi Yao, and we will definitely not treat her unfairly. Master Dai, do you think this is feasible? Sect leader Dai. Could it be that the master of Tan Tai Pavilion has been possessed by someone? Otherwise, why would you say such crazy things? First, how could Bidu Blood Lotus choose an outsider as the successor to the Pavilion Master? Second, even if it was true, there was no need for Xuanji Pavilion to give Lu Yi such courtesy. He felt that there must be something going on here, so he did not immediately give Pavilion Master Tan Tai a clear answer on the grounds that the matter was of great importance and required consideration. Coincidentally, just when he was about to ask Elder Gu Liang what was going on, Elder Gu Liang's message arrived. Elder Gu Liang first boasted about himself, and then recounted what had happened. Brother, after so many years, smoke is finally coming out of our Tianyin Dao sect's ancestral tomb. Once Yi becomes the Blood Lotus Saint of Xuanji Pavilion, her alchemy skills will surely improve by leaps and bounds, and we can use the elixirs to expand our relationship with other sects. The serious words he said afterwards were basically a copy of the pros and cons analyzed by Feng Shi. Of course, he didn't mention Elder Miao. Sect leader Dai was shocked but also quite relieved. His useless junior fellow apprentice has finally made some progress. But he was very puzzled. Although Elder Jia did tell him that Lu Yi had a very good talent for alchemy, he did not mention simplifying the alchemy seal. He felt that Elder Jia would definitely not hide anything. Could it be because he had contracted with the Big Dipper Blood Lotus? Anyway, this is a good thing, a huge good thing. At the beginning, his master asked him to take good care of Gu Liangchuan, saying that his junior brother was lucky, but he did not take it seriously at that time. It seems that old ginger is still wise, and the master is really wise. If Gu Liangchuan had not figured out the variables of the Lu brothers and sisters, Tianyin Dao sect would not have seen a turning point. Sect Master Dai immediately summoned several core members of the sect to discuss the matter. Everyone unanimously agreed. Although we have to share the simplified Dan Yin with Xuanji Pavilion, the benefits it brings are greater and there is no reason not to agree. Only then did Sect leader Dai give Pavilion Master Tan Tai a clear answer. Pavilion Master Tan Tai finally felt relieved. Master Dai, since your sect has no objection, then our Xuanji Pavilion will announce to the world this afternoon that from now on, Yi is the Blood Lotus Saint of our Xuanji Pavilion. Sect leader Dai. You are afraid that I will regret it. This also indirectly shows how amazing Lu Yi's talent in alchemy is. Pavilion Master Tan Tai sent another message. Yi's status is different now. I'm afraid someone will harm her, so when she travels between the two sects in the future, our Xuanji Pavilion will send elders to escort her to prevent any accidents. Sect leader Dai, we will also send elders to escort them. My goodness, from now on, whenever Lu Yi goes out, the elders from both factions will lead the way. Even he, the sect leader, doesn't have such style. Pavilion Master Tan Tai suggested that Feng Shi stay in Xuanji Pavilion for a few days, and Sect Master Dai readily agreed. Pavilion Master Tan Tai kept his word and immediately announced that Lu Yi would take over as the Blood Lotus Saint, and asked Elder Gui to prepare for the ceremony. If it weren't for the fact that Xuanji Pavilion is composed of only female cultivators, Pavilion Master Tan Tai would have wanted to send invitations to other sects and hold a celebration. As soon as the news was announced here, Xuanji Qi arrived. Leng Shuheng's eyes turned red with anger. Pavilion Master, why did you let Lu Yi become the Blood Lotus Saint? Is it because she refined a top-grade hemostatic pill? Maybe she was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. The other 6 also expressed dissatisfaction. Although Lu Yi was not made the Pavilion Master's successor, the title of the Blood Lotus Saint sounds more famous than that of the Pavilion Master's successor, and even slightly surpasses the Pavilion Master. Why? Pavilion Master Tan Tai said nothing, but used the image stone to play the comparison of Feng Zai's Dan Yin before and after simplification. This is just the initial simplified version. Less than half an hour later, Lu Yi gave an even simpler version. So, what do you think is her right? It's all based on her ability. If anyone among you can achieve this, not to mention the Blood Lotus Saint, I can even give you the position of Pavilion Master. Can you? Xuanji Qia suddenly became silent. The head of the Tantai Pavilion gave them a sincere exhortation, asking them to get along well with Feng Shi in the future. After coming out from the Tantai Pavilion Master, Leng Shuheng gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think Lu Yi really has the ability to simplify the Danyan? I think there must be something fishy going on. I'm going to confront her right now. Do you want to come?" The other 6 people were also unwilling to accept it. Although Feng Shi's performance was indeed amazing, they always felt that Feng Shi was just lucky. So, the 7 people came to Feng Shi in a threatening manner. Feng Shi is looking at herself in the mirror in the room. Elder Gui said that a very grand ceremony would be held for her in 3 days, and she had to make a splendid appearance. She was comparing whether the Big Dipper Blood Lotus looked better when inserted on the left or the right. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone, "Master, you are so beautiful, whether you are on the left or the right, you look good. Not to mention the Blood Lotus, even if you put dogtail grass in it, it will look good." Feng Shi. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1763. My talent is about to overflow. When Feng Shi was speechless, Leng Shuheng and the others arrived. Feng Shi opened the courtyard door and said with a smile, "You guys came all the way here to see me, right? You're pretty polite." Xuanji Qiyao. Leng Shuheng gritted her teeth. "Who is here to see you? Can you really simplify the Danyan?" Feng Shi glanced at them. "Even if I say I can, you won't believe it, right? People only believe what they want to believe." Leng Shuheng snorted coldly. "Stop talking about these nonsense. Let's put aside the matter of simplifying the Danyan for now. Do you dare to compete with us again? If you can still refine the best hemostatic pill, we will recognize you as the Blood Lotus Saint, otherwise we will not obey you." Feng Shi, what does it have to do with me whether you obey or not? Not obey. Hold it in. If you can't hold it in any longer, go to the toilet. Xuanji Qiyao. Leng Shuheng pointed at Feng Shi. "You are so vulgar that you are not worthy of being the Blood Lotus Saint. I think you just don't dare." Feng Shi said to Commander Lu. "Master, I hate this kind of pretentious and slap-faced thing the most, but these little cuties insist on asking for trouble, so I will reluctantly let them feel the joy of being crushed." Commander Lu, today is another day when I don't feel like talking. Feng Shi said to the Xuanji Qiyao. "Now that we've come to this, let's compete. However, in order not to disturb my master and brothers, let's compete in your courtyard." Leng Shuheng sneered, "Okay. Although the distance is quite far, who can care about that now?" On the way, Feng Shi never stopped talking. "Xiao Heng, tell me, how many years have you been an initiate? Xiao Chu, please tell me how many kinds of elixirs you can make now. Xiaozhi, do you have any confusion about alchemy? Tell me and I will help you solve it." Ellipsis. Xuanji Qiyao was already in a bad mood, and now he was even more angry. Everyone quickened their pace, trying to embarrass Feng Shi. As a result, Feng Shi always followed them, like a ghost, and they couldn't get rid of her. They were puzzled as to how Lu Yi, who only had the cultivation level of Liangsu, could be so fast. Finally, we arrived at Leng Shuheng's yard. Feng Shi toured the place very familiarly and said she was thirsty, so she asked Leng Shuheng to prepare tea and fruits for her. Leng Shuheng's face turned green. "We don't have time to talk nonsense with you, let's start now." Feng Shi curled her lips. "Wait a minute. Today is different from the past. I am the saintess and you are all my subordinates. If I compete for the hemostatic pill, it would be too much to bully you. Let's change the elixir, any one you name will do." Although Xuanji Qiyao was furious, in order to restore confidence, he thought it would be okay to change it. After discussion, they decided to compete with Feng Shi in the Xuan level elixir Jiyuandan, and use spiritual flames to refine it. Feng Shi agreed readily. Xuanji Qiyao immediately took out the alchemy table that he could carry with him from his storage ring. After all, he sometimes needed to make alchemy when he went out for training. Feng Shi doesn't have this thing, she usually uses local materials. There happened to be a stone table in the yard, so she placed the Tianshan Ding on the stone table. When Xuanji Qiyao was about to start refining the elixir, she raised her little paw. "Wait a minute, you all know that I'm poor, so can you give me 100 portions of herbs for refining Jiyuandan?" Xuanji Qiyao. "Are you coming here to buy goods?" Leng Shuheng glared at her and threw a portion of herbs on the stone table. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Thank you. Let's get started." After the refining of Xuanji Qiyao began, Feng Shi stretched his neck to watch. "Leng Shuheng, if you don't make the elixir, what are you watching us for?" Feng Shi sighed, "I haven't learned how to make Jiyuandan, so of course I have to see how you guys make it, and then I can copy it." Leng Shuheng. The other 6 people. They feel more confident now. After they finished refining, Feng Shi slowly began to refine. What puzzled Xuanji Qiyao was that although Feng Shi looked slow, his refining speed was much faster than theirs. Why is that? They observed for a while and found that although Feng Shi's movement seemed slow, she compressed the intervals between the Dan seals. Humph, it would be strange if I could succeed in refining it. The 7 of them exchanged glances and felt that they had a sure win. Although they couldn't change Pavilion Master Tan Tai's decision, did Lu Yi want to step on them? No way. After a short while, Feng Shi said that the refining was completed. She stood with her hands behind her back and said, "You don't need to open your alchemy furnace, just look at mine and you can tell the winner." "Leng Shuheng, I hate you the most, come and help me open the lid of the alchemy furnace." Leng Shuheng. She gritted her teeth and came over, first opened the wash basin, and then opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. Suddenly a strange fragrance filled the air. When she saw the situation inside the alchemy furnace, she was completely stunned. Not only was she dumbfounded, the other 6 people were also dumbfounded. "It looks like a wood carving or clay sculpture." Fang Shi slowly poured the 10 top-grade Ju Yuan Dan in the alchemy furnace onto the plate, letting Xuanji Qiao have a good look. She said to Commander Lu, "Master, I find this is much easier. As expected, for me, hiding one's weaknesses is the most difficult. Oh, my talent is overflowing. Commander Lu, I'm in autism, please don't disturb me." Fang Shi was eating melon seeds while admiring the changes in Xuanji Qiao's expressions. These 7 are also natural-born actors. What a rich variety of emotions. Shock, disbelief, confusion, despair, layer upon layer, without any trace of embellishment. Commander Lu, what a loss. He didn't even dare to imagine how big a blow these 7 people would suffer. Fang Shi admired it enough, and then he said, "I can understand your feelings. You were determined to get Bidu Blood Lotus, but Bidu Blood Lotus chose me. If it were me, I would feel uncomfortable too. In fact, deep down, I have no interest in the Blood Lotus Saint. I would rather live a peaceful and stable life in Tianyin Taoist Sect. But, it's not possible. You may not know that our 3 factions are in danger now." Fang Shi recounted how Tianyin Dao Sect, Xingyao Sect and Xuanji Pavilion were secretly tampered with. The forces behind the scenes are unfathomable, and the only way for our 3 factions to have a chance of victory is to unite as one. However, the 3 factions have always had grudges against each other, so I was willing to join in and serve as a bridge connecting the 3 factions. All of this is based on the overall situation. Why didn't I tell this to Pavilion Master Tan Tai and the others? To be honest, although the elders in the sect have high levels of cultivation, they're too rigid in their inherent ideas. We young people are much better in this respect. Especially the 7 of you, you are not only talented, but also very courageous. The biggest difference between a genius and a mediocre person is the courage to question everything. The responsibility of saving the sect will surely fall on you. Xuanji Qiao's self-confidence, which had been shattered into pieces, was pieced together by Fang Shi. It turns out they're not that bad. It's mainly because Lu Yi, no, the saint is too strong. How can their firefly lights compete with the bright moon? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1764, Jealousy becomes admiration. When the gap between people reaches a certain size, jealousy turns into admiration. This is the case with the Big Dipper. If they could reach Fang Shi by standing on tiptoe, they would be filled with jealousy. But now, let alone standing on tiptoe, they couldn't even touch Fang Shi's heels when climbing the ladder. They didn't even have the courage to be jealous. Of course, there is another reason, that is, someone is shameless and keeps adding the light of a saint to himself. It's become a 1,000-layer cake. Fang Shi pointed at the plate and said, "We can be considered as acquaintances after fighting. I don't have anything good to give you, so I will give each of you a Ju Yuan Dan. But you can't take it away, you have to eat it right away." Xuanji Qiao were all shocked. This was a top-grade Ju Yuan Dan, and he just gave it to them like that. After repeated confirmation, each person took one and ate it. "Commander Lu, aren't they afraid that you will poison them?" Fang Shi said proudly, "This shows how powerful my personality charm is." In addition to wanting to win over Xuanji Qiao, she also wanted to test their trust in her. As for why they were not allowed to take the pills away, the reason was very simple, they were afraid that they would leak the secret. The effect of the top-grade Ju Yuan pill was very good. After Xuanji Qiao ate it, they all sat cross-legged in meditation to dissolve the effects of the medicine. Fang Shi ate the remaining 3 as candy beans. Although there is some effect, it's just that. She analyzed it and thought that it might be because she had been eating various top-grade medicinal pills as candy beans, so her threshold had increased. Commander Lu asked her, "Why do you want to win him over?" Fang Shi was somewhat speechless. "Master, aren't you asking this even though you already know the answer? Although I am now the Blood Lotus Saint of Xuanji Pavilion, it is just an exchange of interests. If I don't train a few spies, I won't know how I died when the time comes. Although these 7 people are a little stupid and a little bad, they are the most useful, much more useful than people like you who are full of twists and turns." Commander Lu. Fang Shi added, "Although they can't compare with a genius like me, they are all outstanding among the younger generation of Xuanji Pavilion and the backbone of the future. If I gather them together, I will indirectly control Xuanji Pavilion. If you want to be an excellent leader, the first thing is to abandon personal preferences and win over all people who can be used. Take you for example. Logically, I would not be satisfied even if I killed you hundreds of times. But for the sake of the overall situation, not only can I not kill you, I have to worship you as my master. Who can understand the pain in my heart? Alas, this is the price of becoming the master of 2 worlds. Commander Lu. Although you didn't kill me hundreds of times, you cut me into pieces. It would be better to kill me hundreds of times." Even though he secretly criticized Fang Shi, he still admired her for this. With such a broad mind and vision at such a young age, it's no wonder she can reach her current height. As the master and the disciple were chatting, Xuanji Qiao finished his meditation. They were both ashamed and moved, and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Fang Shi spoke, and what she talked about was actually the shortcomings in their alchemy. Xuanji Qiao's face was full of disbelief. Lu Yi, no, the saint, actually saw through their shortcomings after only watching them making pills twice. What a vicious vision. The saint lady is indeed a genius in alchemy. They won't be able to catch up with her in this lifetime, let alone in 10 lifetimes. After Fang Shi gave them some instructions, he said, "If I say too much at once, you won't be able to digest it. Take your time, there is a long way to go. At this point, she suddenly became very serious. Now only the 7 of you know my true strength. In order to paralyze the forces behind the scenes, I hope you can keep your mouth shut. Can you do it? Xuanji Qia nodded hurriedly. Yes. We must keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Even if the Sect master asks, we won't tell anyone. Fang Shi nodded, stretched out his right hand, and high-fived them one by one as an oath. Xuanji Qia was quite flattered by Fang Shi's kind gesture. Where is the resentment and anger from before? On the one hand, Fang Shi's alchemy skills convinced them, and on the other hand, Fang Shi looked at the overall situation and downplayed the personal conflicts between them. As for the light of the saints, it is just icing on the cake. On the other side, Elder Gui went to the guest house to ask Fang Shi if he had any opinions on the ceremony process, but came up empty-handed. When he heard from Elder Gu Liang that Fang Shi was taken away by Xuanji Qiyao, his heart sank. Xuanji Qiyao is proud and arrogant. It would be terrible if he lost his mind due to jealousy and hurt Lu Yi. Just when she was about to send a message to Leng Shuheng and the others to warn her not to hurt Fang Shi came back. He did not come back by himself, but was surrounded by the 7 stars of Xuanji. The 7 stars of Xuanji smiled more attentively than the other, especially Leng Shuheng, whose voice became a little softer. Elder Gui almost thought he saw a ghost. 7 people underwent a fundamental transformation in one day. Isn't this a weird thing? Especially Leng Shuheng, who wanted to bite Lu Yi before, but now calls her Saint Maiden all the time, and it comes so naturally to her. Those who don't know would think that Lu Yi has been the Blood Lotus Saint in their Xuanji pavilion for several years. Although he was surprised, Elder Gui also breathed a sigh of relief. She originally wanted to give Xuanji Qiyao some advice and let them get along well with Lu Yi, but now that is a lot of trouble. After Xuanji Qiyao left, Elder Gui asked why Fang Shi and the other 7 had undergone such a transformation. Fang Shi smiled and said, they are all reasonable people, just talk it out. What do you want to talk to me about? Upon hearing this, Elder Gui did not ask any further questions, but instead introduced the ceremony process to Fang Shi. After reading it, Fang Shi only suggested one thing, which was to add a segment for Elder Gu Liang to give a speech. Her chief master loves to be in the spotlight, so as an apprentice, she naturally has to fulfill his wish. At this moment, Commander Lu's heart was like an unripe apricot, sour and astringent. They are both masters, but the treatment they receive is so different. People still have to believe in fate. His life is as bitter as cactus fruit, while Gu Liangchun's life is as sweet as honey. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1765, seeing through but not saying it, they are still good mentors and apprentices. Fang Shi guessed Commander Lu's thoughts. Master, are you envious of the charlatan master? Commander Lu said sourly. There's no point in being envious, it's just that they have a good life. Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, whether one's fate is good or not should be viewed from 2 aspects. You only see that the charlatan master relies on his master above, his senior brothers in the middle, and his apprentice below, but you don't see how much he has devoted to studying the art of turtle evolution for many years. If you were in my shoes, would you delve into a secret art that has almost been lost? Especially since this secret technique might involve the secret of being struck by lightning. Not to mention the big and small explosions in succession. Everything in this world has a price, it's just a matter of how you pay for it. Commander Lu. You seem to be possessed by a teacher today, with a bunch of profound truths to say. He felt that Fang Shi was so good to Elder Gu Liang, not only because she was grateful, but also because of considerations of self-interest. She wanted to gain a foothold in Tiang continent, and Tianyin Dao Sect was the best springboard. Although Gu Liangchun is ridiculous, he is the younger brother of Sect leader Dai, and a pampered younger brother at that. There are only benefits and no disadvantages in having a good relationship with him. Of course, Commander Lu only thought about this in his mind and did not say it out loud. Seeing everything but not saying it out loud, they still make good master and disciple. Otherwise, if you accidentally step on the cat's tail, you might be cut into pieces. Commander Lu was writing a short essay in his mind, and when Elder Gu Liang learned that he had the opportunity to give a speech, he almost laughed like a pig. The little apprentice is really considerate and knows what her master likes. If it was the eldest disciple. Forget it, it's upsetting just thinking about it. Elder Gu Liang was busy with his work and writing his speech, he was almost exhausted. Fang Shi thought that there was still 3 days before the ceremony, and it would be a waste if he just practiced in the house. So, the next morning, she suggested to Pavilion Master Tan Tai that they go to the library for a visit. Pavilion Master Tan Tai readily agreed and even asked Xuanji Qiyao to go with him. Zhang Wen also wanted to go, but due to the special circumstances of Xuanji Pavilion, he could only stay in the house as a sister watching stone. Fang Shi went to the library mainly to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. Although the alchemy jade sips in her sea of consciousness were very comprehensive, the names of some herbs were not the same as they are now, and some of the pill recipes were also different. She would have to write it down and then find time to verify it to see if it was a false rumor or if improvements had been made. As for the Danyin, there was no Danyin on the jade slip in her sea of consciousness. She could only learn from Elder Zhao and Xuanji Pavilion, and then find a way to simplify it. The most important thing is, after hanging around in the library for a few days, her alchemy skills will be revealed. Arriving at the library, Fang Shi selected a book and started reading. High speed. Xuanji Qiyao thought to herself, the saint is worthy of being a saint, she can even read so fast. When they were expressing their feelings, they discovered that the big dipper blood lotus on Fang Shi's head was also looking at it along with Fang Shi. As for why they came to this conclusion, it was because the big dipper blood lotus swayed up and down and left and right, and the rhythm was exactly the same as Fang Shi turning pages when reading. Fang Shi also didn't expect that Bidu blood lotus actually likes reading. Among all her pets, there is finally a learned one. Mu Jian was very dissatisfied with this. It is also very knowledgeable, okay, and it can be applied flexibly, otherwise where do all those bad ideas come from? Besides, it also reads books. It has read many books, such as The 36 Stratagems of the Imperial Concubine, The Secret of My Favorite Concubine, The Self-Cultivation of a Great Treacherous Minister, 100 Little Things a Favored Minister Should Know. Not finished yet, there is still a small chapter, around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1766. What's the difference between this and scratching her heart? While Feng Shi was reading a book happily in the alchemy pavilion, Leng Shuheng became visibly absent-minded after receiving a message. The same is true for the other 6 people of Xuanji 7 stars. Although Feng Shi was concentrating on reading, it did not prevent her from keeping an eye on all directions and listening carefully. When she saw them like this, she knew something was wrong. If it was someone else, they would definitely guess in their mind, but Feng Shi would not do such a thing. It's not like he doesn't have a mouth. What happened? Leng Shuheng hesitated for a moment before saying, Saintess, Xuanji Pavilion might be in trouble. What trouble? Someone from Dan Pavilion is coming. Seeing Feng Shi was puzzled, Leng Shuheng added. The Dan Pavilion is in charge of the alchemist assessment and forced us, Xuanji Pavilion, to give them the herb mission. If it were other sects, they would just deal with it, but our Xuanji Pavilion focuses on alchemy, and in order to prevent our disciples from being troubled during the assessment, we have no choice but to agree. Unexpectedly, their appetites grew bigger and bigger. In addition to the tasks assigned every year, they would often ask us for benefits for various reasons. Although the pavilion master was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree. Someone from Dan Pavilion has come again this time, and they must be here to rip off the land again. Feng Shi got angry when he heard that. What's the difference between stealing Xuanji Pavilion's land and stealing her heart? This is really unreasonable. Where is the man? Just arrived outside the mountain gate. I heard that Elder Gui has brought people to greet us. I guess they should go to the meeting hall soon. Feng Shi heard this and said, let's go to the meeting hall now. Although Xuanji Chia felt that it was not a good idea to go there without asking for permission from Pavilion Master Tantai, the saint must have her own reasons for doing so, so it was better to obey. So, he hurried to the meeting hall with Feng Shi. Because the library was very close to the council hall, when they arrived, the people from the Dan Pavilion had not arrived yet. When Pavilion Master Tantai saw Feng Shi, he said, Yi, I didn't want you to come over, but now that you're here, I will give you a few words of advice. The people from Dan Pavilion must have come here to cause trouble this time, so that they can take the opportunity to ask for benefits from us. As soon as I announced the matter of the Blood Lotus Saint, they came here, most likely coming for you. If they give you trouble later, don't say anything and let me handle it. If it doesn't work, you can only spend money to avoid trouble. Although they were reluctant, there was nothing they could do. It was their fault that Xuanji Pavilion was controlled by others. After listening to this, Feng Shi nodded obediently. Master, I will listen to you. Pavilion Master Tantai was quite relieved about Feng Shi. The little girl was well-behaved and sensible, and not the kind of person who would take the initiative to cause trouble. If she had a bad personality, Xuanji Chia wouldn't be able to get along with her so happily. The elders all had seats, but Xuanji Chia was standing. Pavilion Master Tantai was a little embarrassed. Should he let Feng Shi sit down or stand? Feng Shi took the initiative to say, Master, I'd better stand so that I can have a wider view. Pavilion Master Tantai felt more and more that she was sensible and reasonable, 100 times better than her master. Every time Feng Shi was praised, Elder Guliang would be brought out for comparison. Although they were all standing, Xuanji Chia still consciously stepped back a little to make Feng Shi stand out. When Pavilion Master Tantai saw this, he felt very pleased. It seemed that they had also made progress. Sure enough, those who were close to vermilion are red and those who were close to ink are black. Well, Master Gu Liangchang's disciples are special cases. After a while, Elder Gui and others arrived with the people from Dan Pavilion. Feng Shi noticed that there were 7 alchemy cauldrons embroidered on the robe of the old man in the lead, and it seemed that he was a 7-cauldron alchemist. He was followed by 6 followers, among whom a young man with an arrogant look was the most eye-catching because there were 6 alchemy tripods embroidered on his robe. Even the head of Tantai Pavilion was stunned for a moment. He has become a 6-cauldron alchemist at this age. His talent is truly amazing. But when I think of Feng Shi, it seems to be just like that. Can he refine the best elixir? Can he improve the elixir seal? Although Liu Yi is not even a first-level alchemist now, it is very likely that she will be able to master not only 6 but also 9 levels of alchemy in the future. Feng Shi was thinking at this moment that in the future, she would have to embroider 9 alchemy tripods, 9 books, 9 animal heads, and 9 formation plates on her robe. Others leave large areas of blank space, but she embroiders the entire piece. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1767. Although this is the first time these 2 people are working together, they have a very... Feng Shi said to Commander Lu. Master, next time I meet someone, do I have to turn around first? Otherwise, they won't be able to see the whole thing. Commander Lu. Do I need to remind you that you are just a layman now? While Feng Shi was showing off, Pavilion Master Tantai bowed slightly and said to the old man. It is a great honor for us to have Master Yao visit our Xuanji Pavilion. Come on, take a seat. Master Yao just snorted coldly in response. Feng Shi thought to himself, this guy is really a pig with a green onion stuck in his nose, pretending to be so. Not to mention that the leader of the Tantai Pavilion is the head of a sect, he is also a 7-cauldron alchemist like you, what are you so proud of? From the performance of Master Yao, it can be seen that Dan Pavilion usually behaves in an arrogant and domineering manner, and urgently needs her, the master of the 2 worlds, to rectify it. Commander Lu. Pavilion Master Tantai had just said a few polite words when he was interrupted by Master Yao. Pavilion Master Tantai, I heard that your Xuanji Pavilion has created a Blood Lotus Saint. Is your small Xuanji Pavilion worthy of the title of Saint? Change it as soon as possible, or you will be laughed at by the world. Pavilion Master Tantai suppressed his displeasure and said with a smile. Master Yao, you are joking. The Blood Lotus Saint is just a name in our sect. Besides, since it has been announced, it is difficult to change it. Master Yao said with a wry smile, it's okay if you don't want to change it. As long as our Dan Pavilion recognizes you as the Blood Lotus Saint, others will not be able to make irresponsible remarks. Dan Pavilion is short of medicinal herbs recently, please contribute some from Xuanji Pavilion. Pavilion Master Tan Tai cursed Master Yao in his heart. The Blood Lotus Saint is just a cover, she is here to get benefits. Even if there was no Blood Lotus Saint, you would find other excuses. Master Yao, we in Xuanji Pavilion haven't been doing well lately, but since Dan Pavilion needs it, we can't refuse. What do you think is a suitable amount? Master Yao immediately took out a list and handed it to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. When Pavilion Master Tan Tai saw this, his hands began to tremble with anger. They're here for half of Xuanji Pavilion's belongings. She suppressed her anger again and said, Master Yao, this is too much. Our Xuanji Pavilion really can't afford so much. Master Yao interrupted impatiently. If the items on the list are not complete, then use the Bidu Blood Lotus to pay off the debt. Pavilion Master Tan Tai almost laughed to death. What is debt repayment? Does our Xuanji Pavilion owe you Dan Pavilion? The other people in Xuanji Pavilion were also furious, but because of the superior status of Dan Pavilion, they did not dare to show their anger even if they were angry. They dare not, no one dares. Feng Shi thought to herself, she, the Blood Lotus Saint, had just taken office and was worried that she would not have the opportunity to show her abilities, but she did not expect that this opportunity would be delivered to her doorstep. She saluted to Pavilion Master Tan Tai and said, Pavilion Master, can I say a few words? Pavilion Master Tan Tai. You are already in the spotlight, if you stand out now, won't you be in trouble? Although he complained in his heart, he had no choice but to say, when a distinguished guest is here, you should be tactful in what you say. Feng Shi nodded, and then bowed to Master Yao. Junior Lu Yi pays homage to Master Yao. Just as Master Yao was about to speak, the young man with 6 alchemy cauldrons embroidered on his robe sneered. You are Lu Yi, how dare a useless person like you, who is at the 8th level of the void refining stage, become the Blood Lotus Saint? TSK, you are not even a first-class alchemist. I think you should stop calling yourself the Blood Lotus Saint and just call yourself the Blood Lotus Trash. Feng Shi originally thought that it would take some effort to achieve his goal, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative. Feng Shi immediately glared at him. Who are you and why did you speak before Master Yao? Don't you even understand the hierarchy of seniority? Why don't you apologize to Master Yao? The young man sneered, it's no good for a dog to meddle in other people's business. Obviously, he had no intention of apologizing to Master Yao. Ever since they entered the room, Feng Shi discovered that this person did not have much respect for Master Yao, and even had a faint sense of superiority. She deliberately provoked a fight. She is the best at sowing discord, stirring up trouble, spreading rumors and fanning the flames. Sure enough, Master Yao's expression looked a little ugly. But this time, Pavilion Master Tan Tai seemed to have just reacted and asked. Master Yao, I haven't had the chance to ask, this 6-tripod alchemist is so young, he must be a leader in the alchemy pavilion, what should I call him? Master Yao said calmly, he is Master Lu's disciple Zhu Yu. Pavilion Master Tan Tai was shocked and said, Master Lu. But that is the Master Lu who is the 9-cauldron alchemist. No wonder this Taoist friend Zhu has such accomplishments at such a young age, it turns out that a famous teacher produces a talented student. Speaking of Master Lu, I have only heard of him but have never met him, which is a pity. The more Pavilion Master Tan Tai praised Master Lu, the uglier Master Yao's expression became. The head of Tan Tai Pavilion changed the subject. Little Taoist fellow Zhu, what Yi said just now makes sense. After all, you are a junior, and you really shouldn't speak before Master Yao. You should quickly apologize to Master Yao, lest he be displeased. Feng Shi felt amused in her heart. Pavilion Master Tan Tai knew how to cooperate. Although it was the first time for the two to work together, they had a very good understanding. Zhu Yu obviously didn't understand the meaning behind this, or even if he did, he didn't care. He didn't take Master Lu seriously at all. In a few years, he will be able to pass the assessment of the 7-ding alchemist. There is nothing special about the surname Lu. So, he just snorted coldly and did nothing at all. Master Yao knew that Feng Shi and Pavilion Master Tan Tai were setting a trap, but he was still very dissatisfied with Zhu Yu. The little bastard relied on his good talent and his master and caused him a lot of trouble along the way. But he couldn't get angry, so he just said indifferently. We are all family, there is no need to apologize or not. Lu Yi, you are bowing to me, do you have something to say? Feng Shi nodded hurriedly. Elder Yao, you just said that I am not worthy of being called the Blood Lotus Saint. I feel the need to clear my name. Although my cultivation is not high and I haven't passed the alchemist assessment of Dan Pavilion, I feel that I am much better than Zhu Yu in the art of alchemy. So, I want to compete with him in alchemy. If I win, you will exempt our Xuanji Pavilion from material donations. If I lose, not only will all the supplies on the list be given to you, but I will also give you the Bidu Blood Lotus for free. What do you think? After hearing these words, Pavilion Master Tan Tai almost fainted. She had thought that Lu Yi was a sensible child, but now it seems that she was totally wrong. She is even crazier than that old charlatan Gu Liangchuan. Although you are indeed very talented in alchemy, you have only learned to make pills for a few days. How can you compare with Zhu Yu? Isn't this like hitting a stone with an egg? Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1768. This is already my worst performance. The head of the Tan Tai Pavilion said quickly. Yi, stop messing around. Apologize to Elder Yao immediately and tell him you were confused and talking nonsense. She then said to Elder Yao. Elder Yao, Yi was seriously injured a few days ago and her consciousness has not recovered yet, so she speaks incoherently. Don't take it seriously. Elder Yao rolled his eyes and said. Pavilion Master Tan Tai, what you said is wrong. Lu Yi is the Blood Lotus Saint of your Xuanji Pavilion. How can she go back on her words? Now that she said so, let's do it. Zhu Yu, why don't you compete with Lu Yi? Zhu Yu sneered, it's too cheap to compare me with a loser like her. Let's find someone else. Fang Shi immediately glared at him. Elder Yao asked you to compete, so you compete. Why are you wasting time? You really don't take Elder Yao seriously. Even if you have good qualifications, you still cannot ignore your elders. People like you, with talent but no moral integrity, won't go far. Elder Yao. Although he knew that Fang Shi was trying to sow discord, because Fang Shi expressed his true feelings, he felt that the words were quite pleasant to the ear. Zhu Yu was furious. Okay, if you insist on humiliating yourself, then I will condescend to compete with you. I see that you are not even a first-class alchemist, so let's compete in the hemostatic pill. As soon as these words were spoken, Pavilion Master Tan Tai and others instantly understood what was going on. Hemostatic pills are good. As long as Yi can refine a top-grade pill, she will definitely win. Just as they were relieved, they heard Elder Yao say, Zhu Yu, the hemostatic pill is too simple and doesn't show your talent. I think you should refine the Yuan gathering pill. Although he disliked Zhu Yu, he wanted to win even more. The hemostatic pill is too simple. If Zhu Yu performs poorly and Lu Yi performs exceptionally well, that would be terrible. The Juyuan Dan will be much better. It is a Xuan grade elixir, and it is estimated that Lu Yi doesn't know how to make it at all. Even if she does, she can't be better than Zhu Yu. When Fang Shi heard this, he immediately looked nervous. Although it was only a moment, it was still captured by Elder Yao. He felt more confident. Pavilion Master Tan Tai and others were so anxious that they were sweating. Although they tried to find various excuses, they were all blocked by Elder Yao. Only Xuanji Qiao was not nervous at all, but was looking forward to it very much. The Saint Maiden can refine 10 top-grade Juyuan Dan in one furnace. Not to mention Zhu Yu alone, even 10 of them would not be enough. Although they were not as cunning as Fang Shi, they knew they can reveal their true identity at this moment. However, their acting skills were not good enough, so they had to lower their heads and look at the bluestone slabs on the ground. While watching it, you have to control yourself from laughing out loud. It's so difficult. At this time, Fang Shi said to Master Yao, it's fine to compete in refining the Juyuan Dan, but I'm afraid you'll regret it. We have to leave some evidence, either writing it down or recording it with a recording stone. Do you agree? Master Yao thought Fang Shi was just looking for an excuse to avoid him, so he readily agreed, it's all right, whatever you say, I'll do it. Fang Shi said, writing it down is too troublesome, so let's record it with the photo stone. Senior Sister Leng, the 7 of you have nothing to do and come over to take a photo for Master Yao and me as proof. Xuanji Qiao nodded quickly and took out the photo stone to start recording. Fang Shi repeated the content of the bet and asked Master Yao, do you agree? Master Yao nodded, I agree. After the recording was completed, Fang Shi was quite particular and immediately gave a copy to Master Yao to keep. Fang Shi asked Xuanji Qiao to continue recording the content of the competition. Xuanji Qiao were eager for this, they could all imagine how exciting the scene would be in a while. Zhu Yu had already become impatient waiting. Are you ready? Can we compete? This is really troublesome. Fang Shi instructed Xuanji Qiao on the shooting angle and said, yes, you should be able to use spiritual power and flame to make pills, right? We don't need to go to the alchemy room, right? Zhu Yu was so angry that he laughed. I'm a 6-cauldron alchemist, how could I not be able to use spiritual power and flames to make pills? Of course, stop talking nonsense and start now. He took out a portable alchemy table from his storage ring and placed the alchemy furnace and herbs on it. Fang Shi rummaged around in the storage ring and took out a dining table, an alchemy furnace and a wash basin. Zhu Yu. What, you want to have a meal? Now he is more confident. It's obvious that Lu Yi is a half-baked person. She probably doesn't even know how to make hemostatic pills, let alone Juyuan pills. Master Yao thought so too. He felt very proud when he thought that he could not only get the supplies on the list but also the Big Dipper Blood Lotus. When Zhu Yu was about to start, Fang Shi raised his little paw. Wait a minute, there are no herbs in my storage ring. Either you give me some, or I'll ask someone else to prepare some for me. Zhu Yu thought she was just stalling for time, so he simply gave her one. Fang Shi smiled and said, thank you, you are such a nice person. Zhu Yu. Finally, the competition began. Although Zhu Yu is arrogant, he has the capital to be arrogant. The seal was struck very smoothly and the control of the temperature was very precise. Pavilion Master Tan Tai couldn't help but nod secretly, this Zhu Yu was indeed a genius. Of course, he can't compare with Yi. It's just that Yi is too reckless, and she was probably led astray by Gu Liangchuan. As she was thinking about this, she looked at Fang Shi and saw that she was frowning and stamping her feet, and she didn't know what she was busy with. Seeing that Zhu Yu had completed half of the alchemy process, Fang Shi just started refining. It was just that her spiritual flames were sometimes big and sometimes small, the pill seals were also bumpy, and the herbs were thrown in a mess. The hearts of Pavilion Master Tan Tai and others sank. Finished. Completely finished. Pavilion Master Tan Tai has already started thinking about a way out. Naturally, the Big Dipper Blood Lotus cannot be given to Master Yao, so he can only make up for it by getting supplies. Ugh. Although I am very reluctant, there is no other way. This incident also taught Yi a lesson. Young people must go through such setbacks in order to grow up. Fang Shi put in a lot of effort, but found that the situation was not optimistic. If he continued like this, at worst he would be able to refine 3 top-grade pills. That would be too ostentatious. She immediately started to pass the buck. Tuntian Ding, you're a piece of trash. This is already my worst performance, and you actually messed it up like this. Do you deserve me? Do you deserve the alchemy furnace you ate? Commander Lu. He didn't know what to say other than it was outrageous. Fang Shi glanced at Zhu Yu's direction, and suddenly remembered that when she was in Langyunyuan before, she accidentally invented a very useless pill seal. It has only one purpose, and that is to blow up other people's alchemy furnaces. Feng Shi's evil intentions immediately emerged. When she was casting the Dan seal, she accidentally cast a Dan seal towards Zhu Yu on the opposite side. Master Yao almost laughed out loud. It seems that Lu Yi has lost her mind after realizing that she is bound to lose. The people in Chuanji Pavilion cried out in low voices, their faces filled with worry. Feng Shi's face flushed as she continued to make the elixir. She chanted in her heart, "Little alchemy furnace, explode, explode, explode into 8 petals and bloom with joy." Boom. Zhu Yu's alchemy furnace exploded into 8 pieces. Feng Shi. Is it so accurate? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1769. A smile sweeter than honey. Feng Shi expected that Zhu Yu's alchemy furnace would explode, but she didn't expect it to actually explode into 8 pieces. She is so clever with words. Make a wish now while it's effective. Heaven and earth, please bless me, and all the spiritual stones will come into the bowl. Commander Lu. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he asked Tun Tianding to take advantage of the chaos on Zhu Yu's side to process the pills in the alchemy furnace. Tian Shanding asked weakly, how to deal with it. Only one top-grade Ju Yuan Dan was left, and the rest were turned into medicinal dregs. Tian Tunding cried and said, it's too difficult. I can't do it. Under Feng Zai's coercion and inducement, the Tian Tunding had no choice but to turn on the vibration mode. Because only in this way can the already formed pill be shattered, and then a way can be found to turn it into residue. So, the people in the main hall saw that Feng Shi's alchemy furnace was shaking like it had epilepsy, and the wash basin on top of it was clanging. Was it the alchemy furnace that turned into a spirit, or was it the wash basin that did the splits? Weird things happen every year, especially this year. There was jingling noise here, and Zhu Yu over there was already doubting his life. His alchemy furnace is an earth-grade alchemy furnace. Although it is only of lower-grade earth grade, it is still considered a very good alchemy furnace. Why did it suddenly explode? Although he thought of the Dan seal that Feng Shi had mistakenly hit, he immediately rejected it. It was just a Dan seal, how could it possibly blow up his alchemy furnace? So, he perfectly eliminated the correct answer. Master Yao's first reaction was to gloat over someone else's misfortune. You deserve it. I told you to be crazy, but now you can't be crazy anymore, right? However, he soon stopped being happy. Because Zhu Yu's alchemy furnace exploded, unless Lu Yi could not refine a single Yuan Judan, they would lose. He immediately looked at Feng Shi and saw that her little face was wrinkled and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. He felt a little relieved. It seems that Lu Yi failed to refine the elixir, and the two sides ended in a draw. At worst, we can play another round. Zhu Yu thought so too. Although he was hit hard, he was not in despair, because he had observed Feng Shi during the intervals of refining. Both his control over the elixir seal and the temperature were a mess. It would be a miracle if he could succeed in refining it. At this moment, Feng Shi completed the last Dan seal. She looked at Zhu Yu, her smile was sweeter than honey, but the words she spoke were more poisonous than a bee. Hey, fellow Taoist Zhu Yu, why did your alchemy furnace explode? Is it the same as you, too expanded? You said you are a 6-cauldron alchemist, why don't you buy a better alchemy furnace? Are you afraid of losing, so you deliberately blew up the alchemy furnace? Ellipsis. Zhu Yu was proud and arrogant, so he could not stand this and wanted to take action immediately. Elder Gui and the others were not dead, so they would certainly not sit idly by and stop Zhu Yu immediately. Feng Shi hid behind Elder Gui, only showing a small head. TSK, I was right, wasn't I? Otherwise, why are you so angry? You are just a 6th cauldron alchemist in name only, and you are far inferior to Master Yao. I can tell from the first glance that Master Yao is a senior with real talent and knowledge, 100 times better than you. Master Yao knew clearly that Feng Shi had no good intention in saying this, but he still nodded in his heart. Yes, you are right. That's right. The little bastard is just a name, he is far worse than me. However, what is more important now is the result of the competition. So, he said with a cold face. Lu Yi, stop stirring up trouble and making trouble here. Hurry up and open the alchemy furnace. If you fail, it will be a draw and we will have to compete again. Feng Shi still respects Master Yao very much, at least on the surface. She immediately said, Master Yao, what you said is, in order to avoid suspicion of cheating, please reveal the answer. Master Yao snorted coldly, walked over and took away the wash basin, then opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. Seeing a pile of medicine residue inside, he felt relieved. Just as he thought, Lu Yi also failed. But why is this medicine residue so fragrant? It smells better than ordinary pills. When he was wondering, Feng Shi said excitedly, Master Yao, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take out the pill. Even though there is only one, it is the result of my hard work. Master Yao was about to refute, but he soon discovered that there was actually a pill in the medicinal residue, but only a little bit of it was exposed, and he didn't notice it just now. His heart sank suddenly. He couldn't do anything in front of everyone, so he had to take out the pill. Elder Gui, who was standing by, was surprised and delighted. Top-grade Jiyuan pill. Yi refined a top-grade Jiyuan pill. Everyone in Chuanji Pavilion suddenly smiled happily. 1. They won. The saint is worthy of being a saint. Although she has only learned alchemy for a few months, she has refined the top-grade Xuan level Jiyuan pill. What a genius among geniuses. What Chuanji Chia was thinking in his heart was that the saint was really good at hiding her shortcomings. He was able to refine 10 top-grade pills, but he only produced 1 high-grade pill. Some are happy and some are sad. Master Yao's face looks so ugly. He glared at Zhu Yu fiercely. He is so awesome on weekdays, but he falls behind at critical moments. Originally, under the guise of the Blood Lotus Saint, even if he can get all the things on the list, he could still make a lot of money from the Chuanji Pavilion. But now, he has lost so miserably and can't get anything. He wanted to deny the debt, but the process was recorded and spread out, which damaged the reputation of Dan Pavilion and he would have to bear the consequences. No matter what happens in private, Dan Pavilion still has to maintain its dignity in public. Zhu Yu was angry and anxious, and he was very unwilling to accept it. If the alchemy furnace hadn't exploded, he would definitely have won. Compared to the herbs and Bidu Blood Lotus on the list, he cared more about his face. He actually lost to Xiao Liangsu, a waste who was not even a first-class alchemist. How could Zhu Yu gain a foothold in the alchemy pavilion in the future? With red eyes, he roared, Lu Yi, do you dare to play another round with me? Fengshi, I don't dare. Zhu Yu. When he was thinking about how to force Fengshi to agree, Fengshi said, if the bed you propose is attractive enough, I will have the courage to compete with you. Zhu Yu was stunned for a moment, then sneered, 1 million strud stones. Fengshi shook his head. 2 million. Fengshi still shook his head. 3 million. Ellipsis. Even though the amount had been increased to 10 million strud stones, Fengshi still shook his head. Zhu Yu angrily said, Lu Yi, are you kidding me? You don't even intend to compete with me. Fengshi said sincerely, no, really not. I don't care much about money, let alone 10 million, I wouldn't be tempted even if it's 100 million. How about this? I admire Master Lu very much. If you lose, how about you lose your master to me? Zhu Yu almost died of anger. Can the master lose? You're talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Fengshi quickly hid behind Master Yao. If you don't agree, then don't agree. Why are you in such a hurry? Forget it, I won't force you, let's not compete anymore, I'm hungry too, let's have the meal. Next chapter is around 11:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1770, Phoenix-style water-releasing alchemy method. As soon as Fengshi finished speaking, Zhu Yu gritted his teeth and said, if I agree, will you compete with me? Fengshi was stunned for a moment, then said, yes. Zhu Yu understood immediately. Lu Yi didn't dare to compete with him at all, so she proposed a bet that he would never agree to. He was going to do the opposite and force her to agree to the competition. So, he said, then I agree. However, the stakes on your side cannot be light either. Let's go with the herbs on the list and the Bidu Blood Lotus. Fengshi's face turned pale, and she forced out a somewhat flattering smile. Fellow Taoist Zhu Yu, why don't you just forget it? Master Lu is your master after all. Don't you think it's not a good idea to use him as a bet? Besides, even if you agree, Master Yao can't agree. Right, Master Yao. Master Yao's eyes flashed. Master Lu thinks highly of Zhu Yu, his beloved disciple. If Zhu Yu agrees, I will have no problem with this. He thought, if Zhu Yu won, he could get the herbs and Bidu Blood Lotus on the list, and if Zhu Yu lost, he could just watch the joke, so why not? Of course, in his opinion, as long as the alchemy furnace does not explode, Zhu Yu will definitely win. That Lu Yi had just gone to great lengths to refine a Zhu Yuan Dan, so even if Zhu Yu performed poorly, he would still win. Fengshi, obviously, didn't expect Master Yao to agree. She was at a loss for words and said with a wry smile, Master Yao, are you kidding me? You agree to such an outrageous bet? Master Yao's face darkened. You were the one who proposed the bet, but now you say it's outrageous. Are you kidding us at Dan Pavilion? You have to compare whether you want to or not. Otherwise, Fengshi immediately wilted. However, she quickly rolled her eyes and said, okay, we can compete, but we have to put it on paper. Fellow Taoist Zhu Yu, please write me an IOU now and give it to our pavilion master, otherwise I'm afraid you will default on your debt. Don't worry, if you win, our pavilion master will definitely return the IOU to you. After all, we dare not offend your Dan Pavilion. Zhu Yu frowned. IOU. Yes, I'll draft it for you, and you just need to put your fingerprint and sign it. Fengshi said this, took out a pen and paper and started writing. You don't need a desk, just use an alchemy table. One table for multiple uses, use local ingredients. After she finished writing, she handed it to Zhu Yu. When Zhu Yu saw this, his nose almost got crooked with anger. IOU. Today, because I lost the alchemy competition to Lu Yi, the Blood Lotus Saint of Xuanji Pavilion, I, Zhu Yu, voluntarily transfer my master, Master Lu, the Nine-Ding Alchemist, to Lu Yi as my master. The IOU is proof. Closed black lens bracket. This is the first time I heard that the master is also involved in transfers. Zhu Yu certainly didn't want to sign, but if he didn't sign, Fengshi would not agree to the competition. In the end, Zhu Yu had no choice but to bite his back teeth and sign his name and press his fingerprints. Fengshi chuckled at Master Yao. Master Yao, could you please sign as a guarantor as well? If you don't sign, I won't be sure, so let's not compete anymore. While Master Yao was still hesitating, Zhu Yu urged. Master Yao, just sign it. I will definitely win this time. Only then did Master Yao sign his name and put his fingerprints on it. Fengshi handed the IOU to Pavilion Master Tan Tai and asked her to keep it temporarily. Pavilion Master Tan Tai had a lot to say, but he couldn't say it now. She is unsure. She was lucky just now because Zhu Yu's alchemy furnace exploded, otherwise Lu Yi would have definitely lost. Now they have to compete again. Zhu Yu's alchemy furnace can't explode again, right? How unfortunate this is. Except for Xuanji Qiao, everyone else thought so too, and their hearts were in their throats. This day was really exciting. Before the competition, Fengshi asked Zhu Yu for some herbs for refining Zhu Yuan Dan. Zhu Yu felt like he was the one being taken advantage of. However, thinking that he could avenge his previous defeat by winning this game, he didn't care about so much. As soon as the competition started, Zhu Yu got into the state. He was extremely serious and dedicated this time. Fengshi felt a little guilty when she saw this. What a sincere fellow Taoist. She felt embarrassed for cheating him so harshly. Forget it, I won't blow up his alchemy furnace this time, otherwise he will be traumatized when making alchemy in the future. Commander Lu. You said it better than you sang. You were worried that using the furnace blasting seal again would arouse other people's suspicion, not because you couldn't bear it at all. Fang Shi started to refine the elixir while muttering to himself. Phoenix-style method of releasing water to make elixir. The spiritual flames that were sometimes large and sometimes small, the stumbling of the pill seal, the messy placement of herbs. The more Pavilion Master Tan Tai looked at it, the colder he felt. He was already thinking about how to bargain with Master Yao. Fang Shi also felt very disappointed. Because the Tiandian told her that if she continued to refine it like this, she would get at least 5 top-grade pills. Fang Shi feels tired. How can I become more mediocre? This is really a big problem. She didn't dare to use the previous method again, because with Master Yao's shameless attitude, if the outcome was determined by the success rate of pills, she would be in a passive position. Therefore, 10 pills must be guaranteed, preferably 9 of the highest quality and 1 of the best quality, for a sure win. She had no choice but to deliberately make 2 Rongdan seals, and with the unremitting efforts of the Swallowing Heaven Cauldron, she was able to stabilize the situation. After all this ordeal, Fang Shi's hair was soaked with sweat. Anyone who saw it would feel that it was very laborious for her to refine this batch of pills. Master Yao felt at ease. While feeling safe, I also feel a little disappointed. I can no longer make fun of Zhu Yu. Fang Shi completed the refining before Zhu Yu. She wants to block all the other parties' excuses. After a while, Zhu Yu also completed the refining. He looked confident of winning. He raised his chin and said, Master Yao, please come and verify the results of the competition. Master Yao was so angry. It's fine that you order me around, but you don't even call me, you. You are so arrogant. He held his breath and opened Zhu Yu's alchemy furnace. 10 Juin pills, all of them are top grade. Master Yao thought to himself, this kid really has some skills, no wonder he is so arrogant. After he announced Zhu Yu's results, he came close to Fang Shi. He felt that Fang Shi was bound to lose and now it was just a matter of going through the motions, so he was quite careless. However, when he saw the elixir in the alchemy furnace, he was stunned. Elder Gui, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, but then she, who was always calm and composed, jumped up. 1 is of the best quality, and 9 are of the highest quality. Zhu Yu thought he had misheard and hurried over to check. After confirming it again and again, he choked and fainted. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1771 is her mouth poisoned. Master Yao didn't care about Zhu Yu's life or death at all. His attention was all on the top-grade Juyuan pill. No wonder Xuanji Pavilion wants to let a little Liangsu be the Blood Lotus Saint, her talent is so amazing. For a moment, he thought about accepting a disciple. However, he quickly gave up the idea. Even though Lu Yi has some talent in alchemy, her cultivation will inevitably limit her development. The 5-ding alchemist is her limit. In other words, she would never be able to refine an earth-grade elixir in her lifetime. Although top-grade elixirs are rare, if they're just top-grade elixirs of the Xuan level, they're just that simple. What's more, she is the Blood Lotus Saint of Xuanji Pavilion, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with such a low-ranking sect. After Master Yao found sufficient reasons for himself, he finally had the mind to check on Zhu Yu's condition. In fact, Zhu Yu was just very angry, it was nothing serious, and he woke up quickly. In fact, he wished he could just faint forever so that he wouldn't have to face reality. Not only did he lose to a Xiao Liangsu, but he also lost to his master. Now it's not a question of face, but how he explains to his master. If the master knew about this, he would beat him to death. Lu Yi, even if you have that IOU, my master will never accept you as his disciple. Change the bet. As long as it's not too excessive, I'll agree to it. Fang Shi smiled and said, fellow Dao Zhu, whether or not master accepts me is his business. It has nothing to do with you, his former disciple, right? Zhu Yu. He is just in good health, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would vomit blood. So annoying. This Lu Yi is so irritating. Is her mouth poisonous? He gritted his molars and said, Lu Yi, let me ask you again, do you want to change the bet? I advise you to be more sensible, otherwise I will make you regret it. Fang Shi quickly hid behind Master Yao, then poked his head out. No change, no change, I won't change, I'll piss you off to death. Zhu Yu. Is this the Blood Lotus Saint? Whose saint is this kind of person? He quickly winked at Master Yao, indicating that Master Yao should arrest Fang Shi and then force Pavilion Master Tan Tai to hand over the IOU. Unfortunately, his eyes were about to cramp, but Master Yao didn't move. Master Yao thought to himself, now you remember to ask me for help, what did you do before? Besides, the Xuanji Pavilion recorded the entire process with a photo stone. Why should I ruin my own reputation because of you? As for the fact that he signed the guarantor form, Master Lu couldn't blame him. He didn't want to sign it in the first place, but Zhu Yu forced him to. Zhu Yu was so angry that he almost split his legs. Seeing that Fang Shi was not making sense, he said to Pavilion Master Tan Tai. Pavilion Master Tan Tai, if you give me the IOU, I can compensate you with 10 million spirit stones and 10 heaven-grade medicinal herbs. But if you insist on not changing your ways, I will fight to the death with your Xuanji Pavilion. In the opinion of Pavilion Master Tan Tai, this IOU is useless and will only cause trouble. But when she saw Fang Shi didn't show any reaction, she made up her mind and said, Little Daoist fellow Zhu, we cultivators value credibility the most. There is no need to change what has already been agreed upon. What do you think? Zhu Yu nodded, okay. Okay, since you Xuanji Pavilion are courting death, then you can just wait for the disaster to come. Fang Shi whispered. You're talking as if you won't hate me if I give you the IOU. You'll hate me anyway, so I might as well make things more difficult for you. Zhu Yu was so angry that he was shaking. He pointed at Fang Shi and said, Lu Yi, you just wait. I will kill you sooner or later. Fang Shi, don't mention morning or evening, noon is fine. Zhu Yu. He felt that if they continued arguing, Fang Shi would get mad at him, so he stopped talking and just stared at Fang Shi, wishing he could glare her to death. Fang Shi smiled and said to Master Yao. Uncle Yao, we are a family from now on. You have come from afar, so you must show me the hospitality of a good host no matter what. I'll have someone prepare a banquet right away so we can catch up on the past. Master Yao. First, who do you call Master Uncle? Who are you a family member of? Second, I didn't know you before, why would I want to reminisce with you? He said coldly, don't try to get close to me. Since you have defeated Zhu Yu, the matter of the list is written off. You should take care of yourself in the future. He then said to Pavilion Master Tan Tai, Yu Xuanji Pavilion has such a troublemaker saint, sooner or later you will be in big trouble. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhu Yu and several other followers also left angrily. As soon as they reached the entrance of the main hall, they heard Fang Shi shouting. Uncle Yao, former senior brother, please take good care of my master for me. Zhu Yu staggered and was so angry that he even walked limply. What the hell is this former senior brother? That naughty girl Lu Yi must be implying that he lost his master. Master Yao was so angry that he laughed. This Lu Yi looks very smart, but actually she is extremely stupid. She thought that with an IOU, she could make Master Lu accept you as his disciple. How naive. In addition, Zhu Yu suffered a big setback this time and will definitely find a way to take revenge. Her good days are over. Just as he was thinking, Fang Shi came running towards him. Uncle Yao, former senior brother, wait a minute. I forgot something very important. Master Yao and Zhu Yu stopped at the same time. The two people had almost the same thoughts in their minds. Lu Yi must have been scared and was ready to return the IOU to them. Zhu Yu couldn't help but sneer, you're smart. The next moment, Fang Shi said. Let's exchange communication talismans so that we can contact each other in the future. Zhu Yu's sneer suddenly froze on his face. Who wants to contact you? Fang Shi tilted her head and said, what if I regret it one day and want to return the IOU to you? How can I find you without a communication talisman? If you don't want to, forget it. Zhu Yu, then let's change. Fang Shi then said to Master Yao. Uncle Yao, when you go back, if Master Lu asks about me, a disciple he has never met, you can use the communication talisman to ask me if you have anything you want to know. Besides, you have also seen that I can refine top-grade elixirs. When I have accumulated more, I will have someone send them to you as a token of my filial piety to you. Master Yao thought that Lu Yi must be afraid of Zhu Yu's revenge, so she wanted to please him. Don't be in vain. Besides, it's just an exchange of communication tokens, there's no risk. So, I agreed. Uncle Yao, former senior brother, I will see you off. How honorable it is for you to have a Blood Lotus saint like me personally see you off. Master Yao. Zhu Yu. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1772. As long as you are here, everywhere is a stage. Master Yao and Zhu Yu ignored Fang Shi and walked away quickly. This is really hard for those followers. Left 2 miles behind. Instead, Fang Shi kept following behind Master Yao and Zhu Yu, chattering away. You guys came here with great difficulty, but you left without even eating. I feel really bad for you. But there is still a long way to go, and we still have many opportunities to spend time together. I will visit you at Dan Pavilion some other day, and we can reminisce about the past. Former senior brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're actually a pretty good person, just a little arrogant. You should learn more from me, be low-key in life and high-profile in work. Ellipsis. Master Yao and Zhu Yu were extremely annoyed. If Elder Gui and the others hadn't been there, they would have strangled Fang Shi to death. Finally arrived outside the mountain gate. Master Yao and Zhu Yu wanted to leave immediately, but several followers were still behind them, so they could only continue to endure Fang Zai's evil voice piercing their heads. Finally, the followers came over. Master Yao glared at them fiercely. Waste. Lu Yi, who is only at the Liangsu level, can run faster than you. He immediately took a few people on the flying boat, and then saw Fang Shi waving his little paws and shouting. Uncle Yao, former senior brother, when you arrive at Dan Pavilion, remember to let me know you're safe. I'll miss you. Zhu Yu thought to himself, Lu Yi, I will miss you too, and wonder how you died. The flying boat started and soon disappeared from the sight of Fang Shi and others. Fang Shi sighed, it's really like coming and going in a hurry, so hurried and hurried. Elder Gui and others. From what you said, you seem to be reluctant to part with them. When they returned to the meeting hall, Pavilion Master Tan Tai praised Fang Shi. After all, if it weren't for Fang Shi, Xuanji Pavilion would definitely be stripped of its skin this time. Fang Shi hung her head. Pavilion Master, please don't praise me. Master Yao has already said that I am a troublemaker. I have offended Dan Pavilion this time, and who knows how he will retaliate against our Xuanji Pavilion. Otherwise, let's cancel this matter before the Blood Lotus Saint ceremony is held. As long as I leave Xuanji Pavilion, Dan Pavilion will not target Xuanji Pavilion. The head of the Tantai Pavilion said unhappily, Yi, what are you talking about? If you hadn't been trying to help Xuanji Pavilion, you wouldn't have provoked Master Yao and Zhu Yu. Besides, even if this incident hadn't happened, Dan Pavilion had been targeting Xuanji Pavilion many times, and this time they even directly wanted half of our property. The covetous intentions were obvious. Elder Gui and others also spoke to comfort Fang Shi. Fang Shi was so moved that her eyes turned red, and she immediately said some touching words, which brought the atmosphere of Xuanji's family to a climax. Commander Lu. As long as you are here, everywhere is a stage. After everyone calmed down a little, Fang Shi said. Pavilion Master, we can't just sit there and wait for death, so I plan to go to Dan Pavilion to find my master to support me in a while. Pavilion Master Tantai. You even lied to yourself. Although your talent is indeed 1 in a million, Dan Pavilion is full of talented people, and Master Lu himself is a 9-ding alchemist. Can he accept you as his disciple? Besides, you just offended Zhu Yu. If you go to Dan Pavilion, wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, with no way back? Although Pavilion Master Tantai thought so in his heart, he did not say it. because she felt that Feng Shi was just talking, and she would naturally give up the idea once she calmed down. She said a few perfunctory words and then asked Feng Shi to go back and rest. Feng Shi worked very hard to refine the elixir just now, and he must be very tired. Feng Shi really wanted to go back to the guest house, because she had to calm down Elder Gu Liang before the rumors reached his ears, otherwise he would get furious. So, after putting away the IOU and the photo stone, he happily returned to the guest house. Master, I'm back. When Elder Gu Liang saw his beloved disciple, his face was full of smiles. Yi, you're back just in time. How about the thank you letter I wrote? He didn't sleep well last night, thinking about how to show up at the Blood Lotus Saint ceremony. Feng Shi took the speech and said, wow, this is a speech. This is a chronicle. I wish I could start writing as soon as I was born. Well, Master, I heard that the ceremony doesn't take long. You should shorten your speech. It's best to keep it within half a quarter of an hour. Elder Gu Liang was very disappointed. He, the mentor of the Blood Lotus Saint, was only given half a minute to speak. This is too little respect for him. At this time, Feng Shi said, Master, something big happened in Xuanji Pavilion today. Someone from Dan Pavilion is coming. His attitude was extremely arrogant. He wanted half of Xuanji Pavilion's belongings right away. Elder Miao was so angry that he was shaking. I immediately became excited and stepped forward, proposing to compete with Zhu Yu in alchemy. I won the first game by luck. I didn't expect that Zhu Yu was so shameless that he insisted on playing another game with me. In order to make him back down, I asked him to use his Master Lu as the bet, and he actually agreed. I had no choice but to compete with him again. Thanks to you, I won again. So, I won a master and came back. What do you think I should do about this matter? Elder Gu Liang. He was unable to react for a moment. Wasn't this a contest to refine pills? How could he win against a master? What a mess. Feng Shi immediately took out a photo stone, and the content recorded on it was exactly that IOU. As for why she didn't take out the IOU, it was because she was afraid that Elder Gu Liang would tear up the IOU in a fit of anger, which would be terrible. Elder Gu Liang was stunned when he looked at the IOU. Master, do you also have transfers? Play. When he saw the 9 Cauldron Alchemist in the brackets behind Master Lu, he felt that this IOU was a joke. How could the 9 Ding Alchemist accept you as his disciple just because of an IOU? Yi is usually a smart kid, but now she's acting stupid. So, he said perfunctorily. If you win, you win. If the Master Lu recognizes you, I have no objection. Feng Shi really didn't expect that Elder Gu Liang would be so easy to talk to. How could she know that Elder Gu Liang thought this matter was a joke and would never succeed? In order to prevent Elder Gu Liang from denying his responsibility in the future, Feng Shi asked him to write a written receipt. Although Elder Gu Liang was a little impatient, he still wrote it. After all, she is his precious disciple, so he should pamper her. Feng Shi put away the receipt and returned to the house happily. As soon as he entered the room, Commander Lu said sourly, you are worried that that old charlatan Gu Liangchun will not agree, so you never thought of asking for my opinion. Feng Shi smiled and said, Master, do you agree or not? Commander Lu. It's really pathetic for a master to be like this. Then, Feng Shi said, Master, you are different from my master, who is a scoundrel. You are different. You are so smart that you can definitely guess my intention. There is no need for me to explain too much to you, right? Commander Lu felt relieved. It doesn't matter whether he is a coward or not, he is the master who understands Feng Shi's heart best among all her masters. As long as they don't mention being cut into pieces, they will be good master and apprentice for life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1773 Feng Zai's Connections in Dan Pavilion. Commander Lu felt relieved, so his tone was kind. Shaoxi, what are you going to do next? Are you really going to go to Dan Pavilion to find Master Lu? Feng Shi took out a spiritual fruit and took a few bites of it before saying, I will definitely go, but now is not the right time. At this stage, I will mainly focus on maintaining my personal connections. Just when Commander Lu was wondering what she meant by connections, Feng Shi took out a communication talisman and started sending messages. Uncle Yao, I counted on my fingers and found that you were thinking of me, right? Senior brother, I calculated with my fingers, you were thinking about me, right? Commander Lu, aren't you afraid that they will communicate with each other and find out that the content you sent to them is exactly the same? Feng Shi said nonchalantly, they don't like each other, how could they possibly communicate with each other? What if? So what if they found out? Can they still come back with a flying boat and scold me? Commander Lu. If I had your mentality, well, I would have died a long time ago. After all, he is still alive today because his obsession has not dissipated. If he was as heartless as that dead girl, he would have died long ago. Neither of them will reply to you, why waste your time? Feng Shi said cunningly. Master, you don't understand this, right? My goal is not to get them to reply to me, but to make them familiar with me. From now on, we will be old acquaintances. Commander Lu. An old acquaintance who wants to kill you. Feng Shi munched on 2 fruits with a crunching sound, but there was no movement from the communication talisman. It seems that Commander Lu was right. Neither Master Yan nor Zhu Yu wanted to pay any attention to her. Feng Shi didn't take it seriously and started practicing by sitting cross-legged. I practiced until the second half of the night and then rested. Early the next morning, Feng Shi and Xuanji Qia went to the library again. Zhang Wen looked at his junior sister's back without any reluctance and felt that Xuanji Pavilion was not a good place. The mutant burrowing thorn beast, which had just been released 2 days ago, gloated. Your sister doesn't want you anymore. Then, he was put in solitary confinement again. It decided to speak less in the future to avoid disaster. What a painful realization. In the evening, Feng Shi came back from the library and sent a message to Master Yao. Uncle Master Yao, when I was reading in the library today, I saw the recipe for the illusion heart-breaking barrier pill and I was very confused. Aren't the properties of Liexin Teng and Mingshenhua in conflict with each other? How can they be used together? I asked several elders of Xuanji Pavilion, but they didn't explain it very clearly. Can you help me clear up my confusion? Of course, if you don't understand, forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Master Yao's lips turned upside down when he received the message. Xuanji Pavilion is just a low-ranking sect. It can't even explain the problem of compatibility clearly. It's a waste of such a good talent as Liu Yi. Maybe Feng Shi's provocation worked, or maybe his passion for teaching was aroused, or maybe he was too bored on the flying boat. In any case, Master Yao explained everything to Feng Shi in detail. Feng Shi followed with flattery, and every word she said touched Master Yao's heart. Although Master Yao knew that Feng Shi was being insincere, he was still flattered by the praise and the corners of his mouth kept rising. They're both young people, so why is Liu Yi's words so pleasant to the ear, while Zhu Yu is so annoying? After Feng Shi provided Master Yao with sufficient emotional value, he sent a message to Zhu Yu. Brother Qian, I think the recipe for the hemostatic pill can be improved. Replace the purple dendrobium flower with tongmai grass, and then adjust the proportions of other herbs accordingly. After Zhu Yu received it, his face was full of disdain. Hemostatic pills are the most common elixir. If they could be improved, they would have been improved long ago. How could you, a small piece of trash, get your turn? He just thought he heard a joke and ignored Feng Shi and continued meditating. After a while, he opened his eyes. He decided to do what Feng Shi said and then humiliate her severely. Yes, just do it. So, he took out the alchemy furnace and refined the elixir according to the recipe Feng Shi had given him. Zhu Yu looked at the elixir in the alchemy furnace, stunned. Actually, it worked. This is impossible. After a long while, he took out one, smelled it first, then broke it open and tasted it with the tip of his tongue. In a moment, he cut a cut on his arm with a dagger, then crushed the pill and sprinkled it on the wound. The wound actually began to heal slowly. He swallowed another one, and the wound healed even faster. Zhu Yu began to doubt his life again. The pill recipe improved by Liu Yi was actually successful. Although the efficacy of the medicine is not much different from the previous recipe, purple calamus flower and tongmai grass are both cheap herbs and it doesn't matter which one is used, but this shows that her talent is very high. Being able to refine top-grade elixirs and improve the elixir formula, she seems to be better than him. Do not. He is the 16th alchemist, a genius in Dan Pavilion. He can refine earth-grade elixirs. Can Liu Yi do it? If the elixir refined in the previous competition was earth-grade elixir, he would definitely have won. To put it bluntly, he was careless. Otherwise Liu Yi is sure to lose. Right, that is it. While he was building up his confidence, Feng Shi was already thinking about improving the Danyin. She had only improved a part of the Danyin before. In the past 2 days in the library and after communicating with Xuanji Qiao, she had new inspiration and began to improve the remaining Danyin. A day later, Xuanji Pavilion held a grand ceremony to canonize the Blood Lotus Saint. Although time was a bit tight, Xuanji Pavilion still gave Feng Shi great courtesy. Not only did he customize a token for the Blood Lotus Saint, he also sewed a very luxurious dress for her. But the person who stood out the most at the ceremony was not the Saint Feng Shi, but Elder Guliang. He was dressed so elegantly, standing there and talking non-stop. In the words of Commander Lu, it was like a peacock spreading its tail. After the ceremony, Feng Shi originally planned to stay in Xuanji Pavilion for a few more days, but Sect Master Dai sent a message to ask the 4 masters and apprentices to return to Tianyin Taoist Sect as soon as possible to discuss important matters. Although Pavilion Master Tan Tai was reluctant, he had no choice but to send Elder Gui and Elder Miao to escort Master Feng Shi and his disciples back to Tianyan Dao Sect. Before leaving, Pavilion Master Tan Tai gave Elder Gui a lot of pills and medicinal herbs and asked him to pass them on to Sect Master Dai. With Feng Shi as a bond, the relationship between Tianyin Dao Sect and Xuanji Pavilion will be close in the future, and the aspect of courtesy and reciprocity cannot be neglected. On the flying boat, Elder Gu Liang insisted on explaining the turtle evolution technique to Elder Gui and Elder Miao. Although the two were impatient, they had no choice but to listen. After a while, Feng Shi called Elder Gui away on the pretext of asking for advice on the recipe for the elixir. Just when Elder Gu Liang was feeling very happy, Li Zhe arrived. Master, I have been slacking off on the turtle evolution technique recently. It's a good opportunity for you to give me some advice. I'd like to listen to it. Elder Gu Liang. If time could go back, he would definitely not compete with Bai Lin, that ungrateful old man, for a disciple. This is all retribution. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1774 is the mascot. Elder Gu Liang saw Li Zhe's stupid yet clear eyes and wished he could kill him right then and there. Encourage yourself, be my dear disciple, this is my dear disciple. Elder Miao actually liked Li Zhe and thought the young man was very honest, unlike his master who was not reliable at all. Gu Liangchuan, you should help Li Zhe solve his doubts. I will go to Yi's place to check on him. After saying that, he left the cabin. Elder Gu Liang watched her leave, then glared at Li Zhe fiercely. Even though he was staring at her, he still started to explain the turtle evolution technique to Li Zhe. Elder Gu Liang felt that the time on the flying boat passed extremely quickly, and in no time he arrived at Tianyin Dao Sect. It felt so slow when I was there, how come I came back so fast? When the flying boat arrived, Hall Master Teng had already brought people to greet them outside the mountain gate. Of course, they were not welcoming Master Gu Liang and his disciples, but Elder Gui and Elder Miao. After some greetings, the two sides went to see Sect Leader Dai. After saying some polite words, Elder Gui gave the pills and herbs to Sect Leader Dai and immediately said goodbye. Sect Leader Dai knew that people from Xuanji Pavilion usually did not stay overnight in other sects, so it was not easy for him to insist on keeping them. He asked Elder Gui to bring some return gifts to Pavilion Leader Dantai, and then asked Hall Leader Teng and Master Gu Liangchang to send them out of the sect. Elder Gu Liang was distracted for a moment as he watched the flying boat sail away, then he pretended nothing had happened and returned to the meeting hall with everyone else. Sect leader Dai said to Feng Shi. Yi, tell us about what happened in Xuanji Pavilion so that we can have a plan in mind. The reason why he asked Feng Shi instead of Elder Gu Liang was obviously because he felt that what he said was unreliable. Feng Shi immediately recounted what had happened. Well, I have said what I can say, and kept what I cannot say secret. Feng Shi also showed the Big Dipper blood lotus and the IOU written by Zhu Yu. Of course, the IOU is a surviving version of the photo stone. Others were paying attention to Bidu blood lotus and Dan Pavilion, but Elder Zhao was paying attention too. Yi, you actually simplified the Danyan. And you also refined the top-grade Jiyuan Dan. Seeing Feng Shi nod, Elder Zhao wanted to drag Feng Shi to the alchemy room for a demonstration immediately, but things here were not over yet, so he could only wait patiently. Elder Bai said worriedly. Yi, I have also heard of Master Lu. He is a 9-cauldron alchemist and holds an important position in the alchemy pavilion. Now that you have offended his apprentice, I'm afraid this matter will not end well. Don't leave the sect easily in the future, or you will be killed. Others had the same concerns, and the atmosphere in the hall became a little stagnant for a moment. Feng Shi chuckled. It's not that serious. Zhu Yu and I have a good relationship now. Everyone. Is it a life and death struggle? Seeing that everyone did not believe him, Feng Shi said. If it really doesn't work, I'll go to Dan Pavilion one day and ask my second master to support me. Everyone. Second master. You're not talking about Master Lu, are you? Young people really have simple ideas. There is no way that Master Lu will accept you as his disciple. Some people looked at Elder Gu Liang, wondering, Lu Yi was about to accept a second master, why didn't this old charlatan Gu Liangchuan react? Instead, he looked like he was in a trance. At this time, Feng Shi asked Sect leader Dai. Uncle Master, you said you wanted to talk to us about something important. What is it? Sect Master Dai smiled and said, Yi, do you still remember Senior Mo from Xingyao Sect? Before Feng Shi could say anything, Elder Gu Liang suddenly appeared as if he had resurrected from the dead and said, Uncle Mo Tiankuo. He still admired Mo Tiankuo very much, because Mo Tiankuo destroyed his own eyes in order to cultivate to the highest level of astrology. Sect leader Dai nodded. Yes, it is this Senior Mo. He has recently been researching a star map that he can carry with him, and he wants to invite Lu Qi and Yi to come over and help him. Elder Gu Liang said angrily. Is that all? Is it worth calling us back in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be the same if we go back in a few days? Sect leader Dai patiently explained. Senior Mo promised that if we agree, he would give us the remaining scroll of Tianyin chess manual. Elder Gu Liang widened his eyes. The fragments of the Tianyin chess manual. The old man actually spent so much money on it. I'm wondering, with so many disciples in Xingyao Sect, why did he have to ask Lu Qi and Yi to help him? Sect leader Dai smiled and said, Senior Mo said that it was because of the Lu brothers and sisters' accident that they made the first movable star map last time, and they have never succeeded since then. He used astrology to deduce and found that he needed the assistance of Lu brothers and sisters, so this is the case. Elder Gu Liang understood, it's just a mascot. Sect Master Dai looked at Feng Shi and Zheng Wen and asked, would you two like to go to Xingyao Sect? Sect leader Dai asked this question which was considered to be giving great face to Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. After all, they were just his direct disciples, so they could just give direct orders. Feng Shi pressed his right sleeve with his hand and said, Uncle Master, the fragments of the Tianyin chess manual must be very important to our sect. My brother and I are willing to serve the sect. Zheng Wen quickly followed. My sister is right. As long as it is beneficial to the sect, we brothers and sisters will go through fire and water without hesitation. Sect leader Dai nodded, then looked at Elder Gu Liang. Junior brother, what do you think? Elder Gu Liang never dreamed that there would be a day when Dai Chanfang would ask for his opinion. His status has also improved. He immediately said, let me tell you my fortune. If it's auspicious, let them go. If it's not, forget it. Sect leader Dai now had more trust in Elder Gu Liang's turtle evolution technique, so he agreed. Elder Gu Liang immediately went outside the meeting hall and began to deduce. After a while, everyone heard a loud bang. No need to ask, it must be the turtle shell that exploded. Elder Gu Liang did not give up and calculated again. Fortunately, there was no explosion this time and the calculation turned out to be auspicious. He immediately ran in with a smile on his face. Brother, it's auspicious. Good luck. Sect leader Dai heaved a sigh of relief. Then it's settled. Lu Qi, Yi, you will set off for Xingyao Gate tomorrow. To be on the safe side, Hall Master Teng will escort you there. Elder Gu Liang also wanted to go, but was rejected by Sect leader Dai. The reason was simple, he was afraid that Elder Gu Liang would get into trouble. God knows, ever since Elder Gu Liang went to Xuanji Pavilion, he has never felt relieved, fearing that he would cause trouble. Elder Gu Liang tried to persuade him, but seeing that Sect leader Dai was determined not to let him go, he had no choice but to give up. Forget it, if she doesn't want to go to Xingyao Gate, then she won't go. Next time Yi goes to Xuanji Pavilion, he will follow her no matter what. It's not for anything else, it's mainly to protect my apprentice. At this time, Feng Shi thought of a very crucial question. Uncle Master, you said that it was Uncle Master Mo who invited us to go. Did Sect Master Chu of Xingyao Sect agree? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1775. It's true that Jian Sheng has no place to use his skills. Sect leader Dai smiled and said, I have already asked Sect leader Chu, and he welcomes you to come over. Feng Shi thought, Sect Master Chu really dislikes Mo Tiankuo, so why would he agree this time? Either Mo Tiankuo gave him benefits, or there is something fishy going on. No matter which one it is, she has to go to Xingyao Gate. Sect Master Dai obviously wanted them to go, and as a good disciple of the sect, she of course had to go along with it. Besides, as the leader of the alliance, it's time for her to inspect the territory. There is another reason. Just now when Sect Master Dai was talking about the Tianyan chess manual, the black and white chess pieces that had been standing still in Feng Zai's sleeve pocket kept jumping around. If Fang Shi hadn't pressed it forcibly, others would probably have thought she was having epilepsy. In addition to these, Fang Shi had another purpose for going to Xingyamen, which was to see if there was any way to solve the problem of exploding turtle shells. Although exploding the turtle shell is very powerful, it is not a good idea to keep exploding it. She has no way to use the turtle evolution technique. Sect leader Dai gave some more instructions before letting Fang Shi go back to rest. As soon as Fang Shi left the meeting hall, he was pulled to the alchemy room by Elder Zhao. Yi, you just came back, so I shouldn't be in such a hurry to ask you to come to the alchemy room, but you are going to Xingyao Gate tomorrow, and I am really anxious. Fang Shi smiled and said, Elder Zhao, even if you didn't call me, I would still like to demonstrate it to you so that you can give me some pointers. Elder Zhao felt very relieved when he heard her say this. He knew very well in his heart that he was just a 5-ding alchemist, and the elders of Xuanji Pavilion were stronger than him. Yi's words were just flattering him. When they arrived at the alchemy room, Fang Shi did not refine the elixir, but simply showed the simplified elixir seal to Elder Zhao. As for why not making elixirs? It's so difficult to hide one's shortcomings. Fortunately, Elder Zhao was more interested in simplifying the elixir seal and did not force Fang Shi to refine the elixir. By the time Fang Shi returned to his residence from the alchemy room, it was already evening. She first took out the black and white chess pieces and looked at them, only to find that they were motionless again. She looked at it for a while, put it away again, then threw the green soil on the ground, and left the rest to the dead branches. The Big Dipper blood lotus on Fang Shi's head also jumped to the ground and started working with the dead branches. However, all it does is make things worse, and the more it helps, the more trouble it makes. The dead branch was very disgusted, so it used vines to roll up the Big Dipper blood lotus and threw it onto the beam. The Big Dipper blood lotus clung to the beam with its petals and looked down curiously, looking quite well behaved. Mu Jian said to the little fat bird. Based on my experience, it must be fake. It's just a black-hearted lotus. The little fat bird was too lazy to pay attention to it and just thought it was puffing. The wooden sword ran to the golden pig and started talking, but unfortunately no one paid any attention to it. Mu Jian could only sigh over and over again, everyone is drunk but I am the only one sober. At this time, Fang Shi took out the stone box and lay inside to practice. The Big Dipper blood lotus on the beam was obviously shocked. The petals loosened and fell directly onto the stone box. It quickly knocked the stone box with its petals. The dead branches were annoyed by its noise and rolled it onto the beam. When Fang Shi finished her training and came out of the stone box, Bidu blood lotus pounced directly in front of her and rubbed her face with its petals. Fang Shi. If you don't know, you would think this is not a flower, but a little cat. The wooden sword is so sour. Using such a shameless method to win favor. What a scheming lotus. It also wanted to use this method, but after thinking about the consequences, it gave up. If it were to rub against it, the unscrupulous owner would probably be disfigured. The next morning, Junwen came to find Fang Shi. I was stunned when I saw him. Junior sister, your face. Fang Shi was confused, so she took out a nameless mirror and found that the skin on her face was very fair and delicate. Originally, her appearance after the disguise was just pretty, but now it has become more bright and beautiful. Fang Shi immediately remembered that he was rubbed by Bidu blood lotus a few times yesterday. Could this be the reason? There is no little girl who doesn't like beauty, and Fang Shi is no exception. I really praised Bidu blood lotus. Bidu blood lotus covered its face with 2 petals, looking very shy. Mu Jian is going crazy. It was guarding against this and that, but it didn't expect to be picked by a scheming lotus. Unfortunately, the real body of Bidu blood lotus hid in a small puddle, so even if Mu Jian wanted to find fault, he couldn't. It's true that Jian Sheng has no place to use his skills. Fang Shi admired her own beauty for a while before saying goodbye to Jun Wenlai and Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang sighed and said, Master cannot go with you this time, you must be feeling unsure, right? There's nothing I can do about it. It's your uncle's fault for not letting me go. You must be careful in everything you do and don't get cheated by others, especially Cao Yonggu, who suffered a loss at my hands last time and will definitely cause trouble for you. Ugh. It's all because I'm too good, they're all jealous of me. Seeing that he was talking non-stop, Fang Shi had no choice but to interrupt him. Master, we have noted down what you said. Hall Master Teng is still waiting for us. We will be there soon. Please take care. Elder Gu Liang then waved his hand and said, Go ahead. Remember to send a message to me, so that I won't worry about you. Before Fang Shi left, he turned around and asked Elder Gu Liang. Master, didn't you notice something different about me today? Elder Gu Liang sighed. He doesn't look as lively as before. He must be reluctant to leave his master. He blames Dai Chanfang for the damned guy. Fang Shi had no choice but to point to his own face. Master, look at my face. Elder Gu Liang screamed. Yi, why is your face so pale? Are you sick again? Fang Shi. I didn't say anything. You deserve it for not being able to catch up with Elder Miao. Fang Shi, with resentment towards Elder Gu Liang, and Junwen went outside the mountain gate, waiting for Hall Master Teng. After a while, Hall Master Teng came with 2 elders. Originally, Sect Master Dai only planned to let Hall Master Teng go with him, but now that the incident at Dan Pavilion had occurred, Sect Master Dai felt a little worried, so he sent 2 more elders to accompany him. When Hall Master Teng saw Fang Shi, he asked in surprise, Yi, what beauty elixir did you get from Xuanji Pavilion? Why do you look so much more beautiful than before? Fang Shi agreed vaguely, thinking, look at the Teng Hall Master and then look at her charlatan master, why is there such a big gap between people? The journey was very smooth, and in the evening, the flying boat arrived at Xingya Gate. Palace Master Cao and several elders, along with a group of disciples, greeted him at the mountain gate. In fact, Palace Master Cao had not intended to bring his direct disciples like Fang Kui with him, but these disciples had already received the news about Fang Shi, and they could not be stopped and had to come out to greet him. Palace Master Cao is so angry. After the Forbidden Land competition, these disciples were like possessed by evil spirits. Whenever he said something bad about Lu Yi, they would look at him as if he were an enemy. If it were true that the Lord does not punish the masses, he would have wanted to beat up all these disciples and drain the water out of their brains. Lu Yi came at the right time. He wanted to let these disciples see her true face. Chapter 1776. Red flowers need green leaves to set off.